Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 111. In the second squad, a training ground belonging to the criminal army, there was the sound of violent fighting. Tweet, Hungji. Urahara Kisuk swung Zanpakut violently, a flash of red streaked across the air, and slashed forward menacingly. Uchiha Madara, this is my Zanpakut Shikai, how about it? You should reveal your Shikai too. Urahara Kisuk's eyes were burning, and his eyes were full of strong fighting spirit. This is the first real Shikai since he awakened Zanpakut, with the purpose of defeating Uchiha Madara. Hungji? The name is not bad, but it's a pity that it has momentum but not enough power. Uchiha Madara shook his head contemptuously, held Zanpakut with his backhand, and shouted lightly, "Let's dance, let's kill the fans," with bold words. Immediately, Zanpakut erupted with a burst of scorching light, and the red light shone like a bright streamer, filling every corner of the house. The flame-like riots rolled in all directions, causing the temperature in the house to rise sharply, and the air seemed to be ignited by the flames, and there was a crackling sound. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and the innate haki surged out like Wang Yang, crushing the whole field mightily. The black Shiba outfit is automatic without wind, and the long hair hanging on the shoulders dances with the wind. The tall and straight figure is as straight as a javelin, and there is a strong aura in every gesture. Fire Zanpakut! Urahara Kisuk's complexion changed slightly. Although he had heard Uruaki say it a long time ago, he was still shocked by witnessing Shikai with his own eyes. Only Shikai can have such a powerful aura, then what Bankai will look like, he can't even imagine. What's the matter, this surprised you? I don't seem to have done it yet. Seeing that the red flash was getting closer and closer, Uchiha Madara only smiled slightly, and held Houyan Mifan with his backhand, blocking him in front of him. Boom! The moment the flash of light hit Houyan Mifan, Uchiha Madara's voice also sounded. Uchiha bounce! In an instant, the red light seemed to be absorbed by a mysterious force, and then rebounded violently, blasting towards Urahara Kisuk heavily. Boom! In desperation, Urahara Kisuk's figure flickered, dodging the flash just right. Call! Still in shock, Urahara Kisuk breathed out a foul breath, and sighed, "Madara, I think your Zanpakut ability is too domineering. You were able to bounce back my slash. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable." Uruaki, who watched the battle, smiled and said, "Kisuk, I have already said that Madara's Zanpakut is not easy, you are just careless. In addition to having the same ability as Captain Jushiro, I feel that Houyan Mifan may have other abilities. Well, no matter what, I'm no match." Urahara Kisuk simply put Zanpakut away and praised, "Madara, you are not hiding your strength, are you? With your strength, it is more than enough to be the vice-captain." "Maybe." Uchiha Madara also lifted the status of Shikai, and asked, "What about the captain? What are the conditions to become the captain of Godai 13? Uruaki held up 3 fingers and explained, "In Godai 13, the person who usually serves as the captain and deputy captain must have certain qualifications to join the team. But there are also exceptions, and there are usually 3 ways. As long as you pass one of the methods, you will be able to successfully become the captain. The first way is to pass the captain's assessment under the witness of the 3 captains including the chief captain. Generally speaking, it is to master Bankai. The second method is to be recommended by the 6 captains, and then get the approval of 3 of the remaining 6 captains. The third method is more direct and cruel, that is, with the witness of 200 team members. If the current captain has a duel and wins, he can become the captain. The third method." Uchiha Madara groaned in a low voice, and he immediately thought of the 11th team. Each Kenpeicha must kill the previous Kenpeicha to be eligible to succeed. Uruaki seemed to see what Uchiha Madara was thinking, and said, "Yes, the third method is the tradition of your 11th team, and it is also the cruelest and most honorable method. Asking for flowers. Madara, do you want to be the captain? Urahara Kisuk shook the folding fan and said with a light smile, he he he. Then I will have 2 captain-level friends, which is really a good feeling. I don't have that idea yet. Uchiha Madara shook his head. If he wanted to become the captain, he would have to meet Captain Yamamoto after all. In that case, his identity might be exposed, because he was not sure about hiding his identity in front of the Millennium Shinigami. Unless Bankai is mastered, Uchiha Madara will only continue to keep a low profile until the day when he is able to resist. Suddenly, Yoryuki seemed to remember something, and said, by the way, Madara, didn't you say that Kenpeki, Mole City, wants to talk to you? Maybe this is a good opportunity for promotion. 0. Uchiha Madara shook his head, it's just an ordinary conversation between the team members. It's about the same time. I should go. In fact, even Uchiha Madara doesn't know what medicine is sold in the gourd of Kenpeki, the Mole City. For a long time, Kenpeki, the Mole City, has brought him a mysterious feeling. Although he looks gentle and refined on the outside, like a gentleman, Madara always feels that this person is not as simple as the surface. Perhaps, there are some dark secrets hidden in Kenpeki's heart. Back in the 11th team, Uchiha Madara went directly to the captain's house, only to find that Kenpeki, the Mole City, had been waiting for him. You came. Mole City Kenpeki put down his teacup and smiled gently, do you still remember the topic I talked to you last time? Uchiha Madara remained expressionless and responded indifferently, you mean about the residents of Rukanga? Mole City Kenpeki nodded and said expectantly, that's right, Uchiha Madara, tell me what you think. The content of that conversation, except for Uchiha Madara and Mole City Kenpeki, is not clear to anyone. Although it seemed like an inconspicuous conversation, it really changed Kenpeki's mind and strengthened his determination. For the sake of the Soul Society, for the residents of Rukanga, Kenpeki, the Mole City, has a crazy plan in mind. Chapter 112. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed since that conversation. Although 5 years is just a snap of the fingers for the people of Soul Society, Godi 13 has undergone earth-shaking changes. One after another, newcomers came to the top and became the chief executives of various teams. Promotions, transfers, and frequent occurrences happened. Many outstanding students graduated from the Shinyang Academy and became the fresh blood of Godi 13. Shihaoran Yoryuki formally inherited his position and became the captain of the second team because of the retirement of the head of the previous generation. After Yoryuki's one-handed promotion, coupled with his own strength that cannot be underestimated, Urahara Kisuk also became the third seat of the second team. In addition, Uchiha Madara became the third seat of the 11th team. Even though it is very low-key on weekdays, 960 has gradually gained a small reputation in Jinglingting. Maguru Makensei, Torabashi RJR, Love Akawa, Hirako Shinji, and others have also become rising stars, and have been recognized by the previous generation of captains and inherited the position of vice-captains. In the early morning, when the still afterglow was pouring on the earth, a major change happened to the 11th team that day. According to the past practice, Kenpeki and the vice-captain of Mole City will attend the Q meeting on time every morning to boost the morale of the 11th team. This habit continued unchanged for 5 full years. However, an abnormal thing happened on this day. Not only did Kenpeki appear without Mole City, but even the vice-captain disappeared without a trace. In the open space in the middle of the 11th team, all the teammates gathered here. Even though they had waited for more than half of the time, they still did not see the figures of the 2 captains. What's going on? Why haven't the 2 captains appeared? It's the first abnormality in 5 years. The captains shouldn't have any accidents, right? Don't talk nonsense. The captain of Mole City is a man who has inherited the title of Kenpeki, and he will never fall down lightly. All the teammates talked a lot, because the majesty of Kenpeki, the mole city, had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, so even if the team members were impatient with waiting, they dared not speak out. As the third seat, in the absence of the two captains, Uchiha Madara became the only support for all teammates. Uchiha, 3 seats, what should we do? Everyone cast doubtful eyes on Madara. The guys in the 11th team are a bunch of reckless people. Apart from advocating strength and fighting, they are often not smart, so they can only rely on Uchiha Madara to make decisions. Everyone, don't be impatient, I have sent people to the vice-captain's room to investigate. Uchiha Madara responded calmly. Although he was also puzzled by the disappearance of the two captains, he was not as anxious as a headless chicken like those fools. Da-da-da. Not long after, there was a sound of hurried footsteps, and a team member hurried to Madara with a livid face. He gasped and said in horror, Uchiha, 3 seats, no. Not good. What happened? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, he always felt that something big was about to happen. The team member trembled all over, and said word by word, it's not good, the deputy captain was hit by a white ambush, and he was unconscious and passed out in the room. What? Everyone was dumbfounded, the vice-captain actually fell into a coma? The current vice-captain of the 11th squad, Ishida Yui, entrusted the young Kenpeki to Soya Mojo, who defeated him when Kenpeki was dying, so he was able to become the vice-captain. Although Ishida Yui is not weak and dedicated to his duties, but because he is not strong, he is not very popular in the 11th team. Now that he suddenly fell into a coma, it made many people feel at a loss. Come on, let's go and see Vice-Captain Ishida Yui. Uchiha Madara made a decisive decision and soon came to the vice-captain's room, only to find Ishida Yui lying peacefully on the bed. His breathing was calm, and his life was not threatened. What's going on here? There's only one person who can kill Ishida Yui without anyone noticing. At the first moment, Uchiha Madara was associated with Kenpeki, the mole city. Only he has the strength to do it all. Unknowingly, Uchiha Madara recalled that conversation back then. Uchiha Madara, what do you think of this Rukonga incident? What do you think? Do you want to know what I think, Captain Mole City? That's right, tell me your truth. The judgment of room 46 is not fair. Oh? You think so too? So in your opinion, what should Rukonga residents think? Rely on your own strength to get rid of the unfair fate. The atmosphere was silent, and finally Kenpeki sighed heavily and said, I see, I think I understand. Since that conversation, the figure of Kenpeki Mole City has often disappeared in Rukonga without attracting anyone's attention. Only Uchiha Madara knows that he must have an ulterior plan behind the scenes. However, it doesn't matter to Uchiha anyway. Even the mutiny of Kenpeki, the Mole City, is only a matter of Godi 13. Oops, this has to be reported. The chief officers talked about it while trying to wake up Ishida Yui. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps coming from the door of the first team building. Da-da-da. All the teammates of the 11th team obey the order. From now on, you are forbidden to step out of the team building. You can only cooperate with our investigation until the investigation is clear on 5.4. Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division, and Jaishur Yukatake, the captain of the 13th Division, appeared at the door leading the law enforcement team of Jinglingting. Why? The members of the 11th team were in an uproar. After Maeda Yui fell into a coma, he was inexplicably monitored by the law enforcement team. They are confused about the situation. Many people protested and expressed dissatisfaction, but they were ignored by the two captains. At this time, Uchiha Madara took a step forward and asked, the leader of the Beijing band, the leader of Jushiro, can you tell me the reason? Alas, Uchiha Madara. Kurako Shunsui sighed, even we didn't expect the matter to be so serious. According to the intelligence returned by the secret maneuver, Kenpeki, Mole City, has rebelled. Chapter 113. What? The captain of Mole City betrayed. Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted suddenly. He didn't expect the matter to be so serious. The rebellion of a Godai 13 captain is a major change with far-reaching impact on the entire Soul Society, not to mention the rebellion is a man who bears the title of Kenpeki. This matter has angered old man Yamamoto, so you have also been implicated. Kurako Shunsui smiled boldly, don't worry, I also know that you are innocent. As long as this matter is investigated, you can regain your freedom. Ahem. Jaishur Yukatake coughed weakly, and said with a pale face, yes, don't worry, Madara. Your ability is obvious to all, and I believe this matter will come to light soon. However, Captain Jushiro, the leader of the Beijing band, this time things may not be so simple. Just this morning, we found that the vice-captain Ishida was unconscious in the team building. It seems that Baifu, the figure of Kenpeki, the Mole City, once again appeared in Uchiha Madara's mind, with a heavy face. What? Even Vice-Captain Ishida is in a coma? It seems that Mo Chengshuang has already planned 22. At this point, even Kurako Shunsui couldn't keep his composure. Based on various circumstances, this mutiny is not an accident, but a long-planned mutiny plan. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake looked at each other and hurried to the vice-captain's room. Seeing Maida Yuyi in a coma, the expressions of the two changed. Kurako Shunsui came to the side of the bed and put his palms on Maida Yuyi's body. A burst of forceful ryotsu came out from the palm of his hand, continuously entering Yuyi Maida's body. Soon after, Maida Yuyi regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty, looked around suspiciously, and asked, what's going on? Why did I suddenly become unconscious? Kurako Shunsui frowned, and asked back, Vice-Captain Yuyi, don't you even know the reason for the coma? I don't know, this morning, when I got out of bed, I felt a sense of weakness in my body. When I was on the verge of coma, although I couldn't see the murderer's appearance clearly, I could faintly sense his ryotsu. Maida Yuyi took a deep breath and said tremblingly, that ryotsu is very unique, but it gets along with me day and night. It belongs to Captain Mole City. As expected. Kurako Shunsui said solemnly, now it can be confirmed that Mojo Soya's rebellion is not an accident. Jushiro, you stay here, I must report this matter to the old man as soon as possible. Don't worry. Having said that, the old man seems to have sent the 10th team to the area where the Rukonga riots took place to arrest Machen Chuanjai. You can find out about Jabei by the way. Jaishur Yukatake was pale and sickly. But even so, he still did not dare to underestimate him. Jaishur Yukatake's strength has been recognized by the entire Jinglingting court. After Kurako Shunsui left, the 11th team returned to a peaceful atmosphere. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, the members of the 11th team were lifeless and did not practice. They are anxious to catch the ants on the hot pot, and have nothing to do except wait anxiously. Madara, do you think Soya Mohajo acted abnormally before? Jaishur Yukatake looked up at the sky, sighing heavily. As a kind-hearted person, he naturally hoped that this incident was just a misunderstanding, because once he was convicted of rebellion, he would have to face the ending of being dispatched to infernal hell. In this way, Godai 13 will lose a brave and skilled fighter for no reason, which can be described as a huge loss. There is nothing abnormal, the captain of Mole City is still guiding us to practice as usual. Uchiha Madara responded without changing his face, but in fact he deliberately concealed the conversation between the two. Because of this turn of events, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but remember the importance of that conversation. Although he has always felt that Kenpeki, the Mole City, is carrying an unspeakable secret, he has not shown any abnormalities. Perhaps it was because of that conversation that Mole City Kenpeki made up his mind to rebel. Rukonga residents, mutiny, what on earth is he trying to do? Uchiha Madara's heart sinks slightly. He thinks that Kenpeki of the Mole City is not a reckless person, why would he rebel rashly, and even openly become an enemy of Godai 13? Alas, to be able to beat Kenpeki, the guy has proven himself. Even old man Yamamoto approved of him. It's a pity. Jaisure Yukitake sighed regretfully. He didn't want this to happen, but he was powerless to change it. Wait, time will reveal all the answers. Uchiha Madara is silent. He has a premonition that something big will happen, and this event may change the pattern of Godai 13. Maybe, all in all, I hope the Soul Society can be peaceful. After all, apart from protecting the safety of Rukonga, the real enemy we have to deal with is the ghost. Mentioning Su, Jaisure Yukitake's face was gloomy. The war between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo has never stopped, and Rukonga also has news of false invasions from time to time. It's just that 877 was just a small fight, so it didn't cause too many casualties. False. Uchiha Madara is silent, although after mastering Shikai completely, his Ryutsu is already flawless. But his identity has not changed, he is still an Uchiha in essence. This is also what has been bothering Uchiha Madara. Jaisure Yukitake is right. Shinigami and Su are natural enemies. Once their identities are exposed, it is not difficult to imagine what will happen. With the silence of the two, the conversation ended. Gradually, night fell again. After a day of investigation, the case finally came to a conclusion. However, a piece of news came from Rukonga that shocked the Soul Society. Mojo Soya, who was going to arrest him, and the 10th squad met in Rukonga, and a shocking battle broke out. After a day of bloody fighting, the captain of the 10th team fell down. In addition, the 10th team is almost completely wiped out. After the news came out, it not only caused panic among Rukonga residents, but even alarmed Central 46. Chapter 114. The 10th squad was almost wiped out, and Kenpeki, the mole city, caused this tragedy by himself. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. No matter who it was, the moment they heard the news, they opened their mouths wide in shock, their faces full of disbelief. Although the duty of the 10th Division belongs to the patrolling guard, its combat effectiveness is one of the best teams in Jinglingting, only second to the 11th Division. However, a whole fan team was defeated by Kenpeki alone. This kind of shock is indescribable. Jingling Court. As night fell, there was an uneasy atmosphere in the hazy night. The bright moonlight revealed a bit of icy chill. Different from the usual peace and tranquility, the whole Godai 13 is filled with a strange atmosphere. Figures flickered in the aisles leading to the various team buildings, and everyone's faces were anxious and anxious. In the face of major events that have not happened in hundreds of years, everyone seems helpless. Emergency assembly, emergency assembly. Please gather the team captains at the team building of the first team immediately. There is an emergency in the 10th squad, and Ryutsu, the captain and vice-captain of the 10th squad, has disappeared, so it is an emergency. Due to the use of Bakudes 77, the sky is quite empty. A voice full of majesty came from the team building of the first team, and resounded throughout the Jingling Court. Repeat again, urgent assembly, please go to the team building of the first team immediately. The captains of the 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 12th, and 13th teams rushed to the first team building after hearing the summoning order. As for the captains of the 3rd, 5th, and 7th divisions, they cannot escape temporarily because of their missions. A team house. An old voice resounded, resounding throughout the room like thunder. This voice was both heavy and contained an unquestionable majesty. This voice belongs to the captain of the 13th team of Kodai, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. As the founder of Soul Society Godai 13, Captain Yamamoto is both the captain and the founder of Spiritual Arts Academy. He has absolute authority in Soul Society, and his life is almost equivalent to the history of Soul Society. The one on the right side of the head has a cross-shaped scar, a silver-white beard tied with a purple belt, and countless fighting scars on that strong body. Despite his old age, his eyes are piercing, like burning flames. Leaning on his cane with both hands, he stood tall and straight, exuding a hot ryotsu all over his body, making the whole room seem to be scorched by the sun. What's more, because ryotsu is so thick that it almost congeals, it hinders the flow of air. Although Captain Yamamoto didn't speak, his eyes still swept over everyone's faces like sharp knives. Shihoran Yoryuaki, Egg Flower Relief, Kokaki Silver Bell, Kirako Shunsui, Hiki Boat Kiryu, Jaishur Yukatake. 6 people stood side by side, with serious expressions. Even without meeting Commander Yamamoto's gaze, he could feel his anger. Since Godai 13 was founded 1,000 years ago, it has become a symbol of the Soul Society. The fact that the entire team was wiped out, except for the invasion of Hueco Mundo's Vasto Lord, almost never happened. It has to be said that this accident was so serious that even Captain Yamamoto summoned it himself. According to the information sent back from the front, the Juban captain and vice captain fell, and Ryotsu disappeared at the same time. Not only them, but even most of the team members ended up like this. From this we can judge, they are dead. When Captain Yamamoto said these words, all the captains gasped. It is unimaginable to wipe out a fan team with one's own strength. As for the reason, it's that guy from Mole City Kenpeki. Captain Yamamoto suddenly raised his head, furious. He not only attacked the 10th squad, but even incited the residents of Rukonga to rebel, and attempted to attack Hueco Mundo. His actions not only caused civil strife in the Soul Society, but also attempted to provoke Hueco Mundo, and the war of the Soul Society is an unforgivable crime. So far, this matter has evolved into a matter of Godai 13 honor that must be resolved. Therefore, I will select 4 captains to go to the accident site and work together to subdue the Mole City Kenpeki. Captain Yamamoto scanned everyone's faces, and then made a decision. Shihoran Yoryuaki, Kirako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, the 3 of you followed Kokaki Yinling to Rukonga to deal with the accident. As for the others, they continued to stay in Jinglingting to maintain order. Everyone was silent, waiting patiently for all the deployment of Captain Yamamoto. At this time, Shihoran Yoryuaki suddenly said, "Captain, can you take the adjutant?" "Adjutant?" Captain Yamamoto stared at her, and said disdainfully, "If you are not afraid of death, then go. The meeting is over." Ugh! After leaving the first team building, Urahara Kisuke and Uchiha Madara appeared in Yoryuaki's mind. Such a once-in-a-century scene, no matter what, they must be brought along. Because Yoshi always believes that one day Urahara Kisuke and Uchiha Madara will become the captains, and going through changes at this time can be regarded as a kind of tempering. Kisuke's side is no problem, but Ben's side is very tricky. Yoryuaki frowned slightly. She had heard that the 11th squad was under surveillance, and it would not be easy to find Uchiha Madara. "Anyway, I'm taking Madara with me." "Yeah, Demohao," gritted her teeth, and her figure disappeared into the night, and the direction she was walking turned out to be the team building of the 11th team. 1. The block at the end of the serial number has become an endless hell. The scarlet blood condensed into blood rivers one after another, exuding a chill under the cold moon. Dead bodies piled up, not only the residents of Rukonga, but also the Shinigami in Juban uniforms. Although the mutiny took place in just a few hours, it has already had a huge impact. Suddenly, 3 figures streaked across the air, breaking the tranquility of the night. "Miss Yoryuaki, is this really all right?" "Don't worry, Kisuke." With the help of Captain Jushiro and Captain Harusui, Madara came out in a fair way. "If you are worried about the captain's blame, then go all out and fight to Kenpeki, Mole City." Chapter 115. North Rukonga. The cold wind was bleak, and 3 figures shuttled through the night like ghosts. As we got deeper into Rukonga, the smell of blood grew stronger in the air. In this silent night, there is a desperate silence. As the first to dispatch, Uchiha Madara, Shihoran Yoryuaki, Urahara Kisuk 3 people. For the sake of the safety of the Soul Society, coupled with Uruaki's dealings, Uchiha Madara was finally temporarily lifted, and became the only person in the 11th team who could have a chance to Kenpeki. Miss Uruaki, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to come here rashly when the other captains are not dispatched? Urahara Kisuk's face was serious, and for some reason he always had a bad premonition in his heart. Ugh! Uruaki sighed, there is no way, this is not only the request of the leader of the Beijing band, but also the condition for Madara to temporarily lift the ban. Perhaps, he hopes that the members of the 11th team can persuade Machen Chuanjai. Then why not Ishida Yui? Urahara Kisuk was puzzled. Logically, the vice-captain had a higher status than the chief officer, and had a closer relationship with the captain. Do not. Uruaki shook his head and said, you're wrong, have you forgotten the identity of Ishida Yui? He is from Yashiki Kenpeki. The reason Mojo Joya made him the vice-captain was entirely to fulfill Yashiki's promise before he died. In the past 5 years, Mo Chengshuang has also publicly praised Madara on different occasions, and single-handedly promoted him to become the 3rd seat. Therefore, the only person he really likes is probably Madara. Uruaki stared closely at Madara, and said, everyone is very clear about this, that's why the leader of the Beijing band let Madara be temporarily released. Uchiha Madara didn't change his face, and said calmly, I don't know his plan, I can only say that this happened very strangely. Anyway, it's better to be careful. When walking to the end of the street, Uruaki's eyes were fixed on the ground, and there appeared a few black death suits. Damn, even the corpses are destroyed. With noble blood flowing through his body, Shihaoran Uruaki has some unique emotions for Soul Society. Watching the team members die, her heart was filled with sorrow. Boom! Suddenly, not far away, a burst of intense fire broke out, illuminating the entire sky like a shining sun. The hot wind mixed with flames blows head-on, and the pungent smell of blood in it is even more disgusting. The shattered ground, collapsed houses, the earth stained red with blood, and the sky shrouded in flames. Everything indicates that this area has turned into an endless hell. Be careful, there are people fighting ahead. Uruaki jumped forward, eager to rush forward. With her keen senses, she was able to feel one of the Ryotsu, both violent and powerful, meaningless that belonged to the Mole City Kenpeki. And the other Ryotsu was extremely weak, almost on the verge of collapse. If it is not for proximity sensing, you will not be able to perceive this Ryotsu at all. Team 10 Captain Shunpo. Soon, the figures of the 3 came to the next block in an instant, but they saw a scene that shocked their hearts. I saw a sharp blade pierced through the chest of the captain of the 10th Division and cut off his body from the waist down. Under the light of the cold moon, bloody donated blood was sprinkled all over the ground. The captain of the 10th Division only had despair in his eyes, he finally closed his eyes and collapsed powerlessly. Shihaoran Uruaki, Uchiha Madara, it seems that the Soul Society's rescuers have arrived. Mole City Kenpeki pulled out his blade calmly, ignoring the dead Captain Juban at all. He was bathed in donated blood, and even the white Captain Hayori was stained red with blood. There is no gentle and refined gentleman, CCCD, demeanor in ordinary times, only that creepy evil spirit. At this time, Kenpeki is no longer the captain admired by thousands of people, but a devil with sinful hands. Just the 3 of you? You can't stop me. Facing the siege of the 3, Kenpeki did not change his expression. He stared at Madara and smiled and said, Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect that you would come here. At this time, according to the rules of Godi 13, it must be 10 Team 1 has already been imprisoned. Why? What is your purpose in doing this? Madara stared at Kenpeki coldly, wanting to hear his explanation. Why would a captain who is respected by the team members rebel without symptoms? Is there a reason? There is no reason, just doing what you want. Is this enough answer? Mole City Kenpeki swung his blade suddenly, and said with a ferocious face, "Want to know the answer? Do your best to defeat me. It's just your lie." Uchiha Madara pulled out Zanpakuto, and said disdainfully, "If all this is because of that conversation, then I will end it myself." "Ha, great eyes! Uchiha Madara, I have always thought that you are the most qualified man to inherit the title of Kenpeki. Come on, let me see if you are qualified." Mole City Kenpeki roared to the sky, and a mighty ryotsu that was almost called essence gushed out like a storm. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a bloodthirsty beast, eager to fight, eager to kill, and even more eager for blood. "Madara, be careful. Although he is injured, you can't deal with it alone. Let's fight together." Yoriuki worries, though she doesn't want to get involved in the battle over the Kenpeki title. But her intuition told her that Kenpeki, the Mole City, is stronger than she imagined. If Uchiha Madara is allowed to shoot alone, it is undoubtedly an act of death. "No, you all don't interfere." Uchiha Madara held Zanpakuto with his backhand, and said solemnly, "Although this battle will be difficult, it represents honor and dignity. What's more, as a member of the 11th team, I have the responsibility to stop the captain. Kenpeki, Mole City, I came here not only to stop you, but to fulfill my long-held wish, which is to fight heartily with the strongest fighters until one side falls down." Uchiha Madara's eyes were burning, and he said frantically, "Show your strength, otherwise, I will kill you. Let's dance." Hoenn destroys the fan. Chapter 116. Let's dance, Hao Yan Fan. Following Uchiha Madara's god-tier roar, Zanpakuto suddenly burst into a burst of scorching light, and the red light shone like a bright streamer, filling every corner of the house. The flame-like ryotsu rolled in all directions, causing the temperature in the house to rise sharply, and the air seemed to be ignited by the flames, and there was a crackling sound. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and the innate haki surged out like Wang Yang, crushing the audience mightily. The black Siba outfit is automatic without wind, and the long hair hanging on the shoulders is dancing with the wind. The tall and straight figure is as straight as a javelin, and there is a powerful momentum in every gesture. Under the pitch-black night, the flames soared into the sky, as if the air was ignited, and even the bloody smell hidden in the air was washed away by the high temperature. On the huge round fan, the pattern of Manjiki Sharingan exudes a dazzling red square, and a mysterious wave emanates from it, causing a psychedelic feeling to surge around. Yoriuki and Urahara Kisuke let out a muffled grunt, and their figures stepped back quickly. Although I have witnessed Madara's Shikai more than once, I am shocked by the powerful momentum every time. Shikai alone can exude such a huge momentum. I have to say, your Zanpakuto is beyond my expectations. However, just Uchiha Madara rebounding is not enough to defeat me." Mole City Kenpeki said coldly, "My offensive is not Kid, but Zingan." The moment his voice fell, the figure appeared in front of Uchiha Madara, the sharp blade slashed down, and the wind formed by ryotsu even cracked the ground. Clang! Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted suddenly, and Kenpeki's speed was faster than he imagined. In desperation, he quickly waved his round fan to block the slash. "That's right, it's just that if you can block one slash, can you block the second slash?" Mole City Kenpeki sneered disdainfully, but when he was about to swing the blade again, his expression suddenly changed, as if he saw an unbelievable scene. I saw Uchiha Madara's eyes closed tightly, and then opened in vain, and 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared in the center of the pupils. In the cold and ruthless eyes, there was a creepy coldness. Those blood-colored pupils revealed a sense of primitive killing. 3 Tomo Sharingan, who used to scare countless people, finally showed his edge in Soul Society for the first time. These eyes! Mole City Kenpeki's expression was dull, and he immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "That's great, Uchiha Madara, you really have hidden your strength." The blood that hadn't appeared since killing Kenpeki at the beginning, unexpectedly boiled again. Mole City Kenpeki laughed ferociously, and the cells all over his body seemed to emit infinite power zones as if they were burning. I have been watching you secretly all this time. With your strength and aptitude, it is absolutely impossible to have an ordinary Zanpakuto. Mole City Kenpeki's fighting spirit climbed to ultimate, Hong Sheng said, although Uchiha's rebound is a very good ability, but for the 11th team, it is a shame. A true warrior relies not on kid, but on the sword in his hand. The sword that can cut off all shackles, cut off any obstacles, and reach the clouds. This is the true honor of Team 11. Kenpeki, Mole City, as you wish, let you see my true power. 3 Tomo Sharingan turned suddenly, and a mysterious wave came out. Illusion. Mole City Kenpeki is out of reach, and even if you want to avoid it at a close distance, you can't do anything. In a trance, his pupils were dilated, and his thoughts fell into a daze. At this moment, Uchiha Madara tightly grasped the Hoenn Mifan, and slashed down mercilessly. Thorn. Accompanied by a crisp tearing sound, a huge scar appeared on Kenpeki's body. Tick-tock. The unstoppable dripping of blood broke the peaceful atmosphere, and even broke the arrogance of the Mole City Kenpeki. However, even though the blood looks so scary, even creepy, Mole City Kenpeki still did not fall. He forcibly stabilized his body, and the unbearable pain made him regain his sanity. Hoo-hoo! Mole City Kenpeki breathed hard, and exclaimed in horror, is this an illusion? For a short moment, Kenpeki's mind went blank, as if he was in a psychedelic world. It was precisely because of this that he received a fatal blow. Staggering backwards, Mole City Kenpeki frowned. At this moment, there was no longer any indifferent expression on his face, but a strong look of fear. Surely you don't know about my Zanpakuto ability? I have the ability to compress all Ryutsu and traces of Ryutsu left on objects in the past into Zanpakuto. Its Ryutsu density is far greater than even Skyaku. Mole City Kenpeki held the hilt of his sword with both hands, and said in a cold voice, the captain of the 10th squad died under this trick. 0. Drink. Accompanied by a terrifying roar, the sealed state emitted endless light. A slash like the moonlight was struck out, causing waves of 10,000 jong. However, no matter how powerful the slash was, it was still slowed down countless times in front of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Your sword is too slow, such a sword can't cut me at all. When the slash was about to hit Uchiha Madara, he took a step forward and appeared behind Kenpeki in Mole City in an instant, and Hoenn Mifan slashed down fiercely again. Stab! It was another merciless slash, tearing the back of Mole City Kenpeki again. The unstoppable blood stained the whole clothes red, making Kenpeki, the Mole City, like a hell shura bathed in blood. At the same time, the moonlight slash exploded, destroying most of the street in an instant. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful combat power. With your strength, you are completely capable of being the vice-captain, or even the captain. Mole City Kenpeki's breath was sluggish, with blood constantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. He held Zanpakuto with his backhand, and said in a deep voice, although I have been injured in the process of being the captain of the Juban, your strength is well deserved, and I recognize you. Do you know why Kii Yashiki, who was able to kill Vasto Lord, died at my hands? It was because of my Bankai. I'll show you my true strength. Bankai, Yuanzi Fan Xian. Chapter 117. Bankai, Spirit Sun Vision. As the liberation language fell, something unbelievable happened. I saw the Zanpakuto in Kenpeki's hand gradually disappearing, turning into a sparkling light blue fluorescent light, dotted in the night sky like shining stars. Cold wind, moonlight, night sky, woods, house. At this moment, the Ryutsu of Kenpeki, the Mole City, is everywhere, filling every corner of Rukanga. Raishians penetrate everything from afar and take their control away. Is this the Bankai from Soya Moljo? Yoryuki's complexion changed in surprise, although Mo Chengshuang is also famous as Soul Society. But except for Ken Peiki, no one has ever seen his true strength. For a long time, he seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil, only showing the gentleman's elegant appearance, but 7 or 80 could not see through the silent heart. Too bad, could his ability be? Yuruki's face was ashen. She was horrified to find that once infiltrated by the blue spirit, it would emit intense fluorescence, and these fluorescence became more and more intense, turning into a stream of pure energy. As the owner of Ryotsu, Kenpei Mole City has the right to control all energy. In other words, as long as Ryotsu can cover, he can control all Rishi. Although for a single thing, this dominance effect may not be obvious. But Soul Society is a world made up entirely of spirits, whether it's houses, streets, or forests, they are all made up of spirits. Therefore, the Spirit Sun is the origin of all things. And Bankai of Xuanzhai, Machin, is to grasp the origin and do everything to control the battle of spirits. It turned out to be the ability to control spirits, it's really scary. Yura Harakisuk was stunned, no wonder no one had seen Zanpakut of Soya Moljo in the past, it turned out that it was because he had the ability to control spirits. As long as Mo Chengshuang is willing, he can use the spirit seeds to condense Zanpakut at any time, and can also dissipate Zanpakut at any time. Therefore, there will be a legend in the Soul Society, there is no Zanpakut in the Mole City Kenpei. There's no need to show such a surprised expression, that's what Tsukiyashiki used to look like back then. The corner of Machin Chuanjai's mouth curled up into a sinister arc, and he held it with his backhand. Countless spiritual seeds poured into the void, and under the horrified eyes of the three people, they turned into countless sharp knives, piercing downwards overwhelmingly. Don't panic, don't be afraid, you can die under my bankai, you are also a heroic sacrifice to protect the glory of Godai 13. After bankai, Machin Chuanjai's mood became even colder, and that gentle and refined gentleman demeanor completely disappeared. At this moment, in his eyes, only the killing intent has been decided. The reason why people have a dream is only because they can't see hope. Whether it's you or me, everyone's nerves are paralyzed by the peace of the Soul Society. Mole City Kenpei said coldly, because of my Zanpakut's unique ability, my Ryotsu can infiltrate every corner of Rukonga, even listen and monitor them, and thus know too much pain. You who live in the jingling court can't see these pains at all. Do you still remember the tragedy 5 years ago? You were clearly responsible for 2 murders, but the murderer was acquitted. Is it fair? My sword is to cut off the injustice in the world and all the shackles of evil. Uchiha Madara stared at him coldly and said, is this why you rebelled? Mole City Kenpei roared angrily, rather than letting the residents of Rukonga die in pain and hunger, it is better to let them shoulder their due responsibilities. If a soldier dies alone, it is just a laughing stock. Only in Hueco Mundo is the true glory. Nobody can stop me, not even you. Mole City Shuang also raised his palm and clenched it tightly, and thousands of blades fell from the sky, stabbing Uchiha Madara fiercely. Oops, get out of the way, Madara. The faces of Yuruki and Harakisuk changed in shock. If they were pierced by these sword blades, they would be killed in an instant. The two looked at each other and burst out at the same time, trying to rescue Uchiha Madara. However, a barrier made of spiritual particles suddenly appeared in front of them, as if an insurmountable scourge, forcibly blocked their progress. Damn it, it's trapped. Yuruki was not reconciled, and launched offensives one after another, but still couldn't break through the barrier. Seeing the sharp blade gradually enlarged in the eyelids, Yuruki's heart sank, and she could only cry in despair, she didn't want to watch Madara die. Unfortunately, in just a short moment, Uchiha Madara's body was submerged by countless sharp blades, and his life and death were uncertain. Mole City Xuanja, I must kill you. Yuruki has decided to kill, and Ryotsu bursts out, I can't wait to cut Mole Chengshuang into pieces. It's useless, Shihao in your Uchi. In the face of absolute power, even a genius can only fall in shame. Ma Chen Chuanjai is as imposing as a rainbow, he is the master in this battlefield, he has the power to control everything. Madara, is it really dead? Unable to feel Uchiha Madara's Ryutsu, Yuki's eyes darkened. She looked desperately at the ruins caused by the sharp blade in front of her, feeling weak and powerless. The death of Uchiha Madara represents the annihilation of hope and the broken heart. The heart is crying, the tears are about to fall but they are stopped. Yuki couldn't help but think of what Madara had said. We shouldn't shed tears. For the heart, it is tantamount to the defeat of the body. It is just 4.1 that proves that we have the heart, it is redundant. No tears, I must not cry. Not dead, I believe he must not be dead. Don't leave us behind, stand up and fight, Uchiha Madara. Boom. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight into the sky from the ruins. Ryutsu almost turned into flames, enveloped in all directions with majestic momentum. What's more, in the middle of the Ryutsu storm, a huge shadow appeared. More than 10 meters tall, it looks like a skeleton but is covered with flesh and veins. Each of the 4 giant arms holds a snake-shaped long sword, especially the Wu-Tengu armor, which is even more majestic. Susanoo. Chapter 118. Time passed slowly, and the red light that filled the air dissipated, finally revealing the true face there. Hey! How is this possible? Mole City Kenpaki's expression was serious, because he saw something that surprised him. Madara not only did not die, but was unscathed. A behemoth appeared in everyone's field of vision. Uchiha Madara is tall and tall, surrounded by red chakra. These thick chakra form a huge skeleton wrapped around the ferret. The skeletons are covered with textured armor. The flames formed by the chakra cover the top, creating a scorching wind. The whole skeleton is huge in size, more than 10 meters high, like a titan standing upright, possessing great strength. No matter who it is, the moment they see Susanoo for the first time, they will have an idea that there is no one to beat. The pinnacle of pupil skills, Susanoo. Being able to control spirits, you are really strong. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you wouldn't believe it. Uchiha Madara is full of momentum, his steps are steady, and he has no injuries. He walked towards the Mole City Kenpaki step by step, and said in a cold voice, when each pair of Sharingan has 2 abilities at the same time, this technique will also reside on the eyes, and this is the ultimate power of Sharingan, Susanoo. Madara's aura continued to rise and once again took control of the battle situation. The huge figure of the Red Susanoo became more and more solid, and finally led the crowd in front of them. The red flaming longsword seems to be able to pierce through everything in the world. That incomparable momentum shocked all directions. At this time, is the heyday of Uchiha Madara. The blue fluorescence was burnt by the flames, and the ashes were wiped out. In a blink of an eye, those thousands of sharp blades were burned up. The situation is reversed. Although Kenpaki of the Mole City can control the spirit, he is repelled by the flames and cannot condense into substance around Susanoo. In this way, he will not be able to launch a fierce offensive. What a frightening ability, simply invulnerable. Mole City Kenpaki's face was serious, and he felt helpless after casting Bankai for the first time. Especially those flames that are densely distributed on the armor are even more impenetrable. It is not a simple matter to control the infiltration of spirit particles. What's the matter? I seem to feel flustered from your expression. Uchiha Madara's aura continued to rise, just like the pair of Mangeki Sharingan was more like the gaze of death, making the hairs of Kenpaki, the Mole City, stand on end. Even though his hands were once stained with countless blood, he has never seen such a terrifying look in his eyes. Sometimes, eyes are the proof of strength. With one look, everything is settled. It's just a giant. Have you forgotten that the confrontation between the Shinigami is essentially the confrontation between the Ryutsu? Mole City Kenpeki waved his hands, and shouted with murderous intent, "As long as I am within the scope of my Bankai, I am the master, and I can control everything. As long as I call all Ryutsu, I can easily crush your defense. In front of my Bankai, any means or ridiculous tricks." Boom! The huge sound shook like thunder, and under the control of Kenpeki's mind, the blue fluorescence condensed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a majestic beam of light in a short time. "Let's be wiped out!" Mole City Kenpeki's palm pressed down in the air, and the tsunami-like pillar of spiritual light crushed strongly, fiercely destroying the flames on Susanoo. "Well!" Uchiha Madara let out a muffled grunt. Even in Susanoo's body, he still felt a strong oppression. However, the waist is still straight, and the fighting spirit is still strong. Under tremendous pressure, Uchiha Madara stepped forward unswervingly, shouting to the sky. Roar! This roar seemed to pierce through the sky, spreading endlessly to every corner of Rukanga. It is not only a voice, but also represents the determination and belief of Uchiha Madara. Supercilious, powerful in all directions, above the clouds. And all this, only he can do it. This is the voice of Uchiha Madara. Wherever the roar went, the Lingzi fell apart. In less than a moment, the proud offensive of Mole City Kenpeki was disintegrated. "Scary, you are so scary." Just like Yashiki Kenpeki back then, he is also a monster with a strong Ryutsu. Mole City Kenpeki's face was full of veins, and he said with a ferocious face, "Back then, he was also like you, a covered and invulnerable Ryutsu. Do you know why he died tragically at my hands in the end? That's because of another ability of my Zanpakuto, biofusion. I forgot to tell you that my spirit son can not only integrate any visible things, but also can merge into invisible things, that is the soul." Mole City Kenpeki smiled evilly. "I fused part of my soul back then, and my internal organs were strangled by the air blade. Now, his ending will reappear on your body. Equals G, Q_%. Mole City Kenpeki closed his eyes tightly, and immediately his body dimmed, turning into countless spiritual particles, and finally completely disappeared from Madara's field of vision. At this moment, Bankai's ability has been sublimated to ultimate, and Kenpeki can fuse with anything at will, even the soul is no exception. Suddenly, a strange scene happened, and all the fluorescence disappeared at the same time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara is feeling flustered. Obviously, Mole City Kenpeki has already launched an offensive silently. "Want to invade my soul? You are not qualified at all." Sensing a mysterious force passing through Susanoo, the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised a disdainful arc. After making a decisive decision, his left eye opened in vain, and a smear of blood slowly flowed down the corner of the eye. Suddenly, a fiery breath emerged from the void. That breath seemed to come from the depths of hell, heavy and oppressive, making it impossible to breathe. I saw countless hot black flames appearing out of nowhere around Susanoo. These flames move with Uchiha Madara's body, and then transform into a flame armor on his body surface. Amaterasu Black Inflammation. Amaterasu, the flame of hell that is said to be able to burn everything. If your ultimate ability is to turn into a spirit, then unfortunately, the winner of this battle will be me. Chapter 119. Amaterasu, the fire of hell that can incinerate all things. The pitch-black flames devoured everything, whether it was the moonlight or spirit particles, they were all wiped out the moment they touched the flames. The dazzling black flame, the burning flame will never go out. Kenpeki, Mole City, are you at your wit's end? Uchiha Madara's whole body is hidden under the black flame armor. Once any Jiangzi approaches, he will be mercilessly burned. Even if Kenpeki, the Mole City, is determined to invade his body, he will be swallowed by Amaterasu himself. Anyone can say big things. There is no flame in this world that cannot be extinguished. I want to experience the power of these black flames. Mole City Kenpeki's voice came from the void. Due to the reversal of the situation, he lost his usual calmness and even became anxious and irritable. Mole City Kenpeki tried his best to mobilize an overwhelming flock of all spirits to Uchiha Madara. No matter how strong you are, don't try to fight with ego, because if you do, you will definitely fail. Uchiha Madara was so calm that he didn't even move his feet. After only a few seconds, the painful mourning of Kenpeki resounded in all directions. Ah, damn it, these flames! His figure gradually solidified in front of Uchiha Madara, with a ferocious expression and distorted facial features, but his arms were wrapped in dense black flames. In the previous few seconds, Mole City Kenpeki launched a biological fusion in an attempt to invade Uchiha Madara's soul. Unfortunately, he failed. If you want to overcome the eternal black flame, you must pay a huge price. This price is not only the arm, but also the ecology. Everyone can only live in an irresistible trend, and there is only one destiny, which everyone has equally, and that is death. Once attached to Amaterasu Black Flame, there is no choice but to wait for death. Uchiha Madara looked down at Machen Chuanja from a high position, her eyes were full of contempt. He raised the Hoenn extinguishing fan and slammed it down fiercely. Seeing the round fan gradually enlarged in the eyelids, a madness flashed in the center of Kenpeki's pupils. Defeated like this, waiting to be swallowed by black flames? As the man who bears the title of Kenpeki, he will never be reconciled. Blood, this is blood, my arm was really swallowed by black flames. Mole City Kenpeki has a ferocious face, his arms are bloody and bloody. Although he was injured, he couldn't see any painful expression on his face, instead, there was a wave of emotion gradually brewing. A stream of condensed air flowed between the two of them, and the surroundings were silent, only the sound of the flame burning was so clearly audible. Finally, the simmering momentum climbed to ultimate, and the long-suppressed momentum finally broke out. Ha 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 ha! Mole City Kenpeki suddenly raised his head, roaring with a ferocious face. This laugh is unbridled, this laugh is violent and bloodthirsty, this laugh represents the madness of Kenpeki, the Mole City. He suddenly raised his hand, and roared ecstatically, Uchiha Madara, although I paid the price of an arm, but the moment I invaded your soul just now, I saw the secret in your body. You don't belong in this place at all, do you? Uchiha Madara. Mole City Kenpeki looks like a lunatic, the veins on his face are clearly visible, and every time he roars, he is accompanied by madness. At this moment, he discovered Madara's secret. Neither humans nor Shinigami, but hollow. No wonder you want to kill me, that's the reason. It's just, who told you that my body can only be swallowed by black flames? Mole City Kenpeki suddenly raised his head, and said in a cold voice, in Soul Society, kid above number 90 are extremely difficult to control, and one of them is listed as forbidden technique, because the prerequisite for using it is a burnt body. There is a great price to be paid to perform it. It is the cremation of the 10 powers, which is said to sacrifice had. Since I know your secret, I might as well tell you my secret. I am in control of a cremation. Mole City Kenpeki's eyes were condensed with madness, he ignored the arm burned by the black flame, pressed against Suzanu's surface fiercely, and shouted with all his might, Had S96, one knife cremation. Boom! A huge blade-shaped flame rose up, covering Suzanu's body in an instant. Although the chant was abandoned, and Kenpeki, the Mole City, was dying, the power of cremation with one knife still defeated Susanoo in an instant. Wow! Susan collapsed, and even Madara was seriously injured. His figure was staggering, almost shaky. But before he fell down, Uchiha Madara pointed out in the air, and a white thunder pierced the chest of Kenpeki, piercing his heart. Did I just die like this? I'm really not reconciled. Mole City Kenpeki's eyes were dull, and the vitality in his body faded quickly. He was desperate, but unwilling. Carrying the title of Kenpeki, but defeated by the chairman. What a shame this ending is. Even if I die, I can't let you stay in Soul Society, return to your place. Enduring the severe pain, Mole City Kenpeka controls the spirit sun to forcefully tear the sky apart. Suddenly, a dark voice appeared in front of Madara. Ha! Even if you beat me, you can't bear the title of Kenpeki. Exhausting his last breath of strength, Kenpeka finally closed his eyes regretfully and died. Before dying, all the spirit suns, good lees, turned into a gust of wind, and Uchiha Madara's body was sucked into the black cavity. Since Madara was dying, she couldn't break free at all, and could only watch her body being swallowed by the black cavity. No. Can't, never leave. Yoryuki desperately broke free from the shackles of Reiko, and instantly came to Kurito, stretching out his palm in an attempt to save Uchiha Madara. However, the moment the two palms almost touched, the black cavity is about to close. Looking at Yoryuki's gradually blurred palm, Uchiha Madara formed a bitter smile. When someone agrees with you from the bottom of your heart, that person is the most important person to you. Where there are people who miss you, that is where you belong. Did you just leave? Do not. I, Uchiha Madara, will never reconcile. Soul Society. I will definitely be back again. Chapter 120. Shrouded in black, the surroundings were silent. With the end of the Kenpeka title battle, everything returned to tranquility. Mole City Kenpeka died in battle, Uchiha Madara was exiled to Hueco Mundo. The ending of both sides was hurt, but it was beyond everyone's expectations. The desolate neighborhood was destroyed, and on the cold ground, apart from the river of blood that condensed countless resentments, there was only that indescribable bleakness. Why, you just left. Shihaoran Yoryuki was trembling all over, and the tears falling from the corners of her eyes seemed to be expressing the crying in her heart. All the endings have been written, and all the tears have already started, but I suddenly forgot what kind of emotion it was. No matter how you go after it, your face just passes by like the shadow of a cloud. Blur, fade, until disappear. Looking back at Muran, it wasn't until the moment he lost that he realized how important he was. Uchiha Madara, you were supposed to bear the title of Kenpeki, why did it end like this? Yoryuki's heart is troubled by desperate feelings, and although Uchiha Madara's figure is swallowed by the black cavity, it will always be engraved in her heart. She repented, she blamed herself, why she was so weak, why couldn't 087 break through the spiritual barrier? If you can fight side by side with Madara, the ending may change. Unfortunately. Yoryuki wept softly, never forgetting the moment before the black cavity closed. The palms of the two are almost touching, just a little distance away, they can rewrite the fate, but it's a pity that good luck tricks people. If I touch your palm, can I see everything in your heart? If I hold your hand tightly, can I see everything in your mind? So that's how it is, in the palm of your hand, is the heart. Yoryuki lowered his head, and tears fell to the ground, breaking the silence of the night. Every drop of tears sounded like an intoxicating elegy, and also like the painful note Zhongneng played a heartbreaking song of departure. Miss Yoryuki, don't be sad. Urahara Kisuk came to Yoryuki and could only comfort her silently. His mood is the same as Yoryuki's. Apart from sadness, there is only deep remorse and self-blame. Urahara Kisuk sighed heavily, at this time he deeply, felt his own weakness. In the face of captain-level battles, there is no qualification to intervene at all. If he could do his part in that battle, maybe the ending would change. Although Madara was forced to go to Hueco Mundo, although he was dying, I believe he will not die easily. Have you forgotten? He defeated Soya Mocho, and he is the man who bears the title of Kenpeki. Urahara Kisuk clenched his fists, determined inside. He believes that Madara will be able to be reborn from a desperate situation and return to the king again, and that day will not be long. Kenpeki? What's the use of that? Even if you can escape Jutou's pursuit in that state, Can you also escape Su's siege? Yoryuki's heart was as dead, and he didn't have any hope for Madara's life. I won't believe what I haven't seen. Just wait, one day, he will come back again. Urahara Kisuk looked up to the sky, as if he could see the figure of Uchiha Madara, that stalwart body, firm eyes, just like the bright stars in the sky, always illuminating the night sky of Soul Society. Brush, brush, brush. Suddenly, several figures appeared like ghosts. Kurako Shunsui, Kokaki Yinling, Jaishur Yukatake, and others have finally arrived. What's going on, Captain Yoryuki? Is the battle over already? Kurako Shunsui glanced around, and when he saw Mojo Shuanja, who had fallen to the ground, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly asked, could it be that the fluctuations in the battle just now were caused by you and Mojo Shuanja? Kurako Shunsui frowned slightly, deeply suspicious. He didn't underestimate Chihaoer and Yoryuki's strength, but she might not be able to defeat Mojo Soya just because she wanted to. So who killed Mojo Shuanjai? In doubt, Kurako Shunsui seemed to remember something, and asked eagerly, where is Uchiha Madara? Why can't he be seen? Since Uchiha Madara was released by him, the purpose of Kurako Shunsui's trip is to bring Madara back to Jinglingting apart from capturing Soya Mojo. Urahara Kisuk sighed heavily, Madara, he's gone. Gone? What do you mean? Kokaki Yinling's face was gloomy, and he kept holding Zanpakutet's sword hilt in his hand. He defeated Soya Mojo, but in the end he was plotted against by the opponent, and was swallowed by the black cavity and involved in Hueco Mundo. Yoryuki wept softly and kept replaying the last 10 scenes in his mind. Jaishur Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui, and Kokaki Yinling were silent. When Kenpeki, the mole city, performed a one-knife cremation, they could still feel the great power even from a long distance. However, even if he was as strong as him, he was beheaded by Uchiha Madara. If they hadn't seen Mojo Soya's body with their own eyes, the three of them would never have believed it. In addition, judging from the neat clothes of Urahara Kisuk and Chihaoer and Yoryuki, the two did not participate in the battle. In other words, Uchiha Madara did kill the besieged city by himself. Get up, Captain Yoryuki. This matter has far-reaching consequences and must be reported to Commander Yamamoto. Kurako Shunsui sighed that there was nothing he could do about Uchiha Madara's fate. The only thing he could do was to tell the Soul Society about this honor. Kill Machen Chuanjai with his own strength, and quell the rebellion. If it weren't for the black cavity, Uchiha Madara deserved to be the next Kenpeki. Jaishur Yukatake said earnestly, the Juban team was wiped out, and the captain of the High Ribbon team died in battle. It seems that the Soul Society has suffered turmoil again. Let's go, Miss Yoryuki. Urahara Kisuk patted Yoryuki's shoulder and could only comfort silently. Yoryuki stood up, looking at the back with nostalgia, the place where the black cavity was once closed. This time we parted, but we don't know when we will see each other again. Uchiha Madara, I hope you live, I look forward to the day we meet again. Don't worry, we will always protect your glory, which is worthy of Godi 13's eternal memory. Chapter 121. Jingling Court. As night fell, there was an uneasy atmosphere in the hazy night. In the middle of the night, the cold wind was surging, exuding a depressing atmosphere everywhere. As Captain Yamamoto issued an order, the panic gradually subsided, but a faint figure could still be seen in the spacious aisle. Most of them are the fresh blood of Godi 13. They wanted to practice in peace and order, but they did not expect to encounter a rare event in a century. Everyone has a hasty and anxious expression on their faces, and they seem helpless. Emergency assembly, emergency assembly. Captains and vice-captains of each division, please gather at the team building of the 1st Division immediately. Due to the performance of Bakudes 77, Tian Ting Kong Luo's sake, the majestic voice of Captain Yamamoto resounded from the first team building and resounded throughout the Jingling Court. When Yoryuki, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Kukaki Yinling returned to Jinglingting, they immediately reported the situation of Rukonga. Through Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk's description, the truth of the mutiny at this station and the details of the battle are finally revealed. Due to the unfairness of the rules of the Soul Society, Mo Chengshuang also had the idea of rebellion. The reason why he fanned the Rukonga residents was mainly because he possessed the ability to tear the black cavity and was able to lead the Rukonga residents on an expedition to Hueco Mundo. It's just that this kind of behavior is doomed to fail, not to mention violating the regulations of Godai 13, and even threatening the balance of the two worlds. The ending is already doomed, but Mo Chengshuang is also deceiving himself and others. A team house suddenly summoned everyone to tell you about Machen Chuanjai's rebellion. Captain Yamamoto's old voice resounded like thunder, resounding throughout the room. This voice was both heavy and contained an undeniable majesty. His sharp knife-like eyes swept over everyone's faces. Shihaoran Yoryuki, Egg Flower Relief, Kukaki Silver Bell, Kurako Shunsui, Hiki Boat Kiryu, Jaishur Yukatake. In addition to the first time, there is also Urahara Kisuk and the vice-captain of each team. They stood side by side with serious expressions. Whenever I face the eyes of Captain Yamamoto, I can always feel an invisible oppression. According to the information of Shihaoran Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk, the captain and deputy captain of the 11th Division were killed in battle, and the murderer who killed them was Soya Mojo. In addition, Soso Mojo also died. When Captain Yamamoto said these words, everyone gasped. Could there be Machen Chuang who singled out the Juban team and died? Who was able to kill him in such a short time? Could it be that the four captains joined forces? All the uninformed people looked surprised and speculated one after another. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. As for the hero who killed Soya Mojo, he is the third member of the 11th team, Uchiha Madara. Captain Yamamoto suddenly raised his head, and praised loudly, with Shihaoran Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk being hindered, even Yoryuki cast Bankai, but was still killed by Uchiha Madara. According to the rules passed down from generation to generation in the 11th squad, Uchiha Madara is the best fighter in the Soul Society, and he should inherit the title of Kenpeki. Everyone was shocked. As a member of Godai 13, they are well aware of the strength of Kenpeki, the Mole City. Even if he is a captain-level character, he is not fully sure of defeating him. And Uchiha Madara, who is usually low-key, has done all this? If these words hadn't come from the captain's mouth, I'm afraid everyone wouldn't believe it. It's a pity, fate tricks people. Captain Yamamoto swept everyone's face and sighed in a low voice. According to Shihaoran Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk's information, Mojo City Shuang also tore the black cavity before the temporary, and Uchiha Madara was also swallowed by the black cavity. I am afraid it has already occupied Hueco Mundo. Life and death are uncertain. Everyone suddenly realized, no wonder Uchiha Madara was not seen. They were silent and could only mourn in silence. Only Yoryuki's gloomy and crystal-clear expression filled his eyes again. She regretted it more than once, even blamed herself. Watching Uchiha Madara being swallowed up by the black cavity but powerless, the heartache is indescribable. Although Uchiha Madara's life is uncertain, his glory will not die. Even if he is not in the Soul Society, that glory still deserves the respect of Godai 13. Asking for flowers. He is the best fighter in the Soul Society and will be Kenpeki to all his teammates. Captain Yamamoto praised Madara without hesitation, and was able to make a huge sacrifice for the safety of the Soul Society. Even if Madara is just an ordinary third seat, this courage is also worthy of praise. On the other side, break the boundary. The moving pitch-black space seemed to have no end like an abyss. Nightmare-like memory. Bathed in blood, weak and powerless, in this boundless darkness, there is no way to struggle and no escape. Although it was the second time to come to the broken realm, the sense of fear still pervaded my heart. Dragging his exhausted body, Uchiha Madara fled desperately. 0. To escape, only by running away desperately can one save one's life. Once you stop, death will come. Only by crossing the boundary and escaping the black cavity can you reach Hueco Mundo, the place where the dream began. Last time I was here, I was cornered by Bear again. This time, with the honor of Kenpeki on my shoulders, it's ironic. Uchiha Madara moved desperately as the familiar voice sounded from behind. Woo 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 woo. Zuto is like a rampaging beast, advancing unreasonably in the dark passage. Every step forward, the baptism of death will accelerate. The road is just ahead, and the dawn of hope is about to usher in. As long as you seize the opportunity, you can survive. At this moment, the scene before entering the black cavity appeared in Uchiha Madara's mind. The direct palm-to-palm touch is only one step away. But this short distance is as far away as Cape Tianya. The heart is bleeding, the tears are crying, for everything that has happened, we must not give up so easily. One day, I will definitely return to Soul Society. Finally, before being swallowed by Kuto, Uchiha Madara came to the end of the black cavity. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the seat. Hueco Mundo, Bear again. We meet again. Chapter 11. Uchiha Madara started a non-stop process of fighting monsters. During the day, he absorbed the monster energy while watching Ashway and the others dig a hole. At the beginning, a few guys couldn't figure out the tricks, and the progress of the day was not as good as Madara's little finger. Later, Ah-ching, as the only girl, became more enlightened than the boys. This is Madara's training of their strength and technique, as well as physical exercise. Madara had some harvests while soaking in the hot springs. In the crevices of the rocks at the bottom of the hot springs, there were grape-like wild fruits. It was no surprise to Mr. Tiger. There were many such fruits, and they were not rare at all. The demon never eats this kind of fruit, because it is very difficult to eat, and Lord Tiger uses it as medicine. But Madara didn't think so. He walked around the bottom of the hot spring, collected a lot, and then ate it as an after-dinner snack. Uchiha Madara gnawed tree bark and ate wild vegetables in the original world. It is not uncommon for him not to eat or drink during missions. He is not picky about food, and he likes to try new things. It doesn't matter what you eat. Madara overslept that night, and the 4 children have already started exercising and he hasn't woken up yet. Of course Lord Tiger knew why. The fruit has an anesthetic effect, demons can't eat it, the drug farmers would pick some back and use it as an anesthetic, and after the fruit shrinks, the roots of the plant can be used as firewood. But Mr. Tiger didn't expect that Madara just got up late, as usual. Madara found that after eating this, Chakra's form became more solid, and the fusion with the evil spirit was better. After more than a month like this, the reputation of Uchiha Madara has spread far and wide. Everyone said that he is a very good monster extermination master. Even the nearby demons were beaten away a lot. Ashway was a little anxious. He knew the purpose of Madara's constant fighting, and he also saw 3 strange dots appeared in the master's eyes, which were Madara's hook jade. After the accumulation of time, Madara's 3 hook jade is also used as usual, and the physical condition of the 4 children has also improved a lot. Of course, Mr. Hu Mingli secretly added a lot of good things to the food. After being nourished by the hot spring, Mr. Hu finally didn't have to walk with his waist, and turned into a humanoid, an old man with a wrinkled beard and horns. After the initial training in physical arts, Ashway lost his composure, and the monsters around him were all driven away by Madara, so what will they use to practice after that? Madara remained calm, only when the little monster ran away would the big guy come to the door. On this day, he looked leisurely into the distance, and said in his heart, what should come will come anyway. Brother Madara, are you waiting for someone? Ashway asked curiously. Wearing a black robe, Uchiha Madara stepped on the top of a tall tree with 1 foot, and spoke after a while, today we will actually fight. Ah-ching, Madara, are you fighting again? The wooden stake set by Madara sent a sensor, and a monster full of monsters broke into their territory aggressively. This is the first time a demon has come in after moving to the new home. It seems that the other party easily entered the door, and Madara's defense did not work. Madara floated down from the top of the tree, and said to the children, "Go to the mountain to the west." As soon as the intruder saw that Madara hadn't had time to go mad, he saw the nasty man turn around and run forward with several tails. Could it be that he was scared stupid? He didn't even say the opening remarks, "Human beings are really weak." It was still a snake that was looking for trouble, but it was much stronger than the previous one. When Madara saw him from a high place, she found that this snake demon was powerful, and the snake's gallbladder and heart were light yellow, which was the condensed evil spirit. Symbol. Only powerful monsters can do this, and this piece of jade without the 4 souls, the monster power has already surpassed the previous one by a lot. Shui looked behind while running. He already felt the danger approaching, and instinctively trembled a little. The previous snake demon was already scary enough, but this one is even more fierce. Why did Master provoke each one more powerfully than the other? Brother Madara, that's Razor. I know. The chasing footsteps behind him roared, and the thick tail of the big snake monster hung on the ground. The speed combined with the 2 pairs of legs was extremely fast, even comparable to Madara's speed. Madara raised the corners of her lips, showing disdain for the enemy under the icy arc. If the opponent is too weak, it would be no fun. Since it is an actual combat viewing, then the little guys cannot be disappointed. In a blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountain col. The trees on the top of the rocks covered the sky. The snake demon suddenly stopped. This place is so narrow, it can't be used at all when fighting, but his skin is tough. More than a dozen will knock down all the surrounding rocks. Are you that Uchiha Madara? With dark skin, he was like a tower, with a pointed head. Except for the tail, he was a rough-looking human being no matter what he looked at. His figure is stable, and he looks full of monsters, and he can quickly switch between snake body and human form at any time. Standing there, half a body taller than Madara, the snake demon shook its head triumphantly. Human beings, aren't they scared? It's a pity that it's too late. You killed my brother. The snake demon thrust the weapon behind him into the ground, thinking that this thing is really difficult to use, but it is a good weapon anyway, much better than Sesshomaru's broken sword woolen cloth. It seems that those guys are also trying their best to get rid of this human being. He has lived for hundreds of years, and he was chased by several demon masters a while ago, and now he is full of anger and has nowhere to vent his anger. Now this man seems to be an exorcist too. Hehe, revenge for his brother is an excuse. Uchiha Madara's eyes only glanced at the snake monster, but turned to Shui and said, "Protect yourselves and take a good look." The little ones quickly found a place to hide, revealing a few heads. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and didn't even bother to make an opening statement. His long black hair flew up to the sky, and he stood firmly in mid-air. No matter how you look at it, he looks more evil than a demon. The 4 teenagers all inhaled secretly. Brother Madara is so handsome. It took only a moment to make a move and make a seal. When the snake demon noticed something strange in Uchiha Madara's eyes, it was already too late. He couldn't move. Madara only used 10% of his strength. He really wanted to know how powerful the chakra and demon energy in his body were, so he was trying. Chapter 122. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, only to find that he was already in another dimension. The sky was pitch black, save for an icy cold moon. The pale moonlight shines on the earth, and the surroundings are silent, only the silence of death. This oppressive atmosphere makes people faintly breathless, and it is filled with memories that have been forgotten for many years. The endless desert, the impenetrable desolation. Whenever a biting cold wind blows, there will be a creepy sandstorm. That's right, here is the Hueco Mundo that once made Uchiha Madara unforgettable. Accidentally, I went back to Hueco Mundo again. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Uchiha Madara sighed softly. This is a place without any rules, without any constraints, only 140 bloody killings and the strong prey on the weak. Death is nothing more than a commonplace thing here. In Hueco Mundo, power is the only thing worth chasing. Although everything is so familiar, Uchiha Madara still has a heavy heart, and it seems that there is an indescribable feeling hidden in the air. A barren desert with no end in sight. It seems to want to go to the end of the desert, more like a never-ending sea of sand. The figure of Uchiha Madara is like a small boat lost in the vast sea of sand, so insignificant. The road ahead is long, with no end in sight. Compared with the bustling Soul Society, Hueco Mundo is too desolate. There are no blocks, no houses, and no one. In addition to the withered plants, there is the pale moonlight like the face of a dead man. Today it is not because of the mole city Kenpeki, Uchiha Madara will not come back here again. Still, the vast difference between the two worlds made Uchiha Madara unacceptable for a while. One is a world of peace and goodwill, only blemished by the presence of the besieged city of Kenpeki. One is a world full of slaughter and blood. Apart from the endless devouring and fighting, there is only death that seems to be walking into the abyss. In contrast, even though Uchiha Madara is cold-hearted, he would prefer to stay in Soul Society. Grimjo, Neutra, Baragan, don't know if you are still alive. The figures of these three people appeared in the mind, and a cold light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. Although time has gradually passed, the hatred between each other has not only not faded away with time, but has become deeper like an abyss. In the beginning, the moment Uchiha Madara had just transformed into Uchiha's, Faligan's men, and Grimjo came to the door at the trial. It's just that they were so aggressive that they ended up being beheaded. At the moment when Uchiha Madara was seriously injured, he was almost killed by Neutra. Fortunately, the figure that has been buried deep in Uchiha Madara's heart has appeared. Nilu. That magnificent figure, that lake green hair, and golden green eyes exuded a charming temperament imperceptibly. Nilu not only has a sweet appearance, but also has a kind heart, which is where Uchiha Madara recognizes her. Whenever the cruelty of Hueco Mundo is mentioned, Nilu looks melancholy. Even if she is Vasto Lord, she is powerless to change anything, only to avoid indiscriminate killing of innocent people as much as possible. As a ghost, it is really commendable to be able to do this. I don't know if Nilu's stronghold exists, it may have been destroyed by Baragan. Uchiha Madara's face was heavy, and he couldn't help but think of the last scene he saw before entering the black cavity, which was Nilu's sad face. Now things are changing, but I don't know if we can continue the relationship. In fact, Madara's concerns are unfounded. After he was forced into a dark cavity, the lonely Star K suddenly appeared. He not only rescued Nilu, but also forced Baragan back. Even though Baragan is the king of Hueco Mundo, he still feels lack of confidence when facing the Wolf King. As a result, the lives of the three of Nilu are not in danger. Well. Uchiha Madara tried to move his feet, but let out a muffled groan because of the severe pain coming from his body. As a result of being cremated with a knife, he is still seriously injured even under the protection of Susanoo. However, this is not enough to take Madara's life, and his body is recovering rapidly thanks to Su's tenacious recovery ability. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara decided to target Nilu's stronghold. Once the body is healed, head to find Nilu. After all, Hueco Mundo of Nuda is the only one worth nostalgic for, and only that kind-hearted woman. Gradually, time continued to pass. Since there is no day in Hueco Mundo, Uchiha Madara does not know how much time has passed. The only good news is that most of his body has recovered and he can move freely. I don't know if Hueco Mundo will become stronger after so many years. Uchiha Madara took a firm step to the depths of Hueco Mundo, just as he did at the beginning, in order to evolve, in search of strength, and to persevere. In the barren desert, Uchiha Madara walks alone. He traversed more than half of the desert, gradually getting deeper into the depths of Hueco Mundo. Although he encountered obstacles in the middle, he couldn't cause any harm to him. Every step is accompanied by a firm will. That stalwart body seemed to be announcing the return of the king. After traveling for half a day again, Uchiha Madara stopped at one place. Only 4.1 has a bloody style there, except for bathing in the sea of blood, there is only endless killing. In Hueco Mundo, there is only one place where a huge number of voids can gather, and that is also the paradise of all voids. Minos Grande Forest. Upon reaching the entrance of the Minos Grande Forest, Uchiha Madara stopped. Many memories flooded his mind. In addition to the bottomless hole, there is also a former partner, Usse. Once upon a time, Uchiha brought great help to Uchiha Madara. If it weren't for him, Madara wouldn't know the existence of the Soul Society, let alone have the power of Shinigami and Zanpakuto. Now that he is back again, in addition to meeting Uchiha, Uchiha Madara will also bring him a sad news to fulfill the agreement of the year. Chapter 123. Minos Grande Forest, a primitive place where nothing but devour and kill, is a paradise for all imaginary. Except for the withered plants, there is only the oppressive atmosphere that makes people unable to breathe. Relying on the memory of many years ago, Uchiha Madara finally found the entrance to the Minos Grande Forest. There is no expectation, only the calm heart. At the beginning, after devouring the memory of a head, Uchiha Madara tried hard to get to the Minos Grande Forest, but he couldn't find the entrance. In the end, by mistake, due to Nuraganka's dying struggle, he fell into the depths of the Minos Grande Forest instead. Taking firm steps, Uchiha Madara looked forward to those savage howls that used to ring in his ears. Sure enough, the next moment, a familiar roar sounded. Roar! This voice is a roaring voice. A stone stirred up thousands of waves, and when this roar sounded, there were echoing roars from other corners. The roars came one after another, incessantly. It's like the death soul sound from the depths of hell, which makes people's hair stand on end. That is, only Uchiha Madara can keep calm. If it were an ordinary person, 22 would be scared to pee by the endless roar. It feels so familiar, I'm finally here. Minos Grande Forest. Even surrounded by Minos Grande, Uchiha Madara still didn't flinch at all, but smiled lightly. Returning here again is already a matter of change, no longer purely for killing, but to find old friends. Although only killing can make Uchiha Madara feel passionate. But for the current Uchiha Madara, the void in the Minos Grande Forest is no longer enough to hurt him, so it also loses the meaning of fighting. As if sensing the breath of Uchiha Madara, Minos Grande's footsteps approached gradually amidst the horrifying roar. Every step they take will cause the ground to vibrate. But the vibrating sound was a flat sound to Uchiha Madara's ears. It is no longer the kind of best friend who can sing the most beautiful melody in battle, and it is no longer that only blood can embellish the most dazzling notes. Just because of the difference in strength. Sure enough, it's still the same as before, the number of ghosts is so huge, but, too weak. Uchiha Madara stopped, with a disdainful arc raised at the corner of his mouth. Bastards, you alone can't make me appreciate the horror of the Minos Grande Forest. He stepped forward, screaming suddenly, a burst of hot ryotsu that almost condensed into flames surged out, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise sharply in an instant. Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and he unabashedly released ryotsu. That strong fighting spirit swept all directions like a storm and spread to every corner of the Minos Grande Forest. At this moment, the air seems to be blocked by ryotsu, and even time has come to a standstill. An indescribable will filled the air, invading every Minos Grande's body like a nightmare. Tenacious, persevering, passionate. This is the will that only the truly strong have. Almost all Minos Grande trembled, not even daring to take another step forward. Although the Jillians have low IQs, their instincts make them fearful, for fear of being implicated innocently. The Ryotsuo of Uchiha Madara keeps passing until the deepest caves of the Minos Grande forest. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of Jillians, Uchiha Madara stepped forward calmly, ignoring Jillian's gaze, and went straight to the depths of the Minos Grande forest. It's just that Madara's behavior angered the Minos Grande, the desire to kill finally overcame the fear, and they rushed to Madara with grinning teeth. "Beasts, do you want to dance?" Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully, and pointed out that a red flash illuminated the entire underground world. In just a few seconds, Zero swept away, and hundreds of Jillian fell instantly. Boom! Countless corpses fell down, causing the ground to vibrate violently, as if a thrilling earthquake had occurred. At this time, not far from the battle place, there is a hidden cave here, transparent and bright. Suddenly, there was a voice. "What's going on?" This shock. At the corner of the cave, a figure stood up. This figure is tall and burly, wearing a black death tyrant outfit and a black cloak with a skull. Wearing an antelope-like Ironclar mask, he appears mysterious and powerful. Shinigami Asido. What the hell is going on? Sounds like Minos Grande got killed. Asido was stunned. He could kill hundreds of Lien in an instant, except for Ajichas and even Vasto Lord. He couldn't think of any other possibility. However, why is this Ryotsuo so familiar? Could it be? There was a flash of light in Asido's eyes, his breathing became more and more rapid, and even his body couldn't help shaking. Although that Ryotsuo was infinitely stronger than in memory, it was still so familiar. The memory of those 3 months has already penetrated into the soul and will never be forgotten. Even after so many years, the figure of the 000 stalwart still appeared in Asido's mind. Uchiha Madara. It turned out to be Madara's Ryotsuo. Hasn't he disappeared? Why did he reappear? Asido looked surprised. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Baragan had spread throughout Hueco Mundo, and even Asido had heard about it. Unfortunately, after that battle, Uchiha Madara's Ryotsuo disappeared, and his life and death were uncertain. After so many years, Asido subconsciously felt that Madara had been swallowed by Baragan, although he was unwilling to admit it. "No matter what, I'm going to see." With eagerness, Asido jumped forward, and his figure burst out of the cave like a ghost. Shunpo. In an instant, Asido's figure disappeared into the dark cave. On the other side, Uchiha Madara has penetrated deep into the forest of Minos Grande. With his keen senses, he could feel a familiar Ryotsuo approaching rapidly. "Asido, that guy is still here." 21. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, stayed where she was and stopped moving. Not long after, a figure finally emerged from the shadows. When old people meet each other, their eyes meet, and they can see the expectation in each other's eyes. Chapter 124. Madara, you are still alive. When he saw Uchiha Madara, Asido couldn't help but stop. His body was shaking uncontrollably, his fists were clenched naturally, and he didn't even know that the bloodline flowed out because his nails pierced the skin. The excitement in his eyes was brewing rapidly, and Asido had mixed feelings in his heart. Excited, puzzled, and somewhat unbelievable. Many memories surfaced in my mind, and before I knew it, what Uchiha Madara once said rang in Asido's ears. "In a way, I can be called a Shinigami, I'm the ghost of the Uchiha clan. You know what is the most important thing when you are an ant? It's to protect yourself as much as possible, and then accumulate strength to climb up. Instead of wasting time on other ants for the sake of fighting for a while. Don't lose your fighting spirit in a hurry, or your life that your companion sacrificed so hard for is worthless. If you want to continue to sleep and sink, then do whatever you want, but I will take your life accordingly." Every word that came to mind made Asido full of emotions. At one time, he thought that Uchiha Madara was just a person who met by chance, and once they parted, there would be no chance to meet again. Hollow and Shinigami are originally incompatible types. And they are like two life trajectories that should be parallel, but for some reason, they intersect. This kind of hard-won intersection helped Usido get rid of his heart barrier and regain his dormant fighting spirit by accident. "Aren't you still alive, Usido?" Uchiha Madara recalled the scene when he left the Minos Grande forest. He didn't say any goodbyes, leaving only the phrase "don't die easily," and left. Now that they meet again, apart from the changes of the years, there is only the memory that has been precipitated by time. You became a Shinigami. Usido opened his mouth wide in surprise, and looked at Uchiha Madara's body in horror. That black domineering outfit deeply attracted his attention. Especially when he saw Zanpakuto hanging on his waist, Usido's arms trembled with excitement. There was a strong light in Usido's eyes. That is the dawn of hope, that is the dawn that clears the darkness, that is the light of hope. Finally found out. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and he said with great interest, "That's right, as you can see, I became a Shinigami." "What? You became a Shinigami? Didn't you get swallowed in the battle with the Baragan?" Usido's heart was shaken, and his heart turned into a turbulent sea. Although I had guessed in my heart, I still felt unbelievable when I heard the facts with my own ears. Uchiha Madara said calmly, "How do you think that kind of rat can devour me? The so-called Skeleton King is just an ant lingering in the tiny sky hiding in the void. It is precisely because of his ignorance that he regards himself as an invincible god. It is ridiculous that this is the only means for the weak to comfort themselves." Usido stared into Madara's eyes tightly, and said in a deep voice, "So, you have been to Soul Society." "Not only the Soul Society, I traveled all over Rukonga, and then went to Jinglingting, and joined Godi I-13, becoming a Shinigami." Uchiha Madara recounted his own deeds lightly, as if he was talking about some insignificant things, but Usido's breathing became more and more rapid. At this moment, a figure appeared in Usido's mind. His eyes were complicated, and he asked with anticipation and worry, "Since you joined Godi I-13, you must have met my best friend, Kenpeki, right?" There was no sound, and the atmosphere fell into a solemn atmosphere, as if there was a stream of condensed air passing between the two. "Is it Kenpeki?" Uchiha Madara was silent for a long time, finally shook his head regretfully, and said, "Unfortunately, Usido, he has died." "Sure enough. I have been away for hundreds of years, and I will never see each other after all." This news was like a bolt from the blue. Suddenly, Jin Yangziduo's mind went blank. Although Usido had warned himself countless times not to hold illusions before receiving Uchiha Madara's answer, it was a pity that when the bad news came, his heart was still as painful as a knife. At the Soul Society back then, Usido and Kiyashiki had a close relationship. Although the two had different statuses, they were close friends with each other. Even after Usido disappeared, Kenpeki still wanted to go to Hueco Mundo to find Usido more than once, but was banned by Captain Yamamoto. Over time, this matter was also shelved. Usido took a deep breath and asked solemnly, "Madara, can you tell me the truth, who killed him?" "Xuanzhai Mole City." Mentioning that person, a strong killing intent flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. If it wasn't for that guy, Madara wouldn't have returned to Hueco Mundo with a serious injury. Thankfully, the bloodied demon was eventually killed. Usido said in surprise, "Much in Xuanzha? Even that guy, doesn't that mean he is the current Kenpeki?" Uchiha Madara shook his head and said coldly, "No. That guy has already been killed by me." Due to being too shocked, Usido was speechless for a while. As a Shinigami, he knows the meaning of Kenpeki very well, and Uchiha Madara can kill a Kenpeki, which means that he already has the same strength as the captain. Restraining his fluctuating emotions, Usido asked, "In this case, why were you exiled to Hueco Mundo again?" "Exile? I think you misunderstood." Uchiha Madara clasped her hands and said defiantly, "Except for some circumstances, I have always wanted to set foot on Hueco Mundo again. Although compared to the quiet and prosperous Soul Society, Hueco Mundo looks dilapidated and desolate. But in addition to breaking through to Vasto Lord, there is also a hatred that can never be erased. Baragan, the Skeleton King, once forced me into menopause. Now, this time, I must pay back 100 times. Chapter 125. Are you going to the Void Knight Palace? Asido frowned slightly, without any hope for this idea. Although Uchiha Madara has captain-level strength. But the Baragan ruled the Hueco Mundo for hundreds of years, and it has become the belief of the vast majority of people. In addition to possessing supreme power, that unrivaled strength is also the reason why Baragan can rule Hueco Mundo. Especially the seemingly incomprehensible breath of death, which has killed countless Minos Grande in hundreds of years. It can be said that Baragan represents the history of the virtual circle, and it is not easy to beat him. Yes, I have never forgotten the hatred back then. Uchiha Madara's face was icy cold, and an incoherent killing intent surged out. Whether it is Shinigami or Uchiha's, this matter has nothing to do with status, but for dignity. I will cut off the chains of fate, and I will bear all the sins. I'm not anyone, and I don't want to be anyone. I am Uchiha Madara. Madara, although I recognize your strength, but Baragan is 157 Vasto Lord after all, it may be difficult to become famous based on your strength alone. Asido shook his head and said bluntly, if you rush into the Sui Palace, you will only repeat the same mistakes and lose your life in vain. You worry too much, Asido. I don't intend to go to Sui Palace alone. Uchiha Madara raised his head and said firmly, my purpose is not only to defeat Baragan, but also to replace him and rule Hueco Mundo. Don't you think Hueco Mundo is like a mess? True power. Asido was dumbfounded, and hesitated, become the new master of Hueco Mundo? That's a crazy idea. Uchiha Madara stared at Asido for a long time, and said earnestly, you must be very clear, if you compare the strength on the surface, Soul Society is much stronger than Hueco Mundo. However, although Hueco Mundo can threaten Soul Society, but has not been eliminated. In addition to maintaining balance, the reason for this is more because Shinigami lacks the means to open the black cavity. Speaking of which, the reason why I was able to return to Hueco Mundo is also because of some special reasons. And this is precisely the best use. Uchiha Madara is tall and straight, and said with burning eyes, once you can subdue the void in Hueco Mundo and condense them into a single piece of iron, that will not only end the chaotic order of Hueco Mundo, but also sublimate it to another level. I am the one destined to ascend to the clouds. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Asido couldn't calm down for a long time. What a crazy idea to replace Baragan as the new Hueco Mundo juggernaut. If you want to realize this idea, you must pay a huge price, and this price may even be death. Then what are you going to do? At this time, Asido was conflicted in his heart. He hoped that Madara would succeed, and he did not want to see Hueco Mundo end the chaotic order. As a loyal man, Asido does not want Hueco Mundo to become stronger. Asido, are you going to help me? Even knowing the result, Uchiha Madara still asked on purpose. No. As I said, I will not step out of the forest of Minos Grande. Asido was silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. His position is very firm, and his goals are very clear. Since the death of his partner, the only purpose is to stay in the Minos Grande forest to hunt and kill Minos Grande, to redeem the past years. Is that so? Uchiha Madara groaned in a low voice, and then smiled meaningfully, you are right, Asido. You once said that you would never step out of the Minos Grande forest in your life. I didn't expect, Spi, to be so many years old, can still stick to his heart. Ugh. Asido could do nothing but sigh heavily. If the only obsession in his heart is the friendship left in Soul Society, then when he heard the death of Yashiki Kenpeki, this bond disappeared. And he is like a walking dead who has lost his soul, and it is the best destination to stay alone in the Minos Grande forest. There are not many words, only the silent silence. This time, Uchiha Madara didn't persuade any more, but chose to leave silently. He knew very well that for a man with no distractions, only fighting was the best way to escape. For Asido, the forest of Minos Grande is both the beginning and the end. Fate, reincarnation, dependent rise and fall. One day, the fetters that disappeared in the heart will take root and sprout again in this barren land, until the moment when the land is in full bloom. Exit to Minos Grande forest. Asido stared at Uchiha Madara's back from a distance, and finally said, "Madara, be careful. No matter what, I believe you can do it." "I wish, but, Asido." Uchiha Madara didn't turn around, and walked straight forward, until his figure disappeared, and his voice sounded again. "I hope you live on as always. The sky of Hueco Mundo will change completely when we meet next time." The cold wind howled and the dust was flying. After leaving the Minos Grande forest, Uchiha Madara did not wander around the Hueco Mundo like a headless chicken, but chose a target with purpose. The stronghold that was once bloodied was also once part of Grimmjow's sphere of influence. Back then, there was a fight between Uchiha Madara and Grimmjow. It's a pity that this battle, which was supposed to be a happy fight, was forced to be interrupted because of the arrival of people from Sui Palace. Even so, Grimmjow still made a big impression on Uchiha Madara's heart. He likes to destroy and kill, but he doesn't take advantage of others' dangers and deliberately pursues fair duels. In some ways, Grimmjow is the best fighter and the most valuable soldier. Boom! Standing on that familiar hill, Uchiha Madara unleashes Ryutsu to his heart's content. That flame-like Ryutsu formed a beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Under Madara's control, Ryutsu formed a gust of flames that swept in all directions. As long as there is a ghost nearby, you can definitely feel this terrifying Ryutsu. As time passed, Ryutsu became more and more prosperous. At the same time, a figure kept approaching and finally appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. "Hey, Uchiha Madara, it's really you. I won't show mercy this time." Chapter 126. "Hey, Uchiha Madara, I won't show mercy this time." A figure stepped out from the shadow of the sand dunes. It was not a human figure, but a sharp-edged cheetah. Especially the gaze revealed by those blue eyes, like two sharp blades, containing indescribable arrogance and haki. "Leopard King, Grimmjow. Finally I find you." When Grimmjow saw Uchiha Madara, the corners of Grimmjow's mouth curved from the bottom of his heart. "This level Ryutsu, I didn't expect that you have become even stronger." Grimmjow's blood boiled with excitement, and he even raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. There is no need for too many words, this whistle contains the fighting spirit that has been suppressed for many years. The World War I was interrupted due to interference, which has always been Grimmjow's heart disease. Now that we meet again, the fighting spirit has not disappeared, instead it erupted like a torrent, out of control. Grimmjow couldn't see any fear in Madara's eyes, but a strong fighting spirit. It's a wonderful thing for Grimmjow, because he can finally have a good fight. "Are you exuding Ryutsu on purpose to lure me to show up? What a cunning fellow!" Grimmjow snorted coldly, feeling uncomfortable that his nature had been seen by his opponent. He was hunting a group of Jillian earlier, but when he sensed Uchiha Madara Ryutsu, Grimmjow's body stiffened, and then he trembled with excitement. Even after all these years, Grimmjow still has this fearsome opponent in his heart. Although possessing the high-speed regeneration ability, Grimmjow did not deliberately restore the scars left by that battle. Today, there are still traces of being pierced by the snake-shaped long sword on his chest. "What do you think?" Uchiha Madara stood on the dune, watching Grimmjow coldly. The bright moonlight shone on the black Siba suit, as if shrouded in a hazy sense of mystery. Whenever the breeze blows, the long black hair dances behind her. Although Uchiha Madara didn't move, his aura gradually rose, like a light that illuminates the night. Uchiha Madara's mouth raised a meaningful smile. He stood indifferently, with a calm look, but it caused great pressure on Grimjo's psychology. Grimjo frowned, his thoughts racing. We absolutely want to fight for a future without regrets. One day, we want Hueco Mundo to transform in the ocean, evolve according to our dreams, and finally become Vasto Lord. Grimjo, I believe that one day you will become the king of the Void Night Palace and the lord of this sky. Only you have the aptitude of king, only you can lead us to the future. Once upon a time, the words that his subordinates had said come to mind. At the beginning, Grimjo was just a weak Jillian, but he devoured it step by step with his tenacious will, and finally transformed into a leopard king. Once, Vasto Lord was like Kaika Suijutsu vanished. Once, the sky was out of reach for Hueco Mundo. Now is your chance. As long as you defeat Uchiha Madara, defeat him, and devour him, you can transform into Vasto Lord and become the master at the top of the food chain. No matter what, I absolutely beat Uchiha Madara. Roar. Shocking roar, accompanied by suffocating majestic Ryotsu. At this moment, the Ryotsu in Grimjo's body gushed out unreservedly, raging in all directions. It is really courageous to be unwilling to flee when you encounter an enemy far stronger than you. Uchiha Madara praised, however, courage is not the same as strength. It is just an excuse for the weak to deceive themselves. It's a pity, you alone can no longer make me feel threatened. He stepped forward, screaming suddenly, a burst of hot Ryotsu that almost condensed into flames surged out, causing the temperature of the entire space to rise sharply in an instant. Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and he unabashedly released Ryotsu. That strong fighting spirit swept all directions like a storm and spread to every corner of the Minos Grande forest. At this moment, the air seems to be blocked by Ryotsu, and even time has come to a standstill. Asking for flowers. Well. Even Grimjo, as an Ajichas, is still overwhelmed by this powerful Ryotsu. He curled up and tried his best to resist the strong wind of Ryotsu. How could it be that, in just a few years, he has become so strong? Grimjo's pupils contracted suddenly, facing the imposing Uchiha Madara, he felt an invincible feeling in his heart. The feeling haunted him like a nightmare, making Grimjo's eyes turn red. Don't try to defeat me with arrogance, I am the one who is destined to become king. Grimjo roared with all his strength, and burst out like lightning. The sharp claws pointed at Uchiha Madara's head. The momentum is good, but it is full of flaws. Uchiha Madara clasped his arms and said arrogantly, I said before, you are too weak, I can easily defeat you with just one move. Seeing that Grimjo's figure gradually enlarged in his eyes, Uchiha Madara stretched out his palm unhurriedly, and then swung the zipping knife suddenly. Not even Chikai, just a moonlight slash formed by Ryotsu's condensed slash, shining brightly, illuminating the suffocating night. Clang! The sword was raised and lowered, and the crisp sword chant sounded, and Zanpakuto was put back into the scabbard again. How is it possible, you became a Shinigami? At this moment, Grimjo clearly sensed another force that disgusted him. This feeling was born with him, as if he was inherently incompatible with vain power. The so-called weakness is a kind of sin. The so-called ideal can only be called reality by those who have strength at the same time. To become a master, it is not enough to rely on will alone. Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Grimjo in an instant. At this moment, the latter's body cracked a scar all over the body, and blood poured out like a spring. Grimjo fell to the ground dying, and when he looked up, he could only see the cold eyes of Uchiha Madara. Submission or death, which would you choose? Chapter 127. Tick-tock. The scarlet blood dripped continuously along the wound, dyeing the yellow sand red bit by bit. There was silence all around, except for the tearing sound of the wound. It seemed extraordinarily weird. There was a bloody smell in the cold air. Uchiha Madara stood over Grimjo's body, Zanpakuto's blade resting on top of his head. As long as Madara is willing, he can be beheaded in an instant. Surrender or die. This plain sentence contains the threat of death. At this moment, the mighty Leopard King really fell into despair. Kneeling at the feet of Uchiha Madara is like stepping into the crossroads of life. Two choices, very different results. To welcome death, or to welcome new life. A person's death is nothing more than an extra grave to the 460 in this world. But for those who depend on each other, the whole world is buried in the grave. Unfortunately, lonely Grimjo has no companions. In that lonely world, only killing and fighting are the best partners. However, because of this, even if he died under Zanpakuto at this time, he would just turn into a touch of yellow sand and be gradually forgotten with the howling wind. Such a death is worthless. I'm not reconciled, did it end like this? Grimjo's eyes were gloomy, and due to excessive blood loss, a cold feeling gradually came from his body. Especially the Zanpakuto hanging on his head made him feel even more desperate. It seems that there is no choice but to face death. Well, have you made a choice? Uchiha Madara stared at Grimjo coldly, without mercy. In this world of the jungle, only the winner is king. Surrender and killing, only those who can survive to the end are qualified to climb to the top of the food chain. Stop talking about such nonsense, do it quickly. In fact, you want to kill me too. You want to kill me, the person who tried to kill you, and you want to chop me up. Grimjo sneered, there was no fear of death in his eyes, only the unwavering will. Even when he was approaching the moment of death, he still felt that every cell in his body contained endless fighting spirit. Yes, do you think so? Uchiha Madara sneered, you are a rare opponent, although I can no longer enjoy the thrill of fighting. But if I kill you like this, wouldn't this boring time be less fun? He stared into Grimjo's eyes, and said word by word, don't you want to experience a more powerful force? Don't you want to experience the excitement of another world? Don't you just hide in Hueco Mundo so pitifully, avoiding Baragan all day long? Are you chasing after him? Uchiha Madara held Zanpakuto tightly, and shouted with burning eyes, follow me, I will climb the clouds of Hueco Mundo, I will bring the eternal light of Hueco Mundo, and I will give you a more powerful calendar. Look, this is the power you have never experienced. Let's dance, Hao Yan Fan. With the falling of the Jifang language, a blazing light erupted from the surface of Zanpakuto. The red light shone like a bright streamer, driving away the dreaded darkness and illuminating the dark night sky. The flame-like riots rolled in all directions, causing the temperature in the house to rise sharply, and the air seemed to be ignited by the flames, and there was a crackling sound. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and the innate haki surged out like Wang Yang, crushing the surroundings mightily. The black Siba outfit is automatic without wind, and the long hair hanging on the shoulders dances with the wind. The tall and straight figure is as straight as a javelin, and there is a strong aura in every gesture. Under the pitch-black night, the flames soared into the sky, as if the air had been ignited, and even the bloody smell hidden in the air was washed away by the high temperature. Under the control of his mind, this riot so continued to spread, rippling like ripples in the vast sea of sand, and finally penetrated deep into the depths of Hueco Mundo. This is enough to sweep the power of Hueco Mundo, and it is also the power king of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara waved the round fan, and a sandstorm suddenly set off in the surrounding area, which was so powerful that it completely cut off Grimjo's retreat. At this moment, Grimjo finally realized what a world of difference it was. With that suffocating riotsu alone, Uchiha Madara can dominate the Hueco Mundo, and when combined with the power of Shinigami, it is even more unstoppable. What's more, Grimjo suddenly remembered that Madara still seemed to have those mysterious eyes. Those eyes that can release illusion. The blood moon-like eyes reveal a frightening cold light all the time. Seeing such power, do you still try to resist? Uchiha Madara's eyes closed suddenly, 3 Tomo Sharingan emerged, and a mysterious wave came out. Looking into those weird eyes, Grimjo froze. For some reason, he felt that these eyes contained the answer he was struggling to find. That is the answer enough to be strong enough to evolve into Vasto Lord. It is not only the hope of survival, but also the vision of the future. Gradually, a ray of hope was born in Grimjo's heart. Ugh! Grimjo bowed his head, sighing heavily. At this moment, his heart was shaken. There was a time when Grimjo thought he was the one who could be the king. It's a pity that the cruel reality defeated him. Disasters always come one after another, which is the common sense in the world. Once Uzumaki falls into fate, there will be no one to save him except for self-struggle. If I die like this, it can only show that I am just such a man. Grimjo groaned under his breath, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. In the end, a wavering heart finally made a choice. He held his head up, bowed his body in front of Uchiha Madara, and roared proudly, I chose to follow you not because I am afraid of death, but because I want to master stronger powers so that I can kill you later. Uchiha Madara. From now on, you are my king. Chapter 128. From now on, you are my king. When this sentence came out of Grimjo's mouth, it represented that the proud heart finally surrendered. Since the birth of wisdom, Grimjo has been domineering, and has never taken any falsehood seriously, even Baragan is no exception. There is no other reason, just because there is no power to make him surrender completely. Time has passed, so many years have passed, and finally a virtual one that convinces his wish was born. Follow me just to gain the power to kill me? How interesting! Uchiha Madara chuckled disdainfully, not taking Grimjo's threat seriously. Compared with the ambitious Uchiha Obito, Grimjo's methods are too naive. An enemy with brute force but no corresponding city is not terrible. We are swallowed by ignorance and fear that we have no choice, and those things that are not stepped on are called the candle stream of fate. Only resistance is the best choice, do you understand? Uchiha Madara disarms the Shikai of Houin Mifen and puts Zanpakuto into the scabbard. He wasn't worried about Grem-22jo's counterattack, because such behavior was meaningless. If you want to convince a person sincerely, you need not only rely on strong strength, but more importantly, be able to control his heart. Grimjo sneered, "Chew, self-righteous guy." He got up slowly, and the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though his momentum continued to rise, there was no hostility in his eyes. For a proud person like Grimjo, once he chooses to surrender, he will not rebel easily. Unless he can compete with Uchiha Madara's power, he will only remain absolutely loyal. Unfortunately, that day will never come. If this is the only way left to go now, then we can only go to the end. Grimjo gritted his teeth, trying to calm his anger. Surrender is accompanied by hope, and perhaps this choice is the best destination. A world without sacrifice is impossible, don't you realize it? The hell we bleed into is called the world. Uchiha Madara stands on a sand dune, looking into the distance. And Grimjo followed closely behind him, listening attentively. No matter when, Grimjo can always feel the vigor that goes deep into the soul from Uchiha Madara. It is precisely because of this power that Madara exudes an irreplaceable unique charm. This kind of charm makes people bow, make people fanatical, and even make people worship. What are you going to do? Looking at the icy cold moon, Grimjo said in a cold voice, could it be to hunt the weak Jillian? If that's the case, I'm not qualified to follow. Hunting Jillian? Ridiculous. Uchiha Madara said disdainfully, that kind of garbage has no value, my goal is Baragan. What? Baragan? Even though he had a premonition, Shalimchiao still couldn't help shouting. Since the disappearance of Uchiha Madara that year, he has been facing the pursuit of Baragan. If it weren't for his good stealth, Grimjo would never have escaped so many times. Over time, as time has accumulated, Grimjo's resentment towards Baragan has reached a point of no return. The best solution is to stay alive. Grimjo sneered coldly, you dare to challenge Baragan, your ambition is really big. But this is what I should follow. Uchiha Madara chuckled lightly, really? Just wait, the sky of Hueco Mundo will be replaced soon. With a leap, the two disappeared into the night like ghosts. In a blink of an eye, a few days passed. In the depths of Hueco Mundo, the Void Night Palace, which is regarded as a holy place by countless people. The hazy night sky is accompanied by a desperate night. In the depths of Hueco Mundo, the Void Night Palace, which symbolizes power and sanctity, exudes suffocating silence everywhere. In the center of Sui Palace, on the towering throne, endless majesty emanates from the body on the throne. That seemingly inconspicuous figure is the king who controls the sky. The king of the virtual circle, the Skeleton King. Baragan Luzenbern. There was no movement in Nyoda's palace, even the breathing of Minos Grande could be heard clearly. Owing to being oppressed by the coercion emanating from the Baragan, the Minos Grandes below trembled, their eyes filled with horror. It was a fear born of the precipitation of time, and it was also an irresistible fear. Fear is a disease, once conquered it creeps into your soul, it has soiled your peace of mind. This unforgettable fear, like a nightmare, exists deep in the hearts of all Minos Grande, lingering. Charlotte Tekurafu, is the information you said true? Baragan uttered a heavy voice that broke the silent atmosphere like thunder. 510. Out of an instinctive reaction, all Su raised their heads at the same time at this moment, and cast fearful and fanatical eyes on the skeleton emperor on the throne. Charlotte Tekurafang half kneeled on the ground and said in awe, Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. According to the false news from the guards in the outer area, the reason why they were slaughtered was entirely because of those two powerful Ryotsu. Baragan tapped the skeleton throne with his fingers, and said in a deep voice, 2 Ryotsu? You mean there are 2 invaders? Charlotte Tekurafang nodded, a look of fear flashed in her eyes, and said solemnly, That's right, there are 2 intruders. One of them, Ryotsu, is the person we have been looking for a long time. Grimjo. It turned out to be that rat, it was just a small reptile, and it actually invaded the Void Night Palace. Baragan sneered disdainfully, he never took Grimjo seriously. Another Ryotsu. Charlotte Tekurafang lowered his head, with a slightly hesitant expression. Dissatisfied with his hesitation, Baragan said in a deep voice, What about the other Ryotsu? Tell me. Charlotte Tekurafang took a deep breath, and said word by word, Another Ryotsu, it belongs to Uchiha Madara. Your Majesty, that man is back. Chapter 129. Uchiha Madara. The seemingly calm and ruthless words carried a bit of unknown anger. Just like the eve of the storm, it is always so calm. Apparently, the Skeleton Emperor, who seemed calm on the surface, actually offended the Emperor by the name that hadn't surfaced for many years. Under the throne, the faces of all Minos Grande changed in shock. Facing the roar of the Skeleton Emperor, they didn't dare to raise their heads at all, for fear of offending bad luck at this time. It's just that even if they are silent, they are filled with fear in their hearts. Facing the risk of death, Charlotte Kurufeng finally spoke, Your Majesty, according to our investigation along the way, we found 2 bad news. What bad news? There was anger in Baragan's words. As the king of Hueco Mundo, the master of Void Night Palace. For him, there is no such thing as bad news. As long as he wants, anything is at his fingertips. Just because this piece of sky exists only for the Skeleton Emperor. Feeling the terrifying Ryotsu that almost suffocated him head-on, Charlotte Kurufeng lowered his head in horror, and said intermittently, According to the intelligence, Grimjo seems to have an inexplicable relationship with Uchiha Madara. How is this going? There was less anger and more confusion, and it was clear that Baragan's anger had subsided. Although Baragan has lived in the Night Palace for a long time and rarely visits other places in Hueco Mundo, he knows Grimjo well. That kind of arrogant person will not easily associate with others, let alone have other relationships. More importantly, Uchiha Madara and Grimjo are both Uchichas, and they are bound to be incompatible. Charlotte Kurufeng hesitated for a long time, and finally said the truth tremblingly, or, maybe Grimjo has followed Uchiha Madara. Charlotte Kurufeng wiped off her cold sweat, for fear that the Skeleton Emperor would blame her. However, contrary to his expectations, Baragan not only did not show any anger, but instead acted unusually calm. You actually followed the Skeleton Emperor. The deep voice was like the death knell, constantly wafting in this empty palace. Heaviness, depression, despair, dead silence. When the Minos Grandes below heard this voice, their bodies couldn't help shaking, as if they had experienced fear from the depths of their souls. Gilu. Charlotte Kurufeng swallowed heavily, not daring to make a sound. Having followed Baragan for decades, he knew that only when the Skeleton Emperor was furious to the point of ultimate, would he be so calm. In fact, even though Baragan is the king of Hueco Mundo on the surface, there are still many Minos Grande who do not obey his rule. And these thorny existences are not lacking in the top powerhouses. Grimjo is one of those thorns. Especially after that incident that year, Baragan poured all his anger on Grimjo. He kept sending his men to search for the latter, but he still failed to get what he wanted. Over time, this anger continued to squeeze. When Uchiha Madara reappeared, it was the straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, Baragan's eyes contained a monstrous killing intent. Anyway, absolutely, absolutely. Kill Grimjo. Your Majesty, I don't know if I should say another piece of news. Charlotte Kurufeng didn't dare to look up at all, for fear of meeting Baragan's eyes. Even though he was half squatting, his feet still couldn't stop shaking. Especially the ubiquitous horror Ryotsu made him feel the fear in his soul. Say. Pat. The two bone arms suddenly patted the skeleton throne again, and the figure that made countless vainly regard it as a god finally broke out in inner anger. Endless anger is breeding. The anger of the Skeleton Emperor will eventually spread to every corner of Hueco Mundo like an irresistible torrent. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Uchiha Madara, he has naturally Arankar. As if exhausting all his strength, when Charlotte Kurufeng finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, panting continuously. If it weren't for his own strength, I'm afraid the Ryotsu emitted by Baragan Invisible would be enough to suffocate him. Natural Arankar? How interesting. A mere reptile can evolve to this level. Baragan laughed back angrily, but that laugh made everyone's hair stand on end. Just like the roar of the ancient ferocious beast, it makes people's mind go blank and they are at a loss. Whether it's Grimjo or Uchiha Madara, once you offend the gods, how can you be forgiven so easily? In those dark eyes, there is a mad killing intent. The majestic Ryotsu gushes out from Baragan's body, sweeping around like Wang Yang. Feeling the unspeakable terror of Ryotsu, the Minos Grande were both awed and excited. When darkness sweeps across the sky, when the sky is full of stars and stars are shrouded in darkness, it indicates that the sky under this sky. Just like back then, there will be another sea of blood. On the other side, the outer area of Sui Palace. Brush. The sharp claws swung out, mercilessly tearing apart the body of a Minos Grande. At the same time, an arrogant and domineering voice sounded. Cut, it's rubbish. It's really reckless to try to stop us at this level. Grimjo greedily licked the blood on his body, and the smell of blood in his mouth made his blood boil. Following Uchiha Madara, the two of them went deep into the Hueco Mundo, killing a lot along the way. All the Minos Grande related to the Sui, Modhao, palace were all wiped out. Even without Madara's shot, Grimjo will kill all the extensions himself. In his view, the weak are not qualified to live in this world. Only power is the source of building this world, whether it is Shinigami, virtual, or any life, it is inseparable from power. The Minos Grande on the outskirts have been hunted down by me. As long as we go one step further, we will be able to penetrate into the sphere of influence of the Void Knight Palace. Before Uchiha Madara finished his words, he suddenly looked to the other side, and said in a low voice, "However, it seems that an old acquaintance has appeared." "Ha! I can feel his breath too, it's really exciting." Grimjo bared his teeth, warlike. The figure that appeared on the sand dune was also his dream target. Holy Weeping Mantis, Neutra. Chapter 130. TCH, it really is you two guys. A tall, thin figure with 6 arms and a scythe in each hand appeared before Uchiha Madara and Grimjo. Holy Weeping Mantis, Neutra. Grimjo, didn't expect you to follow him. Neutra suddenly appeared on the sand pile like a Shinigami. The 6 huge sickles glowed coldly. There was an undisguised killing intent on that slightly ferocious face. In fact, Neutra has been eyeing them for a long time. As early as Grimjo's Ryutsu was exposed, Neutra immediately rushed to the source of this Ryutsu. It's just that when he saw the behavior of the two of them, his heart suddenly turned upside down. As an Uchiha who has also lived for many years, Neutra and Grimjo have fought several times, but due to the similar strength, they can't help each other. Grimjo and Neutra have the same essence, both love to kill. It's just that the concepts of the two are very different. Grimjo advocates duels under fair conditions, and doesn't like to take advantage of others' dangers. Only by defeating powerful enemies under absolutely fair conditions can he obtain the greatest satisfaction. But Neutra is different, he not only likes to take advantage of others, but also discriminates against women, and wants to kill Nelly all the time. Such a person is not so much cruel and cold as a bloodthirsty lunatic. The cold wind whizzed past, and there was an icy glow on the sickle. Out of caution, Neutra didn't choose to make a move immediately, but instead looked for opportunities. When his eyes shifted to Uchiha Madara, he opened his mouth in surprise, and he noticed that Madara's face did not have a mask. "Are you as natural as Nelil Arankar?" The strong voice of questioning was accompanied by a bit of unbelievable panic. If Neutra saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe his eyes. In the battle between Baragan and Madara that year, Neutra played an important role. It was because of his deliberate guidance that Baragan transferred the source of hatred to Nelil and Madara. It has always been Neutra's hatred for not killing Uchiha Madara in the first place. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, Neutra chose to leave the country again. Despite being unafraid, Neutra still felt uneasy when he saw Uchiha Madara for the first time. Madara has a Ryutsu that is far stronger than Grimjo's, and even that aura is more ferocious. Unlike Grimjo's straightforward expression of fighting intent, Uchiha Madara's expression did not fluctuate, and he could not even see his inner thoughts clearly. And such people are even more terrifying. "Neutra Gilga, you want to kill us too?" Grimjo sneered disdainfully, not taking him seriously. "Tisk, Grimjo, since when did you have the guts to provoke me?" Neutra's eyes were full of madness. He couldn't wait to kill Grimjo, eat his body, and devour his soul, so that he could take another step towards the strongest. It seemed to be stained with too much blood. Even though it was far away, Grimjo could still feel the bloody smell from the scythe. The few drops of scarlet blood dripped from the luminous blade, and the crisp sound of ticking was like the death knell welcoming death. "The look in your eyes makes me very uncomfortable." Undisguised killing intent, accompanied by a roar, Grimjo's figure instantly disappeared from Neutra's vision. "Ring and turn. Just with this speed, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Neutra roared disdainfully. He waved the sickle with both hands, and danced in front of him calmly. Boom! The figure of Grimjo suddenly appeared, and the sharp claws flickered under the cold moon, and the sharp claw blades were like the big knives on the guillotine. "If you are not careful, you will cut off your head." Accompanied by the crisp collision sound, the first time the two fought against each other, a huge Ryutsu storm was formed, rushing in all directions like Wang Yang, asking for flowers. PK. The feet of the two of them coincidentally rubbed a conspicuous mark on the ground, and finally stabilized their bodies with brute force. At this moment, whether it is Neutra or Grimjo, their faces are full of horror. You have become so strong. The same sentence blurted out, and the hearts of the two were shocked. After many years, they played against each other again, and it was still evenly divided. Neutra, you are still the same. Grimjo sneered, the strong killing intent was undisguised. You are not the same, you are still so weak. Neutra shook his head contemptuously, and raised his 6 arms. The sharp sickle suddenly fell down. 0. Brush. The berserk Ryutsu condensed the slash across the air like a moonlight, piercing through the ground abruptly, and twisted downward aggressively. Damn, UBD. Just when Grimjo was about to make another shot, it was blocked by Uchiha Madara. Madara had no expression on her face, and just said indifferently, "Let me do it, Grimjo." But Grimjo hesitated for a moment, before finally taking a step back. Uchiha Madara stared at Neutra calmly, and said in a deep voice, "Neutra, do you still remember that scene? You vowed to kill me, but you couldn't do it. You shouldn't have thought of it. Now you are like me in my eyes. A grain of sand in this barren desert is so insignificant. Let me show you the power that can truly surpass this sky. The proud son of heaven, the iron city wall, the dragon's walk, the lion's roar, the tiger's roar, the wolf's run, cut off the world before it collapses." Bakudes 81, Splitting Void. As the chant fell, a white light curtain appeared out of thin air in front of Madara, easily blocking the slash. Boom! The violent Ryutsu scattered, but could not shake the light curtain. Uchiha Madara held Zanpakuto with his backhand, and roared to the sky with burning eyes. Let's dance, Hao Yan destroys the door. Chapter 131. Let's dance, Hao Yan fan. Accompanied by the shout that contained infinite power, a terrifying Ryutsu that made the space tremble burst out. The red light shone like a bright streamer, driving away the dreaded darkness and illuminating the dark night sky. The temperature of the air rose sharply, and the surrounding area seemed to be drawn into a sea of flames. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and the innate haki surged out like Wang Yang, crushing the surroundings mightily. Zanpakuto metamorphoses into a huge Uchiwa fan. And the mysterious fluctuations from the round fan made Neutra even more frightened. This power is the power of the Shinigami. Neutra held his breath, gasping in a stupefied gasp. At this time, he finally felt a sense of crisis that was unprecedented in April 20, especially Uchiha Madara's cold gaze filled him with despair. Now, do you think there is any hope of resistance? Even though Madara didn't make any moves, Neutra could not breathe due to the strong momentum. His arms were shaking, his eyes were blurred, and his consciousness was in a trance. Bean-sized cold sweat continued to flow down the back. Neutra's palm tightly held the sickle, and left pale white claw marks on the handle. He stood there helplessly, trembling all over, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Until Xi's icy cold wind surrounded him, his body was covered with an impenetrable look. Because of fear, so dazed. Neutra is like a plank that is about to sink in the torrent. Although it is constantly shaking, rotating, and resisting, it is finally washed away by the raging river. The unknown brings fear, and the strong are born in fear, and then worship the strong. This is the most fundamental law of this cruel world. The law of the jungle preys on the strong, bloodthirsty fights. No rules are the real rules. Only the strong can truly surpass the top of the sky. Along with being stared at by that cold gaze, it also means that Neutra is one step closer to death. Death means the end. Likewise, death means nothing. Neutra's body was sluggish, and a touch of madness gradually condensed in his eyes. In the end, he roared with all his strength, and the ferocious blue veins on his neck were clearly visible. I am not born a king, but there is blood in my bones that will not let me bow my head. He swung his sickle suddenly and roared to the sky, "Come on, what reason do you need to fight? Only the one who can stand at the end will live, it's that simple." With the madness in his eyes, Neutra felt as if his blood was burning. He is not afraid of death, what he is afraid of is not being able to die in the hands of the strong. Now, this long-cherished wish can finally come true. Putting in the last effort and shedding the last drop of blood is the most perfect ending. However, Uchiha Madara responded with his usual calmness. "What's your expression? Haven't you already experienced the gap between us?" Uchiha Madara waved the Houin fan, an intense red light gushed out from it. "Fire style, Phoenix Mike." With the rapid flickering of the fan, a ball of flame. The scorching flames devoured everything, whether it was the moonlight or spirit particles, they were all burned into ashes the moment they touched the flames. The gorgeous and dazzling flames represent the intense flames contained in the Houin Mi fan. "Damn it, you're too much of a bully, Uchiha Madara." Facing the menacing flames, Neutra's face changed in shock, as he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. His 6 arms danced together, and a golden flash condensed on the tip of his tongue. "Zero." At this time, Neutra was like a deranged lunatic, roaring at the top of his voice, "You two go to hell. No one can trample on my dignity, even if you have the power of Shinigami. Grimmjow, Uchiha Madara, watch Zero devour your bodies and die in endless despair." The angry sound spread throughout the space, like the song that broke the darkness. It seems that as long as the lives of the two are wiped out in the darkness, the world will naturally seem to be singing and dancing. However, this is just Neutra's wishful thinking. "I've said it before, your strength is nothing but a joke before me." Seeing that the golden flash was getting closer and closer, Uchiha Madara only smiled slightly, and held Houin Mifan with his backhand, blocking him in front of him. The moment the flash hit Houin Mifan, Uchiha Madara's voice also sounded. "Uchiha rebound." In an instant, the red light seemed to be absorbed by a mysterious force, and then rebounded violently, blasting towards Neutra heavily. Boom! The golden flash blasted out in the opposite direction, knocking Neutra's body into the air. Wow! Neutra spat out a mouthful of blood, his body fell to the ground like an arrow spinning. What ability is this? Even Grimmjow was shocked by the appalling sight. He had heard that Nilou had the ability to replay Zero, but he had never heard of the ability to bounce Zero back. Thundering chariot, gap in the spinning wheel, this thing has clusters of light divided into 6. 61 of Bakud, army. In the void, a beam of light appeared out of thin air, turned into 6 paths light sheets and shot towards Neutra quickly, binding him firmly in midair. "Damn it, what kind of trick is this?" Neutra looked 0.5 in shock, he had never seen such a weird move. He desperately found that the more he struggled, the stronger the shackles of the Liuzang light prison became. In less than a moment, Neutra's body was bound tightly, unable to move at all. "This battle is over. Ring and turn." Uchiha Madara came to Neutra silently, pointing at his heart. "With a little force, Neutra's life can be easily taken away. You lost." Without too many words, Houin Mishan is about to go down. At this moment, a beautiful sound like a silver bell, like an angel from heaven suddenly sounded. "Uchiha Madara, hurry up and stop." Chapter 132. Uchiha Madara, stop. Accompanied by the sudden sound of an angel from heaven, Uchiha Madara's movements stopped in vain. Everything seemed to have fallen into a stillness, only the voice was constantly transmitted in mid-air. As if at the moment of meeting, when this voice sounded, Uchiha Madara was saved. In the reincarnation of fate, when this voice sounds again, it means that the old people meet again. "You finally appeared. Nilou." The arm eventually dropped, and Uchiha Madara didn't make the kill. He turned around quietly, but saw the figure buried in his heart. That Myoman figure came into view, containing a special charm. That lake green hair fluttering in the wind added a bit of charm to her. There are rose-colored horizontal lines on the face that can be broken at the fingertips, which looks mature and youthful. Especially those golden green eyes, people can't help giving birth to a kind of compassion. Although the ability 22 is quite powerful, but the character is simple, cute, kind, and unwilling to kill. As the aloof Vasto Lord, he is unwilling to kill at will, and maintains his bottom line and principles from beginning to end. Nelly Lu. Nilo. Uchiha Madara. Looking at each other, the companionship of life and death, the tragic parting, and the memories of the past all came to mind. At the beginning, in the moment of life and death crisis, Nilil extended a friendly arm to Uchiha Madara. "Do you want to grow my partner?" At that time, looking at Nilu's kind and beautiful face, Uchiha Madara fell into a daze. It's not because of Nilu's beauty, but because there is such a kind heart in the exposed Hueco Mundo, which Uchiha Madara never expected. Perhaps because he has experienced too much killing and bloodshed in this cruel world, Uchiha Madara has become accustomed to the law of the jungle where the weak prey on the strong. When Nilu showed the unique kindness and innocence of human beings, he felt a little uncomfortable. This world is so unexpected. And that charming smile seemed to add a beautiful landscape to this barren world. Although it is a void that lacks a heart, it has a heart that is far more kind than a human being. Faced with the persecution of the Skeleton King, Nilu fought desperately to let Uchiha Madara escape from the clutches of Baragan. It's a pity that she didn't get what she wanted in the end, which is also an important reason why Nilu has been brooding over the years. There was a smile on her desperate face, and there was too much emotion in this smile. There is the guilt of being unable to save the past, the deep hatred for Baragan, and the joy of reunion. Although they didn't get along for a long time, the figure of Uchiha Madara took root in Nilu's heart like a seed. No matter how the years pass, no matter how time passes, the only thing that remains the same is the caring heart. Even after so many years, Nilu still can't forget the person who made her feel different. "I left in a hurry that year, but there were too many regrets. Now that the old people meet each other, everything is silent. There are no traces of starlight in the dark sky, but the caring heart has already flown quietly. Missing is the trace of flying, and the only fire that illuminates the night sky. Missing is like the bright starlight in the dark night. Missing is like the fetters planted in the soul. Missing is like waiting in the cold moon. Missing is like the best way to heal wounds. When you are alone, you still have to guard the thoughts in your heart." That moving smile contained countless strands of affection. "Everything is just waiting for your return. You are finally back." There was always that beautiful and moving smile on the corner of Nilu's mouth. Although she didn't show any abnormalities, her trembling body already showed everything. For a long time, Mother has firmly believed that Uchiha Madara will return to Hueco Mundo. This feeling has finally become a belief after years of wearing away. Unshakable faith, unwavering faith. She believed that one day that man would come back again, just because of the words he left behind. Even if it's Soul Society, even if it's Jutsu, it's okay, the only regret is that I couldn't kill you, the king of the virtual circle. Hueco Mundo, I will come back again one day. After leaving this sentence, the never-ending black cavity was closed, and it was far away from the circle. However, Nilu has always believed that that day will not be too far away. Some hatred will always be remembered, even if it has been buried for a long time and destroyed, it is destined to float in the heart again, just like the phoenix nirvana. Once the flame of hatred is ignited again, the ending will definitely be suffocating. Just because that was the man she had placed high hopes on. "I'm back again, Nilu." After seeing Nilu, Uchiha Madara's long and cold face burst into a heartfelt smile. Maybe it's out of that kind heart, maybe it's the common ideal of wanting to prevent unnecessary killings. For this kind woman who saved her life back then, Madara has a special feeling. "Great, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. A blush appeared on Nilu's cheeks, making her look glamorous and charming. At this moment, her heart was immersed in the joy that she had not seen for a long time, and she could not calm down for a long time. Why, a mere woman is above my head. Neliel, I don't care about your rescue. Seeing Nilu's figure, Neutra roared angrily. By coincidence, although his life was saved by Nilu, he felt extremely humiliated. Kill me, Uchiha Madara. Even in death, I will not accept a woman's salvation. Neutra closed her eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. However, his behavior was ignored by Uchiha Madara, and Madara's cold and merciless voice kissed in his ear. In this cruel world, the weak can't even choose how to die. It's so sad that you are so weak that you can't even die. Chapter 133. The weak cannot even decide how they die. Neutra fell to the ground in despair, as if only this sentence was constantly circling in his mind. That's right, in the face of overwhelming strength, he couldn't even escape, let alone stand up and fight again. Without strength, after all, it will only be like a yellow sand in the vast barrenness, so insignificant, so inconspicuous. Damn, why do you keep humiliating me over and over again? Neutra gritted his teeth. On that night many years ago, he was ridiculed by Nilu, which has always made him bitter. Unexpectedly, many years later, he was ridiculed again, which frustrated him with strong self-esteem. Let him go, although Neutra's personality is more brutal, but he is an Uchiha after all. It is rare for a virtual circle to evolve to this level. Nilu stared at Neutra quietly, sighed heavily, and said, as you can see, with his weak strength, he can't make any waves, so let him go. It's not that Nilu has special feelings for Neutra, but that he is kind and doesn't want to see more killings. After all, Neutra was able to get to this point entirely because of devouring thousands of animals. If it is obliterated like this, it represents the sacrifice of other ghosts in vain, and such killing does not have any meaning. Tch, Neliel. That's just your one-sided opinion. If it wasn't because we were better than him, we would be the ones who were devoured. Grimjo sneered disdainfully, put away your kind heart, this is Hueco Mundo, there is only killing and blood here. Hueco Mundo, there is no theme, only endless killing and devouring. If you want to transform into Uchiha, you have to walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood to evolve smoothly. In such an unfettered world, any kindness and mercy are superfluous, just because this world is built on power. Without strength, there is no qualification to live. But Nilu still wanted to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, she hesitated to speak. When she saw Uchiha Madara's cold eyes, she finally chose to remain silent. Indeed, in this barbaric world, any pity and kindness are superfluous. It will not only become a stumbling block on the road of evolution, but also bring unexpected crises. Ugh! Apart from sighing, Nilu could only shift her vision to the distance. She knew that Neutra would not escape being swallowed. When he provoked Uchiha Madara, this fate was already doomed. I'll wait for you at that stronghold, Madara. Seemingly unwilling to see the killing, Nilu sadly left a word before turning and leaving. Although she hates killing, she does not object to this practice. After all, devouring evolution is the instinct of every strong person. What's more, once Neutra is devoured, with the potential of Uchiha Madara, it is very likely to transform into Vasto Lord. In this way, the new Vasto Lord will finally be born, and the Hueco Mundo will change the game. Damn! Neliel, why do you decide my life or death? Even if I die like this, it's none of your business. I can't be defeated, I'm the worst. Neutra proudly raised his head and roared to the sky. This roar contains his will, and also contains his last hope. Neutra knew exactly what was coming to him. Death, withered like a flash in the pan. In the end, it turned into a petal that sank into the soil and fell sadly. The pitiful ending and sad life are all because of the inhuman heart. Brush. Uchiha Madara swung the blade crisply and without mercy. Clang! The 6 arms were broken, and the gleaming sickle fell into the sand with a crisp sound. The piercing pain came into the mind, causing Neutra to cry out in pain. When he tried to use the ability of high-speed regeneration to recover, he was eroded by the scorching flame again. This feeling that life is worse than death is even more painful than death. There is no absolute good or evil in this world, only choices made for the sake of power. Uchiha Madara raised his arm, pointed the sharp blade at Neutra's head, and said calmly, "With your strength, it's just this floating ups and downs. And this floating journey is over. I will absorb your power and climb onto this untouchable land." The blade swung down without hesitation, piercing through Neutra's body. Well! At this moment, Neutra's eyes were silent, and the vitality in his body was passing away rapidly. His heart was pierced by Zanpakut, which means, his end is death. Sadness is not because of death, he can accept death. What is sad is that he can no longer see the scene where his hands are covered with blood. Being sad because of bloodthirsty is not seeing death as horrible. Death can take away everything externally. Whether it's emotion, fetters, or negative emotions, or even that empty heart. Farewell, Neutra, the biggest mistake you ever made was messing with the wrong person. In Neutra's desperate gaze, a red flash pierced his chest. At this moment, Li Hao finally felt the feeling of death. This feeling, like being in that gorgeous and flying illusion, is so disgusting, my. Boom! The vitality in the body finally completely disappeared. Neutra closed his eyes in despair, and fell to the ground sadly. The once mighty Uchiha fell, and his death was not an end, but a stepping stone, the key to Uchiha Madara's transformation into Vasto Lord. "What are you going to do?" Grimjo asked quietly, not intending to snatch the body. To be able to see the birth of the new Vasto Lord makes his blood churn violently. "What do you think?" Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, and when he stepped in front of the corpse, he pointed out his fingers in the air. An array of light shrouded the corpse, waiting for the devouring to come. Chapter 134. Spirit particles surged and fluorescent lights flickered. As time goes by, light blue fluorescence breaks the silence of the night. Due to being gradually shrouded in blue fluorescence, Neutra's body died bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into the purest spirit. Is this the power that Uchiha has? It's really different. Uchiha Madara's eyes were burning, and even he was extremely excited at the close distance. The primordial buried deep in the blood gradually wakes up, and everything seems to return to that time. When Hueco Mundo was first reborn, Uchiha Madara was like a lost lamb who knew nothing about the world. When it was devoured for the first time, it seemed to be called by an instinct. This call came from the depths of his soul, prompting him to devour the void. Today, that feeling is born again. That is the feeling of penetrating the bones and reaching the nerves, that is the feeling that can make the blood spurt, that is the feeling that can make the blood surge. That's the feeling of power. It's this feeling of being able to touch the clouds, just devour it and transform into Vasto Lord. Uchiha Madara's eyes were burning, and even his body couldn't stop trembling. 3770 Guyo Sharingan emerged, and a powerful momentum rose from the ground. Roar! He looked up to the sky and roared, sending out a hearty and dripping roar. Perhaps it was suppressed for too long, but when the momentum was fully released, it penetrated the clouds and reached every corner of Hueco Mundo. Even in the distant past, no matter how tragic the reason for fighting was, it was nothing but the tendency of power. For every screaming void, this dark night sky is their hometown. At least this land will never be able to beat anyone. No matter who it is always qualified to be on the throne and step on the clouds, and transforming into Vasto Lord is the first step. Now, Uchiha Madara is finally about to take a crucial step. This also means that pupil power will change at this moment. A spiritual beam of light emerged from Uchiha Madara's fingertips. When the energy transformed by Neutra touched the spiritual beam, all of it was absorbed, and immediately turned into the purest energy and was absorbed by Madara. Seeing this scene, Grimjo sneered mercilessly, "Neutra, what a poor fellow." "No, you're wrong, Cherim." Uchiha Madara's eyes were deep, and he said coldly, "Whether it's Shinigami or Su, living is for atonement, and being weak is the greatest sin. This world is ruled by the strong, and who cares about the death of an unknown guy?" Grimjo seemed to have realized something, and agreed, "Yes, if there is no power, living is also a sinful act." In this way, he quietly stood aside, waiting for Uchiha Madara to devour the power. As the knight protecting the king, Grimjo has no second thoughts. Even if there is a chance to make a shot, he will not wait for the opportunity to make a shot, because this conflicts with the fairness he advocates. Eventually, the spirit particles disappeared bit by bit, entering every cell in Uchiha Madara's body. Pupated into a butterfly, nirvana in fire. Memory, power, and spiritual particles were all injected into Madara's body. When all the spirits were integrated into Uchiha Madara's body, he finally completed his transformation, and the long-awaited evolution finally came. A black white of the eyes transformed from the pupils, and then turned into a black guyu. 3 separate hooks rotate around the pupil, and the turning track seems to contain endless pupil power. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Not only that, but accompanied by a shocking pupil power, Sanguyu transformed into Manjiki Sharingan in vain. Even though Uchiha Madara didn't radiate pupil power on purpose, Grimjo still trembled uncontrollably even if he didn't, meet his gaze, and didn't even want to meet his gaze. It was a kind of fear from the soul, a resistance born of fear. There seems to be an intuition that just seeing Madara's eyes will destroy the soul. This feeling is even stronger than Ryutsu's. That's right, the increase in pupil power represents the re-evolution of Manjiki Sharingan. After transforming into Vasto Lord, he also evolved into Eternal Manjiki with his eyes. It is not only a qualitative change in pupil power, but also represents the ushering in light in the darkness. After many years, Uchiha Madara ushered in the eternal light again. Back then, the darkness disappeared, and due to excessive use of the eyes Madara almost lost its light. At the last moment, thanks to Izuna's sacrifice, he gave his eyes at a critical moment, allowing Madara to master the supreme pupil power and set foot on the pinnacle of the ninja world. Today, Izuna is still there, and the bond is still there. The difference is that Madara no longer needs Izuna's sacrifice. With his own power, he once again controls the light. While the eyes evolved, the body shape changed again. In the void, countless black flames emerged out of thin air, and attached to Uchiha Madara's body under Grimjo's horrified gaze. As if driven by a mysterious force, Heian turned into the armor of Wu Tiangu. In a blink of an eye, Madara's appearance changed into a majestic warrior. More importantly, black flame condensed into 4 black flame arms on both sides of his body, each holding a black flame long blade. The momentum is mighty and extraordinary, as if the gods descended from the earth. Suzanu's final form, representing the powerful force of destruction and destruction. In the ninja world, Wu Tengu is a legend, and no one has ever survived after seeing its true face. Roar! Every cell in the body was burning, and feeling the continuous power, Uchiha Madara couldn't help roaring to the sky. This strong Ryutsu actually formed a beam of light, bursting out from Uchiha Madara's body, and even the nearby range could be affected by Ryutsu. The terrifying Ryutsu frightened the surroundings, as if showing the power of Uchiha Madara. Meanwhile, when Uchiha Madara's Ryutsu shot straight into the sky, it caused an uproar within Hueco Mundo. Chapter 135. As Uchiha Madara's Ryutsu surged around, there were mixed reactions from all over the Hueco Mundo. Because Madara didn't hide her own Ryutsu, and let them flock to every corner of Hueco Mundo, no matter where she is, she can still feel the suffocating horror of Ryutsu. Located in a hidden area in the center of Hueco Mundo, this place occupies a small area but stands a tall building. Compared with the barren desert around, this stronghold seems like a solitary boat in the vast sea of sand, giving birth to a new kind of hope. In the stronghold, Pexu and Dong Chaka walked around the round table, with a look of shock on their faces, and they kept muttering, "How could this happen? This is definitely a hallucination. We have hallucinations. How can that man will appear again, and this Ryotsuo is even more unlikely to appear? The man they are talking about is naturally Uchiha Madara, who is back from Gai. In that unforgettable battle back then, Dong Chaka and Pexel escaped from the dead and recovered alive from the skeleton emperor. Until now, this matter is still buried in their hearts, and they can't forget it for a long time." Previously, when Nilu came back, seeing Nilu with a gloomy face, the two followers couldn't control their curiosity, and finally asked aloud, but Nilu refused. Not long after, the terrifying Ryotsuo that was comparable to Vasto Lord appeared, making the two of them even more panicked. Uchiha Madara, how did he suddenly appear and become Vasto Lord? Don Chaka kept shaking his head, as if he wanted to wake up from the hallucination, but he didn't. "Oh, it seems that what Master Nilu said is true, that man is back." Pygzu's eyes flickered, and he said solemnly, "I'm afraid Hueco Mundo will have an accident when he appears this time. With Uchiha Madara's character, he will definitely not let go of what happened back then. Maybe a new king of Hueco Mundo will be born." Dong Chaka's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in a deep voice, "You are not joking, are you? Uchiha Madara will become the new king of Hueco Mundo? How is this possible? Even Lady Nilu has no hope, a mere one who just how could the born Vasto Lord do it?" However, Pexel shook his head, denied his point of view, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, he did just become Vasto Lord. But have you forgotten when we met a few years ago? At that time, Uchiha Madara was just transformed. Uchiha has risen rapidly in just a few years. Is this speed unique?" "Oh, you're right. It took less than 10 years for him to become Vasto Lord from birth. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, it would be unbelievable." Dondi Chaka sighed heavily and fell into silence. Being able to rise rapidly in a short period of time shows that Uchiha Madara has the talent of king from the very beginning, and all such people are the top powerhouses in Hueco Mundo. In the depths of the stronghold, in the room belonging to Nilu, there was a heavy sigh. Ugh! Nilu sat alone on the edge of the steps, lamenting worriedly. The moment she sensed Uchiha Madara Ryotsu, she knew the outcome of that battle. Noitra could not escape Shinigami's claws and was completely swallowed. From the time of Minos Grande, Noitra and Nilu have had many entanglements. Due to the strong discrimination against women, Noitra has always wanted to kill Nilu, but has never been able to do so. After hundreds of years of growth, Nilu finally became Vasto Lord, but Noitra still followed her footsteps, just in Uchiha's. The huge gap in strength made Noitra helpless in front of Nilu. After a sneak attack failed, Noitra insisted on begging for death, but Noitra refused. "My sword blade does not exist to kill innocent people indiscriminately, you should give up." This seemingly understatement of the words, but deeply hurt Noitra's heart, making him angry and completely resented Nilu. Now, with him being obliterated, all this has finally come to naught. The reason why Nilu sighed was not because she had special feelings for Noitra, but because she felt helpless about the endless killing. Asking for flowers. Nilu's heart is kind, and she has always hoped to avoid unnecessary killings. In her opinion, it is a disgraceful thing to turn a sword against a companion. Unfortunately, her kindness alone could not turn the tide. In this world forever shrouded in darkness, killing is the eternal theme. Uchiha Madara, I hope you can change the pattern of Hueco Mundo, change this cruel phenomenon, and make Hueco Mundo get rid of primitive barbarism, blood and killing. Nilu looked at the dark night with the high cold moon, and felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. She seems to have a premonition that this will all end and that a new king of Hueco Mundo will soon be born. On the other side, in the depths of Hueco Mundo, a place close to the Void Knight Palace. The three figures are chattering and arguing. Tisk tisk, I said Apache, why do you look trembling, is it because you were frightened by this Ryotsu? Humph, Luozi, you'd better take care of yourself. The trembling voice can no longer conceal the fear in your heart. Tisk tisk, I said you two should stop arguing, look at your trembling looks, I am really ashamed for Lord Hurley Bell. Humph, grandson, don't be gleeful, I don't know who was almost scared and fell to the ground just now. Apache, Sun, and Luozi are constantly arguing. Although the three are weak, they are protected because they follow Hurley Bell, so they have been lucky enough to survive until now. That's enough, you'd better shut up. An indifferent voice came from behind, and the expressions of the three of them suddenly changed. The three of them turned around at the same time, all staring at the figure frantically. Brown skin, emerald green eyes, and long golden hair hanging on her fragrant shoulders. The plump white rabbit is even more addictive. This charismatic figure is one of Hueco Mundo's few Vasto lords, Hurley Bell. Hurley Bell looked at the night sky and pondered, is this the Ryotsu from back then? It seems that something big will happen to Hueco Mundo again. Chapter 136. Is this the Ryotsu from back then? It has become so powerful. Holly Bell looked at the night sky, with an inexplicable light shining in her transparent eyes. When the battle broke out that year, as Vasto Lord, she had already sensed Ryotsu who was equally Vasto. Neliel and Baragan, in addition to these two extremely powerful Ryotsu, there is also a slightly inferior Ryotsu, that is Uchiha Madara's Ryotsu. It's just that Uchiha Madara's Ryotsu was weak, and even eventually disappeared completely, which caused Holly Bell to gradually forget about it. Feeling Uchiha Madara's Ryotsu again now, Holly Bell's heart is turned upside down. The transformation from Ajichas to Vasto Lord in just a few years is nothing short of amazing. Master Holly Bell, what's the matter with you? 423. The three subordinates seemed to be aware of Holly Bell's abnormality, put aside their disputes, and greeted him attentively. For Holly Bell, the three of them not only hold the most respectful attitude, but also have a grateful heart. Decades ago, Apache, Sun, and Rhodes lived in exile in the vast sea of sand. Because they are female Minos Grandes, their owners often become important hunting targets for other Minos Grandes. However, by mistake, the three met Holly Bell respectively, and became partners one after another. Memories came to mind, and the three couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When they saw Holly Bell for the first time, the three were extremely shocked. The incomparable terrifying Ryotsu, who is petite but has a human shape, coupled with the broken half of the mask, undoubtedly does not reveal the identity of Holly Bell. Vasto Lord. At that time, the three of them were just the weak Jillian, but they encountered Vasto Lord, who was one of the few in the virtual circle. The shock can be imagined. Fortunately, God favored them after all. Because of her identity as a woman, Holly Bell not only did not make a move, but instead united them by her side, all the way to the present. Countless years of getting along has made the four of them connect with each other. And this is the first time in years that Holly Bell has shown a worried expression. Nothing, this Ryotsu is so strong. It's clear he's trying to show his power. Holly Bell said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, his ultimate goal must be Baragan in the Palace of Void Knight. What? Someone dares to provoke the Skeleton Emperor. Apache, Sun, and Ross looked at each other, and they all looked at each other. Over the years, Baragan has sent his men to meet with Holly Bell more than once, with the purpose of inviting her to join the Void Knight Palace. It's a pity that once he becomes Waxu, he would not willingly submit to others' command, not to mention that the tyranny of the Skeleton Emperor has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and going to Sui Palace rashly is just sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth. Therefore, every invitation ended badly. No, it's not as simple as you think. I have sensed Neutra's Ryotsu before. Mentioning Neutra, a deranged guy, even Hurley Bell has an unknown fire in his heart. Advocating extremes and discriminating against women, this is Neutra's crazy concept. Over the years, he even tried to challenge Hurley Bell, but unfortunately he was crushed by powerful forces and failed. TCH, it's that lunatic. Apache, Sun Sun, and Luo Zi were very angry. They escaped from Neutra many times and held a grudge against him. Hurley Bell murmured, "He's dead." "What? That madman is dead." The three were pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Although Neutra was insane, he was a Uchiha who was at the top of Hueco Mundo. It was unbelievable that he died like this after living for hundreds of years. Besides that Ryotsu, I'm afraid Grimjo was involved. Hurley Bell's face was solemn, and he was more and more worried about the situation of Hueco Mundo. Once there is a killing, there will be unnecessary sacrifices. And this kind of sacrifice will not change this cruel world, but will make more people's hands stained with blood. Such a sacrifice is meaningless. Sacrifice is not a senseless killing. Suddenly, Hurley Bell suddenly raised her head, and she sensed several powerful auras coming from a distance. Those auras are approaching quickly, obviously they came prepared. Oops, people from Sui Palace are here again, it's really hateful. The faces of Apache, Sun Sun, and Luo Zi changed. They had a kind of panic from the bottom of their hearts towards the Sui Palace. Back then, the Skeleton King personally led his men to come, but he didn't kill them because of Hurley Bell. Now the situation of Hueco Mundo is complicated and confusing, but the people from Void Knight Palace have arrived at this time, which shows that even the Skeleton Emperor is afraid of Uchiha Madara. Don't be afraid, it's just some former defeated generals. Hurley Bell stepped forward and stood calmly in front of the three of them. He said in a deep voice, "But you must not take it lightly, this time their attitude must be very tough, we have to prepare for the worst." Worst plans. Apache, Sun Sun, and Luo Zi nodded in unison, without any trace of fear in their eyes. The lives of the three of them were given by Hurley Bell, so naturally they advance and retreat together with her. No matter how dangerous the situation is, they will not escape easily. Sure enough, not long after, dozens of Minos Grande figures appeared. Most of them are Jillian, but there are also Uchichas. "What's up, Hurley Bell, are you congratulating us on our arrival?" Charlotte Colafeng's figure came out from the shadows. As Barragan's most trusted 5.5 subordinate, he led a group of Minos Grande to negotiate. Hurley Bell stared at him coldly, and said in a deep voice, "It's you again. What's your purpose this time?" Charlotte Tekurafeng laughed wildly and unrulyly, "Don't pretend to be confused, Hurley Bell. We came all the way from the Void Knight Palace, and we don't want to waste time with you. How is it? Have you considered the last suggestion clearly? Accept the Great Emperor's invitation, join the Void Knight Palace, become a member of the Great Emperor's command, or get out of the Great Emperor's field of vision. It's just." Charlotte Tekurafeng sneered, "The entire Hueco Mundo is owned by the Emperor, you should choose to surrender. What if I say no?" Hurley Bell raised the giant broadsword, and the shocking fluctuations of the Japanese stock market went straight to the sky. Chapter 137. What if I say no? Hurley Bell's brows were erected, and an astonishing momentum rose from the ground. Facing the threat of Charlotte Tekurafeng, Hurley Bell chose a tough attitude to respond. In the past, the two had dealt with each other many times. However, Charlotte relied on the strength of her numbers, so she dared to be arrogant and domineering in front of Hurley Bell. But this time it was different. Even though the numbers still had the upper hand, facing Vasto Lord who was in a state of fury, even Barragan had to be wary of 3 points. "What do you mean by this move? Openly challenge the Sui Palace?" Charlotte Tekurafeng's heart sank, and a few drops of cold sweat involuntarily flowed from his back. Although he was flustered, he still assumed a calm look and threatened, "Hurley Bell, I advise you not to try to struggle. You are not afraid of offending the Emperor's wrath, and when he comes personally, there is no chance. Facing Hurley Bell, who may explode at any time, Charlotte Tekurafeng can only use Baragan to suppress her. After all, there is a world of difference between Stroud and Ajichas. Can make up for it. Baragan? It's ridiculous. If I'm not mistaken, he must be in the Palace of Void at this time, always on guard against the new Vasto Lord. Even though Baragan is the ruler of the Hueco Mundo, Hurley Bell still has no mercy. Sneering in the face of many of Baragan's men. Charlotte Tekurafeng's face gradually became gloomy. He didn't expect Hurley Bell to be aware of Uchiha Madara's appearance. Seeing Charlotte Tekuru's complexion gradually changed, Hurley Bell sneered disdainfully, "The reason why Baragan is so eager to recruit me is probably because he wants me to join hands with him to deal with Uchiha Madara, right?" Charlotte Tekurafeng raised her finger, pointed at Hurley Bell viciously, and said in a deep voice, "Hurley Bell, I advise you not to be too arrogant. If you refuse to submit this time, don't blame us for showing mercy." Hurley Bell shook his head and said with a sneer, "It's just you? You really don't know what to do." Hurley Bell held the giant broadsword on his arm in front of him, and held the tip of the blade with his other arm. With a thought in her mind, the strong Ryotsu poured into the blade continuously. The golden flash condensed and suddenly turned into a ray, piercing through the air, blasting menacingly towards the sand dunes on the opposite side. Zero. Everyone be careful. Facing Vasto Lord's all-out blow, those dozens of Minos Grande dared not ignore it. They gritted their teeth, opened their mouths, and blasted Zero. Dozens of red flashes and golden flashes collided in mid-air, bursting into a burst of bright light. Interlaced red light, ambilight. At this moment, the dark night sky seemed to be covered by brilliant light, and the night was ruthlessly expelled, leaving only the ecstatic streamer. However, under this intoxicating light curtain hides a creepy murderous intent. Fighting blooms with brilliance, just like the blooming flower of life. Is it a flash in the pan? Or is it eternal? Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the dust settled on Riki. The dust was flying, and was blown by the strong wind to form a massive sandstorm, violently destroying this barren desert, not only blurring the entire sky, but also changing the terrain. Well, affected by the energy storm, many less powerful Jillians could not stand on their feet, and their bodies suddenly fell backwards. Even their leader Charlotte Tekurafeng couldn't bear it head-on, her breath was sluggish, her clothes were torn, and she was in a mess. Just the competition on Zero can clearly see the gap. The gap between Vasto Lord and Ajichas cannot be bridged by numbers. Hoo. Charlotte Tekurafeng's eyes were red, and there was a trace of madness in them. As Baragan's most trusted subordinate, he has been worshipped countless times over the past few decades, and has never been so seriously traumatized. The current embarrassing situation is even more unacceptable to the proud and arrogant him. Charlotte Tekurafeng stared at the front, the veins burst out on her face, and she screamed ferociously, "Go, FK me. No matter what the price is, I will take her back to the Void Night Palace." Behind him, dozens of Minos Grandes looked at each other in blank dismay. After seeing Hurley Bell's power, no one dared to act rashly for fear of losing their lives. Zero. Seeing this, Charlotte Tekurafeng pointed out angrily. A red light instantly wiped out a Minos Grande beside him. The remaining warm blood spattered on the face, and the rest of Jillian finally defeated the fear of death, and threw himself on Hurley Bell desperately. Grinning their teeth, the leading Minos Grande rushed to Hurley Bell with a death mentality. However, what greeted them was that sharp slash. Cannon! The energy infused by the giant broadsword burst out, piercing through the bodies of the three of them like moonlight, and turned into withered blood mold 770 with a bang. What a bunch of tough guys! Watching the Minos Grande come and go, even Hurley Bell felt tricky. Just when he was about to launch an offensive again, the surrounding void suddenly twisted. Hey! What's going on here? Apache, Sun Sun, and Luo Zi looked at each other, feeling uneasy. They felt the temperature of the air rise sharply, as if they were in an endless hell. Zi. Suddenly, a cluster of black flames exuding a strange aura suddenly emerged from the void. However, this was only the beginning, and as more and more flames appeared, the entire sky was engulfed in black flames in a blink of an eye. Amaterasu Black Inflammation. Hurly Bell, it takes so much strength to deal with these garbage, it seems that your strength has degraded. An unruly voice sounded, breaking the silence of the night immediately. Everyone looked at the source of the sound in unison, but saw two figures on a certain sand dune. One of them had black hair dancing, and the human-shaped guyu in his eyes slowly turned. The other person is small in size, but has sharp claw blades. Uchiha Madara, Grimjo. Chapter 138. A scorching breath emerged from the void. That breath seemed to come from the depths of hell, heavy and oppressive, making it impossible to breathe. I saw countless scorching black flames appearing out of thin air all around. It seemed that as long as it was touched by such black flames, it would be impossible to escape unless it was turned into ashes. The pitch-black flames devoured everything, whether it was the moonlight or spirit particles, they were all wiped out the moment they touched the flames. Amaterasu, the fire of hell that is said to be able to burn everything. Grimjo Uchiha Madara. Forced by the surrounding flames, Charlotte Tekurafeng's footsteps kept retreating, and his face was full of death. Especially seeing that nightmarish figure, he turned pale with fright, staggered and almost fell to the ground. Charlotte Tekurafeng's eyes were dull, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she roared tremblingly, "Why? Why are you here?" Uchiha Madara looked down at him condescendingly, without any response. "It's just that the strong killing intent contained in those blood-colored pupils has already told all the answers, he is here to kill one." Zi. The black flames followed Uchiha Madara's eyes, and then strangely formed a circle of flames in mid-air, completely cutting off the retreat of dozens of Minos Grandes. The ruthless burning of the black flame, even the spiritual seeds hidden in the air will disappear, as if wherever the black flame goes, there will be no grass. The atmosphere fell into a dignified state, and everyone's faces were ashen. Forced by the black flames, they could only retreat and curl up, like beasts trapped in a cage, waiting helplessly for the coming of death. Instinctive fear made their bodies tremble, and this fear went straight to the depths of their hearts, pervading every nerve, piercing their flesh and blood like the tip of a knife, sucking their blood, and beating their bones. This kind of desperation based on pain and torment finally made them despair. The sun is doomed from sunrise to sunset, and people are doomed to death from birth. To live is a road to death, no matter who it is, the end point is always death. For Minos Grande, death is not a difficult thing. Merging with the cold moonlight, the bones were cleaned from the inside out, and the bones died inch by inch under the encroachment of the black inflammation. This is the end of death, and the final dance of killing. At this moment, Uchiha Madara is a life-depriving heartless Shinigami. He not only controls the Amaterasu black flame that can incinerate all things, but also controls the lives of all Minos Grande. Life and death are all in his mind. It is like the sharp sword in the darkness, cutting off all sins. Still like dawn in the light, let go of all hatred. The answer is obvious. In this world, the winner lives and the loser dies. Before the victory and the negative of the world, life and death are just the inevitable cause and effect. When his figure appeared here, the ending was already doomed. As time went by, when the first ray of black flames attached to Minos Grande, he could only howl in pain, watching his body gradually disappear. In addition to panicking and howling in pain, the other Minos Grande gradually fell into the same desperate situation. Whenever they wanted to escape from the encirclement of the black flames, they had no choice but to welcome the coming of death because of that cold gaze. The body is on the verge of collapse, the internal organs are broken, and the blood keeps flowing. In the twinkling of an eye, the battlefield that was originally full of desolation has turned into an endless hell of blood and crime. As the black flame gradually gathered, a head of Minos Grande died in despair. Until the moment of their death, they never heard Uchiha Madara speak, and could only witness the cold and merciless eyes. Uchiha Madara, if you dare to kill me, His Majesty will not let you go. Charlotte Tekurafeng stared fiercely at Uchiha Madara. He raised his trembling arm with all his strength, red flashes condensed in his palm, and he wanted to make a final dying struggle. However, before the flashes condensed, his expression was sluggish, and the black flames had already flooded his lower body, even burning the Ryotsuo in his body. The red flash stopped abruptly, which also means that the flower of life has fallen. Withering, curtain call. This Minos Grande, who has followed the skeleton emperor for hundreds of years, cannot escape the shackles of fate after all. Grimjo sneered disdainfully, "Cut, it's rubbish, it's really in the way when you're about to die. You also think they are in the way? It won't take long for this battle to end. In order for us to enjoy this moment, let me clean up the battlefield." Uchiha Madara slammed the Houan extinguishing fan, black flames surged all over the sky, forming a majestic gale of blazing sun, instantly devouring the remaining Minos Grande. As the black flame dissipated, everything settled down. Not far away, Apache, Sun, and Ross hid behind Holly Bell in horror. They witnessed the whole process in their eyes and murmured in horror, "It's terrible, to have hellish power. This power is even stronger than Lord Harriet Bell's army." Seeming to feel the fear of the three of them, Holly Bell put a hand on their shoulders and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I can feel that he has no malice towards us. What he wants to kill is only the people from the Void Knight Palace, that's all." Holly Bell's gaze rested on Uchiha Madara, and she said in a deep voice, "You are the newly born Vasto Lord, Uchiha Madara." Manos. Uchiha Madara responded indifferently, "That's right, Shark Queen Hiri Bell, I finally found you. What purpose do you have? It's not just a simple conversation with me." Holly Bell's pupils contracted suddenly, especially Uchiha Madara's pair of Mangeki Sharingan, which made her fear from the bottom of her heart. Although Uchiha Madara only recently became Vasto Lord, but she has a terrifying aura that is above her. Of course, killing these rats is just a casual thing. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up, and he smiled slightly. "If you have the power of sacrifice, then the impossible will be infinitely close to the possible. If you don't want to breed sacrifice, you must have power, and sacrifice is based on power. If the power you have is your ideal, then I can give it to you." Chapter 139. Give me the power to sacrifice. Hurley Bell was stunned, and immediately burst out laughing. "Why? My fellow Vasto Lord, why do you empower me? Sure enough, your purpose is the same as Baragan's, to make me submit." Seems to have been expected. After seeing Hurley Bell's reaction, Uchiha Madara didn't think so, but calmly said, "Baragan? Great power." A powerful aura burst out from his body, and in a blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara's aura rose steadily, gradually occupying the dominance of this dark night. He is like a monarch in the dark night, with a unique temperament in every move he makes. Just like the light that illuminates the night, it is enough to sweep away all the haze. The power of the Vasto Lord alone isn't enough. Although Hurley Bell was stunned, he still shook his head. As fellow Vasto Lord, momentum alone is not enough to win her over, unless she really has the power to interest him. That's right, it's Vasto Lord who bears the title of Queen of Sharks. Then, I, Uchiha Madara, have to do my best. Look, it doesn't matter if he is a Baragan or something, he is useless against the perfect Susanoo. This is my power." As Uchiha Madara's voice fell, an extremely majestic Ryotsuo surged out of his body. Ryotsuo is almost solidified, like an ocean floating in dark night. At this moment, the breath of Uchiha Madara climbed to the top. His body indicated the re-emergence of Suzanu's chakra. This chakra is tenfold stronger than before, even 100 times stronger. Full body Suzanu. A giant figure with a height of 100 meters appeared on the battlefield. It holds 4 snake-shaped giant swords, its whole body is covered in armor, and it looks flawless. The true power of the Uchiha clan controls Suzanu, the perfect body of destruction. Wu Tengu. Humph! Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, jumped into the air and stood on top of Uchiha Madara's head. At this time, the sky was so close to him, almost only 1 step away. For Uchiha Madara, the sky that countless people yearn for is just within reach. Boom! The huge Wu Shangu stepped forward, shaking the entire desert landslide. Whether it is Holly Bell, Grimjo, or the 3 of them, their hearts have been greatly shocked. It was the first time for them to see Suzanu in full body, and they also realized that Minos Grande can also have such powerful power. Such a huge Ryotsu can still be shaped, damn it! Grimjo's face was covered with sweat. He could hardly believe what he saw before his eyes, because he had fought against Uchiha Madara back then. Although Madara was very strong at that time, it was not as exaggerated as it is now. The power is just heaven and earth. Is this what Baragan will be up against? There is only shock in Helly Bell's beautiful eyes. She couldn't imagine how powerful it would take to defeat Utengu. A thought couldn't help appearing in her mind, maybe Baragan didn't kill him badly back then, which would have caused him to fall into the endless abyss. Hashirama is the only one who has seen this power back then. This is good news for you. Because in this way, you will truly realize the gap between heaven and earth. Uchiha Madara is green-handed and supercilious. The moment the voice just fell, Wu Tiangu pulled out his long sword, and suddenly slashed towards the barrenness in the distance. Card wipe. An indescribable sword energy struck out, splitting the ground in 2 immediately. Even the towering sand dunes not far away were affected, collapsed and shattered into powder. Just one sword, ruin the world. See, this is the true power of the Uchiha clan, and the power that I, Uchiha Madara, control me. When you see this scene, your fate is already doomed. Because, this world is so small that you can barely enough for me to toss alone. Haki Lingran's words left everyone speechless, even unable to refute. Grimjo and Holly Bell are petite, the same size as a normal person, except that Apache, Sun, and Rhodes have larger bodies. Asking for flowers. In front of the Wu Tengu who are hundreds of meters away, they are like tiny ants, just trampling on them it will can destroy their bodies. This huge gap in strength made everyone feel desperate. Grimjo, in particular, has a turbulent heart. The reason why he follows Uchiha Madara is to chase the mighty power. More importantly, he has almost never seen Uchiha Madara cast the full body Suzanu, and this shock is even more deeply rooted in the soul. It's horrible, no wonder he has the guts to take on Baragan. Apache, Sun, and Ross turned pale. They had doubted Uchiha Madara before. After all, the Skeleton King ruled Hueco Mundo for hundreds of years and had already become the inviolable god in the heart of all Minos Grande. This almost instinctive perception led them to believe that Baragan was unbeatable. But the moment they saw the perfect body Suzanu, the 3 of them changed their minds at the same time. Uchiha Madara can not only challenge the Skeleton Emperor, but also defeat him and replace him as the new king of the Virtual Circle. Lord Holly Bell. The 3 looked at each other, and they all spoke in unison. Although they didn't say it clearly, their meaning was very clear. Instead of risking their lives for unnecessary resistance, it is better to follow this force and go to Uchiha Madara. Facing the entreaties of the 3 subordinates, Holly Bell remained silent, and she stared at Uchiha Madara closely, her eyes uncertain. Although Uchiha Madara possesses overwhelming power, it is not enough to make Holly Bell surrender willingly. After all, power is only an external manifestation, not enough to truly awe people. However, through those bloody eyes, Holly Bell seemed to feel an indescribable unique charm. Confident, hacky, wise, defiant. She seemed to sense that Uchiha Madara wasn't someone who lost her mind because of her power. Perhaps by following him, we can truly master the power called sacrifice you. Chapter 140. Hurley Bell was silent, caught in the decision. As one of the few female Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo, her priority is not only about strength, but survival. In this world where there is only fighting and blood, survival is the most difficult problem to remember. Discrimination against women is almost all false nature. This phenomenon is especially serious in the bottom Jillian group. In their concept, women must be ruled, and women Minos Grande are born weak, and the weak can't think that this is cruel, they can only accept it. Only Jillian's Apache, Sun Sun, and Luo Zi were deeply persecuted. Before they met Hurley Bell, they almost lived under the fear of exiled Tianya. If Hurley Bell didn't want to stay, I'm afraid they would have already become part of the energy of a certain 167 Minos Grande. Hurley Bell sighed, and finally spoke, "Can you change the situation of discrimination and save unnecessary sacrifices? What do you think?" Uchiha Madara stood on top of Wu Tengu, looking down at her from a high position, without too many words, only absolute confidence. Unquestionable self-confidence also represents unquestionable will. This will is enough to crush the sky, enough to cover the night sky, enough to crush everything. The stars, the moon, the sun, birds, and beasts are all governed by the will. Wherever I want to go, I have no fear and no retreat. This is the will of Uchiha Madara. A stream of condensed air gradually flowed in the dark night, as if Ping made an ultimatum for the difficult choice. In a game of submission and freedom, if you don't win and you don't make a choice, you're dead, there's no middle ground, and that's the cruelty of Hueco Mundo. Many times, there are no happy choices, but one of them is a little less sad than the rest. At this point, Hurley Bell was under tremendous pressure. Once a decision is made, not only is it about her own future, but also the fate of the three Apaches is in her hands. Once you make a wrong decision, you will fall into the abyss in an instant, and you will never recover. Under the vast night sky, her figure looked lonely and low. There was silence all around, only the cold wind whistling. In this suffocating and depressing atmosphere, Hurley Bell finally couldn't bear the pressure and made a choice. "Following you, I will gain the power called sacrifice in the future, you said so, Uchiha Madara." Hurley Bell took a deep breath and said firmly, "In this case, I entrust all my hopes to you. From now on, you are my king." Driven by hope and future, Queen Shark finally made a choice. She finally changed her position for hundreds of years and willingly surrendered to Uchiha Madara. The reason for this decision is not only because of the irresistible force, but also because of Uchiha Madara's personality charm. For some reason, when Hurley Bell looks into Uchiha Madara's eyes, he can always feel a unique spirit, as if only Madara is willing, and there is nothing impossible to accomplish. Call. Apache, Sun Sun, and Luo Zi exhaled a foul breath, and the pressure on their bodies disappeared at this moment. When their marriage was uncertain, they were afraid that Hurley Bell would make a wrong decision, which would lead to tragedy. Even Grimjo was deeply moved. He followed Uchiha Madara all the way and witnessed too many impossible things. Nelly Lu, Hurley Bell, and the two Vasto Lord-level Minos Grande have all become Uchiha Madara's men, willing to help him fight Baragan. Being able to do all of this is not only achieved by looking at strength. Every Vasto Lord is a proud person. If you want to make them surrender, you can only truly touch their hearts. Hurley Bell, you made a wise decision. With me, the future of Hueco Mundo will be bright. A good-natured smile finally appeared on Uchiha Madara's grim face. To the enemy, he is ruthless. But for his subordinates, he has a tolerant heart. When someone challenges you, you should resolutely respond with iron and blood. When they bow to you, you should lift them up with your own hands, otherwise no one will submit. The stars fall into the sky, the high walls sink into Wang Yang, the sea changes, and the world changes. No one could have predicted that the world would change for Hueco Mundo. Hurley Bell, Nelly Lu, Grimjo. With the help of 3 top Minos Grandes, Uchiha Madara has the strength to fight the Baragan chamber, or even better. As he once said, once he stepped on the place, there was no sky that could not be ruled. This dark night sky will finally belong to Uchiha Madara. At the same time, anomalies occurred in a place far away from here because of the appearance of the perfect body Susanoo. A lonely figure stood alone on the hill, and he looked up at the night sky, with indescribable loneliness in his eyes. Since the moment he was born, he has been chasing the heart that never appeared. Behind the thin figure, a pair of black wings cover the sky and the sun, and the cold moonlight shines on them, refracting a dazzling light. He raised his head, memories of the past emerged in his mind, and that was the only memory. What's there? Nothing. I was born in the depths of a cave where no sunlight shines. I was born in the depths of something that seems to be tightly compressed, boundless, and condensed by darkness and darkness. Under the pitch-black dead silence, my body is white, like a 3.5-year-old alien. Other than that, everyone else is black. A dark body, bright eyes, teeth that seem to be chewing something. An eye. But only one pair of eyes. I never felt warmth, but only the nothingness that surrounded my heart. Did not listen, did not eat, did not feel, did not even have companions. Walk alone. Being in things doesn't have any meaning. But there is no will in the thing that responds. Even if the mask is broken, you still have to chase after nothingness. What the hell is a heart? Is it you, that tough Ryutsu? I can feel the difference in you. Then, let me go to Ulquiorra to see if you are the heart I want to chase after all. Chapter 141. In the depths of Hueco Mundo, the stronghold that was once set foot. After defeating Charlotte Tekurafeng, Holly Bell and her 3 subordinates followed Madara all the way and finally came to Nilu's stronghold. This is where we're going. At the end of Holly Bell's field of vision is a tall building. Although the area is not vast, it has a high-end atmosphere, which is incompatible with the surrounding desert. Compared with the cave where the 4 of them used to live, it can be described as a sky and a ground. As expected of Neliel, who has been famous for a long time, Yuanran has such a residence. Apache, Sun, and Ross felt from the bottom of their hearts that it is a rare thing in Hueco Mundo to have such a grand residence. Squeak! The door of the house was pushed open, and a graceful figure appeared in front of everyone. It's nothing, after all, I'm quite skilled in controlling spirits, and it's nothing to be able to establish such a stronghold. Nilu showed an alluring smile, and said, Madara, I sensed your Ryutsu from a long distance, it seems that you succeeded. 22. It's just a matter of convenience. Uchiha Madara didn't take this matter to heart. Even if he successfully subdued Hurley Bell, his mentality would still not change. Before actually defeating Baragan, it was all but a bubble for Kaika Suijutsu. Neliel, this should be our first meeting. Hurley Bell looked at Nilu calmly, half of her face was covered under the mask, and she couldn't see the whole face. But everyone could feel Hurley Bell's high spirits. Although the 2 are both Vasto lords, they have had little contact with each other during the past 100 years, and have not even really seen each other. For a long time, Hurley Bell has been looking for female compatriots, but she has never been able to get in touch with Nilu, which is also her regret. Although Hurley Bell and Nilu also advocate avoiding unnecessary fighting, their views are fundamentally different. Hurley Bell doesn't like the male Minos Grande, everything she does is just for the female Minos Grande. But Nilu is different, she treats people equally, regardless of gender identity, all in order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. These 2 people who met by chance had an intersection because of Uchiha Madara. That's right, whether it's you or Grimjo, we're meeting for the first time. Nilu smiled slightly, showing a warm smile. Nilu is heartbroken to see the Vasto Lords united. In this way, they have the power to compete with Baragan, and even overthrow the brutal rule of the Skeleton King for hundreds of years, ushering in a new era for Hueco Mundo. The room is bright and spacious, neat and tidy. Even if there are many people gathering together, it will not feel crowded. As Nilu's subordinates, Dong Chaka and Paigzu entertained everyone warmly despite their fear. It's just that when their eyes rest on Grimjo, their bodies will tremble uncontrollably. Over the past 100 years, the Leopard King's vicious reputation has spread far and wide, leaving a ferocious impression in the hearts of countless Minos Grande. As time goes by, this impression becomes even more indelible. Madara, what do you plan to do next? Is to directly attack the Void Knight Palace. Nilu's question broke the noisy scene, everyone's expressions became dignified, and they all held their breath, staring at Uchiha Madara intently. 3 Vasto Lords, 1 top Uchichas, such a lineup can indeed flatten the Void Palace. But Uchiha Madara shook his head, denying Nilu's question. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, although we have been able to compete with Baragan with our strength, this is not perfect. What I really want is not to overthrow Baragan's rule, but to become the king above the entire Hueco Mundo. Truly unite all the Hueco Mundo, and truly unite the power of the whole Hueco Mundo. Only in this way can we be regarded as the real king. Hearing this, Hurley Bell asked in surprise, do you mean? Yes, as you can imagine, my target is Ulquiorra and Stark. Uchiha Madara explained, if you just beat Baragan, it will not change the situation of Hueco Mundo at all. The whole thing is still a mess, living a barbaric and backward life, how can it compete with Soul Society? Uchiha Madara is ambitious, not only wants to become the king of Hueco Mundo, but also wants to turn the power of Hueco Mundo into her own. Madara knew very well that one day, he would return to Soul Society. And at that time, his identity was not only the 3rd seat of the 11th team, but also the master of false business hidden behind the scenes. At that time, once his false identity is exposed, he will be able to deal with the changes calmly, and even return to Hueco Mundo calmly. And after mastering the power of Shinigami and Su at the same time, he will completely break through the barrier and have the powerful power to enter the next dimension. Neither Captain Yamamoto nor Team Zero will be able to do anything. This is Madara's ambition, and also his plan to dominate the Soul Society in the future. And to achieve this plan 820, the first key is to control all the power of Hueco Mundo and win the hearts of all the strong. Hurley Bell sighed, and said not optimistically, it's not easy to realize your plan. Not to mention the strange whereabouts of Stark and Ulquiorra, it's hard to find them. Even if we can find them, it's hard to persuade them to join our forces. In her mind, Stark and Ulquiorra are both lonely and empty people. Although they have powerful abilities, they have been walking alone, like ghosts wandering in the barren desert. There is no home to be found, nowhere to return to, no comfort in the depths of the soul. This is their inner loneliness and their sorrow. No, you're wrong, Hurley Bell. Do you know why I popped up Utengu's Ryutsu on purpose? Just to wait for him to show up. Looking at the night outside the house, Uchiha Madara smiled and said, he's already here. At this time, outside the stronghold, an unexpected figure appeared. Under the pitch-black night, 2 black wings cover the sky and block out the sun, as if the ruler of darkness. Ulquiorra and Uchiha Madara met eyes and said coldly, if I tear your chest open, can I see your heart? Chapter 142. He's already here. Uchiha Madara looked at the looming figure under the night with scorching eyes, the blood in his body boiled involuntarily, and an unparalleled fighting spirit welled up in his heart. Uchiha Madara could tell Ulquiorra was different just by her presence. There was a desperate chill in that icy breath. It is nothingness that pervades the depths of the darkness, there is no purpose, no process, only endless emptiness. Nothingness is born with darkness, but it dies with darkness. Su is even darker than death, just like the most terrifying abyss, all life is trying to get rid of it, but it is meaningless after all. Chase, keep chasing. In the end, only the ethereal loneliness remains in the depths of memory, and the emptiness in the heart is the only way to death. When there is nothing left in the end, only under the silent cold moon, the silence of the night is the silent voice. The two pairs of black wings flapped, and the figure of Ulquiorra emerged. White as jade bones, smooth and flawless lines, Ulquiorra wears a complete skull crown on top of his head, and the graceful and luxurious white robe, against Ulquiorra's tall and straight figure, reveals an extraordinary temperament. Even though his handsome face was covered by a half-damaged mask, he could still see the two tears spreading, adding a touch of elegance to this perfect face. Indifferent eyes, elegant temperament, and powerful breath. If I tear your chest apart, can I see your heart? The spiritual power in the body surged out unreservedly, sweeping in all directions like an abyssal tsunami. Because the spiritual power was too thick, it actually condensed into substance, converging into a sea of spiritual power visible to the naked eye. In the pitch-black night sky, apart from the despairing silence, there was also a torrential rain formed by the gathering of spiritual power. The terrifying spiritual power turned into countless raindrops and sprinkled on the ground. In an instant, everyone had difficulty breathing and felt an indescribable overwhelming pressure. Apache, Sun, Ross, Don de Chaka, and Pygsu panted heavily, feeling as if they were suffocating. They didn't even have the courage to look up at the ocean of spiritual power. Because they can't move at all, being suppressed by strong Ryotsu. Is this the mysterious black-winged demon? Grimjo's face changed in surprise, and he was no longer as arrogant as before. Under the pressure of Ulquiorra's boundless spiritual power, Grimjo felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Even the majestic Leopard King was terrified in his heart. This feeling of facing death was unprecedented. Is that the power he has inside him? It's a world of difference compared to other Minos Grande. Even Holly Bell and Nellie L looked serious, because as the ocean of spiritual energy in the sky gradually shrunk, an amazing momentum was rising. It's so special, it's different from the usual chakra. It's heavy and thick, like a sea in the sky. Before he knew it, cold sweat rolled down Grimjo's face. Having lived for nearly 100 years, his heart that has been deposited for many years finally produced waves of fear. This feeling, just like facing Uchiha Madara back then, makes people feel hopeless. Ryotsu is like a majestic tsunami, making the stronghold crumbling, almost unable to withstand this powerful oppression. Brush! Quietly, Uchiha Madara appeared in front of him. Are you Ulquiorra? Uchiha Madara's blood spurts all over his body, every cell in his body seems to be boiling, and that soaring fighting spirit is as unstoppable as a spring. The fighting spirit is enough to tear the sky apart. Even if I am reborn as Hueco Mundo, and the reincarnation begins, no one can defeat me. Time flies, but what remains the same is that I am still looking down. I used to stand at the top, only the desolation that is so cold. There is a constant desire in my heart, longing for someone to beat me. This is the calling of my heart, can you hear it? Ulquiorra, maybe you are the one I am looking for. Without too many words, just the inner resonance is enough to express any emotion. Looking at Madara's warlike gaze, Ulquiorra seemed to have realized something, and said ruthlessly, you deliberately exude that Ryotsu just to lure me here? What do you think? Uchiha Madara didn't respond too much, the action of him pulling out the Zanpakuto said it all. Lonely, empty? There is only one battle to stop. Your Ryotsu brings me a different feeling, besides the primitive and brutality of the virtual instinct, there is another hidden thing, which is why I come here. Ulquiorra stared at the figures standing behind Madara, and said coldly, it has nothing to do with them, I can only find the answer from you. Uchiha Madara glanced back and said solemnly, stand back, this is a fair battle, black-winged demon, I alone is enough. Uchiha Madara bit his finger, swallowed the blood fiercely, and said ecstatically, "Hueco Mundo finally did not disappoint me, and finally a decent opponent appeared. Use all your strength until one of them falls down, Ulquiorra." Uchiha Madara stepped forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, his figure reappeared on the sand dunes in the distance. "I see, is this the way out of nothingness?" Ulquiorra had no expression on his face, only a cold glow in his eyes. He followed, and his figure instantly appeared on the sand dunes opposite Uchiha Madara. Ulquiorra shook his backhand, and the majestic Ryutsu condensed a spiritual spear in his palm. As the black wings flapped, a powerful momentum erupted. "Don't panic, don't feel fear, maintain the confidence just now, and tighten your nerves. The spear is sharp and sharp, shining with a bright cold light, like an artifact that can penetrate everything." Brush! Almost without any warning, Ulquiorra's figure disappeared in an instant, and he disappeared from everyone's sight without even moving his footsteps. "If you don't take precautions, I can take off your head in the next moment." Ulquiorra's voice suddenly rang in Ben's ears. The killing intent is awe-inspiring. Chapter 143. With little warning, Ulquiorra's figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, the figure of the spiritual spear in Madara's eyes gradually enlarged. "This speed is unbelievable." Uchiha Madara frowned, and he waved Zanpakuto unhurriedly, blocking the right side of his body with his backhand. Clang! A crisp sound sounded, and the spiritual spear slashed across, leaving a scratch on Zanpakuto's expression. Accompanied by dazzling sparks, this scene once again shocked everyone's hearts. Although Ulquiorra was unable to defend against the reactionary offensive, he was able to gain the upper hand for a short period of time, which was enough to show how powerful he was. "You are too careless to approach me so close." Uchiha Madara gripped the hilt tightly, and Zanpakuto's expression burst into a fiery light, like a sacred fire sword that drives away darkness. The fire was raging and unstoppable. However, instead of backing down, Ulquiorra attacked again with a spiritual spear in hand. Boom! The triumphant smile on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth became more and more intense, and when the fire was about to attach to Ulquiorra's body, something happened. Ulquiorra smiled indifferently, and the pair of black wings on his back gently flapped, instantly dispelling the flames. The dark night, the black wings that soothe the dry bones, and the burning flames dissipate into cold wind. "Too naive, this level of offensive is impossible to hurt me, the trump card in your eyes is rubbish in my opinion." Ulquiorra raised his finger coldly, and said coldly, "This is the real power that can defeat nothingness." 0. Endless blue light gushes out, covering the sky and the sun. The sky and the earth were eclipsed. The dark sky was covered, and even the cold moonlight disappeared completely. This kind of blue light is different, it has a low, heavy, uneasy feeling, accompanied by the power of ultimate, like the rushing Wang Yang destroying everything in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the blue light flooded Uchiha Madara's body. Ulquiorra watched everything indifferently, unmoved at all. In his opinion, after winning 0, Uchiha Madara's end is doomed. Not far away, the faces of the people watching the battle changed in shock. They have never seen the true face of the black-winged demon until now, and now they feel the power of Ulquiorra so close, the strong shock is indescribable. "Madara, is he all right?" Apache, Sun, and Ross raised their throats and hugged their thighs with great difficulty. If Madara is turned into ashes like this, it means that they will not be able to get rid of Baragan's brutal rule after all. However, Grimjo said disdainfully, "Che, you guys underestimate him too much. If Uchiha Madara is so easy to defeat, I will not choose to follow him." As soon as his words fell, a shocking change occurred in the place where the blue light was surging. A passionate voice sounded, like the horn that revived the soul. "Look, this is the power you have never experienced. Let's dance, Hao Yan Fan." With the falling of the Jifang language, a blazing light erupted from the surface of Zanpakuto. The red light shone like a bright streamer, driving away the dreaded darkness and illuminating the dark night sky. The figure of Uchiha Madara is like the god of war descending from the sky, Haki Ling ran. His back looks like a titan standing in the sky, even if the sky collapses, this back will never fall down. What kind of expression is this on your face? How have you ever experienced my true power, and you just want to kill me with this? How ridiculous! Uchiha Madara waved the Houin fan, and a strong red light was performed from it. Suddenly, the blue light in the sky seemed to be attracted by a force, and the moment the flash hit Houin Mifan, Uchiha Madara's voice also sounded. Uchiha rebound. In an instant, the blue light suddenly condensed, and then rebounded violently, bombarding Ulquiorra heavily. Boom! Ulquiorra's eyes widened in surprise, and because he couldn't reach it, he could only passively stretch out his arms to block it. It is precisely because of this that the violent blue light washed away the blue light covering his arms like a streamer, and even obliterated his flesh and blood. Well! Ulquiorra backed away, rubbing a prominent trail across the barren desert. He paused, looked at the bloody arm in horror, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Gurgle gurgle! With Ulquiorra's thought, the damaged flesh on his arm quickly healed, and the injury was completely healed in just a few seconds. High-speed regeneration. Shinigami, until the end, are also unexpected beings. Everything is reflected in my eyes, and there is nothing I can't catch. What is your body and mind? Ulquiorra once again condensed a spear of spiritual power, the momentum was like a rainbow, and the evil spirit was soaring to the sky. Can it reflect everything? Don't get me wrong, this is not the power that your eyes can catch. In the face of the power of my Uchiha Madara, even if you are a black-winged demon, you are destined not to be able to dance. Look good, you are the soul you are chasing, and the power you cannot resist. As Uchiha Madara's voice fell, an extremely majestic Ryotsu surged out of his body. Ryotsu is almost solidified, like an ocean floating in the night. At this moment, the breath of Uchiha Madara climbed to the top. His body indicated the re-emergence of Suzanu's chakra. This chakra is 10 times stronger than before, even 100 times stronger. Full body Suzanu, Utengu. A huge figure with a height of 100 meters appeared in front of Ulquiorra out of thin air. Uchiha Madara leaped into the air and stood above Ulquiorra's head. Under the control of his mind, the giant longsword in Ulquiorra's hand suddenly slashed out, slashing towards Ulquiorra with terrifying energy that would destroy the world. All of a sudden, the wind blew, and the entire desert was torn apart, as if it had been devastated by a disaster. Ulquiorra's face was ashen, facing the oppression of the strong wind, he only felt that his body became more and more heavy, and the giant longsword was gradually enlarged in his eyes. Chapter 144. Ulquiorra's face was ashen, facing the oppression of the strong wind, he only felt that his body became more and more heavy, and the giant longsword was gradually enlarged in his eyes. Boom! Eventually, the serpentine greatsword came to a halt above Ulquiorra's head. A slight distance could easily take his life away. He could even feel the massive amount of chakra flowing from the greatsword. That feeling is like the heart is being held tightly, without thinking, unable to break free, even unable to breathe. Ulquiorra looked up in puzzlement, he looked at Uchiha Madara suspiciously, wondering why the latter didn't take his life when he had an overwhelming advantage. It's just that what he saw was the pair of blood-like pupils. When the eyes of the two met, a strange arc appeared on the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. The Guyu in the Manjiki Sharingan turned quickly, and a mysterious wave came out from his eyes, like a stream of light across the air, passing through the obstacles of space, and reaching the depths of Ulquiorra's heart. Illusion. Well. Ulquiorra was out of reach, he didn't expect that Uchiha Madara's whole card was Manjiki Sharingan's pupil power. That pupil power is enough to override everything. Reality? Illusion? At the moment when those pupils turned, it was already difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. What I saw was only the place of comfort in the depths of my soul. Here is a dark and chaotic black world, without any color, without any light, only the darkness full of death. My eyes can reflect everything. There is nothing I can't catch. What can't be reflected means it doesn't exist. I make such a conclusion, and I will rely on it as a basis. Battle so far. It's just, where is this place? Why can't I see the way forward? Ulquiorra suddenly opened his eyes, but what he saw was the scene of the first birth. There is nothing but darkness, only the dark cavern without sunlight. Dark, bleak, boundless. This darkness is depressing, empty, and empty inside. Ulquiorra stretched out his arm, but what he saw was a strange white. This light color is incompatible with the surrounding darkness, and even the person with him seems to be a different kind. I don't know when, the sound of ridicule and abuse continued to echo in my ears, spreading to every corner of the darkness. Why are their eyes full of sarcasm and disdain? Aren't we the same race? Ulquiorra was puzzled, even helpless. Tightly bound by a white mask, the only thing he can do is escape. To escape ridicule, abuse, and gaze, only by burying yourself deep in your heart can you escape the cruel reality. What is the mind? As long as I tear your chest apart, can I see everything in your heart? As long as I smash your head, can I see everything in your mind? Killed, devoured, and finally cast out by kin. Exiled in the desert, the lonely figure walks alone in the barrenness. No purpose, no thought, like a walking dead. Ulquiorra looked up at the dark night sky and saw the icy cold moon. The reason why he is cold is because he has the same style as Han Yu. The reason for his disdain is that there is nothing worthy of his concern in this sad world. The world we live in is meaningless, and we who live here are also meaningless, and we who are meaningless still think about this world, and knowing that this matter is meaningless, it is also meaningless. Who am I? Bowing his head, Ulquiorra fell into deep thought. After being expelled by his kindred, what exactly is he? The Black Wing clan, or an ordinary void? Can't see the way ahead, so can't find the answer. The heart is gradually confused, hesitant, and finally lost. Helpless, like a flat boat floating in Wang Yang Sea. If there is such a thing as happiness in the world, it must be boundless, like nothingness. The so-called nothingness means having nothing and not losing anything again. If it is not happiness, then what is happiness? Nothing that is reflected in the eyes has any meaning. What is not reflected in the eye does not exist at all. Asking for flowers. Whether it's you, it's me who is wondering, there is nothing in the end. Where is the heart? Ulquiorra was lost in thought, and when he raised his head again, he saw an unbelievable scene. I saw that something happened to the cold moon hanging high in the sky. In the center of the cold moon, a slowly rotating three-gold jade suddenly appeared. Under the reflection of the moonlight, a figure gradually gathered in front of him. Uchiha Madara. Ulquiorra's pupils shrank suddenly, and he asked in surprise, "Why do you appear here? Is this a world of illusion?" Hearing this, Uchiha Madara shook his head disdainfully, and said, "Illusion world? That's just your illusion. This is not illusion, but what you think deep in your heart, that is, your closed heart." Madara pointed to the distance and shouted, "Did you see that pitch-black mountain? That is the place where you were exiled. Walking alone in the desert, apart from leaving footprints in the yellow sand everywhere, all you are obsessed with is the pursuit of that place. Just a lost heart. What is the heart? That's where the thoughts rest. And why they are called aliens? Because they are worthless and powerless. If they are really above them, this tragedy will disappear." Uchiha Madara stretched out his palm and shook Ulquiorra's face through the air. Click! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the white mask that bound Ulquiorra shattered, revealing that flawless face with two dark green tear stains. It is the best embodiment of nothingness deep in the heart. The shattered mask, the soaring power. The moonlight is no longer cold, the night is no longer dark, and everything returns to that moment. I see, I seem to understand. Looking at Uchiha Madara's pupils, Ulquiorra seemed to have a little realization. Just the pair of blood-colored pupils didn't interfere with anything. Among the things I've seen so far, the closest to nothingness. It turned out that this was the heartding I was looking for. Chapter 145. It turns out that this is the heart I was chasing after. Ulquiorra looked at Madara's figure, lost in thought. Although this is an illusion world, in a way, it is also a real scene deep in his heart. It is really because these memories are buried in the bottom of the heart, which leads to the birth of nothingness, and also leads to the need to constantly chase the heart. See? This is the reality you're exposed to. The Guyu in Uchiha Madara's eyes turned rapidly, and a powerful pupil power gushed out from it. Immediately, the surrounding space gradually collapsed, shattered like a mirror, and turned into countless pieces. Where the heart is, where the soul is. With the fallen leaves in the depths of the heart returning to their roots, all the dust settles. There is no longer a sinking sea, no more emptiness and loneliness. 763 abandons the darkness, abandons the abyss, and finally walks towards the long-awaited light. Gradually, the figures of the two became blurred and dim until they completely disappeared in this spiritual space. Hueco Mundo. All the people hiding in the back watching the battle were full of doubts. They didn't know why the Ulquiorra was hanging on the top of Ulquiorra's head, but he didn't cut it down. What surprised them all the more was that even Ulquiorra's body remained motionless, as if caught in a restraint. If it weren't for the cold wind still howling, they would even mistakenly think that everything is still. Damn it, what happened to Madara-sama? This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He actually stopped. Apache, Sun, and Luozii gritted their teeth, wishing they could take the place of Uchiha Madara and strike that deadly sword. Grimjo explained calmly, illusion, this must be an illusion. If I have not miscalculated, at this moment, I am afraid that the consciousness of both of them is in a special spiritual space. What? Illusion. Not only the soy saucers, but even Nilu and Hurley Bell felt incredible. For them who have survived for hundreds of years, they have seen tens of thousands of Minos Grande, and naturally they have also seen various abilities. But for hundreds of years, there has never been a void who has mastered illusion. You know, although Soul Society and Hueco Mundo are also a world that advocates strength and the strong. But few people can master the ability of illusion. Therefore, once possessing the power of illusion, it will become invincible, especially if this ability appears on a Vasto Lord, it will become invulnerable. Mysterious abilities and endless hole cards are really unpredictable. Hurley Bell looked at Uchiha Madara's back, and finally convinced. Whether it's strength or courage, Uchiha Madara is nothing to make them follow sincerely. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound sounded. Wu Tengu set off again. The gigantic longsword hanging above Ulquiorra's head was raised. What the hell is going on here? You were still fighting for life and death a moment ago, but you stopped doing it this moment? Everyone was puzzled, and from Suzanu's actions, it was clear that Uchiha Madara was showing mercy. You win. The unremarkable 3 words uttered from Ulquiorra's mouth represented his decision. Although outsiders cannot perceive what happened in the spiritual space, only Madara and Ulquiorra know that they have reached a certain tacit agreement. From the moment Ulquiorra's mask collapsed, he has embarked on a new journey, and following Uchiha Madara means the beginning of this journey. It seems that you have learned from the past reincarnation. Follow me, I will give you a world that has never been seen before. Uchiha Madara is environmentally friendly with both hands. Standing calmly on Suzanu's body. He looked down, and a burst of haki he was born with came out. At this moment, he was like an emperor who ruled the world, waiting for his subordinates to bow their heads and surrender. After the contact in the spiritual space, the black-winged demon finally followed Uchiha Madara willingly, chasing after the heart-seeking heart. Perhaps only a strong man like Uchiha Madara is qualified to free Ulquiorra from the shackles of nothingness and loneliness. This scene in the dark night symbolizes the rise of a new Void Circle master. Hurley Bell, Nelly Lu, Ulquiorra, Grimjo. Except for the most powerful Star K, there is no more powerful force than this in the entire Hueco Mundo. The power enough to sweep everything also means that Hueco Mundo will completely get rid of the chaotic pattern of hundreds of years and welcome a new chapter. Next, it's time to settle the matter. Baragan, the grievances of that year will be wiped away. Uchiha Madara stood on the top of Susanoo, looking into the distance, and that direction was the Kyoya Palace. His gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds, reaching the depths of Sui Palace, until the figure on the throne. On the other side, the Sui Palace. Although Sui Palace is still far away from Nilu's stronghold. But due to the fact that the Ryotsu of both Uchiha Madara and Ulquiorra are too large, Ryotsu even passes here. Damn it! Uchiha Madara, a tiny reptile, has managed to win over the black-winged demon again. A desperate roar suddenly sounded in the palace. In addition to anger, this roar also contained an unparalleled terrifying killing intent, and even a trace of jealousy. A long time ago, Baragan took a fancy to the potential of the three of Ulquiorra and tried to win them over to become his subordinates, but it was a pity that he was rejected 2.23 times one after another. However, what happened to Uchiha Madara was completely opposite to him. Not only did he successfully transform into Vasto Lord, but he also successfully gathered many powerful people by his side. It was beyond Baragan's expectation that a reptile that could be crushed easily turned into such a difficult enemy in just a few years. Likewise, Baragan knows in his heart that Uchiha Madara will never forget the humiliation of the year so easily. Whatever the reason, sooner or later the two will have a battle that will change the Hueco Mundo landscape forever. Baragan sat on the skeleton throne, looked up at the sky, and murmured with murderous intent, "Come on, Uchiha Madara, dare to offend your nerves, I will make you feel that life is worse than death." The battle is imminent. Chapter 146. The sky was pitch black, save for an icy cold moon. The pale moonlight shines on the earth, and the surroundings are silent, only the silence of death. This oppressive atmosphere made people faintly breathless, and was filled with an inexplicable memory. The endless desert, the impenetrable desolation. Whenever a piercing peak blows past, there will be a creepy sandstorm. Since Ulquiorra followed Madara, the whole Hueco Mundo has been completely boiled. Any sane Minos Grande will realize that Hueco Mundo is about to start a big fight soon. In this suffocating and depressing atmosphere, time flies. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Deep in Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. This Sui Palace, which symbolizes power and sanctity, exudes a suffocating silence everywhere. In the center of Sui Palace, on the towering throne, endless majesty emanated from the body on the throne. The king of the virtual circle, the Skeleton King. There was no movement in Nyoda's palace, even the breathing of Minos Grande could be heard clearly. Owing to being oppressed by the coercion emanating from the Baragan, the Minos Grandes below trembled, their eyes filled with horror. Uchiha Madara, it's just a reptile. I want to see when you will come to the Palace of Darkness. Baragan uttered a heavy voice, breaking the silence like a thunderbolt. Out of an instinctive reaction, all Su raised their heads at the same time at this moment, and cast fearful and fanatical eyes on the skeleton emperor on the throne. In fact, these loyal Minos Grandes also heard rumors that Uchiha Madara would lead many Minos Grandes to attack the Void Night Palace, which also caused the Minos Grandes to be both fearful and terrified. However, out of their instinctive admiration for Baragan, they finally settled down and went forward and retreated with the Skeleton King. All Minos Grande half-kneeled on the ground and said in awe, "Your Majesty, according to the news from the guards in the outer area, they may attack the Void Night Palace soon." Baragan tapped the skull throne with his fingers, and said in a deep voice, "Oh? So what? How can ants fight against gods? I am the king of the virtual circle, and no one can replace me, even if he is Uchiha Madara. Below the throne, all the Minos Grandes nodded in unison, a look of fear flashed in their eyes, and they shouted angrily, "That's right, that Uchiha Madara is just a little rat, and he actually invaded the Void Knight Palace. What a shame! Looking for a dead end. Without waiting for your majesty to take action, we can tear his body to pieces." Hearing the flattering figures of the Minos Grandes, Baragan looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, "Ha ha 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 ha." At this moment, a powerful Ryotsu that was almost condensed into substance emerged around his body, covering the entire Sui Palace like a thick cloud, as if showing the might of the skeleton emperor. All Minos Grande's body trembled, and his heart was haunted by fear. Not just because of Baragan's Ryotsu, but more because of Baragan's anomalous behavior. In the past hundreds of years, as the controller of Hueco Mundo, Baragan has always been calm, and nothing can shake his mentality. Even when facing Nilu, Holly Bell, and others, he just showed a sneer of disdain. But when someone who can really threaten his status appears, the mood of Baragan, who has always been aloof, is finally disturbed. The so-called gods, after all, also showed a trace of fear. Instinctive fear. Suddenly, a sound of steady footsteps sounded, instantly breaking the silence of Sui Palace. Da-da-da. At this moment, all the Minos Grande raised their heads instantly and looked in horror at the direction of the sound, only to see several figures walking out from the dark shadows, and the person at the head was the lingering nightmare in their hearts, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to Sui Palace to die. Accompanied by a voice from hell, Bai King Gong's anger swept across the four directions like a jade sun. Killing intent and anger couldn't be stopped, continuously gushing out from his figure. There was a bit of despair in the gloomy voice, and Baragan sat on the throne, like a ruler of darkness. Also like a high god, sacred and inviolable. This gaze. It seems that you have more courage than yours before. It's a pity that this unnecessary courage will only ruin your life. Baragan's voice was cold and heartless. If it wasn't for Su being an emotionless species, if it were a human being, he would have had goosebumps all over his body. That creepy feeling would definitely be unforgettable for a lifetime. Years of accumulation gave Ban Legong an invisible aura. Great Emperor's Haki. Baragan, you never imagined such a day would come, did you? Facing Baragan's aura, Uchiha Madara was not only not affected at all, but the corner of his mouth raised an arc instead. Behind Uchiha Madara, followed several figures 920 that made Baragan extremely afraid. Ulquiera, Nelly Lu, Holly Bell, Grimjo. The four stared at Baragan coldly, there was not much fighting intent in their eyes, only that cold fighting intent. Well. Despite his arrogance, Baragan felt a sense of awe when he looked into Uchiha Madara's eyes. This feeling made the skeleton emperor feel uneasy. After all, he used to have the upper hand in momentum back then, but now he doesn't even have the momentum. No advantage. It's really interesting. No wonder you dare to attack the Void Knight Palace rashly. It turned out that you transformed into Vasto Lord and recruited so many helpers, but... Baragan's voice paused, his eyes became extremely fierce, and a shocking Ryotsu gushed out of him. The mighty Ryotsu condensed into substance, and the sky seemed to be pouring down with rain. Even if you have a large number of people, you still won't be my opponent. Baragan waved his backhand, and the axe of destruction appeared in his palm. At this moment, his power climbed to the peak, and his might was monstrous. Uchiha Madara sneered disdainfully, it's just a frog in a well, there are no so-called gods in this world. Seeing it, it makes you despair. Chapter 147. The Ryotsu of the two burst out at the same time, each occupying half of the space, facing each other in mid-air. One side is a thick and oppressive black Ryotsu, and the other is a hot and gorgeous red Ryotsu. Two completely different Ryotsu represent the alternation of the old and the new, and also represent the cycle of fate. Damn it, this is Sui Palace, you are not allowed to be presumptuous here. Under the throne, one of Minos Grande, relying on the protection of Baragan behind him, roared at Uchiha Madara unscrupulously, with a ferocious appearance, as if he wanted to swallow Madara in his stomach. It's just that their threats, though ineffective, got Uchiha Madara's attention. Madara stared at them coldly, and said with disdain as if looking at a pile of garbage, "Before fighting, you must always sweep away some unnecessary dust." The next moment, Madara directly gave up singing and launched Kid suddenly. Had S88. Flying Dragon strikes thief and shakes the sky. When Uchiha Madara's words fell, a huge beam of light was released from the palm, sweeping around like a roar of thunder. Wherever he went, thunder roared and thunder rolled. The blue light shone in all directions, reflecting an unparalleled aura of destruction. Boom! Those hundreds of Minos Grande seemed to be mighty and invincible. However, when the blue thunder light shone on them, they immediately disintegrated and turned into rubble all over the ground. Vulnerable. Uchiha Madara puts both hands out, and the flying dragon strikes the thief and shakes the sky, and the thunder cannon sweeps around the entire Sui Palace for a week. Wherever they went, the Minos Grande Legion of the Night Palace was completely destroyed. The Minos Grande Legion of the Night Palace that had once made the entire Hueco Mundo feared was as fragile as a chicken and a dog in the hands of Uchiha Madara. In an instant, the Sui Palace, which was originally crowded with figures, immediately became empty. The figures of hundreds of Minos Grande were wiped out with the thunder. In the face of absolute crushing power, just a group of weak Jillians can't resist the wrath of Vasto Lord. I didn't expect that the Void Night Palace that deters Hueco Mundo is just formed by a group of mobs. Such a huge number can't even withstand my blow. It's really so weak that people can't sympathize. Uchiha Madara gathered his palms together, stared at the figure on the throne with indifferent eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Baragan, the world is judged by strength, and strength can determine the quality of everything. You are too weak, that's why you lose. You think you own Hueco Mundo, but you are watching the sky from the bottom of a well. You are cruel and tyrannical, so why can you control Hueco Mundo? The so-called gods are just your poor self-consolation. Let you see me, Uchiha Madara power, that is also the great power to defeat you." Uchiha Madara's hands were closed again, and the chants came out slowly from his mouth. In the realm of Senju, the venerable hand that cannot touch the darkness, and the archer who cannot reach Jotien. The road of brilliance sprinkles, fan the wind of fire. When you gather together, don't be confused, just follow my instructions. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 articles, celestial scriptures, disease treasures, big wheels, and grey turrets, bowing their bows into the distance and disappearing brightly. Had S91, Senju's brilliance. As the chant of Uchiha Madara fell, the entire sky seemed to become dark. A mysterious force seems to cross the boundary of space, suddenly appearing in reality. The dull sky was filled with a sudden burst of red light. The majestic spiritual power in Madara's body condensed into a light cone. In just an instant, the light cones around his body made up. The atmosphere fell into tranquility, as if the prelude to the storm. Kijutsu? This power is so powerful. Ulquiorra, who was watching from the back, had a frenzy in his eyes. Even the last time he fought against Madara, he had never seen the legendary kid technique above 90. Now, just the fall of the chant language has such a great momentum, and it has even affected Ulquiorra's heart. Call out! The crimson cone of light streaked across the sky like a shooting star, and traced all over the Sui Palace in all directions. There are almost no dead ends, almost no flaws, even Baragan has not reacted, countless light cones have bombarded its body. Boom! All the light cones exploded at the same time, forming an energy storm that swept across the sky. In addition to Uchiha Madara, who was close at hand, the figures of Nilu, Heli Bell, and others who were watching the battle from the rear retreated at the same time to avoid the attack of the strong wind. They had horrified expressions on their faces. The power of Senju Haoshan Teipeo is beyond their imagination, maybe even Baragan can't avoid it. This time, it will finally be successful, right? Holly Bell's bright eyes were filled with anticipation. If even such a powerful kid technique cannot defeat Baragan, then this battle will definitely be more difficult than imagined. In the Void Night Palace, lights and shadows filled the air, and even the high throne was submerged in the sea of light. Can't see any situation, can't see any reality, the life and death of the king of Hueco Mundo is uncertain. Everyone is looking forward to Madara being able to kill with one blow and completely solve this hidden danger. However, for some reason, there was always a trace of uneasiness in their hearts, and they consciously told them that Baragan, who had lived for hundreds of years, would never die so easily. A stream of condensed air is constantly flowing, hiding the oppressive atmosphere that makes people breathe heavily. Sure enough, when Guanghe completely dissipated, Baragan's figure reappeared. The black robe that was draped over his body became torn apart, and even the crown on his head had long since disappeared. The originally ferocious head was smashed into pieces by the streamer, and now only half of the head of the once aloof Void Circle King is left. Although the breath was sluggish, the terrifying killing intent became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Baragan jerked his head up and let out a deafening roar. The roar went straight into the sky, as if piercing through the entire Kanglu. Oh ha 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 ha! Baragan raised those two bony fingers, and said coldly, "It's so small, you are so insignificant. I am the Skeleton King, God of the Void Circle, Baragan Luzenbern. In this world, only my power is unique and absolute. Anything other than that is insignificant. Unforgivable, I will never let you leave here alive." Chapter 148. You little reptiles, I will let you experience the taste of death. Baragan's angry snarl, the scorn in his eyes said it all. Even the man who once represented the top of the ninja world is nothing more than that in the eyes of the Skeleton Emperor. Once he blasphemes the gods, he will face the price of death. Although Senju's power to twist the sky is powerful, it is not enough for Baragan to see it. In mighty, also not as good as his aging. Decay all things and annihilate vitality. Aging is the real power of God. Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, and said in a domineering manner, "However, from your eyes, I seem to see strong disdain. What kind of expression do you have? Didn't the gap in testosterone be reflected just now?" With a ferocious face, Baragan roared disdainfully, "Do you think you can defeat me at that level just now? It's ridiculous. Reptiles, you are all tiny reptiles." The majestic Ryotsu poured out continuously, occupying the entire Sui Palace and the entire sky. The power of the Skeleton Emperor is fully reflected at this moment. That level just now? How have you ever seen my full power? Uchiha Madara made Madara with both hands, and 687 the huge Susanoo reappeared. He clapped his hands together, and Susan's two palms stretched apart. In a blink of an eye, the Guya formed by the condensed dozens of Chu chakras is suspended in mid-air. Call out! Guya flew across the air and smashed towards Baragan. Although Baragan felt the huge energy contained in Guyu, he still didn't dodge it. At this time, something happened that surprised Uchiha Madara. When the high-speed Guyu resisted Baragan, his speed became extremely slow, as if suppressed by a mysterious force. Ring and turn. Baragan took only one step, calmly dodging Guyu's attack. Baragan raised his axe and said in a cold voice, "Humph, in the face of aging power, everything will slow down when it gets close to me. You can't deal with this situation, can you? My strength is aging, and aging also means death." Baragan put the axe in front of him, and his momentum gradually increased. Also, from this moment until the end of the battle, all of this will be annihilated in the breath of death, CCFB. As Baragan roared to the sky, a burst of powerful black energy burst out from the center of his axe. The black energy swept across the four directions like mountains and seas, and whenever this energy passed by, there was a decaying breath of death. Buddha, all things wither, and all living beings die. Baragan's whole body was wrapped in black energy, and his aura climbed to the peak. When this black energy dissipated from his body, the surrounding space seemed to fall into fluctuations. The black energy spread in all directions, whether it was a short column or a wall, all collapsed and completely turned into ashes. Wherever the breath of death goes, everything dies. At this time, Baragan was in a state of rampage, exuding the breath of death unscrupulously. He didn't care about the destruction of Sui Palace, only strong murderous intent lingered in his mind. Is this the breath of death? Sure enough, it is as unsolvable as the rumors. In the rear, whether it was Ulquira, or Nilu and Holly Bell, they were also extremely afraid of the breath of death. If it is accidentally stained with the breath of death, it may disappear in an instant. Uchiha Madara leaped into the air and stood on top of Wu Tengu. He looked down from a high position and said coldly, "There is no perfect thing in this world, even your breath of death. As long as you have something stronger than you Ryutsu, that's enough to suppress your moves. Whether it is Soul Society or Hueco Mundo, the spirit is the original energy that makes up everything, and the same is true for Shinigami and Su. Therefore, in this cruel world, Ryutsu is the key to everything." The moment Uchiha's voice just fell, Wu Tengu pulled out his long sword and slashed towards Baragan in the distance. Card wipe. An indescribable sword chi slashed out, splitting the Sui Palace in two immediately. Even the sand dunes standing outside the palace were affected, collapsed and shattered into powder. This sword poured all the power in Uchiha Madara's body. The power of Shinigami and the power of Su are perfectly integrated at this moment, and they all converge into the purest energy. Sure enough, at the moment when the long sword slashed, Ryutsu rioted and temporarily suppressed Baragan's breath of death. At the same time, the Manjiki Sharingan in Uchiha Madara's eyes turned suddenly, and a vast power of pupils gushed out at the same time. The cold exchange of eyes decided the outcome of this battle. Baragan's eyes that contained a fierce light gradually froze, became dull, and finally became dull. At this time, the momentum on his body gradually weakened, his consciousness was blurred, and he seemed to see an impossible phantom in a trance. More importantly, due to the influence of the illusion, Baragan's meaning was vague, and he quietly dissipated the breath of death. Taking the initiative to remove this coat of inviolability also determined the fate of Baragan. The next moment, Uchiha Madara instantly appeared in front of Baragan, and Hao Yanmi Shan mercilessly penetrated his body. Pooh! A burst of hot red light erupted from the surface of Hao Yanmi Fan, which not only burned Baragan's internal organs, but also burned his flesh and blood. Fire style, the picture is gone. Uchiha Madara tightly grasped the Hao extinguishing fan, and activated fire style again. The scorching flames erupted from Baragan's body, and instantly turned into a raging sea of flames, engulfing Baragan's body in a blink of an eye. The flames flickered, illuminating the empty void night palace, and also illuminating the pitch-black night. With the flames soaring into the sky, this battle is finally over. Due to the relationship between Ryutsu and Hitomi, Baragan was still slightly inferior and was strongly defeated by Uchiha Madara. The burning of the flames not only marks the end of Baragan's life, but also the birth of a new king of Hueco Mundo. Even the power of aging can't withstand the erosion of pupil power after all. The bright sky symbolizes that Hueco Mundo will usher in a new future. From then on, whether it was this barren desert or this dark night sky, everything belonged to that man only. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 149. Under the dark night sky, there was no sound, only the sound of the flame burning echoed continuously. The flames continued to burn, eroding Baragan's body inch by inch. Although this body has long since lost its vitality, it still stands tall. Brush. Uchiha Madara pulled out the fan of Yan Fan, and all the flames in the sky dissipated. He held out his palm, facing Baragan across the air. Suddenly, a burst of blazing light erupted from the surface of Baragan's body. The spirit particles gushed out continuously, turning into countless tiny beams of spirit particles pouring into Uchiha Madara's palm. Devour, evolve, metamorphose. This has always been the Hueco Mundo's brutal forest rule. As a weak Jillian at the beginning, Uchiha Madara could only abide by this rule and constantly seek opportunities to evolve. Now, he has finally completely surpassed the rules, stood at the top of the food chain, and became the master of Hueco Mundo. Not long after, Baragan's body disappeared completely, turning into a vast force and pouring into Uchiha Madara's body. Since then, the Skeleton Emperor, who once ruled Hueco Mundo for hundreds of years, sank into the long river of time and finally became history. Hueco Mundo has a new master. Uchiha Madara looked at the throne that was close at hand, his eyes were calm. As a man who once stood at the top of the ninja world, even if he conquered Hueco Mundo at this moment, it would not cause any fluctuations in his mood. After all, everything he did was just to chase the power he once had. Da-da-da. Uchiha took a deep breath and finally took a step towards the throne. Every time he takes a steady step, it means that he is getting closer to the sky of Hueco Mundo. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Every step he takes, his aura will gradually rise. When he came to the throne, the aura was enough to crush the sky, spreading around like a storm. Gradually passed to every corner of Hueco Mundo, whether it is the Minos Grande forest under the earth, or the burial ground deep in Hueco Mundo, they can all sense the Ryutsu of Uchiha Madara. Minos Grande Forest. In the dark cave, the Ryutsu lamp cast by Kid illuminates the entire cave. When Uchiha Madara's Ryutsu spread into the depths of the cave, the figure crouching in the corner suddenly stood up. This Ryutsu. Did Madara really succeed? Asido's face was full of horror. He could feel that this Ryutsu was dozens of times stronger than any Ryutsu he had sensed before, even far surpassing Vasto Lord. Asido's eyes were complicated, there was joy from the heart, but also worry about the future of Soul Society. After all, today's Madara has reached the highest height of Hueco Mundo, and he even has the power of Shinigami. Once he can break through the barrier, even Captain Yamamoto may not be able to stop Madara's footsteps. Ugh! Aside from a sigh of resignation, Asido could only pray that Uchiha Madara would restrain his lust for power. Otherwise, he will definitely become the enemy of Soul Society in the future. Time passed gradually, and in a blink of an eye, 5 years passed. A burial ground deep within the Hueco Mundo. There are countless bones of Minos Grande piled up here, and even formed one mountain after another. No matter how horrific the scene is, it makes people stand upright. Below the highest pile of bones, 2 lonely figures leaned against the bones. They looked up at Hanyu, with a trace of indescribable loneliness in their eyes. Do you have a name? Starkey looked at the little girl with a thin figure beside him, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Cold sweat dripped from the thin little girl's cheeks, and she panted weakly, Lilinette, this is my name. I should ask your name next, after all, you were still me. Really? My name is Starkey. Starkey sighed desolately, finally there is a partner who can bear my Ryutsu. Lilinette frowned in surprise, and immediately asked, Starkey, what are you going to do next? Anything goes. Where are you going, then? To leave this burial ground? Starkey. Go anywhere, stay with me until you reach Cape Tianya. Asking for flowers. Lilinette raised her eyebrows and smiled, and came to Starkey's side. They lean on each other, keep each other warm, and gaze at the night sky at each other. Although the cold wind kept whistling past, there was a dead silence in the dark night that made people breathe heavily. But Stark's heart is very different. He finally found a partner and finally got rid of the feeling of loneliness. From the moment he split, the loneliness passed away like quicksand. This feeling was warm, as if melting Stark's lonely and cold heart. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Now, not alone anymore. 0, 0. That feeling of having a partner is really enjoyable. Stark squeezed his eyes shut, savoring the quiet one. Although his strength declined after the split, it allowed him to have a partner. Da-da-da. Suddenly, there was the sound of steady footsteps behind Stark. Immediately afterwards, an indifferent voice sounded. It's astonishing. Did you make these mountains of virtual piles? Stark opened his eyes and turned to look behind him, only to see the figure of Uchiha Madara. He said softly, no, those guys died by themselves because they couldn't bear my Ryutsu. It seems that you are much stronger than before. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, really? I don't remember that we ever met. I'm looking for a partner, Stark, what do you think? With his back turned to Madara, Stark said calmly, really? So are we. Are your partners Nilu and the others? Madara responded, if you want to know, then follow me. Void Knight Palace, there is the answer you want to find. Stark stood up and looked straight into Madara's eyes. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, well, I think you won't die so easily even if you stay with us. Let's go, take us to Sui Palace to find your partner, the feeling of loneliness is really hard to bear. Chapter 150 Soul Society, Rukanga. The warm sunshine pours wantonly on the earth, the huge Rukanga is quiet and peaceful, and the figures on the spacious streets are surging, exuding a harmonious atmosphere everywhere. Since the accident 5 years ago, Godi 13 has increased its control over Rukanga, and any unruly gathering activities will be stopped. More importantly, the contact between Jinglingting and Rukanga has become more difficult. Except for the annual enrollment of the Zhenyangling Academy, the residents of Rukanga have almost no chance to rush into the Jinglingting. This is not only to better distinguish the identity differences between nobles and ordinary residents, but also to prevent the chance of rebellion again. The rebellion in Kenpeki, the mole city, caused heavy damage to Godi 13. Not only did the intelligence personnel of the 140 die in battle, but it also led to the annihilation of the entire 10th Division. Even after 5 years, the 10th team is still seriously injured, and even the captain of Yamamoto once wanted to cancel the 10th team. Losing the captain and deputy captain, the 10th squad seems to have lost its backbone, like a mess. Not only has his status declined in Godi 13, but he has also lost his deterrent power. Zhang Tong is almost dead in name only. The 2nd Division team building, the captain's team affairs room. In the center of the spacious and bright house, there is a quaint wooden table with dark tones. 2 figures sat on both sides of the wooden table. There are several cups of hot tea on the wooden table, and the fragrance of the tea overflows, spreading to every corner of the room with the air. Kisuk, Godi 13 has really changed a lot in the past few years. Shihaoran Yoryuki's crisp voice broke the tranquility of the room. She was wearing a captain's haori, holding a cup of steaming tea in her hand, and her face reflected in the tea looked a bit melancholy. Compared with 5 years ago, although Yoryuki's face has become more mature and charming, it is also a bit haggard. This embarrassment is not only because of the busy team affairs of the 2nd team, more importantly, it is because I have been unable to let go of that person in my heart. The brave man who once stood in front of him and killed Kenpeki, the mole city. Haunted by dreams, whenever night falls, Yoryuki can't help but see that resolute face in his mind. Even though Uchiha Madara has been missing for 5 years, his figure has never been blurred in Yoryuki's heart. Instead, it is like a fine wine aged over time, making people nostalgic more and more. Yoryuki has woken up countless times in a dream. In the dream, she tried to grab the palm and pull Madara back from the abyss-like black cavity, but unfortunately, she still couldn't do it. The distance so close at hand seems to be separated by thousands of mountains. Once the opportunity is lost, it will only become a permanent regret. Yet, Hirako Shinji became captain of Division 5, and Izensuk became vice-captain. Ura Harakisuk took a sip of tea and said with emotion, the captain of the 3rd Division retired, and Torabashi RJR replaced him as the new captain. Even Meguru Makensei became the captain of the 9th Division. It's unbelievable. In a blink of an eye, the captain of each fan team has almost become a new face, and Godi I-13 really injects more and more vitality. Yoryuki turned his head from his thoughts, patted Urahara Kisuk on the shoulder, and joked, "You guys have also become the 3rd seat, this is a good thing to celebrate." "Oh, Miss Yoryuki, don't mention it." Urahara Kisuk seemed to remember something, and said distressedly, "You also know my character and style of doing things, but you just want to arrange such a harsh lieutenant. Sui Feng is really nosy." Yoryuki said gloatingly, "Sui Feng is just fulfilling the responsibility of the vice-captain. Besides, you've been slacking off all day, it's time to rectify it. It's not good for the new team members to see." Mentioning the new team members, Urahara Kisuk's face changed instantly, and he said solemnly, "Miss Yoryuki, although there are many good candidates in the recent Maoling Academy students, such as Tosen Kaname, Komamura Seijin, and others have even become the chief officers. But it's a pity that there is no amazing guy like Madara. Uchiha Madara." Yoryuki's expression became extraordinarily sad when he mentioned something hurting his heart. After Uchiha Madara disappeared, Yoryuki used a secret maneuver to search for Madara in the entire Soul Society, but unfortunately it was in vain, because Madara has indeed been swallowed by the Black Cavity. Later, she even asked Captain Yamamoto to use her own power to open the Black Cavity, but was brutally refused. In the end, Yoryuki was completely desperate, because there was no other technique that could open the Black Cavity except Captain Yamamoto. Over time, no one mentioned the hero who saved the Soul Society, and everyone subconsciously believed that Madara had been swallowed by the void. As if he couldn't bear to see Yoryuki sad, Urahara Kisuk put down his teacup and comforted him, "Don't worry, Ms. Yoryuki. I believe Madara is definitely still alive. That guy is one of the most outstanding students in the history of Maling Academy. How could he die so easily, die? Hopefully." There was no other sound in the whole room, only the silent sigh flowing in the air. On the other side, Rukanga, the land of poverty. This is the desolate suburb, where Madara met Rangiku and Silver. At this time, Matsumoto Rangiku was leaning against a big tree alone. She looked up at the blue sky, as if she was waiting for something. It's been 1.2 years since the news of Uchiha Madara's disappearance spread throughout the Soul Society. In Matsumoto Rangiku's bright eyes, there was a strong light of expectation. She has always believed that Uchiha Madara is still alive, because the original agreement has not been fulfilled, and the three of them have not met in Jinglingting. Da-da-da. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Matsumoto Rangiku turned around, but saw the figure of Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin looked at Rangiku, who was waiting alone under the tree, shook his head, and sighed, "Rangiku, you sneaked here again by yourself." Rangiku asked rhetorically, "Silver, it's been 5 full years, do you think Mr. Madara will come back?" Ichimaru Jin nodded, and said firmly, "Yes, Mr. Madara will definitely come back, and he will definitely come back to fulfill the original agreement." Chapter 151. Matsumoto Ranmato put his hands together, looked up at the blue sky, and prayed devoutly. 5 years have passed, and she has also transformed from a petite and weak kid into a slim girl. Due to her puberty, her height was already comparable to that of Ichimaru Jin. The two stood side by side in front of the big tree, their delicate faces full of worry. On the blue sky, white clouds float, like a towering tower, always guiding the lost traveler in the opposite direction. The longing buried in my heart keeps walking on top of the clouds in the air, not only mixed with the sunshine, but also mixed with the tears that will eventually pass away. Whose sadness is wrapped in the clouds that pass away with the wind, whose figure is hidden in the heart that falls with the rain. That figure that once brought the feeling of home, that figure that once made two down and out little ghosts find their way to rely on, that stalwart figure that stood upright. Just like the harbor of happiness that the lost sailing boat yearns for, it will always be the warmest haven no matter where you are. The wind never stops, time never stands still, and the clouds just decorate the blue sky. There is nothing we can do about parting, the only thing we can do is look forward to the return of the lost. Pray, wait. Until the aimless clouds regroup with the breeze. Only in this way can we grasp the fate that has been blown away unconsciously. Ichimaru-jin rarely opened his eyes, instead of squinting in the past. There was an inexplicable light in his pale blue eyes. Once upon a time, he was looking forward to the moment when he would meet Uchiha Madara at Godai 13. Unfortunately, expectations turned into extravagant hopes. Only by praying for a miracle can the expected scene be reproduced. However, if miracles really existed, then this cruel world would not have so much sorrow. Miracles do not exist, and to believe in miracles is to admit despair. Mr. Madara, don't worry, I will kill that man with my own power. Whether it's for Ranjaku, or for our original agreement. Ichimaru-jin was determined, and squinted his eyes again, like a cunning fox that people couldn't see through. He patted Matsumoto Ranjaku's shoulder comfortingly, and said softly, "Let's go, it's getting late, we're going back." If Mr. Madara sees Ranjaku's sad look, he must be upset too. "Well, let's go back." Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded stubbornly, stared at the sky reluctantly, and finally turned around and followed Ichimaru-jin's footsteps to leave here. Da-da-da. The two were so preoccupied that even their steps became heavy. The short journey that could be completed in a short time has become extremely long. Every step I take seems to have crossed a long era, and every footprint left on the ground is accompanied by emotions of reluctance, as if I am doing my last prayer. Rustle. Gradually, the two of them got into the woods, causing a commotion. But just when they were about to step out of the edge of the woods, before the feet raised in the air stepped down, another voice suddenly sounded. Thorn. The ear-piercing sound suddenly sounded, spreading to every corner of the woods. This voice. Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku stopped at the same time, looked at each other in astonishment, then suddenly turned around at the same time, breathing heavily and ran towards the rear. His eyes were red, and there was a strong look of anticipation in the depths of his pupils. Constantly running, constantly chasing, crossing the dense jungle, just to hold on to that glimmer of hope. The running figure brought back many years with his thoughts. At that time, Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku, who were picking up wood in this wilderness, ran behind the woods in a hurry precisely because they heard the sound of the sky tearing apart in the distance. That action seemed to be the result of destiny, and it also made the three people who had no intersection at first establish a bond. At this moment, Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku had a strong premonition in their hearts. As long as they return to their original place, they will be able to see the figure of that concern. Sure enough, just after Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku ran out of the woods, a huge crack opened in the blue sky. PK. The sky rips and a black cavity emerges. Immediately afterwards, a stalwart figure stepped out of it. Uchiha Madara. It's really Mr. Madara. At this moment, Matsumoto Ranjaku and Ichimaru-jin stood in place at the same time, unable to believe their eyes. At one point they even thought they were hallucinating. Matsumoto Ranjaku stared at Madara's figure for a long time, emotional waves surged from his heart, tears welled up in his eyes, bitter tears slid down his nose, flowed continuously along his cheeks, and finally dripped on the white plain skirt. The tears of longing were uncontrollable like a torrent breaking a bank. Matsumoto Ranjaku wept pitifully in a low voice. She stretched out her arms, trying to touch Madara's figure from the air. In the end, the thoughts accumulated for 5 years turned into a cry that resounded in every corner. Mr. Ben. Although this cry was not loud, it contained all of Matsumoto Ranjaku's longing for Uchiha Madara, and even touched Ichimaru-jin's heart inadvertently. The shouts continued to pass, across the air, and finally reached Uchiha Madara's ears. Uchiha Madara stepped out of the black cavity and floated in the air. When he saw the two figures running towards him in a hurry, a kind smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Little devils, it turned out to be you." Uchiha Madara looked at the lovely Matsumoto Ranjaku. Shi Shunpo came to her in an instant. In close proximity, Matsumoto Ranjaku broke down in tears. She ran forward desperately. Finally came to Madara's side. Those immature hands hugged Madara's tall figure tightly. Tears fell down my cheeks. Uchiha Madara stopped, touched Ranjaku's head with his palm, and smiled. "Ranjaku, don't be sad, I'm back." Matsumoto Ranjaku buried his head in tears and hugged Madara's body tightly, unwilling to let go for a moment. She was afraid that if she let go again, it would all be a dream. Sometimes, if you want to leave no regrets, you have to seize the opportunity tightly. Chapter 152. Rukanga. Although the neighborhoods where Ichimaru-jin and Ranjaku live are poor areas and not as prosperous as the number 1 neighborhood run Linen, they are more peaceful than the Zaraki district. Although the residents here are poor, they don't complain about the cruel reality, but live diligently. Uchiha Madara, Ichimaru-jin, and Matsumoto Ranjaku walked through the empty streets and finally came to the familiar house. Uchiha Madara stopped, looked at the house where he had lived for 3 months, and couldn't help feeling emotional. Although this house is inconspicuous, it is his only home in Rukanga. It not only records the bits and pieces of the past, but also buries warm memories. Squeak! Ichimaru-jin pushed open the door of the house, turned around and smiled with squinted eyes. "Mr. Madara, don't be in a daze, you haven't been here for 5 years, go in the house quickly." Matsumoto Ranjaku also covered his mouth and smiled lightly. "That's right, although we haven't been able to find you for 5 years, we have kept the original appearance of the room you used to live in." "Really? That's really exciting." Uchiha Madara smiled and followed the two imps into the house. As soon as you step into the house, a sense of familiarity arises spontaneously. Although the house is not big, it is unique. Especially the well-built production center is able to welcome the baptism of the setting sun. The slightly Spartan decor of the house has a warm ambience, which Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku have maintained with care. As the home in Rukanga, the two little ghosts cherish this ordinary house very much. Not only for themselves, but also for the Uchiha Madara who once brought them warmth. It turns out that Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku are just ordinary souls in Rukanga, and they don't know each other. They are orphans, unaccompanied. After that, they depended on each other and lived an ordinary life of poverty. It was not until the appearance of Uchiha Madara that this dependent situation was broken. The intrusion of an uninvited guest not only did not disrupt their lives, but made the ordinary days more interesting. Before they knew it, Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku regarded Uchiha Madara as their only family member. That's why they waited in that suburb day after day during the 5 years when Madara disappeared. Never give up even when there is little hope. How about it? Is there a nostalgic feeling? Matsumoto Ranjaku came to the room where Madara used to live and nudged the house. Suddenly, the situation in the room was clear at a glance. The bed was neat and clean, the square wooden table was cleaned up spotlessly, and the chandelier on the roof was still shining brightly. Everything that is familiar has not been moved at all, and everything is the same as when I left that year. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara sighed heavily. Although all this is just a trivial matter, it makes people feel the good intentions of the two little ghosts. While Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Ranjaku didn't say much about their past memories, Uchiha Madara knew they must be heartbroken. The only relative missing, this kind of torture must be extremely painful. Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at Uchiha Madara, who was stunned for a while, with a gratified smile on his delicate little face. I used to stand at the window of this room. Look at the sky, look at the clouds, look at the sunset that dyes the sky red. I used to think it was nostalgia. Until a cloud disappeared from my eyes. I suddenly understood that the reason for nostalgia is because you are always out of my sight. It's such a sweet feeling to see you again. Enjoy the warmth in time and remember the warmth in fleeting years. I keep flipping through memories, but just to find the familiar figure of you. Uchiha Madara looked at the two innocent little devils, smiled and said, the past few years have caused you to suffer. If the Minos Grandes of Hueco Mundo saw this, their jaws would drop to the ground. Hueco Mundo, who is usually ruthless, can reveal such a warm side. It's simply unbelievable. It's a pity that the Minos Grandes don't understand Madara's state of mind at all. Compared to the cruel Hueco Mundo, compared to the status and power of the Jingling Ting, Madara is more yearning for this small room. At this time, Matsumoto Rangeko looked out of the window and said softly, "Hey, it's already evening in a blink of an eye. I'd better prepare dinner first." "Mr. Ban, you wait to taste my cooking skills." Ichimaru-jin echoed from the side, "In the past 5 years, Luanji's cooking skills have improved a lot, Mr. Madara, just wait and enjoy the delicious food." In a blink of an eye, night fell. On the wooden table, delicious meals are neatly arranged. Although the amount of food is not much, it is very well presented and looks delicious. The aroma wafts to every corner of the house and whets the appetite. It was still a familiar scene. Uchiha Madara, Ichimaru-jin, and Matsumoto Rangeko were sitting in different directions of the wooden table. Then go click. Matsumoto Rangeko laughed heartily, and she was the first to pick up the chopsticks to pick up the food, as if enjoying the peaceful moment. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile, "Hey, it's not in vain for me to praise you in front of Mr. Ban. The food looks good." Uchiha Madara looked at the two children, a smile finally appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Silver, Rangeku, I may, get leave, go back to Jingling Court tomorrow." "Ah! Are you going to leave so soon?" Silver and Rangeku put down their chopsticks at the same time, screaming reluctantly. Uchiha Madara said softly, "The black cavity is torn, if I don't rush back to Jingling Ting, I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary panic. Therefore, it is better to return to Godai 13 as soon as possible." Matsumoto Rangeko said disappointedly, "Will we see Mr. Madara again after that?" Madara chuckled and said, "Of course there is a chance, you are also at the age where you can attend the Maoling Academy. I believe the next meeting place will be in Godai 13. Ichimaru-jin nodded firmly, and said with burning eyes, "Mr. Madara, don't worry, I have signed up for this year's Zhenyang Ling Yuan Academy. Believe me, at this time next year, I will definitely meet you in the Jingling Court." Chapter 153. When the quiet and warm night passed, the next day came in a blink of an eye. In the early morning, the afterglow of the morning sun poured over the earth, just as everything was recovering, and the door of the wooden house was pushed open. Creak! The sound of a door turning broke the tranquility of the morning. Uchiha Madara took one last look at the modest wooden house before turning and stepping out the gate, with Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Rangeko following closely behind him, almost inseparable. "Okay, you guys go back, I'll just go to Jingling Court alone." Uchiha Madara smiled and caressed the heads of the two little devils, and there was a hint of love on his usually cold face. Ichimaru-jin stared at Madara seriously, and said with burning eyes, "Mr. Ban, we will meet soon. Silver, I look forward to that day. But Rangeku, you have to work hard, so you can't hold back yin." After Uchiha gave some solemn instructions, he finally turned and left resolutely. On the empty street, the familiar figure gradually left, gradually blurred, gradually dimmed, until it disappeared completely. The breeze blew, and the leaves fell from the old trees on both sides of the street. It's just that at that moment, the most lingering figure in the eyes of the two little ghosts disappeared. Unexpectedly, Matsumoto Rangiku did not shed tears easily this time, but stared firmly at Madara's back. The stalwart figure appeared in his mind, and a flash of longing flashed in Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes. She secretly made an oath in her heart that she must work hard to become a Shinigami and follow in the footsteps of Uchiha Madara. What I chase is your back, what I follow is your smile. Even if Tianya Cape, I will still be by your side. Your back view is all I cherish the most. Walking all the way along the wide street, Uchiha Madara soon came to the next block. Along the way, many emotions emerged in his heart. His footsteps have set foot on this journey many times. The first time was many years ago when he participated in the enrollment of Maoang Academy. At that time, he was just a ghost who had just experienced life and death. Without Zanpakuto, without the power of Shinigami, it is nothing. The second is a one-year graduation to qualify to join the Godai 13. At that time, Madara had already awakened Zanpakuto, regained the lost bond and gained the Shinigami calendar area. Returning to the Jingling Court this time not only represents the return of the king, but also represents that the crown of glory will finally be worn on Madara's head. Unknowingly, Uchiha Madara passed through many blocks, and soon came to the first block, Run Linen. As the most prosperous neighborhood in Rukanga, Run Linen is full of people and noises, and there are signs of prosperity everywhere. When Uchiha Madara came to Bidaemon, one of the fourth gates of the murderous formation, he was blocked by Shinigami guards. Perhaps because of his disappearance for many years, the Shinigami guarding the Tianmen could not recognize Uchiha Madara's identity for a while. Stop, Jingling Court is not something you can break into without permission. One of the guards looked Uchiha Madara up and down, frowning involuntarily. Because the image of Madara is really different from the personnel of Godai 13. Not only was he not wearing a deadly costume, but he was also wearing strange costumes. Uchiha Madara was wearing a tight black combat uniform with a black gown over it. In addition, his body is also equipped with red iron guards, which are evenly distributed on the shoulders, back and chest. This is Uchiha Madara's favorite image, and it is also, Ksek, his image that dominated the ninja world in the past. After becoming the master of Hueco Mundo, this image also reappeared. Uchiha Madara stared at the two calmly, and said indifferently, "My name is Uchiha Madara, and I am the third seat of the 11th team, let me in." Hearing Madara's words, the two guards didn't react for a while, and one of them murmured in confusion, "The third seat in the 11th team? Why is there a sense of familiarity?" Another guardian echoed, "Yes, I heard this name before when I was still at the Zhenyang Ling Yuan Academy." After contemplating for a moment, the guardian seemed to recall what happened 5 years ago. He stared at Uchiha Madara, opened his mouth in shock, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Uchiha Madara, no wonder the name is so familiar. Are you the Shinigami who stopped Kenpei 5 years ago?" "What?" It turned out to be him. Another Shinigami cried out in shock. After all, the rebellion 5 years ago shocked the entire Soul Society. No matter who it is, everyone has a deep memory of that rebellion. Faced with the rhetorical question of the two, Madara did not explain too much, but took the initiative to show Zanpakuto. After the two guards saw Zanpakuto, they finally identified Madara. Suppressing their shock, they hurriedly sent an emergency notification to Godai 13. With the help of special communication tools, the two guards finally issued an emergency announcement. Urgent notification, Uchiha Madara, the third member of the 11th team who has been missing for 5 years, has appeared at Bidaemon. With the transmission of sound waves, the news of Uchiha Madara's return gradually spread to every corner of Godai 13. But the 2nd Division team closest to Bidaemon was the first to get the news. The 2nd Division team building, the captain's team affairs room. When the emergency announcement came, there was the sound of 2 teacups breaking, and the fragrant tea splashed on the luxurious wooden table. "What? Did I hear correctly? Both Shihao and Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk screamed loudly at the same time. There was a complex look in their eyes. There is both a bit of disbelief and a bit of strong expectation. The two looked at each other, cast Shunpo at the same time, and left the room instantly. With no distracting thoughts in mind, he rushed all the way to Bidaemon. It took almost less than a minute, and the two arrived at Bidaemon at the same time. Sure enough, the figure who had been worried about countless times appeared at the door of Bidaemon. Seeing the familiar figure, Shihao and Yoryuki stood there blankly, her whole body trembling with excitement, and tears welled up in her eyes. Countless times of dreaming, finally meet again. Chapter 154. After 5 years of anticipation, we finally meet again. This scene has happened countless times in dreams, but it also happened in reality after all. At this moment, for Shihao and Yoryuki, reality is no longer cruel, and the sky is no longer grey. Hope is like the spark of fire, reigniting, lighting the dawn again. Madara, you are finally back. With a choked sob filled with tears, Lei Tuo held on to the 5-day and night longing. At this moment, tears are bitter, but also happy. Reunited after a long absence, weeping with joy, I couldn't hide my inner joy after all. Tears drip when missing rises, and missing is more urgent when happiness comes. Gradually, Yoryuki's vision was gradually blurred by tears. I don't know if the world is blurred by tears, or the world is blurred by tears. Anyway, the tears kept dripping down her cheeks, soaking the white captain's haori until it dripped to the ground. For everyone, life is always moving forward in tears, tasting all the flavors of sour, sweet, crying, and spicy. Perhaps, if you understand tears, you understand life. At this time, Yoryuki finally came to his senses and gained what he had lost. She knows how to cherish, know how to own, and even more understand the person who cares about day and night. Yoryuki. Uchiha Madara looked at the tearful Yoryuki and sighed heavily. He recalled the scene 5 years ago. The palms of the two held each other tightly in despair, but they separated regretfully in the end. Perhaps if the two palms could hold tightly at that time, the fate would be rewritten. There is no new king of Hueco Mundo, just Kenpeki who bears the title of Soul Society's strongest warrior. However, there is no if in the world. It was precisely because of the inheritance that the meeting was postponed for 5 years. Great, Madara! You're finally back. Urahara Kisuk restrained his previous casual appearance, and his face became extremely dignified. At this moment, he also had too much to say, but he didn't say it. Urahara Kisuk just stepped forward and gave Uchiha Madara a deep hug, but this one embraced all his emotions. Yes, I'm back. An ordinary sentence, but it represents the strength of Uchiha Madara. Especially after absorbing the power of Baragan and becoming the king of Hueco Mundo, Madara became more calm, and the innate haki became stronger. More importantly, because Ryutsu is too majestic. Even on weekdays, ordinary people cannot sense his Ryutsu, which is as unfathomable as a black abyss. Urahara Kisuk said softly, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really can't believe it. In the past 5 years, what have you experienced in Hueco Mundo? Uchiha Madara didn't respond, just glanced around slightly. Urahara Kisuk understood, and said solemnly, let's go back to the second team's team building first. Due to the urgent announcement, the news of your return must have spread throughout the 13th team, so let's leave first. Under the leadership of Urahara Kisuk, the three quickly returned to the second team building. After the figures of the three disappeared, many figures gradually came to Bidaemon. They are all intelligence personnel of various divisions, and they were instructed by the captain to investigate the situation of Uchiha Madara, but unfortunately, they were late and could not see Madara. Under Yoryuki's deliberate tranquility, the team building of the second division basically maintained an orderly state. In the team room, Uchiha Madara, Urahara Kisuk, and Shihao and Yoryuki sat on both sides of the wooden table. Yoryuki and Urahara Kisuk restoring mind listen carefully to Madara's experiences over the past 5 years. Urahara Kisuk asked, after you passed through the black cavity, why did you survive? Uchiha Madara's flat response, maybe it's fate that I survived the catastrophe. When I went to Hueco Mundo, I was already dying. Fortunately, Hueco Mundo's spiritual energy is strong, and I hid in a hidden cave for a period of time. And gradually recovered from his injuries. Urahara Kisuk and Yoryuki were silent. Although Madara's words were flat, they thought it must be full of twists and turns. Are there any other Shinigami in Hueco Mundo besides you? Asking for flowers. This time it was Yoryuki's turn to ask, and she was desperate for answers. Because according to the information recorded by the secret maneuver, dozens of Godi I-13 members broke into Hueco Mundo by mistake many years ago, and there has been no news of it until now. And their whereabouts have also become a mystery. As soon as Yoryuki's voice fell, the figure of Asido immediately appeared in Uchiha Madara's mind. He quickly said, I have been to the Minos Grande forest, and I have been spending the past 5 years in the Minos Grande forest. The reason why I chose to go there is because I once met a Shinigami, his name is Asido. Shinigami Asido? The name seems a little familiar. With his excellent memory, Yoryuki kept recalling the information he had seen, and finally searched for the name Asido from the memory bank. Yoryuki said in surprise, so it was him. It's incredible that he is still alive. It is said that Asido is Kenpaku's close friend. Uchiha Madara nodded and said, that's right, and I also told him the news that I killed Soya Mojo with my own hands. For the past 5 years, I have been hunting Minos Grande with them in the Minos Grande forest, thanks to a seaways to tear apart the black cavity, so never be able to return to Soul Society. Relieved, Urahara Kisuk said, I see. No wonder I sensed that your Ryutsu has become stronger. What about Asido? Why didn't he return to Soul Society? Madara said calmly, do you think that a person with nothing to worry about will return to a place where there is nothing to worry about? Ugh! Urahara Kisuk regretted, it's a pity, it would be great if I could meet Asido, so I can learn from him about black cavity techniques. At this moment, a figure suddenly broke into the second team's team building and came to the door of the team office. The three turned around at the same time, and said in amazement, Vice Captain Kojiro, why are you here? Kojiro, the Vice Captain of the First Division, said solemnly, Uchiha Madara, you are indeed here. I am here to convey the order from Captain Yamamoto, and he asks you to go to the 10th Division and his 4th immediately. Chapter 155. A Team House. The decoration here is luxurious, naturally exuding a high-end atmosphere, but the Chief Captain's office is unique. Not only is it simple and unpretentious, but it also looks unremarkable in many houses. Although he is the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, the captain himself is a person who does not pursue extravagance, so the team office is relatively simple. In the innermost part of the room, Captain Yamamoto sat calmly at the head. He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the arrival of Uchiha Madara. Finally, 2 voices came from outside. Uchiha Madara, Captain Yamamoto is waiting for you inside, go in quickly. I see, Vice Captain Kojiro. The moment the 2 voices fell, the door of the house was pushed open. Squealing 8:30. The glare of the sun shines into the room through the windows, illuminating the dark corners, and also illuminating the face of Captain Yamamoto. Looking at the old face, Uchiha Madara was in a calm state of mind without causing any waves. If the time goes back to 5 years ago, then he must not want to contact the captain of Yamamoto. With the strength at that time, Uchiha Madara was not sure to hide his identity in front of the captain. But after absorbing Baragan's power, coupled with his own transformation into Vasto Lord, his power skyrocketed to an almost unprecedented level. It is precisely because Ryutsu is too majestic, Uchiha Madara's control of Ryutsu has also reached the point of perfection. Thanks to the Manjiki Sharingan, Madara can easily see what's going on inside her body. The reason why he chose to return to Soul Society after 5 years is to continue to sweep other Minos Grande. On the other hand, it is to better regulate the Ryotsuo in the body. At his will, Uchiha Madara also returned to Soul Society when Shinigami's power completely suppressed Su's power. Now, as long as he doesn't deliberately expose it, it will be absolutely flawless. Uchiha Madara, you are finally here. The moment Uchiha Madara's footsteps stepped into the room, Captain Yamamoto's closed eyes immediately opened. Majestic and upright, bright eyes. Although Captain Yamamoto's eyes are old and deep, they contain energy and spirit, revealing a wisdom that sees through the vicissitudes of the world. As one of the oldest members of the Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto has always been reclusive, always hiding behind the scenes, and even most of the new team members have never seen his true face. In the eyes of the GOTY 13 players, Captain Yamamoto is a man full of legends. Captain Yamamoto. Even in the face of the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, Uchiha Madara remained calm, and did not show any abnormality because of his status as the captain. Captain Yamamoto looked at Uchiha Madara calmly, and praised, "It's amazing to see me for the first time and still maintain this calm spirit. The captain has won the award." Uchiha Madara just smiled lightly, and was not delighted to be praised by the captain. Although Captain Yamamoto's gaze contained great coercion, it had no effect on him. And this is why Madara deliberately restrained haki. Otherwise, just with the innate haki, Madara can compete with the captain 50-50 in terms of momentum. The atmosphere fell into silence for a while, only silent confrontation. Faintly, there seemed to be a stream of condensed air passing between the two. It seems that breathing casually can smell the oppression in the air that makes people unable to breathe. Finally, this silent confrontation is over. Captain Yamamoto spoke first, breaking the silence. Captain Yamamoto said calmly, "I summoned you this time, not to ask about the details of the past 5 years. No matter what you experienced in Hueco Mundo, it doesn't matter. It's just a barbaric and backward primitive land, not at all worth knowing about." When Hueco Mundo was mentioned, there was only strong disdain in the captain's eyes. In fact, if Shinigami's duty is not to maintain the balance of souls among the 3 worlds, then Captain Yamamoto alone is enough to sweep Hueco Mundo. Therefore, for the captain of Yamamoto, Hueco Mundo is just a wild land of small troubles after all. Captain Yamamoto paused for a moment, and then said, "You once served as the 3rd seat of the 11th team, and you must know what the captain of the 11th team represents." Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately thought of the title Kenpeki, which is admired by everyone. That's right, the 11th captain has always been given the title of Kenpeki. The birth of each generation of Kenpeki must be accompanied by the death of the previous generation of Kenpeki. Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, 5 years ago, during the Rukonga Rebellion, under the witness of Shihouden Yuryuaki and Urahara Kisuke, you personally beheaded Soya Mocho, ending the source of the rebellion. According to the century-old rules, you should be the new captain of the 11th squad. Only. Captain Yamamoto frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "You must be very clear that the 11th division is the most important combat division, and it must not be without a captain for a day. Therefore, after 3 months of your disappearance, the vice-captain Ishidayi became the new captain. It's a pity that he was beheaded when he accepted the challenge of Rukonga warrior Oniwajo 1 year ago. So Kenpeki Oniwajo is the new captain now." Uchiha Madara smiled lightly and said, "I see, what does the captain mean?" The captain did not beat around the bush, and said directly, "In the past 5 years, the personnel of 0.1 GOTY 13 has changed a lot. It was not until this year that the captains of each team were finally confirmed. Therefore, I don't want any more changes. So sorry, Uchiha Madara, you can't inheriting Kenpeki's honor." When Captain Yamamoto said this sentence, he obviously showed some guilt. After all, Uchiha Madara was the one who beheaded Mojo Soya back then, and he was also the biggest contributor to putting down the rebellion. If there were no missed 5 years, everything would have come naturally. Unfortunately, there are gains and losses. While becoming the dominant power of Hueco Mundo, Uchiha Madara also lost the glory he should have gained. However, Captain Yamamoto's next words stunned Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, do you want to be the captain of the 10th squad? Chapter 156. Would you like to be the captain of Team 11? Captain Yamamoto leaned on his crutches with both hands, staring at Uchiha Madara closely, expecting his response. Madara took a deep breath and didn't respond immediately. To be honest, he was caught off guard by Captain Yamamoto's proposal. After hearing what Captain Yamamoto said, Uchiha Madara once thought that he was likely to continue to serve as the third seat of the 11th team, but Captain Yamamoto gave a more attractive suggestion. Become captain? Uchiha Madara never expected to make it this far anyway. Originally, the reason why he joined Godai 13 was to unravel the secrets in his body, and to gain more powerful Shinigami power. As for being able to become the captain, it doesn't matter. After all, strength is the most worth pursuing. It was enough for Uchiha Madara to be able to become a 3-seater 5 years ago. Now that you have a good seat, you can act in Godai 13 in a low-key manner, avoiding too much attention. Captain Yamamoto stared deeply at Madara, and asked again, how is it, Uchiha Madara, what do you think? Uchiha Madara did not respond immediately, but instead asked, Captain Yamamoto, I remember that according to the regulations of Godai 13, in order to successfully become a captain, you need to pass the assessment in 3 ways. So, have I met the requirements? Captain Yamamoto suddenly realized, and said softly, I see, is this what you are worried about? That's right, it is true that you have to pass the assessment of 3 methods, but you can defeat Machen Chuanja. It has been proven that you have what it takes to be the captain. Considering that you have not yet completed Bankai, I will adopt the first method. That is, I will be the recommender, and there will be a total of 6 captains in Kirako Shunsui, Jushiro Shisenlang, Shihao Yuaki, Egg Hanana, and Hikifun Kiryu under the joint recommendation of, I recommend you to be the captain of the 10th team. I believe that the other 6 captains will not refuse this proposal. The Yamamoto team resolved Uchiha Madara's concerns in a few words. Then wait for Madara to make a decision. Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment, and finally gave the answer, Captain Yamamoto, I have no objection to becoming the captain of the 10th team. However, I have rarely had contact with other team members, especially for the 10th team. It's very strange. I'm afraid it will take a while to get used to. But Captain Yamamoto waved his hand and said lightly, you don't need to worry about this. In the mutiny accident 5 years ago, the captain, vice-captain, and even most of the team members of the 10th squad died tragically. In the hands of Soya Mojo. Considering that the 10th division was wiped out, I even wanted to cancel the 10th division 10 times. Uchiha Madara was surprised, cancel the 10th team. Captain Yamamoto nodded and said, that's right, since the establishment of first generation Godai 13, each team has its own unique background and responsibilities. However, the 10th team was destroyed overnight, which not only shows that the 10th team weak, it has become the laughing stock of Godai 13. Such a fan team has been completely reduced to an empty shell. It is only in order to maintain the tradition of hundreds of years that I did not make such a decision in the end. Captain Yamamoto stared at Madara carefully, and said, Uchiha Madara, your duty is not only to become the captain, but also to rebuild the 10th squad and re-establish its prestige. After becoming the captain, I will entrust you to choose the captain, vice-captain, and chief executive. Can you do it? Facing the question from Captain Yamamoto, Uchiha Madara finally showed a confident smile on his calm face. With firm will, he said with burning eyes, I, Uchiha Madara, am willing to be the captain of the first team. A simple sentence shows Madara's determination and will. Perhaps, the blood of being a leader has always flowed in Uchiha Madara's body. Be it Ninja World, Soul Society, or Hueco Mundo. With his unique personal charm and strong strength, he can always easily become a leader. Hearing Madara's answer, Captain Yamamoto showed a gratified smile, and praised, "I did not misunderstand the person. Go back to the 11th team for the final farewell. 3 days later, your captain's blessing ceremony, it will be done here." Uchiha Madara nodded slightly, turned and left the team building. In this way, by accident, he was ordered to become the captain of the 10th division. Originally thought that he would miss the position of captain, but got another surprise. After leaving the first team building, Uchiha Madara went straight to the second team. When he entered the team room, he saw Shihao and Yoriyuki and Urahara Kisuke waiting anxiously. Seeing Madara's figure, the two were overjoyed, and quickly asked, "Madara, what's the matter? The captain suddenly summoned you, what did you say?" Uchiha Madara calmly walked to the wooden table, picked up a teacup, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "I think, I may no longer be the seat officer of the 11th team." "What? What's going on here?" Urahara Kisuke said in surprise, "No longer serve as the third seat of the 11th team? You mean that Captain Yamamoto wants to remove your position as the seat?" Yoriyuki was also surprised and said, "Although you have been missing for 5 years, as far as I know, the position of the third seat of the 11th team has been reserved. Even if the former fourth seat was promoted, he just became the vice-captain directly. Obviously, Captain Yamamoto specially reserved the 3 seats permanently. How could it be withdrawn suddenly? Could it be that you will be transferred to another broadcasting team?" The reason why Yoriyuki thinks this way is because the transfer of personnel between the Godi 13 is common and even the captains can transfer each other. Madara said calmly, "That's right, Captain Yamamoto meant to transfer me to the 10th squad. So that's it, transferred to the 10th team. But..." Yoriyuki suddenly remembered the situation of the 10th squad, and a guessing idea popped up in her mind. She hurriedly asked, "The 10th squad is a squad that is being rebuilt, and it doesn't even have a captain or vice-captain." "Madara, the captain, do you mean to let you be the captain?" It was just a simple guess at first, but Madara nodded and calmly said a sentence that left them dumbfounded. "That's right, 3 days later, I will be Zero, the new captain of Team 10. Chapter 157. What? You became the captain of the 10th division? Although the two had already guessed in their hearts, they were still very shocked when they heard it with their own ears. Especially Urahara Kisuke, the heart is set off a huge wave. He and Uchiha Madara practiced together in the Shinyang Academy. Although both of them are geniuses, there is still a big gap. It only took Madara one night to comprehend Shikai, and it only took 1 year to successfully graduate from the Maling Academy, becoming a once-in-a-century genius. What's even more amazing is that after graduation, he beheaded the 7th seat of the 11th team in a duel, creating a new record for Godi 13, and in the following 6 months, he even successfully became the 3rd seat of the 11th team. This is the story of Uchiha Madara, and whenever Urahara Kisuke thinks back, he always feels incredible. He even thinks that Uchiha Madara is born to be a person who can create miracles, and can always break historical records and become the most eye-catching new star. Unexpectedly, 5 years later, he became the captain of the Japanese team. Urahara Kisuke said with emotion, "Madara, the first time I saw you, I thought you were different. I didn't expect you to be a monster. I thought I would become the 3rd seat of the 2nd team, and I have successfully caught up with you." Footsteps. "But I didn't expect to be thrown away by you far away." Urahara Kisuke pretended to be disappointed, but there was a look of joy in his eyes. As a close friend, Urahara Kisuke is really happy for Madara from the bottom of his heart. There was a blush on Yoriyuki's beautiful face, and he smiled and said, "Great, I didn't expect you to become the captain of the 10th division." In this way, the three of us occupy important positions in Godi 13, and the future positions it will rise accordingly. Today, Kisuk is all alone. Urahara Kisuk shook his head, and said melancholy, Miss Yuruaki, don't mention it, I'm about to be buried by Sui Feng and I can't bear it. How can I be in the mood to become the captain, let alone I don't have the qualifications? No, I'm well aware of your potential, Kisuk. Yuruaki's face changed, and he said solemnly, perhaps Madara's deeds are too dazzling, and outsiders often think that Madara is a rare, genius, but they ignore you who are also a genius, and I know your potential very well. If it weren't for your low-key personality, you must have achieved good results. What's more, there is a golden opportunity now. At this time, not only Urahara Kisuk, but also Madara was attracted by Yuruaki's words. The two asked at the same time, what kind of opportunity is it? Yuruaki coughed twice, and said solemnly, this matter has not been circulated in Godi 13. The reason why I know the inside story is because of my other identity, the Commander-in-Chief of Secret Maneuvering. Therefore, this matter is only a few, not many people understand. Urahara Kisuk grumbled, Miss Yuruaki, you are going straight to the point, why are you making it so mysterious? Yuruaki chuckled awkwardly, no way, I also want to prevent the news from leaking. Otherwise, Mr. Yamamoto will definitely come to me for a lecture. The next moment, Yuruaki's eyes became extremely serious, and he said word by word, have you heard of the royal agents? A secret agent of the king. Both Uchiha Madara and Urahara Kisuk shook their heads at the same time, expressing ignorance, and they even heard the term for the first time. Yuruaki patiently explained, the so-called royal agents are also known as the Zero Team. Their full name is the exclusive agents of the royal family. They are not under the leadership of Central 46, but are directly ordered by the royal family. A much more advanced Bantei. Needless to say, they are an elite Bantei. As the original Bantei that guarded the Siritii, they have begun to perform their duties before the formation of the Godi 10 main Bantei. The reason why I know all this is because as the head of Shihaoran, I have read some historical documents in the family, so I vaguely learned some truths. Uchiha Madara exclaimed, I didn't expect that there is such a fan team hidden behind the scenes of Soul Society. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's heart was turned upside down. Since he came to Soul Society, he always thought that Godi 13 was the highest combat power of Soul Society, but he didn't expect that there was a Zero Team hidden behind the scenes. However, getting this news by accident aroused Uchiha Madara's inner curiosity even more. Why does such a mysterious fan team hide behind the scenes? Is it guarding something? Uchiha Madara was looking forward to Yuruaki continuing to tell the story about Team Zero, but was disappointed. Yuruaki shook his head and sighed softly, that's all I know. I'm afraid even Captain Kukaki Yinling only knows a little bit. The only people who really know the inside story are the two oldest captains, Captain Yamamoto and Captain Egg Flower. The captain of the team. And the reason why I tell you about the deeds of the Zero Division is because there will be a personnel transfer in the near future. Urahara Kisuk questioned, personnel transfer? Could it be that some of the current captains will be promoted to the Zero Team? Yuruaki nodded and said, that's right, it is said that Hikifune Kiryu, the captain of the 12th Division, will be promoted to the Zero Division. After she leaves, the captain's position will be vacant. This is your best chance, Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk suddenly realized, and said, so that's it. No wonder Miss Yuruaki said you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But, I don't even have Bankai, so what qualifications do I have to be the captain? At this time, Madara finally spoke, don't worry, with your talent and mind, you will definitely be able to comprehend Bankai. Besides, I didn't comprehend Bankai, nor did I become the captain. Urahara Kisuk scratched his head, and said distressedly, okay, then I will try my best to fight for it. Try to comprehend Bankai's competition for the position of captain of the 12th team within half a year. Yuki patted him on the shoulder hard, and said with a gleeful smile, "That's right, during this time, you should work hard and stop being so sloppy. Otherwise, be careful that Sui Feng will trouble you again." Amidst the laughter, time flies by. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. When the morning sun poured down on the earth, it was destined to be an unusual day. Uchiha Madara is about to be the new captain. Chapter 158. On this day, when the first ray of sunlight poured down on the earth in the morning, Godi 13 was filled with a lively atmosphere. After 3 days of deliberation, almost every team member knew one thing. That is, Uchiha Madara will be crowned as the new captain of Team 10 today. The aisle was full of people, and everyone was talking, all talking about Uchiha Madara's deeds. This man who disappeared for 5 years is a mysterious and strange person in the eyes of many people, and he is full of legend. As for the members of the 10th squad, they looked very happy. For them, there is no greater celebration than having a new captain. Especially when they heard that the captain had killed Machin Chuanjai and was a veritable strongman, they were even more ecstatic. For a long time, the 10th squad has been underestimated by the other squads. Due to the humiliating 5-year war, the only remaining 10th squad members could not lift their heads in Godi 13. Captain Yamamoto once even thought of abandoning them, which made these players feel desperate. Now the appearance of the new captain also represents the dawn of the first team is about to usher in the dawn. In the 5th team building, in the spacious aisle, the players are in an endless stream, walking in the aisle in an orderly manner. At this time, at the corner ahead, a tall figure appeared, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. He has short brown-black hair and a black eye on a tall nose. With the fringe covering his forehead and the gentle smile on his mouth, this man's first instinct is that he is an honest, gentle, and kind-hearted person. Aizen Suk. Seeing Aizen's appearance, all teammates smiled respectfully. "Good morning, Aizen Vice-Captain." Aizen looked at them indifferently, with a gentle smile on his gentle face. "Morning, teammates." Aizen did not put on any airs because of his status as the vice-captain, and his humble and gentle attitude made the smiles on the faces of all the team members even brighter. Aizen's every move is so easygoing, which is also an important reason why he is loved by the 5th team members. After Aizen's figure disappeared at the end of the aisle, the team members talked one after another. "It's really rare that we have such an approachable vice-captain." Yes, Aizen's vice-captain is born with a good temper. Not only is he approachable, but he also works hard and manages the team's affairs in an orderly manner. I have to say that Captain Hiriko's vision is really unique, and he actually chose the vice-captain of Aizen. This is really a blessing for our 5th team. In the eyes of almost all members of the 5th division, Aizen is a rare good guy. Not only has no temper at all, but also is approachable, gentle, and kind, low-key and humble. Although the ability of Zanpakuta in the flowing water department is not outstanding, he is also loved by the team members, and he is a rare one among all the vice-captains who is convincing. On the other side, Aizen walked through the long corridor and soon came to the captain's house. He stopped in front of the house, knocked on the door, and asked softly, "Excuse me, Captain, are you ready?" At this time, a rambunctious voice came from inside the house. "Okay, you can come in." Aizen pushed open the door and walked into the room. A man in Captain's Haori appeared in his vision. This man with a yellow pot head, a sloppy look, and a rather unreliable look is now the captain of the 5th team, Hiriko Shinji. Hiriko Shinji turned around, with a disgusted arc on his face, and said coldly, "What are you doing? Why are you here so early, Aizen?" Aizen smiled slightly. "Captain Hiriko, today is the inauguration ceremony for the captain of the 10th division. And it's getting late, we'd better get to the 1st division as soon as possible." Hiriko Shinji waved his hands, and said impatiently, Okay, it's really troublesome, I don't give me any time to dress up, if I dress so ugly, I will be laughed at by that guy Hirako. Asking for flowers. The pockmarked woman came to mind, and Hirako Shinji sighed helplessly. After a little tidying up his appearance, he took Aizen out of the 5th team building and rushed to the chief team office. A team house. When the two came to the team leader's office, Hirako Shinji knocked on the house impatiently and shouted loudly, "Hey, hey, open the door quickly. I'm Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th division. Someone open the door quickly." Hirako Shinji sighed, "Every time I come to the first team, I always feel very nervous, so I don't want to come here, alas." Aizen smiled from behind and said, "Captain, you don't look nervous, but you're deliberately acting out of temper because you don't like participating in the ceremony." Hirako Shinji said with a black face, "Aizen, you are so annoying, stop meddling in your own business." At this time, at the gate of the house, a petite figure suddenly appeared in the air, kicking Hirako Shinji hard in the face. Hirako Shinji fell to the ground unprepared, and wailed in pain, "Hirako, I knew it was you BD." The vice-captain of the 12th division, Rishirai, clasped his arms and said triumphantly, "Hey, idiot Hirako, your face seems smoother today, no wonder it feels so good to hold it." At this moment, Captain Yamamoto's majestic voice sounded. "Okay, have you guys had enough trouble, come in the room quickly." Hearing the voice of Captain Yamamoto, Hirako Shinji and Hishiri immediately became submissive, completely different from their previous performance. When Hirako Shinji and Uchiha Madara walked into the house, they saw a dozen figures already appeared in the spacious and bright house. They are the captains and vice-captains of each team. They stood neatly on both sides, closely watching the figure in the center. Affected by everyone, Aizen also shifted his gaze to the figure in the center. There was finally a wave of fluctuation in his usually calm eyes. "Uchiha Madara, this should be the second time we meet." Chapter 159. Uchiha Madara, this is the second time we've met. Although Aizen didn't show any expression changes, there was a strange look in the depths of his pupils. Although Aizen and Uchiha Madara did not come into contact many times, each time left a deep impression in his heart. The first time he walked into the 11th team building, although Uchiha Madara was just a fresh graduate, he easily killed the 7th seat and replaced him as the new seat officer. The second meeting was during the public trial of the wife-killing case. Although he did not have direct contact with Uchiha Madara, Aizen noticed that Madara's eyes had stayed on Tosen Kaname. And this also drew Aizen's attention to Tosen Kaname. Now meeting for the third time, Uchiha Madara turned out to be the captain of 160. Aizen followed Hirako Shinji to the built-in of the 5th team, pondering in his heart, being the captain in just a few years is really an interesting guy. However, what secrets are hidden in you, it is really exciting. The moment Aizen passed by, Uchiha Madara glanced at him inadvertently. With innate intuition, Uchiha Madara can sense that Aizen is a scary guy. More importantly, his ability to disguise is even more creepy. Immediately afterwards, Captain Yamamoto's voice sounded, breaking the silence. "Okay, now that everyone has arrived one after another, the inauguration ceremony of the new captain will officially begin." Captain Yamamoto said solemnly, "I think everyone has been notified a long time ago, and I will face Uchiha as the captain of the first team." The eyes of each captain and vice-captain shifted to Uchiha Madara one after another, and they discussed in whispers. Hirako Shinji scratched his head and said lazily, "Uchiha Madara, I've heard about this guy a long time ago. It's the first time I met him, but I didn't expect him to be such a classy person. I thought all the members of the 11th team were tall, that look of being big and thick." Although his remarks were casual, they aroused the dissatisfaction of the captain of the 11th team. Oni Rock City Kenpeki snorted coldly, "Captain Hirako, what do you mean by these words? Are you laughing at our 11th team?" Hirako Shinji shrugged and said indifferently, "Who knows? If the captain is slovenly, the image of the players is probably sloppy too." Oni Yanchinj Kenpeki has a vicious and ugly appearance, a rough personality, and a large tuft of beard on his fat face. He was originally a warrior of Rukanga. Because he became the new Kenpeki after defeating Ishida Yuyi. To be reasonable, each Kenpeki has great power and will be respected everywhere in Godai 13, just like the previous Kenpeki and Kenpeki in Mole City. But the previous Kenpeki, Ishida Yuyi, was able to become a Kenpeki after the death of Soya Moljo and the disappearance of Uchiha Madara. He is the only person in the history of Soul Society who did not win the title of Kenpeki through a duel. It is precisely because of this that although Ishida Yuyi bears the title, he is not recognized by others, but despised by other captains. And after Ghost Rock City beheaded him and became Kenpeki, he also received contempt from the other captains, just because the previous Kenpeki was too weak and had no deterrent power. Kenpeki clenched his fist and said indignantly, "Hirako Shinji, you always make provocative words every time we meet, what kind of purpose do you have?" Hirako Shinji ignored his threats, but said in surprise, "Provocation? I think you got it wrong, Ghost Rock City. How could I provoke a reckless Rukanga warrior? It's just a waste of effort." More directly, if back then, it wasn't that Uchiha Madara disappeared, and you Ghost Rock City didn't have the right to step into Jinglingting, right? You. Even if he was ridiculed by Hirako Shinji openly, Kenpeki of Onuwa Castle was still powerless to refute. Indeed, if Uchiha Madara hadn't disappeared back then the current captain of the 11th team would also be Madara, not him. Gritting his teeth angrily, Kenpeki turned his attention to Uchiha Madara. At this time, he is eager to duel with Madara, eager to prove himself through fighting, eager to get rid of this day of being ridiculed. Kenpeki took a deep breath, and said word by word, "Captain Hirako, if I defeat Captain Uchiha Madara in a fair duel, then can I prove my strength?" Hirako Shinji smiled with great interest, "Oh? You want to duel with Captain Uchiha? He is the one who killed Soya Mojo. Even I have to be afraid of 3 points, it's up to you." Oni Rock City Kenpeki sneered, "If you haven't tried it, how can you know the result, and then say that Captain Uchiha Madara is afraid?" Uchiha Madara watched calmly, and said indifferently, "Happy to accompany you." Just 4 words, but it contains an unparalleled haki and self-confidence, and also represents Uchiha Madara's invincible will. Captain Yamamoto saw all this before his eyes and did not stop him. As the captain, he is well aware of the situation of the 11th team. Although Ghost Rock City did become the captain through a duel, it has never been recognized by other captains. Captain Yamamoto has always wanted to change this situation, but unfortunately there is no suitable opportunity. Now, this may be an opportunity. When everyone was arguing endlessly, Captain Yamamoto finally spoke. He scanned the people in the room and said in a deep voice, "Okay, you will be arguing about 4.1 again. Since Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City insists on challenging, and Captain Uchiha if you accept it again, then after the inauguration ceremony is over, you will have another duel under the witness of everyone. But remember one thing, don't kill anyone, this is just an ordinary duel." The reason why Captain Yamamoto made this decision was to give Kenpeki a chance to prove himself, and to give Uchiha Madara a chance to show his ability. As long as who can win this duel, they can step on the other side and become famous in Godai 13. Soon, after announcing some things, the induction ceremony ended and Madara really became the captain of the first team. Immediately afterwards, it was the duel that everyone was looking forward to. Chapter 160. After the inauguration ceremony, the duel that everyone was looking forward to came. Captain of the 10th Division, Uchiha Madara. Captain of the 11th Team, Oni Rock City Kenpeki. One is the man who should bear the honor of Kenpeki, but accidentally becomes the captain of the 10th Team. And the other is the Rukanga warrior who took advantage of the void and won the captain's position. The duel between the two is not only related to the honor of the past, but also related to the reputation of the two teams in the future. If the captain of this team is defeated in full view, it will definitely affect the prestige of the team. A team, a wide flat land. This is the place where the team members of the first team train collectively on weekdays. Now this place has been cleared to make room for the two captains to compete. There were not many people watching, and they were still the captain and vice-captain of each team. They surrounded the field, staring intently at the two figures in the center of the field. Uchiha Madara, Oni Rock Castle Kenpeki. Although the two wear the same captain's Hayori, their images are very different. Uchiha Madara is tall and straight, calm, never provoking words from the beginning to the end, and his defiant eyes have already explained everything. From the very beginning, he was not. Linjian City Kenpeki is placed in the eye distance. And the Ghost Rock City Kenpeki looks ugly, even a bit ferocious. No matter how you look at it, it is an unpleasant appearance, and it makes people unable to afford any good impression. Ever since, under subtle influence, most of them chose to support Uchiha Madara. After all, Madara was able to kill Soya Mojo 5 years ago, and after experiencing the tempering of Hueco Mundo, she must become even stronger. In the crowd, Hirori poked Hirako Shinji's body and asked in a soft voice, "Idiot Hirako, who do you think will win the duel between the two of them?" Hirako Shinji patted her on the head and scolded with a smile, "Hiri, you are so talkative, don't you think that idiot in Onuwa Castle is strong? Look, he has already been suppressed by Captain Uchiha in terms of momentum." Arizili crossed Xiaoman's waist with his hands, and said angrily, "You say what you said, why did you slap me on the head again?" Immediately afterwards, another flying kick kicked Hirako Shinji hard in the face. Wow! With a bruised nose and swollen face, Hirako Shinji fell to the ground helplessly, wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth continuously. Kurako Shunsui on the side came over and said with a smile, Hey, why are you two acting like a pair of enemies? Why don't you calm down and watch the duel between the two captains? Such a thing is rare in decades meet." Facing this experienced captain, Hirako Shinji and Hiri smiled awkwardly, and both returned to a serious look. They quietly asked, the leader of the Beijing band, "Are you more optimistic about Hui?" The cheerful leader of the Beijing band did not beat around the bush, and said bluntly, "Of course I am more optimistic about Captain Uchiha. He once defeated Kenpeki Mojo. To be honest, I am also a bit afraid of that guy Soya Mojo. What a pity. I didn't get to witness that battle back then, so I really want to know how Captain Uchiha defeated him." Hirako Shinji nodded and said with a big smile, "I see, it seems that everyone is more inclined to Captain Uchiha. The only thing worth looking forward to next is how big the gap between the two of them is." On the other side of the field, Aizen completely concentrated his eyes on Uchiha Madara, and he was eager to know Madara's ability. He always feels that Uchiha Madara is not as simple as it seems on the surface. In the middle of the field, Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Madara, Ghost Rock City, the duel is now starting, and you must remember to be merciful." The voice fell, and the figure of Captain Yamamoto appeared directly above, silently watching the duel. Ghost Rock City Kenpeki took the lead, he raised his head to the sky and roared, and the majestic Ryotsuo erupted like a storm. At this moment, his aura climbed to the peak, and even the space around him was somewhat distorted, which was the result of Ryotsuo being too strong. Brush! Ghost Rock City Kenpeki slashed down with a sword, and a huge crack burst open in the solid ground, all of which showed his powerful strength. Ghost Rock City Kenpeki roared with a ferocious face, "Uchiha Madara, you used to be the third seat of the 11th squad, so you must be very clear about the fighting method that the 11th squad most admires." Uchiha Madara stared at him calmly, and said indifferently, "Abandon kid, an advocate slashing duel. Even so what?" Ghost Rock City Kenpeki laughed wildly, "That's right, since you used to be a member of the 11th team, then this time the duel will be conducted according to the rules of the 11th team, and we will use the chopping technique to compete. Tactical duel, to a large extent, is the confrontation between Ryutsu. The reason why Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City proposed this duel method is to a large extent relying on its strong Ryutsu, and wants to defeat Uchiha Madara through Ryutsu. Madara nodded indifferently, and said, either way, the result is the same. The veins on Kenpeki's arm burst out in Gyanchange, and he sneered coldly, really? Then you can learn why I can become Kenpeki. In an instant, 013's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Uchimadara in a blink of an eye, waving Zanpakuto with all his strength. This slash contained most of the Ryutsu in Kenpeki's body, and even caused a sonic boom in the air, causing waves visible to the naked eye in midair. However, even in the face of such a powerful offensive, Uchiha Madara's expression did not change in any way. From the beginning to the end, he had that calm expression. And when approaching Madara's side, Ghost Rock City Kenpeki even saw the look of contempt in his eyes. Madara pulled out Zanpakuto unhurriedly, waved the blade lightly, and then stepped out in one step, casting Shunpo. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had come to a standstill, leaving only the traces of Madara's Zanpakuto waving. A second later, his figure appeared behind Ghost Rock City Kenpeki. Brush! Ghost Rock City Kenpeki's body was stiff, and his eyes were full of horror. I saw a huge scar on his chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Uchiha Madara put away Zanpakuto indifferently, and said indifferently, Kong is full of momentum, but full of flaws, and has not even mastered the most basic cutting skills. Ghost Rock City, you are not worthy of becoming a Western sword. Chapter 161. This duel ended, and the whole process was only a few seconds. From the arrogance of Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City to his blood all over his body, the whole process was so sudden that everyone was caught off guard and didn't even react. Well. Ghost Rock City Kenpeki staggered, almost precariously took a few steps forward, and barely stabilized his body. He turned around abruptly and stared at Uchiha Madara in horror with an expression of disbelief. Although the physical injuries were severe, Oni Rock Kenpeki knew very well that it was because of Uchiha Madara's mercy. If Madara really wanted to kill, I am afraid that Ghost Rock City would have already fallen to the ground by this time. At this time, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City was filled with unwillingness and remorse. He recalled all the things he had done just now, whether it was the arrogant provocation, or clamoring to use slashing techniques to fight. These kinds of behaviors all seem so ridiculous in the face of failure. Don't speak wild words easily, as that will only reveal your weakness. Ghost Rock City finally understood the meaning of these words. Under the eyes of all the captains, he felt his face was hot, as if he had been slapped in the face. Although it was just a silent gaze, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City had an illusion, as if he was ridiculed by everyone. With his face flushed and his face turned into anger, he sighed heavily, and finally said a desperate sentence helplessly, I'm defeated. After saying these words, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City felt weak all over his body, as if he had lost his soul and turned into a walking dead. The status of the captain, the glory of Kenpeki, and the future of the fan team all passed away with this duel, leaving only endless regrets. All around the venue, everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't realize how powerful Uchiha Madara was until they heard Kenpeki of Oni Rock City admit his defeat. They are both captains, but they can defeat each other with a simple slash. How terrifying is this kind of strength? No one knows, nor dares to imagine. After all, Uchiha Madara was able to defeat Soya Moljo 5 years ago, and it seems to be a matter of course to have such a powerful force 5 years later. What a horrible guy. Kurako Shunsui changed his frivolous image and became extremely dignified. He was one of the few people in the audience who clearly observed Uchiha Madara's slash. To be honest, even he was startled by the slash just now. If it were him, it would take a lot of effort to receive this slash. Kurako Shunsui's words were like a stone stirring up thousands of waves, causing an uproar. Even the other two veteran captains Jaishur Yukitake and Anohana Retsu also marveled at Madara's strength. Especially for Anohanaretsu, an inexplicable light flashed in the depths of his pupils. She used to be a first-generation Kenpeki, and she has a high level of achievement in chopping, even she thinks that Madara's chopping is amazing. Shinji, who relied on the Japanese team, sighed, "I've said it all, Captain Uchiha has been hiding his strength. How can someone who can defeat Mojo Soya have no confidence?" Even Hirako Shinji had to praise. "At first, I thought Captain Uchiha would go through a lot of trouble before defeating Oniwa Castle, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. The guy who can graduate from Shino Soul Academy in 1 year is as scary as a monster." As for the three captains, Maguruma Kensei, Love Aikawa, and Torabashi RJR, they just sighed silently, and there was no big surprise. After all, they had heard about Uchiha Madara's deeds 5 years ago, but they had never been in touch. Only Yuriuki smiled, not surprised at all. She has a close relationship with Uchiha Madara, and she also knows Madara's strength thoroughly, so such a result is a matter of course. But no one noticed that Aizen, who had been hiding in the corner all this time, showed a strange expression. Aizen murmured in a low voice, "It's incredible that this guy's slashing skills are on par with mine." Aizen, who has always been perfectly camouflaged, finally revealed a flaw after witnessing Uchiha Madara's beheading. It would have been a shock to anyone else to hear him. Why would a vice-captain possess such a powerful slashing technique? That's because, camouflage. Only Aizen himself knows that his strength has been on par with captains. Whether it's chopping, kid, shunpo, or white hits, he has already mastered all of them. Not even his Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu has ever shown the power of true knowledge. Kaika Suijutsu is a water mat Zanpakut, whose true ability is to use the refraction of flowing water to cause enemies to kill each other. This is what Aizen used to say in front of everyone explaining Zanpakut's abilities, but it was just a lie that deceived the entire Soul Society. Aizen looked at Uchiha Madara's back and murmured in a low voice, "Uchiha Madara, it's a pity that I couldn't see your ability clearly. But I believe you will find a flaw soon." Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, "Okay, since the duel is decided, let's disband." Under the order of the Yamamoto headquarters, the captains and vice-captains of each team left the first team one after another. After Uchiha Madara, separated from Yuriuki, he did not return to the 10th squad, but left Godi I-13 and rushed to Rukanga. Through the Baidao Gate, Uchiha Madara left Jinglingting. His target is South Rukanga 80th Block, Zaraki District. Uchiha Madara went to the Zaraki District before Soya's rebellion, and met an interesting guy there, Zaraki Kenpeki. Although Zaraki Kenpeki was beaten by him in the duel, he made a deep impression on Madara. Powerful, ambitious, and persistent pursuit of power, this is Zaraki Kenpeki's unique personality charm. As someone who is equally obsessed with power, Uchiha Madara admires Zaraki Kenpeki. The reason why he rushed to the Zaraki area this time was to persuade Zaraki Kenpeki to join Godi I-13 and train him to become the deputy captain. Chapter 162. Walking out of Jinglingting, passing through the first block Run Linen, the figure of Uchiha Madara is gradually walking through Rukanga. Since Uchiha Madara is wearing the captain's Haori, any Rukanga citizen will have a look of awe when they see him. In the minds of all Rukanga residents, any dead Shendu is a big man with a high status, let alone the captain of Godi I-13, he is simply a legend. Being able to see a Godi I-13 captain with their own eyes made these Rukanga residents ecstatic, as if they had the capital to brag about for a lifetime. For these unnecessary gazes, Uchiha Madara did not deliberately pay attention to them. He walked all the way, and soon came to the hanging area. As desolate as it is now, there is a sense of desolation around the Shuhang area. Madara walked straight forward, and when he came to the room where the murder happened, he rarely stopped. Once staying here, Uchiha Madara thought of Tosen Kaname, the blind man who used to cry in front of him. 390. Although after many years, Tosen Kaname has become a member of Godi I-13, but he is just an ordinary player. If you want to rely on the strength in your hands to pursue justice, it will take a arduous journey. After only staying for a moment, Uchiha Madara left the room. Madara went straight through the entire Inazuri area, and finally stepped into the bordering grass deer area. When stepping into the streets of Kalo district, Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Kalo district is still as dilapidated as it was back then, and it can even be called a refugee camp. Old buildings, dilapidated streets, looking around, sparsely populated, a depression. After many years, Kalo district has not only made no progress, but has become even more desolate. This made Uchiha Madara feel the gap of Seoul society. Perhaps because of the desperation, many houses were left unused, and even the top of the house was piled up with a thick layer of ash. Compared to the bustling jingling court, the difference is really big. Uchiha Madara roams the streets without trying to exude her own ryutsu. Although the Grass Deer district and the Zaraki district are known as places of chaos, they are not a threat to Madara at all. What's more, whenever he walked by, all the residents didn't even dare to go forward, and hid in the house in fright. In the end, Uchiha Madara crossed the Grass Deer district and came to the final destination, the Zaraki district. As soon as he came to the streets of Zaraki district, Uchiha Madara sensed the constant collision of two ryutsu. Obviously, this is the result of the duel between the two powerhouses. This ryutsu. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth turned up slightly, revealing a happy smile. Speaking of his luck, as soon as he arrived in the Zaraki area, he met the Zaraki Kenpeki he was looking for. It's just that Madara is very unfamiliar with the other ryutsu, and she didn't sense this ryutsu when she came to a stronger wind last time. Uchiha Madara murmured in a low voice, "Interesting guy, he was able to maintain ryutsu's stability under the pressure of Zaraki Kenpeki. I want to see who it is." Uchiha Madara stepped forward, and his figure disappeared instantly. On the other side, deep in the Zaraki district. It was a mess here, and the ground was cracked with countless small cracks. A gust of ryutsu wind kept blowing past, causing the space to feel somewhat distorted. "Ha! That's it, come on, chop hard, let me enjoy the feeling of blood." Zaraki Kenpeki's rough voice sounded, with a bit of rage. He kept waving the long sword in his hand, desperately resisting, the attack from the front. In front of him, a tall man was constantly attacking. He has a big shiny bald head, with red eyeshadow in the corners of his eyes, and his eyes are long and narrow. And when attacking, the seemingly disorderly chopping technique is actually to enjoy the thrill of fighting to the fullest. The bald man is Madarame Ikeku, a bully in Rukanga. The reason why it appears here is entirely because of its reputation, in order to challenge the mighty Zaraki Kenpeki. Madarame Ikeku yelled, "Zaraki Kenpeki, have you always been like this? It's really disappointing. It was a waste of me to come to the Zaraki district in person." Zaraki Kenpeki brandished the blade, laughing ferociously, "Is this the extent? Are you kidding me? If you cut you down in the first place, then you won't be able to enjoy the fun of fighting." Madarame Ikeku raised the corner of his mouth, and smiled excitedly, "Really? Then you have to be careful, my slash will not show mercy." Boom! There was another strong collision sound, and the figures of the two retreated from each other. Hoo! Madarame Ikeku was gasping for breath, bean-sized drops of sweat dripping down his cheeks. Although the battle had just begun, he already felt the difficulty of Zaraki Kenpeki. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cut through Zaraki Kenpeki's body. Just like a monster. Madarame Ikeku gripped the blade tightly, posing as if he was facing an enemy. Suddenly, on the side room, the enchanting man who had been silently watching the battle finally spoke. Hey, Ujiao, this is not your level. Remind me, be careful not to be cut down by that guy. This enchanting man has slender cheeks, dark blue hair, smooth skin, delicate features, and a ferocious Madara with 10 horns. Zaraki Kenpeki and the two formed a great contrast. He is Madarame Ikeko's best friend, and the two went to Rukanga together. His name is Ayasukawa Yumichika. Hearing Gongkin's reminder, Madarame Ikeko said impatiently, "Don't be so wordy, Gongkin. How could this guy be able to defeat me?" Madarame Ikeko gave a loud shout and rushed forward without fear. Zaraki Kenpeki grinned in anticipation of Madarame Ikeko's attack. He also surged out, waving his blade with great momentum. However, the scene that seemed to be about to go shopping was suddenly interrupted. Suddenly, Zaraki Kenpeki stopped and looked in another direction with a solemn expression. There, the figure of Uchiha Madara appeared. "Long time no see, Zaraki Kenpeki, you seem to be getting stronger." Chapter 163. Long time no see, Zaraki Kenpeki, you seem to be getting stronger. Uchiha Madara stood calmly on the top of the house, looking down at Zaraki Kenpeki condescendingly, with a weird smile on his lips. He has a deep memory of the battle a few years ago. It was also because of that battle that Zaraki Kenpeki left a deep impression on Madara's heart. Like fighting, advocating fighting, and yearning for blood, this is the deep impression left by Zaraki Kenpeki. Uchiha Madara knows very well that for a person like Zaraki Kenpeki, no language is needed, and fighting is the best language. Only a heart-to-heart battle can truly please this beast. Zaraki Kenpeki's pupils contracted suddenly, and he exclaimed loudly, "It's you Uchiha Madara, haven't you disappeared? Why did you appear here?" Zaraki Kenpeki was very puzzled. At the beginning, the battle between Uchiha Madara and Soya Mojo shocked the whole Rukanga, and even the people in Zaraki district were shocked by it. 2 captains were killed in battle. This kind of event has not happened for hundreds of years. Uchiha Madara, one of the protagonists of the event, mysteriously disappeared, which became a mystery. When Zaraki Kenpeki heard the news of Madara's disappearance, he felt a sense of loss in his heart. Since losing to Uchiha Madara, Zaraki Kenpeki has been targeting Madara to overtake. In the past 5 years, the words left by Uchiha Madara before leaving have always been in my mind. "You don't get power easily by talking about it. If you want to beat me, go to Godi 13. This sentence has always remained in Zaraki Kenpeki's heart, and it is also the driving force for him to move forward. Zaraki Kenpeki originally planned to go to the 11th team to challenge, but this idea was forced to be dismissed due to Madara's disappearance. Now Madara appeared unexpectedly again, which surprised Zaraki Kenpeki even more. On the other side, when Madarame Ikeko saw the Captain Hayori draped over Madara's body, his expression was horrified. He exclaimed, "Captain Hayori? Are you the captain of Godi 13? Uchiha Madara looked at him indifferently, and said calmly, "My eyesight is quite sharp." "That's right, I am the new captain of the 10th division. Are you the guy who just fought Zaraki Kenpeki?" Facing Uchiha Madara's gaze, Madarame Ikeko felt his hair stand on end, and cold sweat kept pouring down his back. He could feel a great oppression from this ordinary look in his eyes, and this oppression lingered in his heart, making him even more suffocated. "It's terrible, just a look can do this. The captain of Godi 13 is indeed stronger than the legend." Madarame Ikeko moved quietly, and inadvertently opened a distance from Uchiha Madara, maintaining a sufficiently vigilant range. And Ayasukawa Yumichika's face was serious, and he kept recalling the name Uchiha Madara, and finally found information about Madara from the memory bank. He said in surprise, "One corner, be careful, that guy once killed the mole city Kenpeki." "What? It's him." Madarame Ikeko's face was ashen ashes, and his arms couldn't help but clenched the blade tightly. As a bully who has lived in Rukanga for a long time, he has naturally heard the reputation of the mole city Kenpeki. In his heart, Kenpeki is an invincible man, but 5 years ago he was killed by a little-known official, which caused a huge shock in Ujiao's heart. Now seeing the legendary person with my own eyes, Madarame Ikeko is naturally very swollen. On the other hand, Zaraki Kenpeki looked indifferent, and asked indifferently, "Hey, what are you doing here? Are you looking for a duel with me?" Madara responded indifferently, "What do you think? Zaraki Kenpeki. Then I think you're here to fight me." Zaraki Kenpeki swung the blade suddenly, and the slashes condensed by Ryutsu poured out like moonlight. He went all out, and did not show mercy because of his status as the captain. However, Uchiha Madara made a move that shocked the trio. He just stretched out a finger and said casually, "One of had, go." A small shock wave shot out along his fingertips, unexpectedly easily blocked the slash. How can that be? The pupils of Madara Mikeku, Ayasukawa Yumichika, and Zaraki Kenpeki shrank suddenly, and they couldn't help but feel disbelief. Asking for flowers, 0. Even if it is a captain, it is impossible to block the slash so easily. After all, Zaraki Kenpeki is a big shot who dominates the Zaraki district. Madara smiled evilly, "What kind of expression are you guys? Can't you understand the gap between us?" Uchiha Madara took a step forward, and a Ryutsu surged out of his body enough to shake the space. Ryutsu is almost solidified, like an ocean floating in the sky, thick and staring. Wow! Madara Mikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika's complexion changed in shock, the veins on their necks burst out, a bad breath was blocked in their chests, and they could not breathe for a while. Facing Uchiha Madara's majestic Ryutsu, the two of them are like a struggling ants, they have nothing to do except wait for death in horror. 0. Ryutsu crushed their bodies, but not their spines. Even though the two were pale, they resisted Ryutsu's oppression with their tenacious will and would not admit defeat. "You guy, are you just here to intimidate us?" Zaraki Kenpeki roared to the sky, and a shocking Ryutsu erupted from his body. With thick Ryutsu, he is barely able to walk freely. However, facing Zaraki Kenpeki's questioning, Uchiha Madara remained expressionless. He said indifferently, "Do you want to know why I came to the Zaraki area? That's because I became the captain of the Juban team. According to the rules of Godi 13, after becoming the captain, he has the right to choose the vice-captain and the seat officer. And Godi 13 but there is no one that satisfies us, so I want to go to the Zaraki area and see if there are some interesting guys." Zaraki Kenpeki frowned and asked impatiently, "What do you mean? Don't tell me you came here specifically to find me." Uchiha Madara nodded and said, "That's right, Zaraki Kenpeki, would you like to be my lieutenant?" Madara stared into Zaraki Kenpeki's eyes, expecting his answer. However, with little hesitation, Zaraki Kenpeki gave the answer. "Join the Juban team? I refuse to force." Chapter 164. I reject. Zaraki Kenpeki resolutely refused, not at all moved. His decisiveness surprised Uchiha Madara instead. Even Madara Mikeku and Yumi were dumbfounded. Madara Mikeku gritted his teeth and said, "Zaraki Kenpeki must have lost his head. He refused the invitation of a captain so decisively. God, he is crazy." Qin Gong also envied, the vice-captain is also a big shot in Godi 13. If the news spreads, I'm afraid there will be countless people fighting to become the vice-captain. The two could only silently envy from the sidelines, both feeling and taking it for granted. For a madman like Zaraki Kenpeki who advocates fighting, power and status seem worthless. The 7 or 80 he desires more is the pursuit of power, and only power can please Zaraki Kenpeki. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and asked, "Zaraki Kenpeki, why did you reject me so simply? Reasonably speaking, it is already a rare thing for someone as proud and arrogant as Uchiha Madara to take the initiative to send out invitations." And Zaraki Kenpeki turned him down without thinking. It made Uchiha Madara feel very uncomfortable. Zaraki Kenpeki shrugged his shoulders, and said with a natural look, "Because I'm not interested in the Juban team, so I rejected you, is this reason enough?" Uchiha Madara suddenly realized, and said, "So, the team you really yearn for. That's right. Zaraki Kenpeiga said with burning eyes, Uchiha Madara, do you remember 5 years ago? After that battle, I not only engraved you firmly in my mind, but also became interested in Godai 13. Through constant inquiry, I understand that the 11th team you are in is a battle-only team, and it is also the most valiant team in Godai 13. So I set a goal, and I will definitely go to the 11th team in the future, because only there can I immerse myself in the thrill of fighting. And my goal is only one, and that is to surpass you and become a unique sword. Zaraki Kenpeiga said regretfully, unfortunately, when I was going to the Soul Society to find you, you guy disappeared, so I gave up this idea. Now that you appear again, then my goal will reappear again, only Kenpeiga is my only pursuit. The only way to prove the value of a warrior is the blood that dyes the earth red, not the glory and power of nothingness. In the pursuit of the power of the road, I regard myself as a warrior from beginning to end. You can tolerate difficult steps, but you can't accept giving up halfway. Wherever I want to go, I have no fear and no retreat. This is the burning will of the warrior. Hearing Zaraki Kenpeiga's reasons, Uchiha Madara smiled instead of anger. Zaraki Kenpeiga, you are exactly as I expected. Go, the 11th team is your real destination. With a person like you, how can you be here? A dilapidated place to hide your head and show your tail. Zaraki Kenpeiga carried the blade on his shoulder, and said with a serious smile, so you've given up your mind. Uchiha Madara nodded, that's right. That's really great. Leave these unnecessary tedious things behind, and let's have a hearty fight. Zaraki Kenpeiga was full of fighting spirit, his blood was burning and his momentum was high, even the nameless Zanpakuto couldn't help shaking violently. It was a trembling born of excitement, a trembling born of blood. This trembling comes from the blood, but also from the fighting spirit. Madara Mikako looked serious and exclaimed, Zaraki Kenpeiga is just like the legend, he is an out-and-out lunatic. But, such a talent is worthy of our pursuit. Gongkin rolled up his slender hair, smiled lightly, and said, Hey, Ujiao, I knew you were thinking this way, thanks to the envious look you showed just now. After all, your character is not as good as Zaraki Kenpeiga's. Same, just for chasing fights. How about it, do you want to make a move? Let's take a look first, those two guys are both monsters. One is the captain of the squadron, and the other is a fighting madman. That's up to you. Anyway, I don't plan to intervene, and I don't plan to join the 10th squad. Che, dear Gong, don't take it for granted. Just now I saw that you are very tempted. While the two were constantly arguing, Zaraki Kenpeiga finally set off. His burly body jumped into the air in mid-air and waved the blade fiercely. Uchiha Madara just glanced at him indifferently, and said in a deep voice, Zaraki Kenpeiga, when I fought with you 5 years ago, I needed to use Shikai to defeat you. But this time, you don't even have the qualifications to let me Shikai. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sword chant, Zaraki Kenpeiga's clothes were shattered, and a shocking crack appeared in his abdomen. Scarlet blood dripped continuously, slowly flowing down the eaves of the house, and gradually dripping to the ground. Uchiha Madara raised her finger and said calmly, Strength is different from will, I have already told you that you are too weak. 61 of Bakud, the prison of 6 branches of light. The 6 paths beam appeared out of nowhere, holding Zaraki Kenpeiga's body in midair. Immediately after Uchiha Madara raised his right arm, Zanpakuto thrust straight forward. Pooh! The sharp blade pierced into the body, and there was a burst of heart-piercing pain. Zaraki Kenpeiga has a ferocious face, although he has a powerful Ryutsu, but in 2.9, this Ryutsu is useless in front of Uchiha Madara. After all, Madara swallowed Baragan and obtained all the emperors of the Skeleton King. Well! When Uchiha Madara pulled out Zanpakuto, Zaraki Kenpeiga fell powerlessly from mid-air. Enduring the severe pain, he said with difficulty, Damn it, I thought the gap between us would be weaker after 5 years, but I didn't expect it to widen instead. Uchiha Madara showed him a meaningful smile, left a word, and turned to leave the Zaraki area. Zaraki Kenpeki, go to the 11th team to challenge Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City. Such a person is not worthy of being a Kenpeki at all. You have enough strength to defeat him, replace him, and become the new Kenpeki. Only then will you have the power to stand in front of me. Qualifications. Chapter 165. After Uchiha Madara left the Zaraki district, he quickly returned by the same route. It is a pity that this trip has both surprises and regrets. Surprisingly, I found Madarame Ikeko and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Although the strength of the two is not strong at this stage, but the firm will is not weaker than Zaraki Kenpeki. This is why Uchiha Madara is optimistic about them. It's a pity that both of them don't want to join the 10th team, they just want to follow Zaraki Kenpeki to join the 11th team. In the end, Uchiha Madara had to lament the benefits of the 11th team. The fighting squad has infinite appeal just by its name, rather than being as unknown as the 10th squad. Gradually, night fell, and the dark and silent night sky was full of shining stars. After spending a while, Uchiha Madara finally returned to the Runlinen neighborhood, which is also the most prosperous place in the entire Seoul society except Jinglingting. There are people coming and going in the Runlinen block, the shops on both sides of the street are full of business, and the lively noise is constantly coming from it. When Uchiha Madara passed by one of the izakayas, he rarely stopped because he saw two familiar figures in the izakaya. Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake. During the weekdays, these two captains with the most senior qualifications seldom look forward to showing up, and they often disappear in Godi I-13, especially at night, when they are nowhere to be found. Many people in Godi I-13 even suspect that there may be a dirty pie transaction behind this. After seeing this scene, Uchiha Madara finally solved the mystery. It turned out that the two had a hearty drink in the izakaya. As if sensing the breath of Uchiha Madara, the moment the shift came to the izakaya, the eyes of the two captains focused on him at the same time. Hey, isn't this Captain Uchiha? What a coincidence! That's right, it's really rare, Captain Uchiha. You couldn't be found after you left the team building today, so you went to Rukonga. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake greeted warmly and waved Uchiha Madara into the izakaya. Madara hesitated for a while, and finally walked into the izakaya. To be reasonable, he didn't have a good impression of this kind of place, but he was interested in the two captains. As one of the oldest captains of Godi I-13, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were the first students of Maling Academy. Low-key, friendly, and well-informed are the biggest characteristics of the two of them. And they are one of the few worthy of Madara's respect. Kurako Shunsui took a sip from the wine glass, laughed heartily and said, "What's the matter, Captain Uchiha, you seem to be preoccupied? Is it because of team affairs?" Jaishur Yukatake echoed from the side, "In my opinion, Captain Uchiha is probably troubled by the adjutant's problem. Captain Jushiro is right, I am indeed suffering from not finding a suitable candidate for the adjutant." Uchiha Madara picked up a glass of sake on the wooden table and sighed helplessly. The reason why he was in a hurry to find an adjutant was to cultivate his own influence, but also because he hoped that someone could handle the affairs of the team instead of him, so that he could be a hands-off shopkeeper for the convenience of him. Kurako Shunsui patted Madara's shoulder and comforted, "I see, I can understand your feelings, Captain Uchiha. I was also troubled by this incident back then, but now I am satisfied with Lisa." Although Jaishur Yukatake is weak, he did not hesitate to drink, he said with a hearty smile, "That's right, I am also very satisfied with my new lieutenant. By the way, he will come here later. Let me introduce you by the way, Captain Uchiha." In this way, the two old captains comforted Uchiha Madara while pulling him to drink happily. Although they are old, they don't have any airs. Especially Kurako Shunsui showed a familiar enthusiasm. In fact, both of them admire Uchiha Madara and are more optimistic about Madara's future. They even think that Madara has a strength not inferior to their own. Gradually, the middle of the night passed, and finally a thin figure hurried into the izakaya. He has long black hair, a pair of dark smoky blue pupils, and a tattoo of the Shiba family's family crest cracked fallen URL on his left wrist. There are Shiba's iconic long lower eyelashes and a natural imprint on the bridge of the nose. Vice Captain of Division 13, Shiba Kyan. Due to being late, Shiba Kyan walked into the izakaya awkwardly, bowed and apologized with embarrassment. Captain Jushiro, leader of the Beijing band, I'm sorry, I'm late. When he got up, he was surprised to find Uchiha Madara's figure, and quickly said respectfully, Captain Uchiha, I didn't expect you to be here too. Jaishur Yukatake laughed, Kyan, quickly toast Captain Uchiha, you are late. Shiba Kyan happily drank a glass of sake, smiled and said, Captain Uchiha Madara, I have heard about your deeds a few years ago. Uchiha Madara said indifferently, oh? I should have been an unknown player of 843 a few years ago, right? Shiba Kyan nodded and said with a smile, yes, but I heard about you from my sister Shiba Kyuzuru. She admired you, Captain Uchiha, and threatened that you would definitely become the captain in the future. Now it seems that Konghee's eyesight is really accurate. I see. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, and the image of Shiba Konghee appeared in his mind. We haven't seen each other for several years. If Shiba Kyan hadn't mentioned it, Madara would have almost forgotten her. At this time, Captain Jushiro interjected, Kyan, Captain Uchiha is worried about not being able to find a suitable adjutant. You have been in Rukonga for a long time. Do you have any suitable candidates? Shiba Kyan thought for a moment, scratched his head, and said hesitantly, I have a suitable candidate, but although he is very talented, he has a lazy personality. I am afraid that Captain Uchiha will look down on him. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly and asked, who the hell? Shiba Kyan said awkwardly, that guy is the owner of the branch house of the Shiba family, and also my uncle. His name is Shiba Yuxin. Chapter 166. Shiba with one heart. Uchiha Madara frowned. It wasn't the first time he heard this name. As early as the first time he met Shiba Kyuzuru, he had heard of Ishin. In Madara's impression, Shiba Yuxin is an outstanding but low-key person, and for some reason he failed to become a member of the Godai 13 team. Even Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were surprised. When the figure of Shiba Yuxin appeared in the minds of the two, their faces showed strange expressions. Kurako Shunsui said awkwardly, that guy. He is a good person, but he has never been willing to stay in Godai 13. Otherwise, with the current development of the Shiba family, even if they return to the Four Nobles, it will be impossible not impossible. Shiba Kyan also regretted, yeah, uncle, he doesn't like being bound by rules, otherwise he wouldn't have resisted entering Godai 13 all the time. Although he has graduated from Zhenyang Lingyuan long ago, he has no plan to stay in Jinglingting. Captain Uchiha, trying to convince him, might be a bit tricky. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and said disapprovingly, really? In this case, I want to see what Shiba Yuxin is capable of. He looked at Shiba Kyan calmly, with unquestionable majesty in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, Shiba Kyan, please take me to the branch house of the Shiba family, and I will try to convince him. Shiba Kyan could only nod silently, and said embarrassingly, Captain Uchiha, of course this is no problem, but the matter of persuading the clan uncle depends on your own ability. As a junior, I am not qualified to persuade the clan uncle. Kurako Shunsui said with a smile, haha, Captain Uchiha, then I wish you all the best. If the 10th division has you and Shiba Ishin being evil, it is not impossible to return to the grand occasion. The pale Jaishur Yukatake coughed tiredly and said with a smile, Kyan go, the heat is getting late, you should take Captain Uchiha to the Shiba branch house as soon as possible. Yes, Captain Jushiro. If you are not in good health, go back to rest as soon as possible. In addition, you can leave the team affairs to me at ease. As the vice-captain of the 13th squad, Shibakayan always considers Jaishur Yukate's physical condition, and takes on the heavy responsibility of handling team affairs on weekdays. In this way, with the permission of the two captains, Shibakayan left the izakaya with Uchiha Madara and went to the Shiba branch house in West Rukanga. The two walked the bustling streets and talked to each other. Suddenly, Shibakayan asked curiously, "Honestly, Captain Uchiha, failed to inherit the title of Kenpeki, do you have a feeling of loss in your heart? After all, it is a title that everyone admires." Uchiha Madara stared at him and asked calmly, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Shibakayan scratched the back of his head and said with a longing look on his face, "To be honest, when I was not a member of Godai 13, the person I heard the most was Kenpeki from the 11th team other than the captain of Yamamoto." Captain. It can even be said that Kenpeki represents the honor of the entire Godai 13. Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "The so-called Kenpeki is nothing more than a reputation. If it is in the hands of a real strong man, it is not only a kind of honor, but also a proof of strength. But if it is in the hands of a group of rabble, it will only tarnish this title. Essentially, Kenpeki means power. So it doesn't make any difference to me whether I have this title or not." When these words came out of Uchiha Madara's mouth, there was a sense of taking it for granted. Now his strength looks at the entire Godai 13, and he is also one of the best. Especially behind Madara there is another identity hidden, the king of the virtual circle. Only when the Soul Society has mastered the technique of opening the black cavity, will it be possible to know the truth. It's a pity that in today's Soul Society, apart from the captain of Yamamoto, only Uchiha Madara can open the black hole. After all, his book is vast, O Lord. Unknowingly, the two came to West Rukanga. Led by Shibakayan, they finally came to the branch house of the Shiba family. A mansion with a vast area appeared in front of them. Although it is not as magnificent as the nobles of Rukanga, it also has the atmosphere of a noble family. Stopping in front of the gate, Shibakayan said with emotion, "I really miss it. I haven't been here for a long time since I became a member of Godai 13. Compared with under the leadership of Uncle Yuxin, Shiba branch house has become stronger and stronger." Shibakayan raised his finger and shot out a beam of spiritual particles in the air, which exploded in front of him in an instant. Uchiha Madara asked, "What are you doing?" Shibakayan explained with a smile, "This is a unique communication method of our Shiba clan. If the clan uncle senses my Ryutsu, it will come out soon." Sure enough, when Shibakayan's Ryutsu spread, only a moment later, a burly figure walked out of the manor and appeared in the field of vision of the two. A head of bright short black hair, bright big eyes, regular facial features, especially the strong body, brought a bit of energy. The Shiba family is the head of the branch house, and Shiba has one heart. Ji, Wang Hao, Bo Yi came over in a hurry, and when he saw Shibakayan, he immediately laughed, "Hey, isn't this Kayan's nephew? Why did he suddenly come to the branch house? I haven't seen you for many years, but I am very happy. Jail misses you three brothers and sisters." Shibakayan smiled respectfully, "Uncle Yuxin, I haven't seen you for many years, but you still have the same demeanor." Shiba said with a cheeky smile, "Where is it? It's not because he has become the head of the family, so he has the style of a patriarch. But, who is this?" When Shiba focused his eyes on Uchiha Madara, his pupils suddenly weakened, and he murmured in a low voice, "The captain of Godai 13. Shibakayan quickly explained, "That's right, he trusts the captain of the 10th division, Uchiha Madara. The purpose of coming here today is to invite you to be the vice-captain of the 10th division." Chapter 167. What? Invite me to be the vice-captain of the 10th division? Shiba opened his mouth wide in astonishment, his face full of horror. To be fair, when he first saw Uchiha Madara's captain Hayori, He had a bad premonition, but he didn't expect this premonition to be true. Before Shiba could fully react, Shiba Kyan spoke first. Well, let's go inside first. It's getting late, and it's very cold outside. Due to Shiba Kyan's opening, even if Shiba was unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to nod and invite the two to enter the manor of Shiba branch house. Creak. The gate opened, and Uchiha Madara and Shiba Hisayo walked into the manor at the same time. Led by Shiba wholeheartedly, they walked through the vast manor and gradually walked towards the central mansion. Although the Shiba branch house is not as powerful as the Kukaki nobles, it still exudes a sense of grandeur. Along the way, Shiba Kyan kept feeling, even a little bit ashamed. As the head of the Shiba family, he failed to save the decline of the Shiba family, so he felt a little guilty. 317. Shiba Yuxin seemed to understand his thoughts, and comforted him. Kyan, don't feel guilty. You have tried your best, and now you are not the vice-captain of the 13th division? Don't worry, step by step, one day you will be able to lead Shiba. The main family is back to the top. After a while of greetings, the three finally came to the central room of the Shiba branch house. The more ornate decoration is both majestic and low-key, without any feeling of Zhongyang. As the master, Shiba sat on the guard wholeheartedly, staring at Uchiha Madara and Shiba Kyan with a smile on his face. Shiba coughed twice, and said solemnly, "Then let's get down to business. You said just now that the purpose of coming this time is to invite me to be the vice-captain of the 10th squad." Uchiha Madara nodded, and said calmly, "That's right, I just became the captain of the 10th squad, and I need a good helper to help me deal with the team's affairs. Even the two captains, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, also recommended you unanimously, so come here specially." Shiba sighed heavily, "Kfi," and said unabashedly, "To be honest, I'm not very interested in your proposal." After Shiba Yuxin's words fell, the faces of Uchiha Madara and Shiba Kyan changed. They didn't expect Shiba Yuxin to refuse so simply. However, in the next second, Shiba spoke again with all his heart. "But..." He stared at Uchiha Madara closely, and said in a deep voice, "I heard that you defeated that guy Mojo Soya 5 years ago." Uchiha Madara responded without changing his face, "He did die in my hands, so what?" Shiba Yuxin's expression was dull, and he immediately raised a bright smile, "That's really great, I have always disliked that guy Mojo Shuanja. He has always been arrogant, thinking that he will not let other third-rate families go when he becomes the captain. In my eyes, he is really a hateful guy." Shiba wholeheartedly made no secret of his dislike for Mojo Shuanja. When he first became the head of the Shiba branch house, he was once oppressed by the Machin family and had to move away from the Runlinen neighborhood in South Rukanga, so he lived in seclusion in the relatively remote West Rukanga. Although this incident has passed for many years, Shiba branch house has gradually become stronger. But the former hatred did not disappear, instead it turned into a seed and buried in Shiba Yuxin's heart forever. Although Shiba Yuxin is not the kind of person with small stomachs, but after becoming the head of the family, he also took on more responsibilities. Shiba said with emotion, "To be honest, I couldn't even believe it when I heard the news of Mojo Soya's death. After all, that guy was called the strongest Kenpeki. It wasn't until the news spread throughout the Soul Society, I even wanted to meet the guy who beheaded Machin Chuanjai. Unexpectedly, 5 years later, we finally met." Shiba Kyan's eyes flickered, and he seemed to feel a glimmer of hope. He hurriedly asked, "Uncle Clan, what do you mean?" Shiba stretched his waist with all his heart, and said carelessly, "To be honest, although I awakened Zanpakut, I don't have any good feelings for Godi I-13. But, since Captain Uchiha Madara helped me out, then your suggestion maybe it can be considered." "What? Really?" Shiba Kyan's face turned red with excitement. He originally thought that Shiba would make things difficult for him in every possible way, and even refuse directly, but he didn't expect to agree so easily. But Shiba Kyan felt relieved after thinking about it for a while. Shiba Yuxin has a more casual personality, doesn't like to be bound by rules, and has always been a loner, so few people can understand his mind. For such a person, following the heart is also the most normal choice. There was also a trace of joy on Uchiha Madara's cold face, and with his eyesight, it was natural to see that Shiba had great strength in his heart. In particular, Ryutsu, owned by Shiba with all his heart, is not inferior to any vice-captain, faintly touching the threshold of the captain. Shiba waved his hands wholeheartedly, and said, "It's not entirely my personal wish, it's more because of Zanpakute's induction." Uchiha Madara asked, "What do you mean by that?" Shiba wholeheartedly raised Zanpakute, which was put aside, and said, "Although I personally want to join the Juban team. But it is more because of Injetsu's wishes. As a Zanpakute of the Hot Department, Injetsu can sense the ability of your Zanpakute, Captain Uchiha Madara. Through spiritual communication, Injetsu told me that your Zanpakute has the potential to surpass Region Jaka, and if I follow you, it may greatly improve Zanpakute." The corner of Uchiha's mouth curled up, and he smiled meaningfully. "Oh? I didn't expect Hao Mission to get such a high evaluation from your Zanpakute, I'm really surprised." Shiba said with a burning gaze, "Of course, Injetsu's premonitions are always accurate." "Well, let's not gossip, I agree to your invitation. From tomorrow, I will be the vice-captain of the 11th team. Please give me more advice in the days to come." To be reasonable, Shiba can be easily persuaded, and Uchiha Madara is even more surprised. Chapter 168. The next morning, the sun rose. In the 10th team building, all the teammates were ordered to gather early in the morning. Although there are not many members of the 10th squad, there are still a lot of them, but most of them are members drawn from other squads. For the powerful new captain Uchiha, every team member has an attitude of respect. They even fanatically admire Uchiha Madara, believing that he can lead the Juban team back to the top. And when they received the news that the new vice-captain was about to take office, all the teammates were very surprised, because most of them were unfamiliar with the name Shiba Yuxin. "Shiba Yuxin, I heard that he has an inexplicable relationship with Vice-Captain Shiba Kyan." "That's right, I heard that he is Shiba Kyan's clan uncle, and he is also a genius. It only took 2 years to successfully graduate from Shino Spiritual Academy, but for some reason he didn't become a member of Godi I-13. To make Captain Uchiha fancy, this guy named Shiba Yuxin must have good strength." The team members whispered among themselves, discussing the mysterious vice-captain who is about to take office. At this moment, there was a commotion from the corridor not far away, and all the team members quickly turned their eyes away, only to see 2 figures coming from the direction of the team office. The blind man was wearing a black tight-fitting combat uniform, and a black gown was put on the outside. In addition, his body is also equipped with red iron guards, which are evenly distributed on the shoulders, back and chest. On the outside of the red plate armor, the Captain Hayori of the first team is engraved on it. Uchiha Madara. Seeing the appearance of Uchiha Madara, all the players fell into a state of frenzy. They stared at Uchiha Madara with burning eyes, worshipping from the heart. As early as the day before, the news about the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City spread throughout the Jingling Garden. This battle made Uchiha Madara's reputation reach its peak. Born in the 11th team, but personally beheaded the previous Kenpeki, and even defeated the current Kenpeki. Such a proud beheading is enough to make Uchiha Madara the uncrowned king and establish an unshakable prestige in the hearts of the players. Uchiha Madara walked to the high platform indifferently, glanced at the players below at random, and showed a charming smile. "Everyone, enjoy." All the team members chanted frantically, "Morning Captain Uchiha." Uchiha Madara nodded in satisfaction, and continued, "Today, our 10th squad will usher in a new vice-captain, Shiba Yuxin." After the words fell, Uchiha Madara shifted his gaze to Shiba Yuxin who was on the side, and nodded. Shiba Yuxin stepped forward in embarrassment, coughed twice, and introduced himself. I am the head of Shiba Branch House, Shiba Yuxin. I will be your vice captain in the future, please give me your advice. Although he is already the head of the clan, Shiba Yuxin still feels shy in the face of the unfamiliar team members who are hundreds of meters away. More importantly, his unreliable appearance made the players below talk a lot. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, everyone, from now on, Vice Captain Shiba Yuxin will be in charge of everything in the team. If there is any special situation, you can report it to me at any time. Now that he has the vice captain, Uchiha Madara simply and neatly became the shopkeeper. As the king of Hueco Mundo, he naturally looks down on small things like handling team affairs. Soon, after announcing some matters, all the team members disbanded, and the 10th squad returned to its previous state. Juban Team, a secret training ground, heard the sound of fierce fighting. Uchiha Madara and Shiba Yuxin are fighting fiercely. Boom! Another violent collision separated the two figures. Shiba breathlessly said, no wonder you can defeat Soyamocho, you are really scary, Captain Uchiha. Although Shikai hasn't been used yet, Shiba can feel the huge pressure from the competition of chopping technique alone. What's more, no matter how he attacks, Uchiha Madara is like a mountain that stands still, not even taking a step back. Asking for flowers. Apparently it was because of the huge gap on Ryutsu that this happened. Uchiha Madara watched Shiba Yuxin calmly, and said indifferently, use Shikai, otherwise, you are not even qualified to make me take a step back. Damn it, don't underestimate me just because you are the captain. Shiba gripped Zanpakuto's hilt tightly with all his heart, and immediately slashed down, roaring, burn, injutsu. In an instant, a large number of Ryutsu burst out from his body, turned into scorching flames and floated around the body, and then quickly spun like a storm, rolling towards Uchiha Madara menacingly. Captain Uchiha, this is my Zanpakuto Shikai, how about it? You should reveal your Shikai too. Shiba's eyes were burning with all his heart, and his eyes were full of strong fighting intent. Since becoming the head of the Shiba branch house, he has not slacked off for a moment, and has been working hard to practice on weekdays. Injutsu? It's a good name, and the flames are strong enough. It's really a good Zanpakuto. But any flames can only be reduced to nothingness in front of my Hao Yanmi fan. Uchiha Madara shook his head contemptuously, held Zanpakuto with his backhand, and shouted lightly, let's dance, let's kill the fans with bold words. Immediately, Zanpakuto erupted with a burst of scorching light, and the red light shone like a bright streamer, filling every corner of the house. The flame-like Ryutsu rolled in all directions, causing the temperature in the house to rise sharply, and the air seemed to be ignited by the flames, and there was a crackling sound. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's momentum was like a rainbow, and the terrifying Ryutsu was almost solidified, falling from the sky like raindrops, suppressing Injutsu's flame at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can that be? Shiba was dumbfounded, and was extremely shocked when he saw that Uchiha Madara extinguished Injutsu's flame with Ryutsu alone. How to say his strength is considered outstanding among the vice-captains, but he is still vulnerable to Madara. At this moment, Shiba really understood the horror of the captain with all his heart. Chapter 169. In a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Under the single-minded management of Uchiha Madara and Shiba, the 10th squad has sufficient personnel. Not only the number of team members is increasing day by day, but even the team building has been refurbished to look more high-end. In the words of Shiba Yuxin, it is a complete makeover. It has to be mentioned that since Uchiha Madara lived in seclusion behind the scenes, the team members who originally resisted Shiba's single-mindedness gradually accepted this seemingly carefree captain. Shiba Yuxin not only has strong strength, but also is meticulous in handling team affairs, thinking from the perspective of the team every moment. On the other side, the guest room of the second team. It is still the 3 familiar figures. Even after becoming the captain of the 970 team of the 10th Division, Uchiha Madara still often appears in the 2nd Division team building. But this time was different. He was specially invited by Urahara Kisuke, so he rushed to the 2nd team. Urahara Kisuke joked, "Tisk tisk, I have become the captain and often run to the 2nd team. Could it be that you have taken a fancy to our Miss Uruaki?" Madara. There was a blush on Chihauer in Uruaki's face, and he scolded with a smile, "Kisuke, you can't make something out of nothing, Captain Uchiha is a very serious person." Madara ignored Urahara Kisuke's ridicule, and said without changing her face, "Tell me, what is the purpose of calling me here today?" Urahara Kisuke shrugged and said innocently, Okay, I was just joking. But I called you here today because there is indeed a very important matter. I plan to practice Bankai in 3 days. What? Practice Bankai in 3 days? Even though Uchiha Madara has a steady personality, he was still surprised when he heard these words. You must know that under normal circumstances, Bankai is a necessary condition for becoming a captain, which also means that it is very difficult to master Bankai. Among the current members of Godai 13, apart from the captains of each team, there are not even a few other people who have mastered Bankai, which shows the difficulty of comprehending Bankai. Usually, comprehending Bankai requires a long process. Not only does it require sufficient understanding between Shinigami and Zanpakuto, but also a spiritual communication between the two. Until Zanpakuto's full approval is obtained, allowing him to tell his real name, he can enter the spiritual space and truly master Bankai. However, this process does not appear suddenly, and it needs to go through years of precipitation and long-term accumulation. However, Urahara Kisuke is sure to comprehend Bankai within 3 days. What is he sure about? For a moment, Uchiha Madara's heart was full of curiosity, and he even wanted to know the method of comprehending Bankai in 3 days. To be reasonable, although he has the strength and status of the captain level, he is the only captain in the current Godai 13 who does not know how to Bankai, so it is particularly embarrassing. Uruaki also held a somewhat skeptical attitude and asked, Kisuke, are you really sure? If you can really master Bankai, then I will be sure to recommend you as the captain of the 12th Division after half a year. Well, I'm not sure, this is also a challenge, and I'm not too sure. Urahara Kisuke sighed heavily. After all, in the history of the Soul Society, there has never been a situation in which Bankai can be mastered for 3 days, and I am just doing a challenge. The reason why I tell you this news is to obtain your help, and secondly because Madara didn't understand Bankai either. Urahara Kisuke said in a deep voice, once this method is proven to be feasible, it also means that the previously defined method will be overthrown. And at that time, as a genius with stronger talent than me, Madara will definitely be able to do it in 3 days. To comprehend Bankai in time, this is my original intention. Uchiha Madara asked with great interest, I see, so what is your method? Not only him, but even Uruaki is also curious. After all, if this method is successful, it will be a reformative move for the entire Soul Society. Urahara Kisuke, you looked around cautiously, and said softly, the real place is not here, but under the bipolar hill. Uruaki suddenly realized, and said with emotion, Kisuke, you mean that place? Urahara Kisuke nodded and said, that's right, it's the place where we trained together when we were young. Didn't you often say that you couldn't find anyone in the past 3 months? Actually, I'm not lazy, and during these 3 months a special spirit sub-device has been made. Spirit device? What the hell is this? Uchiha Madara and Uruaki exclaimed loudly at the same time, they had never heard of the so-called spirit sub-device. Urahara Kisuke patiently explained, simply speaking, this is a special doll I made. Its function is to be able to temporarily transfer Zanpakuto's Ryutsu to the doll, so that it can be realized. That is to say, through this with the puppet installation, we no longer need to enter the spiritual space, but are able to communicate with Zanpakuto within a specific space. Uchiha Kisuk raised 2 fingers and said with a smile, "There are 2 advantages of this. One is that you can take the initiative to occupy the home field and increase the intensity of training. Second, after the temporary realization of Zanpakuto, the direct communication with Shinigami is also more direct, conducive to the transmission of power." Uchiha still held a somewhat skeptical attitude, and said, "Kisuk, are you sure?" Uchiha Kisuk scratched his head. He looked out of the window 1.7, and said in a deep voice, "It's getting late now, it's not too late, let's set off as soon as possible." During this time, the team affairs of the team will be handled by the vice-captains. Uchiha Kisuk has great confidence that he can comprehend Bankai in 3 days. "Well, let's go. Don't worry about team affairs. With Suifeng here, there won't be any problems." Uchiha agreed without hesitation. After all, she was also very interested in this new method. Uchiha Madara also nodded in agreement. "Let's go, Shiba will take care of everything with one heart. Besides, this method is also very important to me." In this way, the 3 of them left the 2nd Division team building, and hurried to the secret venue under the Bipolar Hill. Chapter 170. Under the Bipolar Hill, there is a secret training base hidden. Specifically, it was a spacious and bright burrow. The entire cave is transparent and bright, with uniform undulations, neatly divided into several battlefields. More importantly, although it is a cave, it is densely covered with plants, and there are even several steaming hot springs. Hot air is constantly floating above the hot spring, forming a hazy mist, revealing a faint psychedelic feeling. The hot water flowing in the hot spring is also very unusual, not only crystal clear, but even a few flashes appear from time to time. Obviously, these clear springs have special effects. The burrow was one of the training grounds for Uchiha Kisuk and Chihauer and Uchiha as children. Compared with the base near the Zhenyang Ling Yuan Academy, this place is wider and larger. Another point is that the concentration of Ryutsu here is not even inferior to the outside world, and it is an excellent training place. Da-da-da. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the 3 figures finally arrived at the secret stronghold through a secret underground passage. "Oh, it's really emotional to come here again. Kisuk, we were training continuously in this underground space at the beginning, and this kind of training seems to be a game called hide and seek, so as to exercise the opponent's shunpo skills." Uchiha recalled the memories of his childhood, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his beautiful face. Although she was very young at that time, she was carefree. As the eldest lady of the Chihaueran family, Uchiha is like a flower growing in a greenhouse, not only carefully cultivated, but not to worry about being damaged by storms. Fortunately, during a play, he met Uchiha Kisuk. Although Uchiha Kisuk was born in Rukonga's middle-class aristocratic family, it did not hinder the friendship between the two, and later became close friends. Uchiha Madara looked around, and rarely praised, "This is the masterpiece of the 2 of you? It's really surprising. If you didn't bring it up, I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone to find that there is a secret space hidden under the Bipolar Hill." Uchiha Kisuk said disapprovingly, "Ah, these are just small things. There are other similar training bases, but they are not as large as this one. But having said that, a lot of blood was spent here, everything has been carefully arranged." Uchiha Kisuk pointed to the hot springs on both sides and said, "See those hot springs that are bubbling? Don't look at them. They look hot on the surface, but they don't actually burn the skin. More importantly, because of my understanding of the hot springs, the water quality has undergone a special transformation, so these springs have also undergone a qualitative change, and it has a healing effect." Uchiha echoed, "Yes, these springs have miraculous effects. Whenever you are too tired or injured during training, you only need to soak in the hot springs, and after half a day of healing, your physical injuries will heal. Recovered in a short time. Afterwards, Urahara Kisuk raised his hands outward and said with burning eyes, "Okay, without further ado, I'm going to conduct the Bankai trial right away, you two just wait and see." After the words fell, Urahara Kisuk walked out towards the depths of the cave, while Uchiha Madara and Uryuaki were at a loss, unable to guess what Urahara Kisuk would do next. Not long after, the figure of Urahara Kisuk reappeared, the white doll in his hand, and the doll not only had special lines, but also tied 10 special necklaces around the neck. "What is this strange puppet?" Uchiha Madara and Chihauer and Uryuaki questioned at the same time. Urahara Kisuk sold a guanzi and smiled mysteriously, "This is the Lingzi device I mentioned before. It is a new type of Ryotsu decoration that I have been researching for the past 3 months. I am called Transfer God Body by it. It can convert Zanpakuto, the real power transfer of, happens to materialize in this underground space, and this is my plan." But he went on to explain, "However, it does not mean that Zanpakuto will definitely be able to materialize with Zanpakuto, and it mainly depends on the level of communication between Shinigami and Zanpakuto. Only when the critical line is reached, can it be successfully summoned." Zanpakuto. Uchiha Madara and Uryuaki seemed to have a little understanding, and asked expectantly, "You must be fully sure that you can bring us here, so how should it be realized?" Urahara Kisuk nodded confidently, and said with burning eyes, "Yes, I am sure. However, the timing is still very urgent. Because the effect of turning God body can only last for 3 days. That is to say, within these 3 days, I must defeat the manifested Zanpakuto and subdue it, otherwise all efforts will be in vain." Urahara Kisuk clung to the doll tightly before throwing it into the air. Brush! The doll slowly landed in mid-air, and at the moment when it was about to land, Urahara Kisuk suddenly pulled out Zanpakuto, stabbing fiercely into the doll's heart. Urahara Kisuk held the handle of Zanpakuto's knife fiercely, and roared to the sky, "Tweet Hungji!" The dazzling red light poured into the puppet along the blade. The doll's heart continuously absorbed 963 red energy, and finally disappeared with a bang. Then, something happened that Uchiha Madara and Uryuaki didn't expect. A hurricane formed by Ryotsu quickly spread to every corner of the cave, and a graceful figure appeared behind Urahara Kisuk. Myoman's figure was wrapped in a white plain dress, and a blush appeared on that delicate face from time to time. Especially the long hair in the shawl added a bit of charm to this woman. Urahara Kisuk Zanpakuto, Red Princess. Hungji, I can finally see your embodiment, I never thought it would be more charming than in the spiritual space. Urahara Kisuk had a long-awaited smile on his face. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. Hongji was stunned at first, and then had to praise, "Urahara Kisuk, you once said that one day you would let me materialize, but I didn't expect to be able to do it. I have to say, your brain is really amazing." Urahara Kisuk smiled lightly, "So can it be opened now?" Hongji's eyes turned cold, and she said seriously, "Come on, Urahara Kisuk, if you want to get my real name, then go all out." Chapter 171. After Hongji appeared, both Uchiha Madara and Chihauer and Uryuaki were surprised. Based on their impressions of fighting against Urahara Kisuk in the past, the two judged that Hongji should be a more aggressive Zanpakuto. Although Hongji's Shikai is more versatile, since it can be turned into a scorching flame, it can also be turned into a flash attack, and it can bind enemies like Kid. Logically speaking, this aggressive Zanpakuto is supposed to be a male. Although they had already expected it from the name Hongji, they were still taken aback when they saw Hongji's manifestation. You don't have to look so surprised. Urahara Kisuk has already told me about the fact that the two of you will appear here today. But don't think that I will be lenient. Because this is not only about Zanpakuto, dignity is more about the honor of a Shinigami. If you can't even make Zanpakuto surrender willingly, then this Shinigami doesn't deserve Zanpakuto at all. Hongji said these words in front of Urahara Kisuk with a serious face. It's just that Urahara Kisuk shrugged his shoulders, expressing that he didn't take it to heart. In fact, he had already sought Hong Ji's opinion, and that's why he came up with the idea of making Xuan Shen physique. This is a duel between Shinigami and Zanpakuto, and it is also a duel of honor and dignity. Shinigami wins, and Zanpakuto surrenders. If Shinigami fails, the opportunity to comprehend Bankai will be lost forever. There is only one chance. If you miss it, it will lead to a lifetime of regrets. Whether the decision can be honored depends on the result of the writing. The dead are not dead, they will surely rise again, and its momentum will be even stronger. Wherever I go, I have no fear and no retreat. Okay, let's get started. I don't care so much to see you surprised. Intense red light emerged from Hong Ji's palm, and she said solemnly, the rules of this duel are very simple and fair. She suddenly slapped the ground with a palm, and the majestic Ryotsu continuously gushed out, and then quickly spread to every corner of the space along the surface. Swipe swipe. In an instant, countless red concubines emerged from the ground. It's just that these red princesses are not all the same. Apart from the similar appearance, they also have strange shapes. There are sharp and straight red princesses, and there are also twisted and winding red princesses. What does it mean? Urahara Kisuk frowned, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Judging from these meandering red princesses, it is very likely that these incomplete red princesses will be used to deal with the main body. Sure enough, at the moment when this idea just popped up, Hong Ji said at the same time, you guessed right, Urahara Kisuk. Out of the thousands of Hong Ji, only one is the real me. And you need to do the only thing I want to do is to find that Hong Ji and use it to defeat me. Urahara Kisuk scratched his head and sighed solemnly, oh, it's really tricky. Finding a real red princess among thousands of Zanpakuto that are hard to distinguish with the naked eye is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Hong Ji's mouth, and she said coldly, by the way, I have to remind you. The fake Hong Ji doesn't have the strength of the main body. Therefore, it is a fool's dream to rely on the fake Zanpakuto to fight me. Urahara Kisuk nodded, and said calmly, I understand, let's start. But before we start, I have to trouble you two to use Ryotsu to consolidate the stability of this space. Otherwise, the location of the base may be exposed. Uchiha Madara and Uruaki nodded, and said, don't worry, with the Ryotsu of the two of us, it's a breeze to seal off the entire space. The figures of Uchiha Madara and Uruaki flickered, and they stood on the sand pile not far away and watched. They are also very much looking forward to this duel. Uchiha Madara in particular showed strong anticipation. If Urahara Kisuk is really successful, it means that he can also use this method to awaken Bankai. The embodiment of Hao Yan Mi Fan undoubtedly means that Senju Hashirama will appear. After defeating Senju Hashirama, Madara will fully master wood-style ninjutsu and gain the ability of first-generation cells. At that time, once the first-generation cells and the eternal Mangeki are possessed at the same time, it means that the power that Madara has longed for will be within reach, and Rinnegan will awaken again. The success of everything depends on Urahara Kisuk's trial. Let's do it! Urahara Kisuk and Hongheim roared loudly at the same time, and they each pulled out a Zanpakuto from the swords on both sides and fought fiercely. Bang bang bang! The Zanpakuto kept colliding with each other, making crisp sounds one after another. Both of them had resolute expressions on their faces, and they showed no mercy at all. It's just that Hong Ji, as the main body of Zanpakuto, is naturally far superior to Urahara Kisuk in cutting skills. Well, it was another fierce slash, and Urahara Kisuk's body was violently shaken back. His face was solemn, looking at the Zanpakuto in his hand in surprise. After a series of intense collisions on the original complete Zanpakuto, cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface of the blade. Damn! Sure enough, the luck of the first choice will not be very good. Although Urahara Kisuk complained dissatisfiedly, he threw away the Zanpakuto decisively, and pulled out a new Zanpakuto from the ground again. Hongji didn't change her face, and said coldly, "Is it finally difficult? This is just the beginning of 3 days. Don't worry, I will make you feel endless fear. Burn it, Red Princess." "Good job." Hongji suddenly swung Zanpakuto with her backhand, and a mass of majestic flames swept out, instantly turning into a violent sea of flames, rolling towards Urahara Kisuke violently. "Is it finally serious? Then I should go all out." At this moment, Urahara Kisuke's eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. He held Zanpakuto tightly and shouted loudly, "Burn, Hongji!" No less flames surged out, instantly causing a well-matched offensive, blocking Hongji's offensive at the most critical moment. Boom! The collision between flames and flames also represents the confrontation between Ryutsu. Ryutsu from Shinigami on one side and Ryutsu from Zanpakuto on the other. This is not just a confrontation between Shinigami and Zanpakuto, but also a battle of wills. Only by going all out can we persevere till the end. Chapter 172. In the competition between wills, we must not take a step back. Once retreating, it means being cornered. There is no retreat in the rear, only the endless abyss. And once they fall into the abyss, they can only wait for the end of being swallowed by darkness. Such is the severity of this duel. Come on, Kisuke. You are the third seat of the second team, so you can't lose the face of the second team. Although Yuki watched the duel from the perspective of a bystander, her heart was full of ups and downs. Especially her eyes are fixed on Urahara Kisuke. There is only one chance, and if he fails, it also means that he can become the captain of the 12th Division half a year later. On the other side, the two flames finally broke apart. A terrifying sea of flames engulfed the figures of the two and occupied most of the underground space. I really didn't expect that the embodiment of Zanpakuto would have such a powerful power. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be hard to imagine this scene. Although Uchiha Madara was calm in his heart, he had to be amazed by it. More importantly, he is looking forward to the scene where the shopkeeper 047 Yanmi fan is materialized. Madara, do you think Kisuke can succeed? Although Yuki is full of confidence in Urahara Kisuke, he also has some concerns. After all, from the point of view of the situation, Urahara Kisuke has been suppressed. Well. There was another heavy muffled sound, and the figure of Urahara Kisuke retreated in embarrassment. Makes sense, though the power of Zanpakuto is also the power of Urahara Kisuke itself. But in normal battles Shinigami had to rely on Zanpakuto to be able to show their full strength. Hongji's eyes were cold, and she said coldly, "Urahara Kisuke, you are careless. Hongji's offensive is not only flames, have you forgotten that flames can restrain you?" After Hongji's words fell, his palms were clenched tightly. Immediately, the flames scattered in midair instantly condensed into a red rope, tightly bound Urahara Kisuke's body. Wow! Urahara Kisuke howled in pain, his body was burned by the flames, and the Black Death Tyrant was eroded by the flames, revealing his red skin. Now, Urahara Kisuke is even more at a disadvantage. He couldn't even break free from the shackles of the red rope, and could only watch helplessly as Hongji approached step by step. Since you can't master Hongji's power proficiently, then stop here, Urahara Kisuke. Red Princess waved Zanpakuto mercilessly, stabbing Urahara Kisuke's body fiercely. Puff! The sharp blade pierced into the flesh, causing scarlet blood to splatter. Urahara Kisuke's eyes widened in shock, filled with despair. He kept murmuring, "Is it really over? I'm really not reconciled. Hongji, I didn't regard you as a prop, nor did I regard you as a weapon to kill, but I truly regarded you as a companion. It's a pity, it turned out that I overestimated my ability, and I couldn't master your ability." Strength. Urahara Kisuke closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death to come. After Hongji hesitated for a while, she finally made up her mind to swing the blade again. The constant approach of the blade also means that Urahara Kisuk is getting closer and closer to death. No. Get yourself together, Kisuk. Yoryuki screamed anxiously. She even tried to save Urahara Kisuk, but was stopped by Uchiha Madara. Madara said indifferently, "Don't be impulsive, Yoryuki. This is Urahara Kisuk's duel, and it is also the most crucial step between him and Zanpakuto. If he can take this step, he will be able to successfully conquer Hongji and comprehend Bankai." But Yoryuki could hardly control her emotions, but, after a lot of struggles, she finally endured it. After all, even if she beat Hongji, it was only to save Urahara Kisuk's life. Doesn't help him get Bankai. At this moment, a scene that made the two of them unbelievable happened. Urahara Kisuk, who was on the verge of death, suddenly opened his eyes. Not only was his face not pale at all, but he was full of fighting spirit. Urahara Kisuk stretched out his blood-stained palm, grabbed the sharp blade suddenly, and said with a sly smile, "It's not that I don't know Hongji, but I'm waiting for an opportunity. And now is such an opportunity. Hongji, it's not me who is careless, but you. Entangle, Hongji." The same scene appeared on Hongji. Before Hongji could react, her body was tightly restrained, and when she was at a loss, Zanpakuto had already penetrated into her body. Hongji looked shocked, and said in amazement, "How is this possible? Aren't you already seriously injured?" Urahara Kisuk said slyly, "That's because we are too familiar with each other, so we need some means to deceive you. If not, how can you be fooled?" Hongji was overshadowed, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. He didn't expect to be deceived by the cunning Urahara Kisuk. What's more, as her wound continued to bleed, the thousands of Zanpakuto around her disappeared, leaving only a handful of Zanpakuto standing beside Hongji. "That's it." A flash of light flashed in Urahara Kisuk's eyes. He took a step forward, cast Shunpo and instantly came to the real Zanpakuto. With a swipe, Urahara Kisuk suddenly raised Zanpakuto, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. This familiar power is the power of Hongji, who used to get along day and night with him. Urahara Kisuk came to Hongji and said resolutely, "I'm sorry Hongji, but I won this battle in the end." Puff! The sharp blade pierced into the flesh, causing scarlet blood to splatter. A scene that seemed familiar, but the result was completely different. This time it was Hongji's turn to be seriously injured, and her body gradually became blurred and dim. Blood flowed from the corner of Hongji's mouth, and she said in a dying voice, "Urahara Kisuk, you are as good as I imagined, and even I was deceived by this move. No matter what, you managed to do it." Hongji's figure quickly dimmed, and finally turned into a blank, completely disappearing in front of Urahara Kisuk's eyes. A red light poured into Zanpakuto, bursting out with blazing light. Urahara Kisuk held Zanpakuto tightly, and said with burning eyes, "I finally know your real name, Hongji. Bankai, Kananbairiki Benihai Maratam." Chapter 173. Bankai, Kananbairiki Benihai Maratam. Urahara Kisuk is tall and straight, shouting Bankai's name proudly. At this moment, he seemed to be standing at the peak of Shinigami, and a different aura surged from his body. Shocking and frightening momentum, stable and proud momentum. Although this momentum is colorless and invisible, it seems to occupy the entire space and dominate everything. Urahara Kisuk changed from his usual lazy appearance. He proudly raised his chest and roared to the sky. The whistling sound seemed to penetrate the entire underground space and reach the sky. Long hair fluttering around, Siba pretends to be windless and automatic, and the skirt of his clothes is blown up by the strong wind of Ryutsu. At the same time, Hongji's graceful figure gathers behind Urahara Kisuk again. It turned out that Hongji did not disappear, but returned to Urahara Kisuk's space after Urahara Kisuk called out her name. And as the real name was called out, Hongji's appearance also changed. The original compact plain robe disappeared, replaced by a luxurious red dress. The soft long hair hangs behind her back, even reaching her waist. Hongji guarded Urahara Kisuk's chest with both hands, a mysterious force gushed out from her palm, turning into several thin threads around Urahara Kisuk's chest. At this time, something amazing happened. The wound that had been bleeding continuously healed itself, as if it had been transformed by some mysterious force. At the same time, where Hongji's hands touched, all the wounds on Urahara Kisuk's body healed immediately. This magical impression immediately caught the attention of Uchiha Madara and Uruaki. Uruaki asked, "Kisuk, is this magical phenomenon that can heal wounds your post-Bankai power?" Urahara Kisuk turned around and said hesitantly, "I think it should be. But this is not a cure, but a transformation." Uruaki and Madara asked at the same time, "You mean remodeling? What do you mean?" Urahara Kisuk held up a finger and patiently explained, "Hongji's true ability is transformation, that is, the ability to completely transform the things she touches. The wounds on my body are not healed, but transformed, let them return to their original appearance." Uruaki said with emotion, "Compared to my Bankai, Honghame's ability is really special." Lord Uchiha Madara agrees, "That's right, this ability to transform everything, not only possesses incomprehensible self-healing properties, but also possesses unavoidable offensive properties, which is simply flawless." Urahara Kisuk sighed, "It's a pity, every time I use Bankai, my body will be subjected to a huge load, so I can't maintain the state of Benihime Kai for a long time." Uchiha Madara and Uruaki carefully observed that the red princess behind Urahara Kisuk gradually faded until finally disappearing completely. She raised her eyebrows and smiled at Urahara Kisuk before disappearing, as if she had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. "Urahara Kisuk, I look forward to the next meeting, and hope that by then you will be able to fulfill your wish and become a captain of Godi 13. Uchiha Madara, though." Suddenly, Hongji's eyes shifted to Uchiha Madara, and she said meaningfully, "Compared to this, I look forward to your Bankai even more. Although I can't see your Zanpakut materialize, but I am also Zanpakut, but I can feel the terrifying energy contained in that knife, and I found an interesting thing." Hongji pretended to smile mysteriously, and finally chose to leave. And her voice that seemed to come from heaven gradually spread, and finally slowly dissipated in this space. Uchiha Madara frowned involuntarily, he naturally understood what Hongji was referring to by the interesting things. Fortunately, Hongji is also a sensible person, and did not reveal the secret directly, so Uchiha Madara quickly recovered her calm state of mind. On the other side, after Hongji completely disappeared, Urahara Kisuk turned pale. To be honest, his physique is not particularly good, and being able to forcibly withstand a huge load is already a rare thing. He couldn't wait to jump into the steaming hot spring and enjoy the healing of the hot spring. He breathed a sigh of relief, and said exhaustedly, "Fortunately, I lied to Hongji from the very beginning. Otherwise, I will suffer a lot." But having said that, Madara, what exactly did Hongji's words mean? Asking for flowers. With Urahara Kisuk's IQ, he could naturally hear what Hongji said, so he immediately raised questions by taking this opportunity. Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "There is no abnormality in Houan Mishan, so I don't know what Hongji is worth. In addition, I haven't mastered Bankai and I don't know the essence of Houmishan." Although Urahara Kisuk had some doubts, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he encouraged, "Don't worry, Madara. Since I have comprehended Bankai through this method, it shows that this method is feasible. Therefore, you can also use Transfer Divine Body Comprehend Bankai. 0. But..." Urahara Kisuk hesitated for a moment, and said embarrassingly, "Because my technology is not yet mature, if I want to make another transfer body, I am afraid it will take 3 months. So I can only trouble you to wait for another 3 months. At that time, I will create a more mature turning god body to make sure nothing goes wrong." Uchiha Madara waved his hand and said softly, "It doesn't matter, anyway, I have become the captain of the 10th squad. But speaking of it, I am looking forward to the day when I understand Bankai. I don't know what kind of surprise will be brought to me in a month's time." Uchiha Madara sighed meaningfully and looked up at the sky solemnly. For him, he looks forward to the moment when he meets Senju Hashirama again. Just like that, Bankai's affairs came to an end. After the three left the secret base, they went to Rukonga's izakaya to celebrate Urahara Kisuke's comprehension of Bankai. The success of this matter also means that it is a certainty for him to become the captain of the 12th division. The next morning, when Uchiha Madara just woke up, he received a news that surprised him. Since the new students of Shinyang Spiritual Academy have already practiced halfway, the captain of Godi 13 is invited to conduct an inspection. And Captain Yamamoto chose the Uchiha Madara gate. Chapter 174. The 10th Division Team Affairs Room. Shiba focused on the notice in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and said gloatingly, "How about it, Captain Uchiha? You are honored to be invited as the kid teacher of Shino Soul Academy, this must be a good feeling, right?" Uchiha Madara was expressionless, and said helplessly, "If you feel very good, how about giving you this chance?" Shiba said cunningly, "As your adjutant, I also have the opportunity to go to the Maling Academy, so don't be modest, Captain Uchiha. It's better to prepare well, and then go to the Maling Academy with Captain Yamamoto." Uchiha Madara sighed helplessly, and did not speak again. To be reasonable, he is not willing to participate in this kind of unnecessary 040 ceremony, so Shiba handles most of the team affairs of the 10th Division on weekdays. More importantly, after seeing Urahara Kisuke's Bankai, Madara is now fully committed to Bankai, and has no mind to pay attention to the students who really go to the academy. But the only thing Uchiha Madara can look forward to is meeting Ichimaru-jin at the Maoling Academy. According to the information provided by Shiba Yuxin, Ichimaru-jin is the best student in this year. It took only half a year to complete most of the courses. He was hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, and he was even very likely to replicate the miracle of Uchiha Madara back then, graduating in 1 year. Shiba concentrates on it, "Prepare a little bit, let's go to the first team." It seems that because of being able to meet Ichimaru-jin, Uchiha Madara was finally able to perform this ceremony. Not long after, the two walked through the spacious aisle and finally came to a team. In the captain's team affairs room, besides the captain Yamamoto, there are two other figures. Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake. Unexpectedly, Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake shared the same mentality as Uchiha Madara, two veteran captains, and they were not willing to go to the trouble of returning to Godi 13. Kurako Shunsui said helplessly, "Grandpa, it's better to leave this kind of matter to others, so why bother us?" Even Jaishur Yukatake, who has always been kind and upright, said awkwardly, "That's right, my body hasn't fully healed yet, so it's not convenient for me to move around." The two gave reasons one after another, trying to find an excuse to escape from the team. It's just that they were glared at by Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto snorted angrily, "Hey, you two are the first students of Maoling Academy, and now you have forgotten your roots after becoming the captain of Godi 13. Kurako Shunsui still wanted to struggle, hesitantly said, "But..." Before he could say anything, Jaishur Yukatake quickly poked him on the body, telling Kurako Shunsui to shut up, because he observed that Captain Yamamoto was frowning, and the temperature in the house was gradually rising. Obviously the old man was angry. In desperation, Kurako Shunsui shrugged, and could only raise his hands in aggrieved acquiescence. "Okay, I agree to go to Zhenyang Academy together. But who is the other captain?" As soon as Chunil Chunshui's voice fell, the figure of Uchiha Madara walked into the room. Seeing Madara appear, Kurako Shunsui sympathized, "I didn't expect that even Captain Uchiha Madara was tricked. But then again, you are one of the best students in the history of Maling Academy, so it would be more reasonable to invite you. On the other hand, Jaishur Yukatak also praised, yes, it took only 1 year to successfully graduate. Such a feat that even the two of us failed to do it. It is a great achievement. But I heard that this class also has a talented student, his name is Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin. Uchiha Madara smiled meaningfully and did not speak too much. Although there is a close relationship between his parents, this relationship is rarely known, and it is also a secret that cannot be revealed. This trip to Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy can be regarded as fulfilling the previous agreement between the two to a certain extent, that is, in the meet in Jingling Court. To be fair, Uchiha Madara's expectation of Jin's outstanding performance was completely beyond Uchiha Madara's expectations. Although Madara had intuitively expected that Ichimaru Jin was a genius, she never thought that he could graduate in 1 year. After all, Ichimaru Jin is just an ordinary Rukonga resident with no memory of his previous life, nor was he born into a noble family. However, his talent unexpectedly crushed the entire Soul Society, which is shocking. At this time, the captain of Yamamoto said seriously, "Okay, don't engage in unnecessary disputes anymore. It is the best decision for the three of you to follow me to the Zhenyang Academy. You must keep in mind that this action will not only it is to support the academy, and it is to demonstrate the strength of Godi 13, so that the students have greater fighting spirit and motivation to move forward. Therefore, your performance is critical. Don't lose the chain at critical moments." Kurako Shunsui said disapprovingly, "Don't worry about this, Mr. Yamamoto. This small matter will not bother us." Captain Yamamoto nodded in satisfaction and said, "Let's go immediately. The academy must have made preparations in advance and is waiting to welcome us." After some preparations, the group finally left Godi 13 and headed to Maling Academy. In addition to Captain Yamamoto, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatak, and Uchiha Madara, their respective vice-captains also traveled together. When seeing Shiba Yuxin, Captain Yamamoto even praised the efforts of the Shiba family. Finally, after only half an hour, the group arrived at the Real Insect Academy. As soon as they stepped into the gate of the academy, they were greeted with great grandeur. Whether it is the instructor of the college or hundreds of students, they all gave the warmest cheers. Especially the students were blushing with excitement. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime time to meet the legendary Captain Yamamoto. And the courage shown by the other three captains also made them yearn for it. Uchiha Madara did not pay attention to the enthusiasm of the students. He kept searching the crowd, and finally found Ichimaru Jin in a hidden corner. Chapter 175. After some searching, Uchiha Madara finally spotted Ichimaru Jin in the corner of the crowd. As usual, Ichimaru Jin was still squinting. It's just that when Madara's gaze was locked on him, Ichimaru Jin opened his eyes rarely. Those bright eyes looked directly at Uchiha Madara, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised a meaningful arc. "We finally meet again, Mr. Madara." Although the two were separated by a long distance, Ichimaru Jin also murmured in a low voice. He believes that Uchiha Madara has been able to understand his mouth shape and understand his mood. Sure enough, after Ichimaru Jin spoke, a rare smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's usually indifferent face. It was a smile from the heart, and one that Madara recognized for Ichimaru Jin. Through the position of Ichimaru Jin and the positions of the students around him, Uchiha can easily judge that Ichimaru Jin still maintains a low profile in the Shino Soul Academy. Although he is a rare genius, Ichimaru Jin not only does not have any pride, but also has a heart like Shisui, devoting himself to practice, so that the relationship with other students is not very good. But this point is 22 to get Uchiha Madara's appreciation. To be fair, the sky in this world is very vast. If he becomes arrogant just because of such a small achievement, then it can be seen that Ichimaru Jin's mentality is immature, which means that he does not have a heart of the strong. And such a person is not worthy to be a strong person at all, nor is he worthy to lurk his ultimate goal to lurk beside Aizen. Fortunately, Ichimaru-jin has nothing else in mind, only to enter Godi I-13 and assassinate Aizen. He doesn't even have any good feelings about the academy career. After all, he and Matsumoto Rangiku have always been dependent on each other, and they are used to being alone, but they are not used to being in a crowded environment. When the four captains walked in the aisle one after another, deafening cheers broke out in the Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. Being able to see the legendary big shot with their own eyes, every student's blood spurted and they screamed excitedly. In private, they also talked about it. Don't you think the one walking in front is Captain Yamamoto? Legend has it that he is the strongest Shinigami, and he is also the founder of our academy. What an amazing guy! Yes, it is said that the Captain Jushiro and the leader of the Beijing band are also his students. But then again, the two of them are the first students of the students, but now they have become the captains admired by thousands of people, which is really enviable. What? It would be great if I could become a big man like them. But then again, who is the captain at the end? Seems a little strange. You are ignorant, right? Do you still remember the mutiny incident 5 years ago? He personally beheaded the chief officer of Kenpeki at that time, but now he has become the captain of the 10th squad. And according to what I heard, he defeated the current Kenpeki once again, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Ah! So it's him, no wonder I feel a strong haki from him, it really lives up to its reputation. Countless students talked about it, and they did not hesitate to praise the four captains. For these students living in the ivory tower, each captain is a symbol of invincibility. It also represents the highest combat power of the Soul Society. At this moment, Kurako Shunsui approached Uchiha Madara and deliberately asked, "Captain Uchiha, why were you in a daze just now? Don't quibble, I saw you chuckle over there with my own eyes." Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "Really? That's probably the leader of the Beijing band, you read it wrong." A bright light flashed in Kurako Shunsui's eyes, and he smiled and said, "Maybe, these eyes are getting worse and worse. Captain Uchiha, you really have a lot of secrets." Kurako Shunsui laughed heartily and didn't dwell too much on this topic. It's just that he secretly kept an extra eye, constantly observing the students around him, trying to find out what Uchiha Madara noticed just now. But he got nothing. Because Ichimaru-jin's performance was too low-key, and when he was mixed in the crowd, he couldn't even see any abnormalities, just like an unremarkable student. The other four vice-captains followed behind the captains obediently, but Shiba compared Zhang Yang with all his heart. He kept waving his hands, greeted the students in the aisle enthusiastically, and said with a smile, "Hi everyone, I am Shiba Yuxin, the vice-captain of the 10th squad, is also the head of the Shiba branch house. You guys are so enthusiastic, I feel a little flattered." His behavior was met with black lines from the other three captains. They believed that Shiba Yuxin was not flattered, but living in a dream. The cheers of the students showed that they were heading towards the four captains. Although Shiba Yuxin was despised, he still said brazenly, Hey, don't pretend to be cold, or you will be ashamed of your enthusiasm for the students." A group of people walked through the long 277 aisles and came to the main hall of Zhenyang Lingyuan Academy. This is not only the largest council hall in the entire Maling Academy, but also the place where graduation ceremonies are held. Today's moment, to some extent, is also the early graduation ceremony of Zhenyangling College. Captain Yamamoto will not only speak at the scene, but also boost the morale of all the students, giving them full confidence to prepare. In the blink of an eye, it came to the afternoon. After the lively scene in the morning, each student seemed to have experienced a kind of baptism in his heart, and his determination to become a Shinigami became stronger. In the lobby, there are dense crowds, and there is a student sitting in every seat, so it can be said that there are no empty seats. What's even more exaggerated is that many students couldn't even come to the lobby due to the limited space. Missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity also caused a huge gap in their hearts. Under the maintenance of order by the student instructors, the entire lobby is in order, and it is absolutely quiet. Finally, under the eyes of everyone, the ceremony kicked off. After some exaggeration by the instructors of the college, the captains finally made their speeches. Chapter 176. The first to appear is the captain of Yamamoto. Although Captain Yamamoto's eyes are old and deep, they contain energy and spirit, revealing a wisdom that sees through the vicissitudes of the world. He glanced down calmly, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I am the captain of Godai 13 Yamamoto. This time I came to Zhenyangling Academy in the middle of your semester, not only to check your morale, but also to clarify your confidence." Captain Yamamoto opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Since I established Godai 13 hundreds of years ago, my only duty is to guard Jingling Ting. Although you are students at this time, you also have responsibilities on your body. Once you successfully graduate from the Shenyang Seoul Academy, you will join Godai 13, and your duty is also to guard the Jingling Garden." Immediately afterwards, he pointed to Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake next to him, and said, "The two captains are your role models. I think you also know that they are the first batch of students, and now they have become the pillars of Godai 13. That means that as long as you work hard, you can also achieve such achievements in the future." Kurako Shunsui scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Ah, that's right, all students, as long as you work hard, you can achieve the same achievements as us." Jaishur Yukatake also said with a smile, "Yes, in fact, everyone needs a process of growth. We have also gone through step by step to finally get to where we are today. So don't feel envious because of the current situation, everything is available possible." In the end, only Uchiha Madara was left alone. He didn't have too many words. He just said a word of encouragement and nothing more. But even so, it still detonated the atmosphere of the audience. Soon it came to another link, which was to invite outstanding students to play. After much deliberation, Ichimarujin was finally dispatched. Although Ichimarujin is very young, his performance in the academy is the best. Whether it is Kid, Shunpo, Zanjutsu, or White Hits, he is impeccable. More importantly, Ichimarujin is low-key and easygoing, and has also been unanimously recognized by the instructors of the academy. Under the eyes of everyone, Ichimarujin stepped onto the high platform and came in front of the four captains calmly. Even in the face of the strongest Shinigami, he still didn't panic. He came to the front of each other one by one, and talked to them calmly. When the palms of Ichimarujin and Uchiha Madara touched, an imperceptible smile appeared on the faces of both of them at the same time. There are many meanings in this smile, and only the two of them can perceive it. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake looked at Ichimarujin carefully, and praised, "You are the genius who is known as a once-in-a-century genius. I didn't expect that you have such a powerful talent at such a young age, and it is more powerful than we imagined. Young, really has great potential." Ichimarujin smiled modestly, "Oh, the two captains have praised me. I am just an ordinary student who has just practiced. It really makes me happy from the bottom of my heart to be appreciated by the two." Although Ichimarujin's squinted eyes are somewhat unusual, his low-key humility still won the praise of the two captains. And the captain of Yamamoto on the side asked directly, "Ichimarujin, if you graduate successfully, which team do you want to go to?" Captain Yamamoto's move ignited the hot atmosphere on the scene again. Everyone shouted loudly, expressing the fan teams they yearned for. At this moment, they are eager to replace Ichimarujin, eager to stand in front of Yamamoto's captain. Because this not only represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but also represents the right to choose a team. It's a pity that they missed this opportunity. Only the top talent Ichimarujin has this opportunity to choose. Ichimarujin pondered for a moment, and said without hesitation, "Captain Yamamoto, I hope to join the 5th Division in the future." Captain Yamamoto frowned slightly, and asked, among the 13 divisions, why did you choose the 5th division? Ichimaru-jin chuckled and said, the second team is a secret maneuver, so I have no chance. And the 4th team is a medical team, and I have no chance. Compared with the personnel changes, the 11th, 10th team won, and 5th teams the team seemed more stable, that's all. Kurako Shunsui laughed and said, then the 8th, 10th and 13th squads? Our 3 captains are all here, as long as you ask, you can immediately join our fan teams. Kurako Shunsui deliberately set a trap to lure Ichimaru-jin to change his mind. It's a pity that his intention was already seen through by Ichimaru-jin. Ichimaru-jin waved his hand and said calmly, King Band Leader, this is the reason why I didn't choose the 1st, 8th, 10th and 13th teams. If I chose you in front of so many students, even if I really join the fan team in the future, I will be criticized, and even think that I can enter Godai 13 only by relying on my relationship. After hearing Ichimaru-jin's explanation, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Captain Yamamoto all nodded in praise. They thought the reason was very appropriate and reasonable. Only Uchiha Madara knows the truth. What Ichimaru-jin said was nothing more than a trick to deceive people. The reason why he really joined the 5th team was to assassinate Aizen to avenge Matsumoto Dinin. Next, after some speeches, this grand ceremony about the future of Godai 13 also came to an end. In this grand ceremony, all the members of the school, mode, realized the true spirit of Godai 13, and they are also full of expectations for the future. Team, honor, status, spirit. As long as you become a Shinigami, as long as you become a member of Godai 13, you can gain all the honors. This is the cognition instilled in the students in this grand ceremony. After the ceremony, Uchiha Madara took the opportunity to have a private meeting with Ichimaru-jin. During this meeting, Uchiha Madara also told Ichimaru-jin all the information about Aizen, and told Ichimaru-jin to keep his disguise and not to reveal his intentions easily, because Aizen is a terrible person. When the 3 days are over, everyone returns to Godai 13. When Uchiha Madara passed by the 11th team building, he found another thing that surprised him. Zaraki Kenpeki actually came to challenge. Chapter 177. Although it was early in the morning, there was a commotion in the 11th team. The sound of furious disputes sounded, and there were a few words of abuse from time to time. Although he didn't see the scene with his own eyes, Uchiha Madara, standing outside the gate of the team building, still judged from Ryutsu that it was Zaraki Kenpeki's Ryutsu. It's funny, this guy Zaraki Kenpeki really came to the 11th team. Uchiha Madara stopped and did not rush back to the 10th squad. He was eager to see Zaraki Kenpeki challenge Kenpeki Ogre Rock City. After all, for people like Zaraki Kenpeki, challenging the strong and becoming Kenpeki is the most worth pursuing. Go away, this is not a place where you, a Rukanga Kaishin, can come in. It's really tiring to dare to break into our 11th team's team building without permission. It's a pity that Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City is in the team building of the first team, otherwise I will expel you personally. The members of the 11th team abused to their heart's content, and did not save Zaraki Kenpeki at all. Zaraki Kenpeki, carrying the slender Zanpakuto on his shoulders, paid no attention to the members of the 11th squad. He said impatiently, "Don't buzz like a fly 333, call your captain quickly, I'm getting impatient." Due to Zaraki Kenpeki's hideous appearance, and his relatively strong body, which is a full 2 meters tall, he has a deterrent force invisibly so that the members of the 10th division dare not speak out. More importantly, behind Zaraki Kenpeki, there were also 2 unfriendly figures. One of them has a big shiny head with red eyeshadow and narrow and long eyes. He looked arrogant, even with a bit of disdain. The other enchanting man has slender cheeks, dark blue hair, smooth skin, and exquisite facial features, forming a huge contrast with the ferocious Madarame Ikeku. Madarame Ikeku, Ayasugawa Yumichika. Since a duel broke out on both sides that day, although the winner was finally decided, Zaraki Kenpeki did not kill Madarame Ikeku, but left his life behind. Since Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika decided to follow Zaraki Kenpeki wholeheartedly, and made an oath that, CCDD, must die under Zaraki Kenpeki in the future. This time they followed Zaraki Kenpeki's footsteps and came to Jinglingting together, in order to join Jinglingting, like entering the third team. You are just a group of ordinary players, what right do you have to shout in front of us? Maybe tomorrow Zaraki Kenpeki will become your captain. Madarame Ikeku's head shone brightly under the scorching sun, and he looked disdainful, not paying attention to ordinary players at all. At this moment, Uchiha Madara walked into the 11th team building. Those players who still wanted to continue to abuse shut their mouths the moment they saw Uchiha Madara. They cast begging looks at Madara. In the absence of Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City, only Uchiha Madara can only be called for help. Uchiha Madara didn't pay attention to their eyes, but stared closely at Zaraki Kenpeki. His abnormal behavior left all the team members dumbfounded. Captain Uchiha. Someone tried to step forward, but before they got close to Uchiha Madara, they felt a huge oppression. On the contrary, Zaraki Kenpeki was very relaxed. He didn't pay attention to Uchiha Madara at all, but shouted loudly, "Hey, Uchiha Madara, aren't you the captain of the Juban team? Why did you appear here? But you come, it's just right, help me call out that guy from Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City." Uchiha Madara asked in a condensed voice, "Ghost Rock City? What is the purpose of your coming here?" Zaraki Kenpeki said as a matter of course, "Are you still asking?" "Of course, to cut him down. Didn't you say that every generation of Kenpeki is born in a duel? Then I just need to cut that guy down here. If you do, you will naturally become the captain of the 11th team." These horrifying words came out of his mouth, and the atmosphere around him immediately became eerie. It seems that the temperature of the air drops naturally, making people feel like they are in the ice cave of 10,000 years. What nonsense are you talking about? The members of the 11th team gritted their teeth and accused Zaraki Kenpeki, making him talk nonsense. How could a mere Rukanga barbarian kill Kenpeki? If Oni Rock Kenpeki is really that easy to defeat, then he doesn't deserve to be the strongest fighter. However, Uchiha Madara didn't show anything, instead the corner of his mouth raised an arc. He chuckled and said, "Zaraki Kenpeki, haven't seen for a while, seems like you have become more confident." Zaraki Kenpeki stared at the sharp long sword, and smiled confidently, "Of course, I heard that Kenpeki, who is now 11th grade, was originally a warrior in Rukanga. Since he and the same were born in Rukanga, then what's so strange about being able to kill him? What's more, if you can't defeat him, you don't have the qualifications to stand in front of you, and you don't have the qualifications to continue challenging you." Zaraki Kenpeki stared at Uchiha Madara and said with burning eyes, "Uchiha Madara, my target is only you." Uchiha Madara was unmoved, and said indifferently, "Really? Then I will wait for the moment when you defeat Kenpeki, the Ghost Rock City." Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, the faces of the 11th squad members changed in shock. They didn't expect that Uchiha Madara, as the captain, not only failed to expel Zaraki Kenpeki, but encouraged him to kill Ghost Rock Kenpeki. What is going on? Captain Uchiha, is this not good for you? If Kenpeki of Oniwa Castle hears it, it may cause discord between the two teams. Some officials who had known Uchiha Madara persuaded them one after another, but because of Uchiha Madara's identity, they didn't dare to say more. Madara ignored them, but said disdainfully, "Do you think I will be afraid of that guy from Ghost Rock City? What's more, what's there to be afraid of when facing a person who is about to die?" The 11th team members were speechless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that Madara would say such a thing. Just when the audience was silent, there was a rush of footsteps outside the gate of the team building, and the figure of Kenpeki from Ghost Rock City also appeared. Chapter 178. Oni Rock Castle Kenpeki appears. When Oni Rock City Kenpeki hurried back to the 11th team after the captain's meeting in the first team. As early as this morning, a sense of uneasiness had been cast in his heart, making Kenpeki of Ogre Rock City restless. When he walked to the gate of the 11th team's team building, he heard Uchiha Madara's voice, which made Onuwajo even more angry. Kenpeki, the Ghost Rock City, has been in a lot of trouble ever since his loss to Uchiha Madara in full view that day. It is precisely because of this incident that he originally met Uchiha Madara by accident, but he began to resent each other. After all, before joining Godai 13, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City was a well-known warrior in Rukanga, and he always enjoyed the respect and admiration of others. When he walked into the 11th team angrily, he found the three figures of Zaraki Kenpeki. At the same time, the members of the 11th team seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and said eagerly, "Captain, you are back, this reckless man is causing trouble here." The members of the 11th team complained that they originally pinned their hopes on Uchiha Madara, but Madara slapped them in the face, not only did not help them expel Zaraki Kenpeki, but encouraged Zaraki Kenpeki to challenge, making it clear that he would not Ghost Rock City Kenpeki. Kenpeki is in the eye. But due to Madara's identity as the captain, they are not easy to reprimand, so they can only turn to Kenpeki himself in Ghost Rock City for help. Oni Rock City Kenpeki first stared at Uchiha Madara coldly, and asked, "Captain Uchiha, after you came back from the Shino Spiritual Academy, you didn't rush back to the 10th Division to handle team affairs, but instead came to the 11th Division. What do you want to do?" Uchiha Madara didn't want to ignore Kenpeki's provocation, and said disdainfully, "As the captain of Godai 13, I naturally have the right to go to every team, not to mention that I was a member of the 11th team. Is there any responsibility? What's wrong?" Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City couldn't refute, and could only snort angrily, "Of course I don't have the right. But what's the matter with these three troublemakers? It's blatantly causing trouble in Godai 13, but you don't care about it. Isn't that kind of inappropriate?" "Really? I remember that the 11th team has always had an unwritten rule. Once someone asks for a challenge, any team member must gladly accept the challenge, and this rule even the captain must abide by." Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, and a chill appeared in the depths of her pupils. He didn't pay attention to Kenpeki, Ghost Rock City at all. In his eyes, this kind of person is no different from garbage. "Challenge!" Oni Rock Castle Kenpeki's pupils contracted suddenly, and Ryutsu roared, "You say these three Rukanga brats are here to challenge me?" Ghost Rock City Kenpeki kept looking at the three of Zaraki Kenpeki. The moment he saw Zaraki Kenpeki, his pupils constricted suddenly, and he felt extremely dangerous in his heart. Hey, are you the captain of the 11th team? I'm here to fight with you." Zaraki Kenpeki swung his blade sharply, and stared fiercely at Ghost Rock City Kenpeki, as if a hunter was staring at a prey. This look is creepy, and hides a kind of bloodthirsty chill. Zaraki Kenpeki's blood boiled with enthusiasm, as if the long-sleeping fighting spirit in his body had awakened again. Veins surged all over his body, and a shocking killing intent surged into the sky. "That's right, it's this guy, I've seen him in the Runlinen neighborhood before." Madara Mikeku stared solemnly at Oni Rock City Kenpeki, grasping the blade involuntarily. To be fair, he's not as powerful as Zaraki Kenpeki, so he can't sit unscrupulously in front of two captains. Yasukawa Yumichika said expectantly, "Now that the main character has appeared, let's start the main action." "Cut, just rely on you three rabble." Facing the provocation of the three, Kenpeki, Ghost Rock City, did not panic at all, but restored some of the wildness unique to the Rukanga period. "Mob? Why do you make such a conclusion? How dare you speak nonsense before killing me?" Zaraki Kenpeki has a ferocious face, and the long sword in his hand is already hungry and thirsty. If he hadn't asked for a fair confrontation, he would have risen up and cut him down long ago. Asking for flowers. Damn it, you are not allowed to be presumptuous in front of the captain. The members of the 11th team were furious. They accused Zaraki Kenpeki one after another, and they didn't want to see the other party being arrogant. For them, Kenpeki, the Ghost Rock City, is their belief and the pillar of the 11th team. However, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "Don't worry, you are just a reckless Rukonga bully. Although you broke into Rukonga rashly, since you want a fair fight, then I will give you this opportunity." Ha 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 ha. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed wildly in the sky, and roared ecstatically, "Great, no matter what you say, as long as you can fight me, that's enough. Because then, I can kill you." Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City pretended to be majestic and said, "Can you kill me? Don't say it too early. How about it, since you insist on asking, and Captain Uchiha Madara is here? Then it's good, at noon under the witness of all the members of the 11th team, we will start a duel in the training place of the 11th team, and it will be life or death at that time." Madara Mikeku sneered and said, "Tisk tisk, you finally agreed. But, you have to be careful, captain of the 11th squad, once Zaraki Kenpeki gets excited, he will be like a wild beast, and nothing can stop him." Ha! I'm really looking forward to it. If Zaraki Kenpeki succeeds, we will join the 11th team. Yasukawa Yumichika made no secret of his contempt for Kenpeki Onuwajo, as if Zaraki Kenpeki's victory was a certainty. In this way, under the witness of the 11th team members, the two sides confirmed the time and place of the duel. As a witness, Uchiha Madara will also witness this showdown with his own eyes. Due to the duel incident, the 11th team suddenly shrouded in a dignified atmosphere. Each team member looked dignified and waited eagerly. Eventually around noon, the duel began on MT. Chapter 179. At noon, it was the duel that everyone was looking forward to. On one side is the captain of the 11th squad, Kenpeki Onuwajo. On the other side is Kill from Zaraki district, a guy who calls himself Kenpeki. One is a man who longs for the honor of Kenpeki, and although he has not awakened Shikai, he has an incomparably huge Ryutsu, while the other is a Rukonga warrior who took advantage of the gap before and now sits firmly in the captain's position. The duel between the two is not only related to the highest honor of the Soul Society, but also related to the personal honor of Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City. If they win in the duel, it will not only have a certain deterrent effect, but also defend the honor of the 11th team and the dignity of Kenpeki. The 11th team, a wide flat ground. This is the place where the members of the 11th team train collectively on weekdays. Now this place has been cleared to make room for duels. 22. The number of onlookers was particularly large, including not only the entire 11th team, but also many other team members who heard the news. They surrounded the field, staring intently at the two figures in the center of the field. Zaraki Kenpeki, Ghost Rock Kenpeki. The two were equally tall, had the same ferocious faces, and had the same murderous intent. They looked like madmen. As the challenger, Zaraki Kenpeki was tall and straight, calm, with a provocative smile on his ferocious face. He felt the blood boil all over his body, a strong fighting spirit trickled down to every corner of his body, and Zaraki Kenpeki, who was full of confidence, never put Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City in his eyes from the very beginning. Although Ghost Rock Sword is wearing the captain's Haori, his appearance is ugly, and he doesn't have the momentum of Zaraki Kenpeki at all. This is why the members of the 11th team only support Kenpeki on the surface, but they are not his loyalists. Compared with the former Mole City Kenpeki, it is like a sky and a sky, the two are very different. In addition, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City was defeated by Uchiha Madara some time ago, which cast a haze on his image. But subconsciously, most of them choose to support Kenpeki, the Ghost Rock City. After all, being able to secure the position of the captain of the 11th squad for 5 years has also proved the strength of Ghost Rock City to a certain extent. Among the crowd, Madara Mikeku, Ayasukawa Yumichika, and Kuzujishi Yachiru stood in an inconspicuous corner. Due to the hostility, there was no one around the three of them except Uchiha Madara. Madara Mikeku touched the shiny bald head, and asked solemnly, Hey, Captain Uchiha, who do you think will win the duel between the two of them? Uchiha Madara glanced at him with great interest, and said indifferently, Since I came here with Zaraki Kenpeki, I must have full confidence in him. Are your words redundant? Madara Mikeku smiled awkwardly, Hey, it's like adding a little confidence. Anyway, the other party is also a guy who can become a Kenpeki. No matter how strong Zaraki Kenpeki is, there is no certainty. At this moment, Kuzujishi Yachiru jumped into the air and stepped lightly on Madara Mikeku's shoulder. She muttered and said cutely, Don't worry, Ajiao. Xiaojian is very strong, don't you underestimate him. Who said I underestimated him, but I have full confidence in him. Besides, I have said so many times that I am not called Ajiao. Unable to drive away the lovely Kuzujishi Yachiru, Madara Mikeku had no choice but to let the little loli stand on his shoulders. It's just that when Kuzujishi Yachiru's hands kept slapping his bald head, Madara Mikeku finally couldn't bear it. Hey, you're enough, little guy. Madara Mikeku roared helplessly. He tried to drive the little loli away, but Kuzujishi Yachiru stuck to him like nougat. Ayasukawa Yumichika on the side covered his mouth and smiled and said, Stop fighting, you two, it's really embarrassing to show your vulgar side in front of so many people. Faced with Ayasukawa Yumichika's ridicule, Madara Mikeku's face flushed with embarrassment, he could only sigh helplessly, and let the little loli play with his bald head. And Uchiha Madara completely concentrated his eyes on Zaraki Kenpeki. He has full confidence in Zaraki Kenpeki and thinks that he is a man who is most in line with the honor of Kenpeki. The atmosphere became dignified, and the momentum of Kenpeki and Zaraki Kenpeki continued to rise. Finally, with the unanimous consent of the two, the duel began. Ghost Rock City Kenpeki took the lead, he raised his head to the sky and roared, and the majestic Ryotsuo erupted like a storm. At this moment, his aura climbed to the peak, and even the space around him was somewhat distorted, which was the result of Ryotsuo being too strong. Brush! Ghost Rock City Kenpeki slashed down with a sword, and a huge crack burst open in the solid ground, all of which showed his powerful strength. Ghost Rock City Kenpeki roared with a ferocious face, Report your name, barbaric Rukonga residents. 170 Zaraki Kenpeki raised his fighting spirit and shouted, I am Kenpeki from Zaraki district, Zaraki Kenpeki. Hearing Zaraki Kenpeki's name, Oni Rock City Kenpeki sneered, You actually call yourself Kenpeki, I don't know if you should say you are arrogant or ignorant. There is only one person who can get the title of Kenpeki in Soul Society, and that person is me. Oni Rock Castle Kenpeki is full of confidence and drive. He is not afraid of Zaraki Kenpeki at all, nor is he worried that he will be beheaded in this duel, all this comes from strength. Although Oniwajo Kenpeki can feel the oppression of Ryotsuo from the opponent, but Ryotsuo alone is not enough. During his 5-year career as a captain, he has received systematic training, especially in the practice of chopping and shunpo, and has achieved certain achievements. With the improvement of strength, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock Castle is sure to win. Really? It looks like you are very resistant to hacking. Zaraki Kenpeki roared to the sky, Zanpakut waved mercilessly. Accompanied by his body surging out, Ryotsuo condensed into a golden sword pressure, slashing aggressively towards the ghost-eyed Kenpeki. This showdown has finally reached a fever pitch. Chapter 180. Boom! A duel between blades and blades, Ryotsuo keeps colliding. Due to the same origin as Rukonga, the characters of Ghost Rock City and Zaraki are full of violence. However, because Zaraki Kenpeki has been in the most chaotic Zaraki area of Rukonga for a long time, he has experienced more setbacks and hardships, which also allows Zaraki Kenpeki to develop a character that is not afraid of danger. No matter what kind of opponent you face, chasing the battle wholeheartedly, enjoying the battle, enjoying the feeling brought by fighting, this is Zaraki Kenpeki's original heart. Fighting can cut open the enemy's chest, fighting can cut off the enemy's heart, fighting can obliterate the enemy's will. This is the beauty of fighting, this is the fun that Zaraki Kenpeki is after. Bang bang bang! The two slender blades kept colliding, and the two figures kept interlacing. Ryutsu flowed continuously in the gap between the steps. Ha! That's it, come on, slash me hard, Kenpeki Oni rock. If that's all you have, there's no chance. Zaraki Kenpeki's gaze became fierce, and his strength increased a little. His slash this time even more severely repelled the figure of Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City. Well! Ghost Rock Castle Kenpeki paddled his feet on the ground, he gasped heavily, his expression slightly surprised. Before the fight, he faced Zaraki Kenpeki's challenge with defiance. But after the fight, the indifferent state of mind disappeared. Zaraki Kenpeki's strength seems to be far beyond his estimation. It turns out that there are two brushes, no wonder you have the guts to challenge me. But I will give you the exact words, this level alone is not enough to defeat me. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of team members, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City suppressed the horror in his heart, and stepped forward pretending to be calm. His every move inspired the fighting spirit of the 11th team members. They shouted enthusiastically and cheered for Kenpeki, Ghost Rock City from the bottom of their hearts. Kill Zaraki Kenpeki and defend the honor of Team 11. Just when Zaraki Kenpeki launched an offensive again, a strange arc appeared on the corner of Kenpeki's mouth. As soon as he pointed it out, chants came from his mouth at the same time. Thundering chariot, gap in the spinning wheel, this thing has lights clustered and split in two. 61 of Bakud, Endo. The moment the chant fell, a beam of light appeared out of thin air, immediately trapped Zaraki Kenpeki's body, preventing him from moving forward again. Hey, is this the so-called kid? Zaraki Kenpeki didn't panic, but was surprised. After all, having lived in the Zaraki district for a long time, this was the first time he had witnessed kid other than the most savage sword clashes. However, Zaraki Kenpeki's remarks were ridiculed by the members of the 11th team. I have never even seen Kid, and I want to challenge Kenpeki in vain, it is just a dream. Sure enough, the savages of Rukonga have never seen Kid. It seems that this guy is only fierce in appearance, and he is a clown at all. That's right, you look at his sluggish face, as if he is already desperate. How can such a person defeat the captain of Ghost Rock City? I think he is a paper tiger. If you dare to come to the 11th team to make trouble, you are simply a clown. The members of the 11th team who were watching on the sidelines uttered insults. They thought Zaraki Kenpeki was helpless, so they fell into trouble at this time. But what happened next left them speechless. Only Zaraki Kenpeki raised his head suddenly, and roared ecstatically, "It seems that you still have some strength. I think with the help of Kid, you may not be so easily overwhelmed by me, so that the battle will be easier, it will be more fun." Zaraki Kenpeki tensed his arms, and the vast Ryutsu surged out continuously. In just a moment, he broke through the shackles of the six-stick light prison and successfully escaped. How is this possible? This is the six-stick light prison in the state of singing. Not only Kenpeki himself, but even the team members who were onlookers were also shocked. It is an incredible problem to easily break free from Bakud 61 in the singing state with only brute force and Ryutsu, not to mention that there are not many people in Godai 13 who can do all this. Under my Ryutsu, nothing is impossible. Zaraki Kenpeki roared furiously, and he persistently brandished his blade and rushed towards Ghost Rock City Kenpeki. Just as Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City was terrified, the figure of Zaraki Kenpeki had appeared in front of him. Humph! Ghost Rock City Kenpeki is indeed the captain who has been sitting firmly for 5 years. He snorted coldly, and with his 5 years of experience in kendo practice, he stabbed out with a backhand sword and pierced Zaraki Kenpeiki's body just right. Puff! The sharp blade pierced through Zaraki Kenpeiki's body fiercely, causing blood to splatter immediately. This bloody scene aroused the carnival and joy of the 11th team members. According to the current situation, Zaraki Kenpeiki is obviously at a disadvantage and even injured. However, this is only their unilateral imagination. Even though his body was pierced, Zaraki Kenpeiki still didn't panic at all, but the madness in his eyes became more and more intense. He screamed excitedly, "That's right, that's the feeling, this bloody pleasure is really enjoyable." No matter what he said or his actions, in the eyes of the players, he was an out-and-out lunatic. Liao Wanghao, for everyone, the lunatic who is not afraid of death is the scariest. Even Kenpeiki of Ghost Rock City couldn't understand Zaraki Kenpeiki's arrogance. He clenched the blade tightly and said contemptuously, "You dare to talk nonsense when you are about to die. You are such a clown. Let me smash your hopes with one sword." Oni Rock Kenpeiki tried to pull Zanpakuto out, but failed. He frowned, but found that Zaraki Kenpeiki was holding the blade tightly with his palm. Zaraki Kenpeiki sneered coldly, "It's not so easy to leave after cutting my body. Since you only have this level of kid in your hands, there is no need to fight any more in this battle, so let's stop here bar." Zaraki Kenpeiki was determined to kill. He swung the blade suddenly with his other hand, and slashed at the body of Kenpeiki in Ghost Rock City under the eyes of everyone, giving a fatal blow. Chapter 181. Under everyone's shocked eyes, the sharp Zanpakuto slashed at Kenpeiki of Ogre Rock City. Brush! With a slash of the sword, the captain's Haori and the deadly costume were all shattered, and the dark and robust skin couldn't resist the sharp edge of the blade, and it shattered easily like tofu. The skin was broken, the flesh was bloody, and the blood flowed bit by bit, along his abdomen and into the ground. Tick! Tick-tock! At this time, the audience was silent, but the sound of the blood falling was so ear-piercing. Except for Uchiha Madara and Madarame Ikeku, the other 11th team members were speechless and could not even believe this scene. Wasn't the plot reversal too sudden? Everyone looked bewildered. It was clear that Kenpeiki of Ghost Rock City had the upper hand one moment, but the next moment he was split open by a sword. The team members could even see the bones hidden under the flesh and blood, which was even more impressive. Chill stands on his head. Wow! Due to excessive blood loss, Kenpeiki's face was pale. He kept retreating and struggling, but he was already dying. It's not that he is too weak, but that Zaraki Kenpeiki's sword strikes at his 913 vital point just right, cutting off the meridians in his body neatly. Even if Kenpeiki, the Ghost Rock City, has a majestic Ryutsu, it can't stop the blood from surging. After all, the vitality in the body is constantly passing away. Impossible, I can never be defeated by you like this. Oni Rock Kenpeiki gritted his teeth and tried to fight to the death at the last minute. But all this is just his illusion. Before his body could get close to Zaraki Kenpeiki, the latter attacked again, and the outcome of the entire battle could be decided in one strike. It was another slash that even cut off the arm of Kenpeiki of Ghost Rock City. Zaraki Kenpeiki was bathed in blood, Ryutsu burst out all over his body, and he shot with all his strength like a madman. 1, 2, 3. With each swing of Zanpakuto by Zaraki Kenpeiki, there will be an additional scar on Kenpeiki's body. What's more, every splash of blood will make Zaraki Kenpeiki become more violent, as if the blood can continuously stimulate his spirit. In the end, accompanied by a frantic fight, Kenpeiki of Ghost Rock City finally died, and fell powerlessly. Boom! He closed his eyes tightly, and his burly body slumped to the ground. The moment he fell down, the shock caused by it resounded all around, not only spread to every corner of the 11th team building, but also spread to Godai 13. At the same time, Tien Sanban teamed up. In the captain's team room, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Shiba Kyan are talking about some daily things. When they heard the deafening sound, their expressions all changed in shock. The three looked at each other, and then said hesitantly, "Is this true? That guy from Ghost Rock City is actually dead." In fact, as early as the duel was going on, the Ryotsuo of Kenpeki and Zaraki Kenpeki of Oni Rock City had spread all over the place, and the two furious Ryotsuo also showed that a battle was going on. At that time, the three of them agreed that Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City would win. After all, the latter was defeated by Uchiha Madara 3 months ago, and his status had been shaken to a certain extent. Someone to challenge. Only. Things are often unexpected. Kenpeki, who was expected by everyone, was defeated by Zaraki Kenpeki and paid the price with his life. This ending is beyond everyone's expectations. Kurako Shunsui said with emotion, "It's really shocking. Although I don't like the guy from Oni Rock City, he has been the captain of the 11th team for 5 years after all, and at least, he has made a certain contribution to Seoul society. It's a pity that contribution died like this." Jaishur Yukatake nodded in agreement, "That's right, even though Onuwajo called out Rukonga, after becoming the captain, he has devoted himself to his duties and managed the 11th team in an orderly manner. Although the strength is indeed a bit lacking, but after all, he has won Yamamoto with the approval of the old man, it is really pitiful to die like this." Shiba Kyan felt the Ryotsuo of Zaraki Kenpeki, and fell into deep thought. Not long after, he suddenly came to his senses and said solemnly, "No wonder he was able to kill Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City. Judging from this Ryotsu, this guy is probably the man who dominates Zaraki district. If it was him, it would make sense to be Kenpeki." Kurako Shunsui raised his brows with interest and said, "Oh? Even Vice Captain Kyan thinks so." Shiba Kyan explained, "That guy called himself Kenpeki, and he was rampant in the Zaraki area. In a way, he also quelled the chaotic Zaraki area, so this guy has real strength, and he didn't win by fluke." A flash of light flashed in Kurako Shunsui's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "According to what I have learned before, Captain Uchiha went to the Zaraki area twice, and according to the situation of their fight, maybe Captain Uchiha and that guy may have already acknowledged." Jaishur Yukatake sighed, "In any case, I hope that there will be no more personnel changes in Godi 13. Now Kenpeki of Oni Rock City has been beheaded, and his position will be taken by that man. And after 3 months, the 12th Squad's Hikifun Kiryu will also be promoted to become a royal agent. At that time, there will be a new captain." Kurako Shunsui also said with emotion, "Yes, since Mojo Soya's rebellion 5 years ago, Godi 13 has experienced personnel turmoil. All in all, after today's battle, the world of the 11th team will finally change." On the other side, the third team teamed up. Zaraki Kenpeki calmly wiped off the blood on the long sword, and said disdainfully, "Ah, this guy is weaker than I imagined. I really don't know how he became the captain, or is it because all the captains of Godi 13 are so weak?" The members of the 11th team gritted their teeth, but they were powerless to refute. Even the captain was killed, so what can they do? Uchiha Madara, who has been watching the battle, also said, "Zaraki Kenpeki, you are indeed beyond my expectations. If there is no accident, you will inherit the title of Kenpeki. But this is just the first step. If you want to challenge me, you still have to. Let's talk about it after you get the approval of other captains." Chapter 182. Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City was beheaded, and this incident was a hot topic, and it only took half a day to spread throughout the Seoul society. Everyone showed extremely surprised expressions the moment they heard the news. After all, Oni Rock Kenpeki has been the captain for 5 full years. Not to mention the reputation, but at least deeply in the hearts of the 11th team. Especially in the morning, Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City was still discussing with Captain Yamamoto about the future of the 11th squad, but at noon he was mercilessly beheaded. This sudden change made many people unacceptable. In the 11th team, there was chaos. Although the 11th team has the title of the combat team, and claims to have iron-like discipline. But when faced with the captain being killed, the entire team had no leader, and seemed at a loss for a while. Fortunately, there is Uchiha Madara sitting here, otherwise, the people of the 11th team may not be able to bear the killing intent and to fight Zaraki Kenpeki. Under the scorching sun, the corpse of Kenpeki in Ghost Rock City fell powerlessly to the ground. The scarlet blood had already stained the ground red, and even gathered into a river of blood. More importantly, since Zaraki Kenpeki was standing in front of the corpse, no one dared to snatch the corpse. A dignified captain, poor Kenpeki, the Ghost Rock City, feels like being thrown into the wilderness. Ugai actually beheaded the captain of Ghost Rock City, so prepare to wait for Central 40SIX's sanction. Many team members have accused that out of hatred for Zaraki Kenpeki, they are not even willing to admit that Zaraki Kenpeki beheaded Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City in the duel, and think that he was a deliberate murder. However, their behavior was ridiculed by Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki erased the bloodline on the long sword, and said contemptuously, "You guys, if you are not convinced, just come up and cut me. Whoever can cut me down will naturally take the place of Ghost Rock City." Although Zaraki Kenpeki said this very easily, none of the players really dared to take a step forward. The scene continued to be turbulent, and the 11th team fell into unprecedented chaos. At this time Uchiha Madara finally spoke out, "You guys be quiet, he is your trusted captain." These words made the audience fall silent. This sentence immediately made most of the team members clear their minds. Although they didn't want to admit it, they had to admit that Zaraki Kenpeki killed Ghost Rock City in a fair duel, and his behavior fully complied with the rules of the 11th team. Deserved to be the new captain. But several officials wanted to defend themselves, but they stopped talking after seeing Uchiha Madara's cold eyes. Indeed, Uchiha Madara said it was true. When he joined the 11th team for the first time that year, Ma Chen-chuang also said about the confrontation regulations, and this was also crazily worshipped by the 11th team. An important reason for being able to become a fighting team. Under the deliberate suppression of Uchiha Madara, the 11th team gradually recovered their calm. Everyone is waiting tightly, waiting for the appearance of Captain Yamamoto. Sure enough, Captain Yamamoto finally showed up soon after. What's going on here? Captain Yamamoto just stood at the door of the 11th team's team building, but there was a huge coercion. Although he is old in stature, his eyes are piercing. In particular, the depths of the pupils are more like burning flames that will never go out, as if causing the surrounding temperature to gradually rise. The reason why Captain Yamamoto appeared here was entirely because he also sensed the disappearance of Ryutsue from Kenpeki of Ogre Rock City, so he judged that the latter had died in the duel. Captain! Seeing the appearance of Captain Yamamoto, all the team members bowed their heads consciously to express their respect. And Lord Uchiha Madara gave a symbolic nod. He knew the fate of Zaraki Kenpeki from the moment Captain Yamamoto showed up in person. Captain Yamamoto ignored the respectful greetings from all around. He fixed his eyes on Zaraki Kenpeki and said in a deep voice, "Are you the one who killed Kenpeki of Ghost Rock City?" Facing the question from Captain Yamamoto, Zaraki Kenpeki held his slender blade and said calmly, "That's right, I cut him down in the duel just now, but this guy is too impatient to cut, I really can't bear it." Know how he became captain? Asking for flowers. At this moment, the audience was silent, as if a stream of condensed air was constantly flowing in the team room. Even the members of the 11th team gloated from the sidelines. No matter how weak Kenpeki is, he is a guy recognized by Captain Yamamoto. But Zaraki Kenpeki said so in front of many people, no doubt he slapped Captain Yamamoto in the face. The eyes of the members of the 11th team were all twinkling, and they were all looking forward to Zaraki Kenpeki being reprimanded by Captain Yamamoto. However, the expected scene did not appear, but something unexpected happened to them. 0. Team Yamamoto stared at Zaraki Kenpeki for a long time, and then praised, "That's right, being able to kill that guy in Oniwa Castle neatly in the duel also proves that you have the qualifications to be the captain. But to be the captain of a team, is not just a simple fight, but also makes all the team members sincerely submit. Can you do it?" Zaraki Kenpeki said disapprovingly, "Isn't this a very simple matter? If anyone refuses to obey, then just come and fight with me. As long as I can be cut down, I will leave Jingling Court immediately." Although Zaraki Kenpeki's words may sound harsh, his straightforward character was appreciated by Captain Yamamoto. Zaraki Kenpeki is undoubtedly a better fighter than the slightly cautious Ghost Rock City. Captain Yamamoto glanced at Uchiha Madara, and solemnly said, "Captain Uchiha, from tomorrow onwards, you will temporarily serve as the acting captain of the 11th squad and help Zaraki Kenpeki handle team affairs until he can independently control the 11th squad." Captain Yamamoto didn't say much, he just left this sentence and walked away. Apparently, he has endorsed Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki raised a triumphant arc at the corner of his mouth, and said with a big laugh, "So, I am the new captain of the 11th team, right? Uchiha Madara, I finally have the opportunity to be equal to you." Chapter 183. Gradually, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, the 11th team has undergone earth-shaking changes. The new captain Zaraki Kenpeki took office, becoming the 11th Kenpeki. After he entered the 11th team, the little lowly Kuzujishi Yachiru also became the vice-captain of the 11th team, becoming the youngest vice-captain in the history of Godai 13. Although Madarame Ikeku and Ayasukawa Yumichika both became seated officers after each awakened Zanpakuto. The entire 11th team is completely controlled by Zaraki Kenpeki. In 3 months, although most of the 11th team members did not recognize Zaraki Kenpeki. But in 3 months, Zaraki Kenpeki has gradually gained the recognition of the players with his strong strength. In addition to dealing with team affairs on weekdays, Zaraki Kenpeki has also received personal guidance from Captain Yamamoto. As the strongest Shinigami in the Millennium, Captain Yamamoto has a unique vision. He is well aware that Zaraki Kenpeki has a powerful Ryutsu but no fighting skills. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto specially taught Zaraki Kenpeki the slashing technique, and at the same time asked him to restrain his arrogant heart. In this way, under the guidance of Captain Yamamoto, Zaraki Kenpeki made a qualitative leap in chopping. It's a pity that he is still not Uchiha Madara's opponent. Zaraki Kenpeki is completely defeated in both Ryutsu and Zanjutsu. On the other side, the 2nd Division team building. Since comprehending Bankai, Urahara Kisuke's mood has become more and more comfortable. After all, as long as time passes, he will become the captain of the 12th Division. And Urahara Kisuke is most concerned about helping Uchiha Madara to make a turning god body again. Although Zaraki Kenpeki is also a captain who doesn't know Bankai, Uchiha Madara is different from him. Madara has the pinnacle of attainments in Kid, Shunpo, and Slash. The only regret is that he doesn't understand Bankai. As a close friend of Madara, Urahara Kisuke has devoted himself to research, not only transforming the body of the gods, but also expanding the Ryutsu that it can withstand in time to achieve better results. But in the process of research, Urahara Kisuke has an unexpected discovery. Da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps, and Uchiha Madara finally came to the 2nd Division team building. "Madara, you are finally here, and I have good news for you." It seems that because of the new invention, Urahara Kisuke seemed a little emotional. Madara smiled indifferently, "Is it because of turning god body?" Urahara Kisuke nodded abruptly, and said, "That's right. First of all, in the improvement of turn god body, I greatly expanded Ryutsu, and also made Shinigami's Ryutsu able to further integrate into it. At that time, in the face of the concrete form when Zanpakuto, you will become more advantaged and easier." Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "It doesn't matter, as long as you can create turn god body is enough. As for the duel, if you don't have confidence, then why can you comprehend Bankai? Urahara Kisuk grinned, oh, I forgot that you are a monster, and you cannot be judged by common sense in anything. But don't worry, this time it will be absolutely foolproof, and you will be able to master Bankai perfectly. To be honest, even I'm also looking forward to your Bankai. Shikai alone has such a powerful aura, I don't know how far Bankai will go against it. But that's not what I want to talk about today. The reason why I'm so excited is because of another discovery. When mentioning the new invention, Urahara Kisuk took a deep breath. He changed from his previous idle appearance, and became extremely dignified, his body even trembled uncontrollably, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered, and he asked curiously, what invention made you so excited? Urahara Kisuk took a deep breath, and said word by word, it is an instrument that can temporarily seal the spirit. Although its function is very common, its meaning is very important. You must also know that if Shinigami goes to the world otherwise, there is no way to appear in front of humans in a normal form. After all, the essence of Shinigami in Hollow is the soul body, and humans cannot sense the flow of Ryutsu. But this invention can change this situation. Urahara Kisuk said with burning eyes, the function of this device is to temporarily seal Ryutsu in an airtight space, and then form a temporary body, so that Shinigami can possess it, so that it can appear in this world in a normal appearance and be normal with human beings communicate with. Although being able to communicate with humans is just a very common thing, but for Godi 13, it can better maintain the stability of the world, and can arrange Shinigami to hide among humans and guard different areas. And I put this new invention is called Yuku. Uchiha Madara said with great interest, Yuku? I've never heard of it. Urahara Kisuk said solemnly, because Yuku is a newly born technology, and it is also a revolutionary 250 technology, so before I perfect Yuku to the most perfect level, I hope you can keep this secret for me, Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded, and said calmly, of course there is no problem. However, I seem to see that you have something else to say. Urahara Kisuk shrugged his shoulders and smiled mysteriously, sure enough, I can't hide it from your eyes, Madara. If Yuku is the result of my subconscious research, then the invention I will talk about next is probably my unintentional research. A new thing discovered. And this new thing may be dangerous, and I am not sure whether to continue the research, so I can only ask you to judge. Uchiha frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, what exactly is it? Urahara Kisuk said solemnly, you also know that in addition to my position as the third seat of the 2nd Division team, I also serve as one of the captains of the secret maneuver. In the secret maneuver, there are still some virtual souls that once haunted the Soul Society. These souls were originally only stored as information. But I took advantage of my position to make a bold attempt. I fused the souls of those hundreds of virtual heads to create an unconscious product, but this product has extremely powerful abilities, and even makes me feel very dangerous. Chapter 184. A product fused with Su's soul. Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat, feeling incredible. Although he is a Shinigami, but his body is Vasto Lord, so he is very sensitive to the word virtual. On the contrary, Urahara Kisuk didn't take Uchiha Madara's abnormality to heart, he thought it was a normal performance. After all, the fusion of hundreds of virtual souls is an unprecedented thing. And wanting to accomplish this not only requires a huge price, but only a few people can accomplish it. Ugh! Thinking of the fusion product, Urahara Kisuk sighed helplessly, although it is only a prototype, I have a feeling of uneasiness. Uchiha Madara asked, wait, I don't know what the so-called it is worth after talking for a long time. 11. Urahara Kisuk cautiously looked around, leaned over to Uchiha Madara, and said solemnly, come with me, Madara, I kept that thing in a secret corner of the house. Led by Urahara Kisuk, Uchiha Madara followed him to the house belonging to Urahara Kisuke himself. The house was remodeled by Urahara Kisuke and has a secret basement underneath. After arriving in the basement, Uchiha Madara scanned around and found that there were various instruments and even a lot of research materials around. Apparently this hidden basement is where Urahara Kisuke conducted his research. Urahara Kisuke said embarrassingly, compared with the captain's team affairs, this place is rather cramped and messy. So bear with it as much as you can, Madara. Uchiha Madara asked, shouldn't anyone set foot here on weekdays? Urahara Kisuke nodded, and said solemnly, that's right, besides Ms. Yuaki, only you know about this laboratory. And what I want you to see is here. After Urahara Kisuke finished speaking, he turned and walked to the depths of the room. He casually picked up a remote control device placed on the table and pressed it lightly. Immediately after that, a square pillar was raised in the center of the house, on which a transparent glass cover was placed. But because the glass cover is covered by black cloth, it is not possible to see the situation inside clearly. At the moment when the glass cover appeared, Uchiha Madara felt a familiar feeling in his heart. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he hurriedly came to the glass cover in surprise, and asked curiously, what is in it? I can even feel it. To its swings. Urahara Kisuke shook his head and sighed, the name has not been decided yet. This is the unintentional product I said before. Uchiha Madara's palm kept beating on the glass cover, trying to open it forcefully, but was stopped by Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke said quickly, hey, Madara, don't be so rude. Once this glass cover is broken, the energy will disperse. After the voice fell, Urahara Kisuke untied the black cloth covering it, revealing the real situation inside the glass cover. In the center of the glass cover, there was a crystal clear black bead like a walnut version floating in the air. Although the bead is dull, it emits a powerful wave, and it is this wave that surprised Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara found that it was a wave completely condensed from the origin of Hollow, and possessed the violent Ryutsu of Hollow. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, Bichibo Madara asked, can this glass cover be opened? I want to see this bead. Urahara Kisuke shook his head embarrassingly, and said regretfully, I'm sorry, this one cannot be opened. If I open it, I don't know what will happen. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and asked in surprise, isn't it just a prototype, is it so serious? Urahara Kisuke refuted his point of view, and said in a deep voice, it is precisely because it is just a prototype that makes me feel a sense of crisis. After it was born, although I interrupted the research, I have already figured out the direction of the research. Since it is a product of the condensed souls of hundreds of Su, and the opposite is the souls of Shinigami. If you have the opportunity to get the souls of Rukonga residents or Shinigami, you may also be able to make this thing. If you combine the two, if they fuse together, something unimaginable may be born. Urahara Kisuke has a strong will in his heart, but as a Shinigami, it is absolutely impossible for him to attack the residents of Rukonga and other Shinigami. Therefore, this plan can only be forced to be interrupted. Uchiha Madara was very interested and asked, although it is very dangerous, what is its specific function? Could it be just a time bomb? Urahara Kisuke's face became extremely serious, and he said word by word, Madara, listen carefully, although this is just my guess, but you must not expose this idea, otherwise it will be a threat to the Soul Society, pose a danger. This thing is an existence that can break the Shinigami restrictions. Uchiha Madara stared straight at Urahara Kisuke, he took a deep breath and managed to regain his voice, what exactly are you making? Urahara Kisuke shook his head, but didn't say an answer. As early as in the Shinigami Academy, the trainee instructor once told him that the progress of Shinigami's ability is not endless, but has an unbreakable boundary. No matter how talented a Shinigami is, there is a limit to Ryutsu's ascent. However, this limit has not been broken within a year of his promotion. Thinking of this, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help showing a wry smile. The problem that has not been solved for thousands of years has found a little light because of an unintentional research. Is this the smile given to him by the goddess of luck? It's a pity that Uchiha Kisuk has no pride in his heart, but is full of anxiety. He was at a loss, and even sighed with slight fear. To be honest, I don't know what to do. Although I am eager to continue the research, but I am not sure how to control it. But if this research is forced to stop like this, if not, I would be very dissatisfied. Uchiha Madara comforted, I can understand your feelings. As a researcher, it is very helpless to be forced to give up a new invention. However, why not give him a name before worrying? Chapter 185. Choose a name? You will be laughed at me. To be honest, I'm not in the mood right now. Uchiha Kisuk looked sad, not in the mood to think about the name at all. He sighed, the only thing we can do now is to hide it, and that's the only way. Uchiha Madara smiled at Uchiha Kisuk, and said comfortingly, actually, it is a lucky thing to be able to get this thing unintentionally. It would be a pity to give up halfway. If it doesn't work, then destroy it. Well, let's just pretend it never happened. In fact, Madara hoped that Uchiha Kisuk would continue his research. After all, he is a Vasto Lord with Shinigami powers. And once this bead can be truly perfected, then it also helps him to break down the barrier between Shinigami and Hollow, completely merging the two forces. And what will happen at that time, even Uchiha Madara himself can't imagine. Uchiha Kisuk nodded, destroy it? This is a good point, so you don't have to worry about danger. But then again, I really need to give it a name. After all, this is the most exciting thing for me besides the skeleton of 080 in invention. Uchiha Kisuk, who has never been sure about choosing a name, finally said a name after shaking his teeth. Black beads, the whole body is dull, why not call him Ball? Uchiha Madara said helplessly, Black Ball? Don't you think this name is too ugly? The corner of Uchiha Kisuk's mouth twitched, with a look of helplessness on his face. If it wasn't for wanting to leave some information about this research, he would never have thought about the name. After all, he did something that his predecessors never did, and it is worth leaving a little commemoration. This thing can break the concept of the Soul Society, shouldn't it have a tall name? Uchiha Madara couldn't help smiling when he saw Uchiha Kisuk with a melancholy face. However, it was his unintentional statement that caused Uchiha Kisuk to suddenly wake up. Uchiha Kisuk's eyes burst into a burst of light, and he kept looking around, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. Eventually an idea popped into his mind and he said firmly, Hugyaku. Uchiha Kisuk whispered as if talking to himself, and finally settled on a name for the black bead. What? I thought of a suitable name, let's call him Hugyaku. Why? Hugyaku broke the order and rules of the Soul Society for thousands of years, and let the shackles that have bound Shinigami for countless years fall apart like jade blocks. Uchiha Madara seemed to have some insights, and praised, Hugyaku? It is indeed a good name. If you can't let go of the obsession in your heart, then don't stop and continue your research. As a creator, you should have control, all confidence and courage, not giving up because of fear. Really? Should I continue? Uchiha Kisuk murmured in a low voice, struggling inwardly. Because the study of Hugyaku will be full of dangers, even when Uchiha Kisuk had just deduced the use of Hugyaku, he could not help but fall into confusion and almost couldn't restrain his inner desire. If we continue to study, what will Hugyaku eventually become? Uchiha Kisuk is unclear. He only knows that this is a double-edged sword. If the research fails, it may bring disaster to the Soul Society. Uchiha Kisuk struggled for a long time, but finally made up his mind and said, Madara, can you help me? Uchiha Madara said indifferently, what kind of help do you need? Help me complete the research on Hugyaku. I think if it is your Yuki, she will definitely object to my continuing to study Hugyaku. After all, she is not only the captain of the 2nd Division, but also the head of the 4 nobles of the Soul Society. The safety of the Soul World. But you are different. You not only have strong strength, but also have outstanding talent and an extraordinary mind. More importantly, I have seen in you a firm will that others do not have, and this kind of will is the most critical to complete the experiment thing. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara felt unprecedented joy in his heart. Being able to participate in Hugyaku's research is something Madara longs for, and Urahara Kisuke offered the invitation. It also solved his worries. Uchiha Madara pretended to be contemplative, and finally agreed to Urahara Kisuke's invitation, saying, "If you can spend 3 months making the body for me, I will naturally not refuse your invitation. What's more, I am also very interested in Hugyaku, also want to witness its final birth." Urahara Kisuke said excitedly, "That's really great. With your help, I'm afraid I will be less resistant, and the research on Hugyaku will be smoother. The only regret is that I can't get the soul of Shinigami, otherwise Hugyaku is never complete." Uchiha Madara comforted, "Take it easy, after all, today's Hugyaku is just a prototype. As for the Shinigami soul, we will find a way in the future." Urahara Kisuke said helplessly, "That's the only way to go. During this period of time, I will continue to improve my research on Hugyaku, so I can't accompany you to the secret place to awaken Bankai, and Miss Yuruaki seems to have something important to do, so I'm sorry." Uchiha Madara disapproved, and smiled lightly, "It doesn't matter, I have witnessed the process of awakening once before, and I am fully sure. You can concentrate on studying Hugyaku." In fact, the absence of Urahara Kisuke and Yuruaki met Madara's expectations by mistake. After all, Hao Yanmi Shan is a different Zanpakuto, but has 2 soul bodies, Izuna and Hashirama, which is also the biggest secret of Uchiha Madara, and he does not want to expose this secret. After some discussion, Uchiha Madara finally left the hidden laboratory with the god-turning body. The moment he walked out of the 2nd Division team building, he felt very happy. Because not only was he able to awaken Bankai by turning into a god body, but he also discovered the heaven-defying Hugyaku. Once Hugyaku matures, it also means that he will be able to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow in the future and become the most powerful person in Soul Society. Chapter 186. In the early morning of the next day, when the sun was just rising, Uchiha Madara quietly left the 10th Division team building with the improved turning god body. Along with the vice-captain Shiba Yuxin, no one knows his whereabouts. All they know is that Uchiha Madara is absent from the daily team meetings. However, due to the fanatical worship of Uchiha Madara by everyone, this also makes his whereabouts unknown and dare not deliberately offend. On the other hand, because Urahara Kisuke was concentrating on the research of Hugyaku, he was unable to accompany Uchiha Madara, and Shihao and Yuruaki was involved in important matters, so by accident, Uchiha Madara had an opportunity to be alone with the soul of Zanpakuto. Inside the secret stronghold, steaming bubbles floated on the warm spring water, and thick white mist floated in the air, covering the whole site with a layer of hazy beauty. Compared with the first visit to the secret stronghold, Uchiha Madara is no longer calm, but full of expectations. Counting, it has been 5 years since the last time I met Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hashirama. After the precipitation of time and the changes of the years, the bond of the 3 people has not sunk, but is more memorable like fine wine. In this world, nothing is more convincing than time, just because time can change everything quietly silently. Many years ago, that was when Uchiha Madara first awakened Zanpakuto. He once looked up at the sky, and under the witness of the stars all over the sky, he made an eternal promise. As time goes by, we meet again, but the haze of darkness is swept away, and the eternal light is ushered in. A new hope is bred, and perhaps a final promise is made. However, the agreement to meet again was delayed due to a series of accidents. Now that she possesses the god-turning body, the hope has not been wiped out, but she is reborn like a phoenix, giving birth to a shining light of hope. Da-da-da. Uchiha Madara stepped forward and came to the center of the empty field. He holds a white puppet in his hand, which is the improved version of Turning God body. Compared to the original Tenshin body, the modified version has smaller physical strength, but it can hold more Ryutsu, which also makes Uchiha Madara have a greater hope of winning. Hashirama, Izuna, I haven't seen you for 5 years, I don't know how you two have changed. I didn't expect that when we meet again, you will appear in a materialized image. Although it is only a short stay, it can be regarded as a different kind of rebirth. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara has to praise Urahara Kisuke. Although Urahara Kisuke's strength is not as strong as his, but his mind is extremely clever, not only has all kinds of unconstrained ideas, but also can develop new Ryutsu instruments. This alone is enough to make him famous in Soul Society. This is why Uchiha Madara was willing to approach Urahara Kisuke. After all, he has seen too many possibilities in the opponent, and it can even be said that he has infinite possibilities. More importantly, Urahara Kisuke once mentioned an idea with Uchiha Madara and Uruaki. Once he becomes the captain of the 12th Division, he will start to set up a technology development bureau to increase scientific research results. This idea was unanimously supported by Uchiha Madara and Shihao and Uruaki. After all, the research and development of Urahara Kisuke is a good thing for the entire Soul Society, and Shinigami can indeed gain power from it, just like an improved version of Turning God body. Hashirama, Izuna, come on, let's go all out to fight. I can see you, but I am looking forward to it. Uchiha Madara's eyes were fiery, he resolutely raised Zanpakuto, and without hesitation pierced into the abdomen of the Turning God. Brush! At this moment, Uchiha Madara unreservedly released the long-suppressed Ryutsu to his heart's content. Unshackled, Ryutsu is no longer as gentle and plain as usual. Instead, it became extremely violent, as if a beast that had been indulging for a long time had awakened. The reason for this situation is that although Uchiha Madara has the power of Shinigami, his body is still a powerful Vasto Lord after all. And after merging the power of Baragan, the power of Su is still dominant. It's just that he suppressed it deliberately during the day, so that he didn't expose any flaws. Asking for flowers. Since the Turn God body has been improved, it can withstand this terrifying Ryutsu like a tsunami. Ryutsu poured into the body like a torrent, which gradually covered the originally transparent doll with a layer of light blue fluorescence. Finally, Ryutsu reached saturation. However, after the Zhuanshen body burst into a bright blue light, it still slowly dissipated in midair after all. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation spread rapidly like ripples, gradually drifting to every corner of the training ground. Ong hum! Accompanied by Ryutsu's crazy cohesion, 2 figures finally appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama. 0. Big brother. Madara. The two spoke at the same time, and their words were full of excitement and joy. The two felt happy from the bottom of their hearts to see Uchiha Madara again. 5 years ago, when Uchiha Madara and Mojo Soya faced each other, they were once worried. At that time, Madara's breath became extremely weak, almost dying. Fortunately, Madara finally survived the disaster tenaciously and became stronger. So Izuna and Hashirama have been lurking in the spiritual space, waiting for the chance to meet again. Until this moment, the three finally meet again. Uchiha Madara said with burning eyes, Hashirama, Izuna, how does it feel to have a body again? Izuna smiled kindly, this feeling is very nostalgic. But how did you do it? Madara said indifferently, this is the masterpiece of an interesting guy, and it is also the purpose of my coming here today, I think you should know it too. Senju Hashirama smiled helplessly at first, Madara, I haven't seen you in 5 years, you are still so belligerent, you will fight as soon as you meet, I really can't do anything about you. But... Senju Hashirama's expression became serious, and a powerful aura rose from the ground. He was full of fighting spirit, and shouted, "Since I have a body, I have no choice but to let go of my hands and feet. Come on, Hashirama, let's go all out." Chapter 187. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama each exuded a shocking aura, their eyes became extremely sharp, and at the same time contained a shocking fighting spirit. In this duel of blood and bones, only fighting is the best solution. Whether it is the joy of reunion after a long absence, the excitement of chasing power, or the passion of falling into a duel. As for what to do at this time, the two men who once stood at the top of the ninja world all understand. Let's fight! Bloom ninjutsu in the fight and sublimate. In the era when the two were alive, it was the era of wars. At that time, the mind was shackled, the body was destroyed by the war, and the dream was killed by cruelty. Sadly, in such an environment that makes people hate 980, they still have to carry the shackles of fate and fight. Bloody youth, only fight for the sake of fighting. Youth is no longer worth recalling, and memories are no longer worth pursuing. Everything seems to be buried in the hearts of the two of them like a nightmare. But good times or bad times? For Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, no matter in ninja world or soul society, nothing can stop them from moving forward. They just follow their heart, just like this battle. Come on, let's fight with all our strength. Senju Hashirama shouted angrily, his tall and straight body blocked in front of Uchiha Madara like an unshakable mountain. It turned out that this duel could not have happened, whether it was Hashirama or Izuna, they were all born because of Uchiha Madara's soul, not only have no entity, but will only appear in the soul space of Zanpakuto. Instead comes alive with the power of Uchiha Madara. More importantly, after coming to soul society, the identities of both parties have changed. Appearing in front of Senju Hashirama is no longer the former Uchiha Patriarch, but the captain of the 10th Division, Uchiha Madara. And he is no longer first Hokage, but the soul of Hao Yanmei Shan. Uchiha Madara held it back, and Zanpakuto burst into endless brilliance in an instant, turning into a round fan that shone with red light. Since he once defeated Uchiha Izuna 5 years ago, even the pattern on the Uchiha fan has become an eternal Mangeki. Everything seems to be back to the battle in the Valley of the End, the only difference is 9 tails. Oh, I thought that I would never be able to fight you face to face again in this life. It's really unexpected. Senju Hashirama's eyes were burning, and he seemed a little reluctant. Indeed, with his character, being able to take the initiative to defeat Uchiha Madara is already a rare thing. Rather than fighting in blood, he hopes to take advantage of the opportunity of realization to have a good talk, but it's a pity that he can't do this because of the responsibilities on his shoulders. However, this reluctance looked fleeting. Because Senju Hashirama felt the powerful Ryutsu in Uchiha Madara, a strong sense of crisis was born even in him. Compared to before, you seem to have become stronger and only one step away from before. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara gravely. He could feel that Ryutsu in the squad was extremely powerful. Most importantly, Uchiha Madara's power dominated this duel. Hashirama, as the soul of Zanpakuto, you were originally born from my soul. Uchiha Madara stared at first Hokage and asked, "So, I just want to ask you a question. Which one is stronger, you or Izuna?" First Hokage frowned slightly, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Although Izuna once said that he represents the power of Hollow, and you are the real power of Zanpakuto. But you both have the same origin and are part of my power, that's all. So, that's really a difficult question to answer. But if you have to say it, maybe Shinigami's power is far stronger than Su's power. Senju Hashirama was unexpectedly calm, but his appearance brought another message to Uchiha Madara. So you're better than him. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up into a satisfied smile, he raised the Hao Yanmei fan and suddenly pushed towards Senju Hashirama. Boom! The red light shot out, hitting Senju Hashirama's shoulder unnoticed, piercing a bloody hole. Responses were so slow, Didn't dodge my Zero. As soon as Uchiha Madara's words fell, he saw an interesting scene. The blood hole on Senju Hashirama's shoulder healed quickly. Wood-style cells are finally working. Wood-style is mouth-watering. The moment Uchiha Madara saw the wood-style cells, a light flashed in Uchiha Madara's eyes. As we all know, if Eternal Mangeki wants to evolve into Rinnegan, the necessary condition is to need wood ninjutsu, which is the cells of first Hokage. And this is what attracts Madara the most. He is very clear about the meaning behind this duel. Once he can defeat Senju Hashirama strongly, not only will he be able to win the duel, but he will also be able to obtain first-generation cells understand wood-style endure hardship. Once you have Eternal Mangeki, wood-style ninjutsu at the same time, it means you have comprehended Bankai. Rinnegan is the power after Bankai. Really? It seems that you are very eager to get Rinnegan. But it is not so easy to defeat me. Even if you teamed up with Nine Tails, you are not my opponent. After being healed by wood-style cells 0.3, Senju Hashirama's injuries were all healed, and the whole person returned to a full-body state. He raised his head to the sky and screamed, and the emerald green Ryotsu surged out unscrupulously. Although Uchiha Madara has the upper hand in this duel with Ryotsu because of the improved transfer body, Senju Hashirama is still extremely powerful. If you want to get wood-style ninjutsu, defeat me in this duel, otherwise I can even deprive you of your power. Wood-style, wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama folded his hands and shook them towards Uchiha Madara. Countless huge branches emerge from the ground, forming wooden dragons, rolling towards Uchiha Madara menacingly, trying to strangle him to death. Chapter 188. Wood-style, wood dragon technique. Senju Hashirama folded his hands and shook them towards Uchiha Madara. Countless huge branches emerged from the ground, forming wooden dragons, rolling towards Uchiha Madara menacingly, trying to strangle him. Humph, wooden dragon technique? If it was the old me, I might still be a little bit afraid. But after combining the peak shunpo with the ring, this huge thing is just more clumsy to me. Uchiha Madara didn't panic. Just when the wood dragon was about to pounce on him, the peak ring easily dodged. Zero. Uchiha Madara quietly appeared behind Senju Hashirama, blasting a zero again. Wood-style, wooden golem jutsu. A huge wooden golem rises from the ground. Whether it is form or strength, it can be compared with the full-body Susanoo. Roar. The huge wooden golem blocks behind Senju Hashirama 22 and blocks the zero. But there was a price to pay for it. Wooden golem's arm was pierced by zero. Uchiha Madara muttered, the same trick as Susanoo's. If this is in the ninja world, perhaps in the eyes of other ninjas, whether it is wooden golem jutsu or wooden dragon, they will feel terrified. But there is no threat to Uchiha Madara. Because he used to have the ability to display the full-body Susanoo, and he can completely keep pace with wooden golem jutsu. It's not enough to rely on this. Since you are not willing to show your full strength, then I will force it out. Uchiha Madara's gaze became sharp, and chants kept coming out of his mouth. In the realm of Senju, you can't touch the dark hand, and you can't touch Zhou Tian's Shui Wo. The way of shining light, fanning the wind of fire, when gathering together, don't be confused, just follow my instructions. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 articles, heavenly scriptures, disease treasures, big wheels, and grey turrets, bowed to the distance and disappeared brightly. Had S91, Senju's bright days and elimination guns. As the chant of Uchiha Madara fell, the entire sky seemed to become dark. A mysterious force suddenly appeared in the underground space as if passing through the boundary of space. The dull sky was filled with a sudden burst of red light. The majestic spiritual power in Madara's body condensed into a light cone. In just an instant, the light cones around his body were densely covered. The atmosphere fell into tranquility, as if the prelude to the storm. 91 had? It's really scary. Senju Hashirama's face became extremely solemn. Since the last time he played against Madara, the latter has really become stronger and has more means. Now, just the fall of the chant language has such a great momentum, which makes Senju Hashirama feel quite tricky. Tens of thousands of light cones blasted out, covering the entire space in an instant. Senju Haoshantai cannon blasted out, blasting towards the huge wooden golem. Different from the previous battle against Skeleton King, this time Uchiha Madara deliberately controlled and blasted all the light cones towards the same place of wooden golem. Wipe the card. Just like the previous scene, wooden golem had no resistance in front of Senju Jiaotian Teipeo and was easily broken. It's so strong. Senju Hashirama was stunned. Even in the Battle of the Valley of the End, his wooden golem jutsu was enough to suppress the combination of Nine Tails and Madara. But in front of Senju Jiaotian Teipeo, he is as fragile as a blank sheet of paper. Senju Hashirama indulged in knowing why Madara was full of confidence, because the majestic Ryutsu was already over him. Not only Senju Hashirama, but even Uchiha Izuna, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked. He underestimated the power of Uchiha Madara and also underestimated the power of Kid. Kid number 91 fully chanted, has the terrifying power to destroy everything. Big brother, I'm really excited that you've become stronger than when you were in Ninja World. But, it's a bit of a stretch to defeat Senju Hashirama with Kijutsu. Uchiha Izuna didn't choose to shoot, because this was not only a showdown between Senju and Uchiha power. It's a showdown between wood-style ninjutsu and Manjiki Sharingan. The one who wins out of the two will gain the strength of the other party and become stronger, thus becoming the king of this space. Does this surprise you? It seems that your body has become dull after not fighting for a long time. Uchiha Madara was not the least bit soft-hearted, his eyes turned quickly, and with the emergence of the eternal Manjiki, a powerful pupil power emerged spontaneously. Pupil surgery, Amaterasu. The scorching black flames appeared out of thin air, like a black fire while exuding the aura of death. Senju Hashirama continuously emerged from all directions, not only blocking his retreat, but also completely surrounding him. This time, Uchiha Madara's eyes did not shed any blood when Amaterasu pupil technique was performed. Because during these 5 years, he not only adapted to eternal Manjiki, but also raised his pupil power to ultimate. Facing the terrifying black flame, Senju Hashirama has no fear at all. Oh, I can't help it. Senju Hashirama sighed, then closed his eyes tightly. The natural energy floating in the air frantically gathered towards his body. On Senju Hashirama's face, the unique lines of Sage Mode emerged. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together, then opened his eyes suddenly, and shouted with burning eyes, Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. With a powerful chakra breaking out, Senju Hashirama's black hair fluttered. The huge fairy chakra crazily gathered behind him, condensing into a colossus. Senju Hashirama has created a huge Buddha statue with countless giant arms by himself. Because the Buddha statue is too huge, even the secret base can't withstand the coercion, the original restriction is completely broken, and even the steaming hot spring is evaporated by Ryutsu. Urahara Kisuk's painstaking efforts for many years are at this moment finally destroyed. Even wooden golem jutsu, which is comparable in size to a full-body Susanoo, is not as big as a golem's head. This is the power that should stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Chapter 189. After thousands of real hands appeared, they even destroyed the entire underground stronghold due to their large size. The power that was once at the pinnacle of the ninja world has continuously spread to the surroundings. Amaterasu pupil technique may not be enough to deal with this level of tricks. Uchiha Madara holds the Haoyanmi fan in his left hand, while his right hand continuously injects Ryutsu into the Haoyanmi fan. In the next second, Haoyanmishan erupted with a burst of red light, and the light condensed into a sharp sickle on his right hand. For a time, Uchiha Madara's momentum reached its peak. Left round fan, stone sickle. This is what Shikai will look like in the end. This is. It seems that the big brother is finally going to go all out. Uchiha Madara Izuna's eyes have been attracted by this strong Ryutsu. He was surprised to see Uchiha Madara's eyes turning, and the scorching black flames constantly surrounded him, controlled by a powerful pupil force. At the same time, Uchiha Madara screamed to the sky, and the Ryutsu surged out like Wang Yang, turning into a real ocean of Ryutsu in midair. Finally, under the strong will of Uchiha Madara, Ryutsu Ocean was finally finalized. A giant figure with a height of 100 meters appeared on the battlefield. Full body Susanoo, Wu Tengu. Different from the previous image, today's Wu Tengu also has a round fan in his left hand and a sickle in his right hand, and his momentum is even more fierce. Uchiha Madara jumped into the air and stood on top of Wu Tengu's head. Under the control of his mind, Amaterasu's black flame covered Uchiha's body, forming an invulnerable black armor of black flames. Because Ryutsu is too majestic, the temperature of the black flame has already exceeded imagination, and even caused the surrounding space to be somewhat distorted. This is the true power of the Uchiha clan, and it is also the power I control. When I see this scene, it also means that we are about to fight to the death. Roar! Susanoo burst into a howl, like a dirge for death. This howling sound turned into a substantial sound wave and spread to every corner, causing vibrations in all directions. No matter who it is, whenever they hear the whistling sound, their bodies tremble involuntarily. This voice was so terrifying that it made them feel death-like despair. Is this your true strength, Madara? Senju Hashirama leaps in the air and stands on top of the Buddha's head. Standing here, he can already witness the entire training ground, even Li Tian is only one step away from the sky. The momentum is high, and it also has an invincible momentum. Senju Hashirama said with emotion, I didn't expect that even Susanoo's appearance changed after getting a more powerful Ryutsu. In my impression, this method of condensing flame armor is not so easy to do, and even Susanoo it's shocking that the weapon development has changed. He fixed his eyes on the huge round fan on Susanoo's body, and said in a deep voice, if I'm not mistaken, the round fan also has the ability to bounce back from Uchiha, right? Uchiha Madara's fighting spirit rose, and he said with burning eyes, yes, just as you guessed, Susanoo has the same ability. And how are you going to deal with it? Uchiha Madara swung the Haoyan fan suddenly, and the strong Ryutsu condensed into countless huge Guyu, lined up in a row, and volleyed towards Senju Hashirama. It's finally coming. Senju Hashirama stands ready. Although the number of Guyu was not large, it brought him a deadly oppression, as if as long as he was hit by one of them, everything would be over. In fact, Senju Hashirama's intuition doesn't. Every tomo is formed by the intense compression of Ryutsu, and Uchiha Madara's Ryutsu itself is superior to Senju Hashirama due to the improved Turn God body. Guyu quickly shuttled in mid-air, passing countless traces like a shooting star. What made Senju Hashirama even more unexpected was that Guyu's speed was too fast. In just a moment, it almost hit the body of the Buddha statue. However, once it is hit, the Buddha statue will fall apart in an instant and turn into nothing. Break it, Hashirama! Senju Hashirama clasped his palms together and shouted with all his strength, the Buddha on the top. The innumerable arms moved forward and patted Susanoo. Uchiha Izuna was stunned by this spectacular scene. Because the Hwa Buddha on the top is too huge, the countless arms blowing down together are enough to cover this vast area. Boom! When the countless palms hit the ground at the same time, it immediately stirred up dust flying all over the sky. The strong cracking sound roared like an explosion. When the first palm hit Guyu's body, although the palm was broken, it hindered Guyu's speed of shuttle. Gradually, after most of the palm disappeared, Guyu flew completely in the opposite direction and blasted towards Susanoo instead. At this moment, Uchiha Madara waved the round fan calmly and shouted angrily, Uchiha bounces back. The round fan in Wu Tiangu's hand erupted with an unparalleled ray of light, instantly rebounding all the attacks, and even the body of the Buddha statue was blown away. Boom! The Buddha statue kept falling back, causing the ground to crack and completely destroying the place. It's over, Hashirama. Having gained the upper hand, Uchiha Madara decided to deliver the coup de grace. The Ryutsu in his body keeps gushing out, and finally condenses into a fiery flame around the round fan held by Wu Tengu, Li Haozhou. In the next second, Tuan Wu stabbed fiercely into the body of Hua Buddha on the top. Witnessing all this, Uchiha Madara murmured in a low voice, "It's all over." Boom! The moment the slash penetrated, the huge Buddha statue exploded and disintegrated within a few seconds. The occurrence of this scene also means that the fight between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama is over. After the Buddha statue was defeated, Senju Hashirama's body fell from the sky due to the loss of the stepping point, and finally fell to the ground in embarrassment. At this time, due to the loss of a large amount of Ryutsu, even his figure became blurred and dim. Although it has been realized temporarily, without the support of Ryutsu, it is also impossible to maintain its heyday for a long time. The huge scythe gradually enlarged in Senju Hashirama's eyes. Chapter 190. A huge scythe hangs above Senju Hashirama's head, which also indicates that the battle is over after all. Uchiha Madara won after all due to being superior on Ryutsu. Hashirama, you lost. Uchiha Madara jumped down from Wu Tengu. He didn't choose to shoot, but stared at Senju Hashirama coldly. Senju Hashirama was stunned, couldn't help showing a wry smile, and admitted that he had lost. In fact, his power did not weaken, but Uchiha Madara's power became stronger. Whether it is Ryutsu's enhancement or Suzanu's evolution, all show that Uchiha Madara has gradually regained the power zone that was once lost. And if you win this duel, it also means that Uchiha Madara's power has become stronger, and you can even touch the power of God again. Senju Hashirama stood up and said with emotion, "Your progress in just a few years is really remarkable. A few years ago a Baragan could easily push you to the bottom, but a few years later you can return to the top." Madara said meaningfully, "Aren't you too, Hashirama? When you were in the ninja world, you had been dead for decades. After coming to Soul Society, although you can only appear in the spiritual space 510, this is also an alternative rebirth. And your and my strengths are integrated, and my becoming stronger also means that you will also be stronger. Yet, we were originally part of your power." Uchiha Izuna jumped off the dune and came to Uchiha Madara with a smile. As a spectator of this battle, he witnessed the duel between two ninjas who once dominated the ninja world. This battle is earth-shattering, even the captain of Godai may 13th not be able to cause such a huge destructive power. Senju Hashirama's figure became increasingly dim due to the violent passing of Ryutsu, and he stretched out his palm in good faith to put on Uchiha Madara's body, expressing his expectation for Madara. Senju Hashirama said solemnly, "I am very relieved to see you take back what you once had. Now that the battle has been won, it is time for me to fulfill my promise. I know that you obtained the Eternal Light 5 years ago and reached the ultimate of Sharingan. But this achievement is definitely not enough for you, so I deliberately did not show up 5 years ago, because the time was not ripe at that time. Now you are not only the master of Hueco Mundo, but also the captain of Godai 13, mastering the power of Shinigami and Su at the same time. All the conditions are ripe, it's time to be sublimated." Senju Hashirama closed his eyes, and a burst of intense green light erupted from the surface of his body, as if a strong breath of life was constantly surging. That is the shining green light, it is the essence of life, it is also the essence flowing in the blood of the Senju clan, and it is also the strongest blood successor limit boundary, wood-style ninjutsu. Madara, after absorbing this essence, you will have the ability of wood style. At the same time, your body will also reach a perfect state." Senju Hashirama raised his finger and pointed at Uchiha Madara, and at this time all the green light flooded towards the latter's body. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and asked suspiciously, Perfect body? Hashirama, what do you mean by these words? As soon as Uchiha Madara's voice fell, his face was suddenly dull, and a touch of unbelievable ecstasy emerged immediately. Madara was pleasantly surprised to see the bright green light continuously agglomerating in the empty hole in his chest, and as the green light deepened, it gradually condensed into substance and turned into vibrant flesh and blood. In the end, the void that had plagued Uchiha Madara for so many years was healed. How can that be? Even Uchiha Madara herself can't believe it all. After all, Fuku is something that every Fuku has, and apart from Ryutsu, CCDD, the best way to distinguish Shinigami from Fuku. However, the void is not healable, and this is something that makes Uchiha Madara feel helpless. Even Star K still retains the void. And the scene that happened now has completely subverted Uchiha Madara's concept and made him excited. If even the problem of empty holes can be perfectly solved, then Uchiha Madara will never have to worry about it. He is both the Hollow with the power of Shinigami, and the Shinigami with the power of Hollow, and he is infinitely close to the unbreakable barrier, only the last step. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "Don't be surprised, Madara. This is what I can do, and the only thing I can do. From now on, with my blessings and Izuna's blessings, go forward. Your end is not just the 13th squad. The team leader Liao and even Ling Wang are the heights you should reach." Uchiha Madara clenched his palms tightly, feeling the powerful force emerging from his body, and a satisfied arc appeared on his face. Now he can perform wood-style ninjutsu as long as he wants, and after his body is integrated with first-generation cells, he becomes more energetic. Senju Hashirama asked with a smile, "Madara, how does it feel?" Uchiha Madara responded, "The most contrary feeling is also the most pursued feeling." "That's good, Rinnegan is not your end, I believe you can reach the last step." Senju Hashirama's figure became almost transparent, and he finally showed a gratified smile, "Don't worry, I am not disappearing forever, I still appear in the spiritual space, but I will lose the opportunity to meet you in reality. I believe one day in the future, we will finally meet again." When his voice fell, the materialized figure finally disappeared. In an instant, only Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara were left in the huge space. Izuna said with admiration, "Big brother, to be honest, it's completely beyond my expectation that you can get to where you are today. After all, you only spent a few years of practice. However, there are still many secrets hidden in this world, even you, the Hugyaku that I came into contact with before, also made me and Hashirama feel dangerous. It is likely to be a thing that coexists with crisis and opportunity, and if you can control it, it will bring you infinite benefits." Uchiha Izuna looked around with nostalgia, and said with emotion, "It's not too early, I should disappear, I hope we can meet again in reality in the future, I am looking forward to that day." When Uchiha Izuna disappears, it also means that Bankai has finally awakened. Chapter 191. As the figures of the two disappeared, the surroundings returned to tranquility again, as if nothing had happened. Uchiha Madara passed the place where the two figures disappeared with his palm, and closed his eyes in relief. Finally came the most awaited moment for Uchiha Madara. Awaken the Rinnegan. With the eternal Manjiki, the perfect wood-style cell, and the two combined into one, it is already a breeze to awaken Rinnegan. On the other hand, because Uchiha Madara is not the first time to awaken Rinnegan, and has the experience of controlling Rinnegan. So instead of waiting for decades like before, Song Kong can easily awaken Rinnegan by mobilizing Ryutsu in his body. Sure enough, as a powerful pupil force rushed to the eyes, the pair of blood pupils finally underwent a qualitative change. Guyu gradually became blurred and dimmed, and then countless white ripples appeared around the pupils, like a cycle of reincarnation. The ultimate pupil technique, which originated from Chakra's ancestor Tsutsuki Kagaya and the fruit of the sacred tree Chakra, finally appeared in Soul Society. This pupil power is really nostalgic. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth rose slightly, showing a nostalgic arc. After awakening the Rinnegan, he felt once again in control of everything. More importantly, after awakening Rin-Egan, he not only mastered wood-style ninjutsu, but also mastered yin-yang escape technique. However, the awakening of Rin-Egan is not the end. To open the Six Paths mode, you need to absorb the body of the sacred tree, which is 10 tails. It's a pity that the 9-tailed beasts don't exist in this world, but this doesn't hinder Uchiha Madara's plan. After having Rin-Egan, Uchiha Madara can use Rin-Egan summoning Gedo statue. Although wanting to restore Gedo statue to 10 tails requires the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. But this time the way to open Rin-Egan is different, relying on the power of Shinigami and the power of Zanpakuto to awaken Bankai. So, no more chakra, but Ryutsu. With enough Ryutsu, the Gedo statue can be rejuvenated. It's a pity that even Uchiha Madara himself doesn't know how much Ryutsu is needed. Da-da-da. At this moment, a hurried footstep sounded. With a thought, Uchiha Madara's eyes returned to normal again. He turned around quickly but saw Urahara Kisuke rushing over. Urahara Kisuke looked anxious, and when he saw the entire training ground was destroyed, he couldn't help showing a bit of heartache. To be fair, after joining Godi 13, although he rarely came here. But after all, it carries the memories of childhood, and also records the footsteps of the past. Now that it has been destroyed like this, Urahara Kisuke can't help but feel lost in his heart no matter how careless he is during the day. Urahara Kisuke asked, "Madara, what are you doing? How did you make such a big noise? Even I heard the vibration coming from here in the laboratory." Uchiha Madara said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, it's just using turn body to awaken Bankai." Urahara Kisuke hesitated for a moment, then said suspiciously, "Of course I know this, but what exactly is your Bankai? Why did you make such a mess here?" Uchiha Madara responded indifferently, "About my Bankai, you will know later." Urahara Kisuke was stunned for a moment, and said with a wry smile, "Well, to cause such a big commotion, your Bankai must have been beyond imagination, and it is only natural to hold back a little bit. It's a pity that this place has been destroyed like this. If Monsieur Yuaki knew, she would definitely blame us." Uchiha Madara disagrees, "It's a big deal to destroy and rebuild again. I believe your Yuaki will understand." But then again, what happened to the research on Hugyaku? Mentioning Hugyaku, Urahara Kisuke's face immediately became serious. He looked around vigilantly, and said softly, "Go back to the laboratory and mention this again, this is not a safe place." Uchiha Madara nodded and immediately followed Urahara Kisuke and left the spot, heading straight back to Godi 13. The laboratory of the 2nd Division Team building. Urahara Kisuke and Uchiha Madara returned here again, standing in front of the transparent glass cover, staring at Hugyaku intently. Asking for flowers. Although Hugyaku is just a prototype at this stage, it still has energy that cannot be underestimated. After some struggles, Urahara Kisuke decided to continue the research. It's just that he was troubled by a problem, that is, the lack of a virtual soul. Just like the Soul Society in the depths, I am afraid that only a few ghosts will appear in Rukanga in a few years, and it is not that simple to keep this ghost's soul. Therefore, for hundreds of years, the experimental materials that can be used have been exhausted by Urahara Kisuke. Alas, without the test material, I can't continue to infuse the soul into Hugyaku. There is another reason, but as a Shinigami, I can never lay hands on the inhabitants of Rukanga. 0. Urahara Kisuke frowns, feeling helpless for a moment. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's play seemed to make him grab the straw. Uchiha Madara stared at Urahara Kisuke closely, and said solemnly, "Urahara Kisuke, if I can bring you the soul of Hollow, will it speed up the research of Hugyaku?" Urahara Kisuke looked up suddenly, and asked excitedly, "Really? As long as I have enough materials, I will be sure to perfect Hugyaku." Uchiha Madara nodded, "Did you forget that I once returned to Soul Society from Hueco Mundo? Since I can come back, I can go back again, but due to special reasons, I can only return to Hueco Mundo alone, otherwise the black cavity will collapse. Urahara Kisuk said regretfully, is this so? What a pity. If I have mature and stable technology, I can go to Hueco Mundo together. But it doesn't matter, as long as you can collect a lot of virtual souls, I can continue the experiment. At this time, Urahara Kisuk finally revealed his madness as a scientist. He was completely obsessed with the study of Hugyaku, and he also wanted to witness what would happen when Hugyaku reached the perfect state. On the other hand, Uchiha Madara also has her own plans. Not only does he have to collect souls in Hueco Mundo, he also has to summon Gedo statue beggars in Hueco Mundo summoning. Chapter 192. The 10th Division Team Building. In the early morning, when everything was recovering, the Juban team also held a morning meeting as usual. With me here watching you, don't try to be lazy. As the vice-captain of the 10th squad, Shiba stood on the high platform and watched every move below to prevent the team members from being lazy. Although he is only a vice-captain, since Uchiha Madara doesn't like to manage these trivial matters, most of the things are done by Shiba. Over time, Shiba's single-mindedness has also established prestige in the minds of the players. Whether it is an ordinary team member or an officer, under Shiba's single-minded eyes, they dare not slack off in the slightest. To be reasonable, because Uchiha Madara is too strong, the members of the 10th team have gradually become cohesive, and they are proud of the 10th team. Although 407 Uchiha Madara has not appeared for a while, it does not hinder their cult of Madara. Da-da-da. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps broke the tranquility of the morning. All the team members couldn't help looking at the door of the team building, but their expressions changed, as if they saw a group of vicious people. Hey, Shiba Yuxin, where is your captain? A rough and thick voice sounded, breaking the silent atmosphere. The voice was a little arrogant, and it didn't pay attention to the vice-captain Shiba. Shiba Yuxin's face was livid, and he said awkwardly, Captain Zaraki, what do you want to do when you come to the 10th division early in the morning? We are still practicing in the morning. That's right, the person who came was Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 10th division. He said disdainfully, morning exercises? That kind of thing is just a flashy thing. It's fine to let the players fight to their heart's content. Why do we need morning exercises? Even Kuzujishi Yachiru, who was lying on his shoulder, smiled and said, yes, Xiaojian is a very popular captain. Shiba was full of embarrassment, he was about to defend himself, but Zaraki Kenpeki yelled impatiently, hurry up and call Captain Uchiha, I need to find him. Shiba shook his head wholeheartedly and said, Captain Uchiha is not feeling well and is resting in the team building. Really? That's a pity. It's strange that a strong man like him can feel unwell. Zaraki Kenpeki groaned in a low voice, and then left the 10th division team building. After seeing off the killing god, Shiba breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly ran to the dormitory where the captain belonged, and opened the door cautiously. Captain Uchiha, the bigger captain is looking for you again. Soon after, the door opened and Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Shiba Yuxin. Although Madara was normal as usual, her face was pale, and Ryutsu was also a little weaker. He said softly, Zaraki Kenpeki? Just ignore him. I'll deal with him when I recover. Shiba was concerned, Captain Uchiha, how is your body? Madara smiled and said, it's almost recovered, and the team affairs will trouble you during this time. If there are no other important things, try not to disturb me, let me rest quietly. Deeply trusted by Uchiha Madara, Shiba said firmly, don't worry, I will definitely handle the affairs of the team during this period and ensure that the Juban team is in order. After leaving the captain's dormitory, Shiba walked down the long aisle with all his heart and kept feeling, it's amazing that even a man as powerful as the captain can get sick. On the other hand, this is an extremely distant place from the Soul Society. Here there is only the dark night exuding silence, and the cold moon hanging high in the sky, the vast yellow sand can't see any end, there is only a sea of sand. Hueco Mundo. Since Baragan was killed 5 years ago, Hueco Mundo has ushered in a new era. Uchiha Madara has become the new master of Hueco Mundo. Stark, Hurley Bell, Nilu, Grimjo and other top Minos Grande also surrendered to him and became a member of the Void Palace. Under such circumstances, the vast majority of Hueco Mundo chose to surrender to Uchiha Madara, and even some Minos Grande hidden in remote corners showed up one after another and chose to surrender sincerely. In the past they didn't agree with the cruel Baragan, thinking that Baragan was not qualified for their king, but Uchiha Madara was different. In addition to possessing great power, Madara also possesses the pair of mysterious Mangeki Sharingan. No matter which Minos Grande rebelled, the moment he saw the Mangeki Sharingan, everyone will be awed by that powerful pupil power. At this time, in the depths of Hueco Mundo, the Void Palace is regarded as a holy place by all Minos Grande. On the towering throne, Uchiha Madara sits on it. He stared down coldly, silent. A terrifying Ryutsu emanated from his body, as if it could shock the world. Below, the Minos Grandes all looked at this figure enthusiastically, their eyes filled with admiration. Since Uchiha Madara became the Hueco Mundo master, Hueco Mundo is several times stronger than before and has become more cohesive. The reason why Madara appears here is entirely because the Juban team is just an unconscious shadow clone. According to Madara's will, Shadow Clone will only stay in the captain's dormitory, which is why Madara did not show up during this period. At this time, Nilu, who was standing in front of her, said, "It's only been less than a year, why did you come back?" Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "This time I come back, I have important things to deal with, and I will transform Hueco Mundo to completely get rid of the night and let the whole Hueco Mundo welcome the light." Stark on the side asked, "What are you going to do?" Hueco Mundo has only endless nights, and this 5.2 situation has even lasted for hundreds of years. Uchiha Madara disagreed, and said softly, "Since there is no sun, how about we build a sun soon?" "Build a sun? How is that possible?" All the Minos Grande were stunned, wanting to create a sun under the night, which is simply a fantasy. Uchiha Madara waved his hands and said in a deep voice, "There is nothing impossible. As long as we create a canopy to cover the night, we will naturally welcome the light. Have you done what I told you before?" Nilu and Hurley Bell nodded, and said, "You told us to look for a Minos Grande who knows scientific research, and we did find an Uchiha. His name is Sail Aporo." Chapter 193. Sail Aporo. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, and seemed to have a special sense of familiarity with this name. He kept searching in the memory bank, and finally found this memory in more than 10 years of memory. He wasn't even an Uchiha back then, just a puny Jillian. And he was besieged by 4 of Grimjo's minions, one of whom was Minos Grande by the name of Ifert, and he was Sail Aporo's big brother. The only reason why I am familiar with the name Sail Aporo is because Madara swallowed Ifelt and obtained his memory. It's funny how it's still an Uchiha. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, "Let him come to see me, this sky cover plan needs his help." In fact, after witnessing Urahara Kisuke's mind and scientific research achievements, Uchiha Madara paid special attention to this type of researcher 22. After all, their minds can often invent some unexpected things, and these scientific research achievements can even get rid of the backward situation. After Uchiha Madara ordered to go down, a figure was quickly brought to the throne. Although he was wearing a mask, he had pink hair, and a hint of madness was hidden in those deep eyes. "Uchiha, Sail Aporo. Are you Sail Aporo?" Facing the king of Hueco Mundo's questioning, Sail Aporo smiled indifferently, "Why do you ask knowingly? Tell me, what is your purpose for coming to me?" Uchiha Madara leaned on the throne, and asked lazily, "Is this what I said? Why did you surrender to me?" Sayalaporo suddenly let out a sneer, and said frantically, I value your strength and all the resources you have. Only you can truly control Hueco Mundo and provide me with a superior environment. This is the purpose of showing up actively. The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up into a sinister arc, and he said in a deep voice, so that's the case, then join me, and you can get everything you need. But, the price you pay for this is freedom. You choose to assist me complete the sky cover plan. Sayalaporo asked doubtfully, the sky cover plan? What does this mean? Uchiha Madara said loudly, compared with the bustling Soul Society, don't you think Hueco Mundo is too primitive and backward? The endless darkness can never defeat the light. Since there is no light, why can't we create light? Build a sky like the Creator, so that Hueco Mundo welcomes the light. This is the sky cover plan. After hearing Uchiha Madara's explanation, Sayalaporo was stunned at first, and then laughed wildly. With crazy eyes, he said excitedly, you are so arrogant to compare yourself to the Creator. But you are more worthy of my appreciation than that incompetent Baragan. Sayalaporo licked his lips and couldn't wait to say, to be honest, I am very interested in the plan you mentioned. But I think this plan can be expanded. We not only want to transform the sky, but also the entire Hueco Mundo transformation. Only by making Hueco Mundo more prosperous can he get rid of the original and backward situation. Really? I really didn't misunderstand the person. Sayalaporo, I give you the highest right, use all resources to implement the plan. Uchiha Madara smiled slightly, full of anticipation. More importantly, after contacting Sayalaporo, he was once again satisfied with the scientific staff. Sayalaporo's daring idea was even crazier than his plan and surprised Uchiha Madara even more. At this moment, a voice of opposition sounded. Just give him the highest right? Why, I joined the Void Knight Palace earlier than him. A burly figure stepped out from the crowd, more like an angry beast than a person. Uchiha Madara stared at him with great interest, and said in a deep voice, why, Yami, are you not satisfied with my decision? At this time, Ulquiera from the rear also stepped up to reprimand Yami, expressing dissatisfaction with his behavior. Yami waved his hand suddenly, and said angrily, cut. How can you decide the freedom and rights of others at will? It's just that you have the power of Shinigami. If it weren't for the Vasto Lords here, why would you rule Hueco Mundo? Apparently, Yami, who has not seen Uchiha Madara in person, does not approve of his rule. It seems that you have doubts about my strength. Uchiha Madara still smiled indifferently, but an incomparable terror Ryutsu surged out of his body, like an inescapable shackle cage electrified on Yami's body. Wow! Yami's face was pale, and her body was trembling uncontrollably. Under the pressure of Madara's Ryutsu, he couldn't even breathe and could only struggle desperately. Gradually, Yami's feet bent, and his body knelt down involuntarily, bowing down in front of U-203's Hueco Madara like an ant. Gilu! The rest of Minos Grande swallowed their saliva one after another, shaking their hearts. Especially Minos Grande, who had seen the power of Uchiha Madara back then, was even more serious. They didn't expect that in just half a year, the power of Uchiha Madara became stronger, and even the Vasto Lords felt terrified. Let me go. Yami finally chose to surrender. His heart was full of despair. In front of this irresistible force, he was like a tiny ant, he had no choice but to surrender. What a terrible guy, but this also proves that my original decision was not wrong. As the strongest Vasto Lord, Starkey was the most low-key of all Uchiha's subordinates. He didn't make a sound, but just stood in an inconspicuous corner as if nothing had happened, looking at Madara's figure adoringly. It is because of Uchiha Madara that we have everything we have today. Also because of Madara, he was able to get rid of the feeling of loneliness. For this group of companions who have come from hardships, for no longer enjoying the despair of loneliness. No matter what, Starkey will do his best to protect the Night Palace, and even the entire Hueco Mundo. Chapter 194. Under the light of the cold moon, yellow sand danced all over the sky. This is a hidden place located in the depths of the Sui Palace. No one dares to set foot on weekdays, and it has been ordered as a forbidden place by Uchiha Madara. At this time, in this hidden place, several figures stood here. Ulquiorra, Hurley Bell, Nilu, Starkey. All four of them are one of the few Vasto lords in the entire Hueco Mundo, and they are also Uchiha Madara's most trusted subordinates. The ideal pursued by Hurley Bell is simple, that is, that the female Minos Grande can be sheltered from merciless slaughter. Nilu has a kind personality and has no desire for power. She only hopes that Hueco Mundo can be safe and peaceful and avoid unnecessary fighting. Starkey's thinking is simpler, he just wants to be able to get rid of the feeling of loneliness, and it is Uchiha Madara who let him get rid of this feeling, because Starkey has always had a grateful heart. Ulquiorra made an oath to follow Uchiha Madara forever, just because he felt the heart that could get rid of nothingness in Ben. Although all four have great power, they are loyal to Uchiha Madara and satisfied with the status quo of Hueco Mundo. They considered following and maintaining the rule of Uchiha Madara to be the most valuable thing. In the days when Uchiha Madara went to the Soul Society, it was precisely because of the protection of the four of them that Hueco Mundo was able to maintain order and be as stable as ever. Madara, what on earth did you bring us here for? Nilu couldn't help feeling puzzled. She knew Madara's character well and knew what was about to happen was going to be a grim thing. Uchiha Madara explained, "This is one of the most important reasons for me to come back to Hueco Mundo, and it is also the most critical part of the plan." Uchiha Madara's serious appearance suddenly made the atmosphere dignified. The eyes of the four of them stared at him tightly, and their breathing gradually became heavy. If even Uchiha Madara says that, then this matter is probably really important. If you want Hueco Mundo to get rid of the dark situation in the past, it is not enough to rely on transformation, what is really needed is power. And this power that can conquer the sky is also the power of me, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara closed her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, a burst of powerful pupil power radiated, and Rin-Egan emerged. These eyes! The moment they saw Rin-Egan, the four Vasto lords felt their souls tremble, as if unconsciously felt a supreme pressure. They have seen the Mangeki Sharingan and felt the power of Mangeki. But, compared with Rin-Egan, eternal Mangeki did not bring them such a strong oppression, let alone make them feel the fear in the soul. What the hell is going on with those eyes? At this moment, this idea appeared in the minds of the four of them at the same time. They don't even want to meet Uchiha Madara's gaze, just because the feeling makes them feel creepy. This is a new power that I have mastered, and it is also a power that can conquer the Soul Society. Of course, even if I have Rin-Egan, it does not mean that I will be invincible, so I propose this plan. Uchiha Madara said with burning eyes, once Gedo statue can awaken again and become 10 tails, and after I absorb 10 tails, I can evolve again. Even Godei 13 will not be my opponent at that time. He looked up at the sky, and a look of strong expectation flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Madara formed mudras with both hands and slammed the ground angrily. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a thick white mist rose, and at the same time, the surrounding space was violently distorted, as if a terrifying force was constantly reverberating. The four of Starkey looked at the center of the white mist, their pupils constricted suddenly, because they found a huge monster there. Gradually, when the dense fog gradually dissipated, this behemoth also revealed its true appearance. What came into view was a huge figure. Its hands are chained, and its feet sit cross-legged under a huge lotus flower. It has 9 eyes, the color of its body is like dead wood, and there are 10 pillar-like protrusions on its back. Body of 10 tails, Gedo statue. Gedo statue. What is this? Nilu and Holly Bell were shocked, and even Ulquiorra, who is always expressionless, was shocked. The Gedo statue is tens of meters high, and such a huge monster appeared in front of them. Undoubtedly a huge visual shock. Gedo statue, also the body of the legendary Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara looked up, looking up at the huge Gedo statue. His heart was ups and downs, as if he had returned to the moment deep in his memory. In that battle, Uchiha Madara did not really die. He used Izanagi to deceive first Hokage and successfully obtained first-generation cells. So, he lurks underground in the mountains near the Kana Bridge, summoning Gedo statue. Gedo statue has the most powerful vitality. Uchiha Madara uses Gedo statue as a medium to cultivate Hashirama's cells, summoning White Zetsu, and connecting himself with Gedo statue to maintain his own immortality. At that time Uchiha Madara could only linger on, and eventually became a weak old man. But this time it was completely different. Not only was he in his prime, but he also possessed formidable strength and many subordinates. Good Lees. And the appearance of Gedo statue makes the whole plan just one step away. Uchiha Madara calmed the emotions of the four, and said indifferently, "Don't be surprised, it is just a container for carrying Ryutsu." Stark said in astonishment, "Then what should we do?" Although he tried his best to calm down, he couldn't help but be amazed whenever he saw the huge figure of Gedo statue. When Uchiha Madara came to the Gedo statue, he stretched out his palm and slapped it. The next moment, thick Ryutsu poured into the Gedo statue continuously along the palm. Seeing this, the four of Ulquiorra also injected Ryutsu into the Gedo statue. Suddenly, 5 Ryutsu of Vasto Lord poured into Gedo statue's body. Not long after, the Gedo statue actually changed. Chapter 195. With 5 Ryutsu of Vasto Lord injected into Gedo statue's body. Not long after, the Gedo statue actually changed. I saw a burst of strong light burst out from the 9 broken tails, and this strong light gradually condensed, and then one of its eyes opened. Have 5 Vasto Lord's powers opened only one eye? Uchiha Madara was obviously a little disappointed. Although the 5 of them only injected part of Ryutsu, they were still the top powerhouses in the entire Hueco Mundo. It can be seen how terrifying Ryutsu is needed to open all 9 eyes. How is this going? Ulquiorra and others were puzzled. After all, they were only seeing this behemoth for the first time, and they didn't even know the origin of the Gedo statue. Judging from Uchiha Madara's disappointed expression, it is obvious that he is planning a daily plan. Uchiha Madara explained disappointedly, "You have also seen that with the Ryutsu of the 5 of us, it can only awaken one eye, but to awaken 9 eyes, the horror of the power of the entire Hueco Mundo is not enough. But if it can't, if you awaken the 9 eyes 277, Gedo statue can only maintain this appearance." Stark asked, "So what are you going to do?" Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of a countermeasure for the time being. Even Hueco Mundo, which is rich in spiritual seeds, can't meet Gedo statue's requirements. There are only 2 ways he can rely on it. The first is to lead the Minos Grandes of Hueco Mundo to attack the Soul Society and devour the residents of Rukonga with Spirit Sons and the Shinigami of Godai 13. At that time, Gedo statue's requirements will be satisfied. But this method has uncertainty and great risk. After all, although Uchiha Madara has awakened Rinnegan, he is not sure to fight Godai 13, let alone face Captain Yamamoto alone. In this world where Ryutsu dominates everything, Captain Yamamoto's Ryutsu accumulated over thousands of years alone is enough to defeat him. What's more, there is the unstable factor of Aizen's hidden in the dark. Before clarifying Aizen's true intentions, Uchiha Madara will never be the first to expose himself. And the second way is to pin, hope on Hugyaku. Although Hugyaku is just a prototype at this stage, it contains a shocking energy and proves that it has infinite possibilities. And this time back to Hueco Mundo, Uchiha Madara ordered Sayalaporo to collect Jillian's soul and compress their souls according to the method provided by Urahara Kisuke. Once the new soul can be integrated, presumably Hugyaku will be perfected again. It's a pity that there is still a huge flaw, that is, the inability to integrate Shinigami's soul, which is also a headache for Uchiha Madara. All in all, before being 100% sure, Uchiha will choose to continue dormant until he has the ability to awaken the Gedo statue for it. Uchiha Madara glanced around and said in a deep voice, I may return to the Soul Society during this time, and the Tienge project will also be handed over to your supervision. The next time I will come back has not yet been determined. Hope to see the Hueco Mundo improve. Nilu smiled and said, Don't worry, after Sailaporo and Yami, most Ajichas have fully joined our command, and only a few Jillians are left, so Hueco Mundo has tended to be stable in general, and then we will wait for Hueco Mundo transformation. With the progress of the Tienge project, Uchiha Madara also transferred some talented Jillian to follow Sailaporo to set up a special scientific research department. Although the start was difficult, Sailaporo has unparalleled talent and excellent mind. Under his fanatical passion, the plan is carried out in an orderly manner. After using her pupil power to frighten the newly joined Minos Grande, Uchiha Madara finally left Hueco Mundo again, handing over the task of building Hueco Mundo to several Vasto lords to manage, and Gedo statue was also sealed underground, in the dark wait for the next turn on. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and in the secret basement of the 12th Division, the figures of Urahara Kisuk and Uchiha Madara gathered here again. Urahara Kisuk looked at the black ball in Uchiha Madara's hand, opened his mouth wide in surprise, and exclaimed, You actually succeeded. Although the energy in the black ball is not as intense as Hugyaku, it is still beginning to take shape, which is why Urahara Kisuk was surprised. Uchiha Madara seemed to see his doubts, and explained unhurriedly, because the spirit particle concentration of Hueco Mundo is stronger than that of Soul Society, and there are a lot of Minos Grande in the Minos Grande forest, so it is possible to condense such high concentration of soul. Urahara Kisuk seemed a little puzzled, but because of Uchiha Madara's strength, he didn't think too much about it. Urahara Kisuk carefully took the soul crystal from Uchiha Madara, and a touch of ecstasy burst into his eyes. He said excitedly, Madara, I will trouble you to guard this place during this time, and isolate Ryotsuya from leaking out. I want to perfectly integrate this crystal with Hugyaku. Uchiha Madara nodded without hesitation. Reasonable, he looks forward to Hugyaku being perfected even more than Urahara Kisuk. Uchiha Madara has even wondered how to obtain Shinigami souls. The only feasible method is to create a tragedy to kill Shinigami in Rukanga, and to achieve the goal in turn. It's just that this plan needs the cooperation of Urahara Kisuk to complete. After all, only Urahara Kisuk has mature technology and means. Time passed gradually, and another afternoon passed in a blink of an eye. In the depths of the laboratory, Urahara Kisuk was sweating profusely, constantly manipulating the equipment with both hands, and at the same time, the Ryotsuya in his body was also intensely consumed. Since the crystals brought by Madara are all fused with Jillian's soul, their strength far exceeds the previous experimental materials, which also makes Urahara Kisuk even more excited. Originally, he thought that the integration process would be very difficult. However, when the experiment was carried out, Urahara Kisuk was pleasantly surprised to find that the fusion was not hindered at all, but went very smoothly. Finally, Hugyaku erupted in a burst of radiance silently suspended in the glass case. Uchiha Madara asked expectantly, Did it work? Urahara Kisuk said excitedly, I think, probably succeeded, but it is still an imperfect thing. Chapter 196. Although Hugyaku has become more complete, it lacks the soul of Shinigami, and it is ultimately an imperfect product. At this moment, Urahara Kisuk's heart is extremely complicated. He was both excited and disappointed. After all, being able to make Hugyaku more perfect is something to be thankful for. It's just that Hugyaku has always been flawed, and that's what frustrates Urahara Kisuk. Urahara Kisuk struggled for a while, and finally sighed weakly, I think it's better to forget it, since we can't get the soul of Shinigami, then stop the research. It's a pity that Hyaku can never be born. As an avid scientific research expert, he wants to destroy his masterpiece with his own hands. When making this decision, Urahara Kisuke's heart was bleeding continuously. As if the parents watched their children die, this feeling is a pain that goes deep into the soul. Just give up, are you willing? Once Hyaku is destroyed, it will be difficult to have the opportunity to conduct research again. This is a research that can break all the rules of the Soul Society. Are you really willing to just give up like this? Seeing Urahara Kisuke's dejected look, Uchiha Madara was calm on the surface, but in fact he was a little anxious. Hyaku is of great significance to him, and may play a decisive role in the future, not to mention that only a genius like Urahara Kisuke can control this kind of experiment that can make history. If Urahara Kisuke gives up at this point, it means that Uchiha Madara's hopes will be wiped out. Well, I don't want to give up just like that. Unfortunately, the road ahead is very confusing, and I can't see any hope of success. Urahara Kisuke clenched his fists, still struggling inside. Reasonably speaking, if it wasn't for the inability to obtain Shinigami's soul essence, he would definitely not give up so easily. But his curiosity as a scientific researcher called him to continue his research. Ultimately Urahara Kisuke made his decision. After some consideration, he decided not to destroy Hyaku, but to temporarily seal it. After the 12th Division's personnel change we will make a decision. After all, apart from his own wishes, the reason why Urahara Kisuke wanted to be the captain was entirely because he was eager to obtain more rights, so that he could establish a technical development bureau in the 12th Division. Although with his superb mind and unconstrained thinking, he can develop many unexpected Ryutsu devices. But one person's strength is limited after all. If more scientific researchers can be called to join the 12th Division through the establishment of a Technology Development Bureau, then the scientific research level of the entire Soul Society will advance by leaps and bounds. This is also Urahara Kisuke's original intention. Luckily he already has Bankai, so captaincy is almost a given. At that time, the Technology Development Bureau will be born naturally. Gradually, 3 months passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, the long-awaited day finally arrived. The captain of the 12th Division, Haikisha Kiryu, received the order from the Lingwang Palace and was promoted to be a member of the 0 Division. After he left, the position of the captain of the 12th Division was naturally vacant. A team house. Just one day after Hikifune Kiryu left, an emergency meeting was held in the 1st Division team building. The meeting was held by Captain Yamamoto himself, and all the captains of each team were ordered to attend. The team affairs room was densely filled with figures. All the captains of the 13 teams appeared here. Captain Yamamoto rested his hands on the crutches, his deep eyes swept across the faces of each captain. At this time, the room was silent, and even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. It's just that before Captain Yamamoto spoke, the other captains didn't have the guts to speak first. In this way, when the atmosphere of silence was almost brewing to ultimate, Captain Yamamoto finally coughed lightly. I think you all know the reason why I summoned you here. Hikifune Kiryu of the 12th Division was officially promoted a day ago, and the position became vacant after she left. So your task is to choose the right person. Among the crowd, Shihaura and Yoryuki couldn't help sweating when he heard what the captain said. Although she is already the captain of the 2nd Division, she is more nervous than Urahara Kisuke herself. Asking for flowers, 0. Yoryuki didn't speak first, but carefully observed the faces of the other captains. Fortunately, the other captains also remained silent for a while, which surprised Yoryuki very much. When Captain Yamamoto saw the lifeless scene, he couldn't help but suddenly raised his crutches and hit the ground heavily. He groaned angrily, "What's wrong? Don't you 12 have any suitable candidates?" Captain Yamamoto's face was gloomy, and there was an unknown fire in his heart. As the direct disciple of the captain of Yamamoto, Kurako Shunsui knows how to read words and deeds best. He was the first to speak. Captain, I'm sorry, there is no suitable candidate for the 8th squad. Jaishur Yukatake followed closely, and said with the same embarrassment, I'm sorry, the 13th division also has no suitable candidates. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time after they finished speaking. Obviously they didn't want to take the blame. Immediately afterwards Captain Anohanaretsu also said, the 4th division belongs to the medical unit, and there are no suitable personnel. Immediately afterwards, Captain Kukaki Yinling of the 6th division also shook his head to express his apology. After all, the 6th team belongs to the Kukaki family, and the talents cultivated are naturally considered for the future of the 6th team, so it is naturally impossible to release them easily. Hirako Shinji, Love Aikawa, Torabashi RJR, and Maguruma Kensei also said that they have no recommendation. Then there was an embarrassing scene. Only Uchiha Madara and Yoriyuki were left. As a close friend of Urahara Kisuke, Madara naturally hopes that Urahara Kisuke can be the captain because of Hagyaku, so he also shook his head and said that there is no seat officer to recommend. At this time, Captain Yamamoto's face was gloomy, and the anger in his heart had reached ultimate. It's a shame for Godi 13 that there are no talent picks for the 12 teams. When Captain Yamamoto looked at Yoriyuki took a step forward and said confidently, as for the captain, I recommend Urahara Kisuke, the 3rd member of the 2nd squad. Chapter 197. I recommend Urahara Kisuke, the 3rd member of the 2nd division team, as the new captain. As the finale, Yoriyuki finally elected Urahara Kisuke in front of everyone. When everyone heard the strange name Urahara Kisuke, most of them showed doubts on their faces. After all, they basically don't know much about Urahara Kisuke, and only a small number of captains have more or less such impressions in their minds. Kurako Shunsui said with great interest, it's that guy? But why do I always feel that he is a bit unreliable? Jaishur Yukatake also said embarrassingly, yes, although I don't deny his talent and ability, but after all, his usual style is a bit loose, and he always looks like a fool. Hearing the evaluation of the two veteran captains, the rest of the people looked May 4th Lord strangely. Could it be that the person selected by Captain Yoriyuki is an unreliable guy? Then how can he be the captain of the Tien 2 team? The corner of Shihao in Yoriyuki's mouth twitched, feeling helpless in his heart. At this moment, she wished she could call Urahara Kisuke in front of her and reprimand her. It's all because of the bad impression they usually leave, which caused the captains to remain skeptical. Just when Yoriyuki wanted to continue to defend Urahara Kisuke, Captain Anohanaretsu, who has always been low-key and silent, finally spoke. Anohanaretsu said with a smile, Urahara Kisuke just looks loose on the surface, but in fact he is quite capable and has a sense of responsibility. Please believe in Captain Yoriyuki's vision. I think Urahara Kisuke can be given a chance to try. Hearing Captain Anohanaretsu's words, Captain Yamamoto's eyes flashed brightly. Since even she said so, Urahara Kisuke must have the qualifications to be elected. After some contemplation, Captain Yamamoto finally made a decision. He said with deep eyes, since none of you have recommended any suitable personnel, and Captain Yoriyuki happened to recommend the 3rd seat of the 2nd team, then we might as well give him a chance to try. According to the rules of Godi 13, he needs to be approved by the captain. Assessment, and the witnesses of at least 6 captains can become captains. Yoriyuki went on to say, Captain, don't worry, according to what I have learned, Urahara Kisuke has already comprehended Bankai, and I believe he will be able to pass the captain's examination. What, got Bankai? Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake were amazed that they knew where Urahara Kisuke came from, even though the latter had only been a part of the Godi 13 for a few years. It has to be said that it is a miracle to comprehend Bankai in just a few years. Captain Yamamoto rarely showed a look of interest, and said in a deep voice, then the captain's assessment will be in the afternoon. Jingle, Jushiro 10, Yoriyuki, Uchiha Madara, Anohanaretsu, you 5 stay here as witnesses for this assessment by. As you order, Commander-in-Chief. Several captains who were named nodded, among them Madara and Yoriyuki breathed a sigh of relief. After all, as long as you get a chance for Urahara Kisuke, passing the captain's assessment is almost a piece of cake. With the end of the captain's meeting, Urahara Kisuke also received an order to participate in the assessment, which was an unexpected surprise for him who devoted himself to the study of Hagyaku. Under Yoriyuki's urging, Urahara Kisuke finally restrained his idle appearance, and walked into the team building of the first team in a serious manner. In the team affairs room, the 6 captains were already in place. When the door of the house was pushed open, all of them stared at the figure of Urahara Kisuke. Are you Urahara Kisuke? The moment Urahara Kisuke stepped into the room, Captain Yamamoto's closed eyes opened immediately. Majestic and upright, bright eyes. Although Captain Yamamoto's eyes are old and deep, they contain energy and spirit, revealing a wisdom that sees through the vicissitudes of the world. He deliberately exuded a serious aura, trying to frighten Urahara Kisuke in the first place. However, to his surprise, Urahara Kisuke was unmoved, just scratched his head in embarrassment, and introduced himself, Captain Yamamoto, I am Urahara Kisuke, the 3rd seat of the 2nd team. Captain Yamamoto was stunned for a moment, and then praised, it's the first time I saw me, and it's really amazing to be able to not be affected by my aura. The captain has won the award. Urahara Kisuke smiled awkwardly, but was not delighted to be praised by the captain. Originally, he was uneasy, but after seeing Madara and Yoriyuki standing behind Captain Yamamoto, he gradually regained his composure. Captain Yamamoto said solemnly, okay, since it is the captain's assessment, in addition to the basic assessment of the 4 aspects of chopping, kid, shunpo, and white hits, there is another necessary condition, which is to master Bankai. However, before the captain could finish his words, Urahara Kisuke quickly answered, Captain, it's absolutely fine, my red concubine has awakened Bankai. Urahara Kisuke's anxious appearance made the other captains dumbfounded. After obtaining the permission of Yamamoto's captain, Urahara Kisuke finally released his Bankai. Urahara Kisuke gripped Zanpakuto tightly, and roared with burning eyes, Bankai, Kananbairiki Benihai Maratum. At this moment, an astonishing aura gushed out from his body. At the same time, the beautiful figure of Hongji gathered behind Urahara Kisuke again. A luxurious red dress. The soft long hair hangs behind her back, even reaching her waist. Hongji's hands are guarding Urahara Kisuke's chest, a mysterious force gushes out from her palm, and turns into several thin threads around 3.9 Urahara Kisuke's chest. Amazing Bankai! Captain Yamamoto and Anohanaretsu both showed a look of horror, and they could judge Hongji's extraordinariness only from their intuition. Immediately afterwards, Urahara Kisuke explained Honghame's ability and was praised by Captain Yamamoto. Afterwards, Captain Yamamoto assessed Urahara Kisuke in the 4 aspects of Zanjutsu, Kid, Shunpo, and White Hits. In the end, Urahara Kisuke successfully passed the captain's assessment, was recognized by 6 captains, and became the new captain of the 12th squad. Chapter 198. When Urahara Kisuke successfully passed the captain's assessment, he became the captain has been known to the captains of the 13 divisions. And the captains also passed on the news, so that every seat officer and team members knew who the new captain of the 12th division was. Gradually, the night was dim, and the jingling court, which was bustling and lively during the day, returned to its former tranquility. As the night wore on, the news that Urahara Kisuke became the new captain also spread wildly overnight. After all, the appointment of every captain is a big event for Jingling, and it naturally becomes the talk of the team members after dinner. The darkness dissipated and the sun rose. When the first ray of sun shines on the ground in the morning, Godi 13 is filled with a lively atmosphere. After a night of deliberation, almost every team member knew one thing. That is, Urahara Kisuke will be crowned as the new captain of the 12th division today. The aisle was full of people, and everyone was all discussing the deeds of 22 Urahara Kisuk. The former third seat of the second team is a mysterious and unfamiliar person in the eyes of many people, and he can even be called unknown. Many people who are familiar with Urahara Kisuk will be surprised that their jaws will drop to the ground. After all, Urahara Kisuk always looks casual on weekdays, and has nothing to do with the captain of the team who shoulders the heavy responsibility. Even the other team members are skeptical, let alone the members of the 12th team. At this time, the members of the 12th squad were looking sad. For them, Hikifune Kiryu's departure was originally a sad thing, especially when they hadn't recovered from the sadness. A strange captain appeared again, and this captain was another in the eyes of the team members. It is not so reliable. The blow made it worse, cast a shadow over the 12th squad, which was originally the most gratifying. For a long time, due to the strength of Hikifune Kiryu, the 12th squad has been enjoying a higher status in Godi I-13. Furthermore, because of Hikifune Kiryu's popularity, the 12th division and the other divisions are also on good terms. Over time, the members of the 12th squad have a sense of dependence on Hikifune Tong's existence. Now that Mama-san left suddenly, the team members turned their longing into resentment, and poured all of it on Urahara Kisuk. In the spacious aisle of the first team building, the players are in an endless stream, walking in the aisle in an orderly manner. At this time, at the corner ahead, a figure wearing Captain Haori hurriedly ran, looking in a panic. The words 12th Squadron were engraved on the white feather weave impressively. Urahara Kisuk. Today was originally an important day for Urahara Kisuk, and it was also a day for his inauguration ceremony. However, he was late because of sleeping late, which proved his unreliability. Urahara Kisuk was sweating profusely. After arranging his appearance casually, he finally came to the door of the team office. Before stepping into the room, Urahara Kisuk had already sensed more than a dozen powerful breaths. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, and worried, "Too bad, they must have all arrived, but I, the most important person, was late, I'm afraid Ms. Your Yuaki will reprimand again for." Creak. With a fluke mentality, Urahara Kisuk finally opened the gate of the team building. The moment he walked into the room, all eyes were on him. Although they are all old faces, Urahara Kisuk still feels embarrassed. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Sorry, I seem to be late." Captain Yamamoto glared at him and snorted coldly, "Urahara Kisuk, you came too late." Even your Yuaki couldn't help scolding, "Urahara Kisuk, what are you still doing? Come in, your identity is now the captain." After being reprimanded by your Yuaki, Urahara Kisuk walked into the room dejectedly, and his appearance also made the other captains feel helpless. Hirako Shinji leaned into Meguruma Kensei's ear and whispered, "Is this the new guy? Why does he look so unreliable?" Meguruma Kensei complained with a black line on his face, "Are you talking about yourself? In my impression, you seem to be even more unreliable." Immediately afterwards, Captain Yamamoto solemnly announced, "As you can see, Urahara Kisuk is the new captain of the 12th Division. He originally belonged to the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, but was witnessed by 6 captains including my husband yesterday. Passed the captain's assessment, so you have the qualifications and strength to become a captain. Regarding this, I believe you will not object, right?" Captain Yamamoto looked around, but no one made a sound, and everyone agreed. In this way, although there was a little accident, the captain's inauguration ceremony was successfully completed. After the meeting, Urahara Kisuk approached Uchiha Madara. After explaining his intention, Urahara Kisuk brought Uchiha Madara to the 12th Division team building. But when he stepped into the gate of the team building, he was stopped by Rixalai. Rixalai crossed Zioman's waist dissatisfied and reprimanded, "You are not allowed to step into the 10th captain's team office." Urahara Kisuk asked, "Why? I'm the new captain." Hikari shook his head suddenly, "That's not true, only Captain Hikifune Kiryu is the captain of the 12th Division. Uchiha Kisuk was helpless. He didn't expect that he was so unpopular. Not only ordinary players, even the vice-captain also rejected him. Just when Uchiha Kisuk wanted to continue the argument, Uchiha Madara stepped forward. Madara stared at the Japanese department calmly, and said coldly, "You also know that Captain Hikifune Kiryu has been promoted, right? Then why stop him?" Facing Uchiha Madara, Hishiri lost his confidence. After all, Madara is someone whom even Kiryu Hikifune respects, and it is so late that he doesn't even have the courage to look at Madara. Under instinctive fear, Rixalai took the initiative to make way for a passage, not daring to block the way of the two. Madara just glanced at her and ignored her, and Uchiha Kisuk wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. In the team affairs room, Uchiha Kisuk said mysteriously, "Madara, since you have become the captain, you can start working on the Technical Development Bureau, and that's why I invited you today." Chapter 199. Uchiha Kisuk looked around and said cautiously, "I invited you here today to discuss the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau." Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "What are your plans?" Uchiha Kisuk held up 3 fingers and said with a smile, "Now that I have become the captain, the resistance to the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau is almost minimal. My plan contains 3 aspects in total. First of all, there is the problem of personnel. Although my goal is to gather people with scientific research talents from the entire Soul Society, it will take a long time to realize this idea. Therefore, in the hands of people, I can only rely on myself to discover it. Therefore, I need with your help. Once you find a talent with scientific research talent in the 10th team, you can transfer him to the 12th team. Wish me a helping hand." Uchiha Madara agreed without hesitation, "This is of course no problem. After all, I also support you in establishing a Technology Development Bureau. What's more, the Juban team has recently expanded vigorously and has also recruited a group of good talents. I think it should be able to bring you come help." Uchiha Kisuk said happily, "If the strength of the 2 teams is combined, the problem of manpower shortage should be solved in the early stage of the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau. Then it will come to the second stage. Once the Technology Development Bureau has issued a scale and achieved certain results, the captain of Yamamoto will definitely support him. At that time, I can apply to the captain to transfer people from other teams, so as to expand the scale of the Technology Development Bureau." Although Uchiha Madara agreed with Uchiha Kisuk's point of view, he still raised doubts. "Uchiha Kisuk, I think you don't realize that the number of personnel does not represent quantity. Sometimes complicated research is not a good thing." A light flashed in Uchiha Kisuk's eyes, and he said excitedly, "You are indeed a genius, I recognize. Since you have also considered this issue, then the third point I want to raise is the issue of elites." Uchiha Kisuk explained, "After I become the director of the Technology Development Bureau, it is naturally impossible to do everything by myself, so a deputy director is needed. Although I really hope that you will be the deputy director, it is not appropriate after all. In my heart, but there is already a more suitable candidate." Uchiha Madara questioned, "Who? Even you can praise him, presumably this guy also has an extraordinary mind." Uchiha Kisuk said with a serious face, "Madara, do you want to see him? Why don't you come with me to the maggot's nest?" Mentioning the nest of maggots, Uchiha Kisuk became extremely excited, and even couldn't wait. Because the guy who was only slightly less talented than him was locked in the nest of maggots. Uchiha Madara expressed confusion. "Nest of maggots? What is that?" Uchiha Kisuk stood up suddenly, and said with strong expectation, "Let's go, only when you go there, you will understand what kind of place it is." Without too much explanation, Uchiha Kisuk took Uchiha Madara and left the 12th Division team building. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed. When Uchiha Kisuk and Uchiha Madara arrived at the maggot's nest, there was some movement in the 2nd Division because of this incident. In the team office, a secretive and mobile person respectfully reported the emergency to Yoryuki, and he said urgently, Master Yoryuki, Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th Division, and Uchiha Madara, the captain of the 10th Division, broke into the nest of maggots without authorization. And when I intercepted them, Urahara Kisuke refused, saying that he had obtained permission from adults. Yoryuki picked up the teacup calmly, took a sip of the fragrant tea, and said nonchalantly, What are you doing? You let him act like this. Seeing Yoryuki frown slightly, the team member quickly lowered his head and said fearfully, Master Yoryuki, what should we do now? If you don't have any impression, should you invite the two of them out? Yoryuki waved his hand disapprovingly, and said calmly, No need, if Kisuke brings Madara with him, they must have their own plans, they can go wherever they want, so don't worry about it. The man in black was stunned, and said hesitantly, Then, that's fine, this subordinate will leave now. In fact, the man in black is full of doubts in his heart. After all, important prisoners are held in maggot nest, and in the past, Yoryuki ordered strict guards to prohibit anyone from entering it. Why is it uncharacteristically so now? It's not just the man in black who has such doubts, even Sui Feng, the vice-captain of the second team, complained dissatisfiedly, Master Yoryuki, is it really appropriate for you to do this? She has never been used to Urahara Kisuke, and Urahara Kisuke's promotion to captain also shocked her. Knowing Sui Feng's character well, Yoryuki found an excuse to dismiss her. What's the matter, Sui Feng, you are so talkative. If it was Kisuke and Madara, there would be absolutely no problem, both of them are I'm the captain of Godai 13. On the other side, the nest of maggots. The gate has been opened, and Urahara Kisuke and Uchiha Madara are standing in front of the gate, talking continuously. Uchiha Madara said in surprise, I didn't expect this local committee to be hidden in Soul Society. Urahara Kisuke smiled slightly, and Syat, Nyohohao, explained, this is a secret base of the secret maneuver, and it is normal for you not to know. Since the leader of the secret maneuver has been passed down from generation to generation by the Shihaoran family, so Miss Yeshi also Xi Che from the industrial team was arranged to be the captain of the 5 stealthy maneuvering teams. And I was one of them supervising team physician. Uchiha Madara suddenly realized, and said, the responsibility of the supervision team is probably to guard this area. Urahara Kisuke nodded abruptly, yes, in fact, the duty of the supervisory team is to guard. It's just that during this time, I have come into contact with all kinds of prisoners, and I have also learned about their abilities and talents. Among them, I admire the most. The guy is also the most dangerous guy in the nest of maggots, he was even detained in the depths alone, and was ordered to prohibit activities. His name is Kuratsuka Mayuri. Chapter 200. Kuratsuka Mayuri. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, expressing ignorance of the name Kuratsuka Mayuri. Urahara Kisuke explained, one of the tasks of the supervisory team is to target the members of Godai 13 and judge whether their thoughts and actions will threaten other Shinigami, or whether they will hinder the execution of the mission. Simply put, Godai 13 dangerous elements are arrested and monitored, so there is a nest of maggots. Urahara Kisuke pushed open the gate and led Uchiha Madara through the gate. When they didn't enter the gate, what they saw was a long and closed road, and at the end of the road was a locked gate. Urahara Kisuke opened the door, and the two walked into a spacious and bright space. In the room, various figures surged densely. They all wore uniform clothing and walked around the room with bare hands. More importantly, the faces of these people were different. Judging from the eyes, most of them were still sane. It's just that they ignored Urahara Kisuke 040, as if they were not surprised by his appearance. But the appearance of Uchiha Madara attracted the eyes of the prisoners. They looked at Uchiha Madara in amazement, and a fierce light even flashed in many people's eyes. It's really interesting, living in this confined space for so long that they have forgotten what fear is. Uchiha Madara just had a thought, and an incomparably powerful Ryutsu surged out of his body, almost congealing into substance, causing the entire room to flow into a vast ocean. Wow! The faces of those prisoners with unfriendly expressions changed suddenly. They felt as if their bodies were petrified. Not only could they not move, even their souls were crushed. Poof! One of the prisoners shook his feet violently and finally fell to his knees in front of Uchiha Madara in despair. As he knelt down, more and more prisoners knelt down one after another. Although they are called dangerous elements, in the face of life threats, fear awakens their inner reason. You guys are really... Not everyone with such a good temper as me can bear your wanton gazes. Urahara Kisuke smiled awkwardly, looking at the prisoners with a hint of pity in their eyes. To be fair, as the captain of Godai 13, even he is not willing to provoke Uchiha Madara. Not to mention these weak prisoners. Let's go, it's just some ants. Uchiha Madara glanced coldly at the many prisoners, then shifted his gaze to an invisible endless passage ahead. He said in a deep voice, "The person you are referring to should be right below." Urahara Kisuke nodded, "That's right, that's the only, dangerous element, imprisoned in the maggots." Uchiha Madara smiled with interest, "Really? That's really exciting." Da-da-da. Uchiha Madara and Urahara Kisuke gradually walked down the steps and finally came to the cell. In Madara's vision, a figure squatted on the edge of the bed, but his left foot was bound by an iron chain. This man has blue-purple hair. Although his face is pale, his eyes are piercing, and he does not feel desperate because of being detained. His name is Kuratsuka Mayuri, and he was a member of Godai 13. He was judged as a dangerous element because of his extreme ideas, but he is actually a scientist with crazy ideas. Seeing the two people coming, Kuratsuka Mayuri looked up and asked meaningfully, "Urahara Kisuke, what, brought you here? And this is Uchiha Madara." Although Kuratsuka Mayuri has been imprisoned for a long time, he is not isolated from outside information, but has a clear grasp of it. Especially the famous Uchiha Madara in recent years has left a deep impression on Kuratsuka Mayuri. Kuratsuka Mayuri exclaimed, "I didn't expect that, even if you came here in person, it seems that this matter is extraordinary." Urahara Kisuke stretches out his arm sincere invitation, "May we get out of here together, Mr. Juntung? It's an interesting proposal to leave with you." Kuratsuka Mayuri stared at the two captains carefully, and said in a deep voice, "That's why Uchiha Madara appeared here? Just to help you increase the chips of deterrence?" "Do not." Urahara Kisuke shook his head, "He came here because of our common plan, and this plan must be of interest to you." "Oh? The so-called plan? I'm sorry, I don't have any suggestions." Kuratsuka Mayuri didn't give the two any face, and directly refused in person, "I am very satisfied with my life here, and I don't want to return to Godai 13. Urahara Kisuke was not discouraged, but patiently said, "No, there is nothing here to entertain you." Kuratsuka Mayuri asked, "What about your reason?" Urahara Kisuke put his hands out and explained, "Because I need your help. You must also know that I have become the captain of the 12th Division, and I plan to establish a Technology Development Bureau under the 12th Division organization. That's the plan I just mentioned." Kuratsuka Mayuri said disdainfully, "So what?" Urahara Kisuke raised his finger and said in a deep voice, "I hope you will be the deputy director. How about it, is this condition not bad? You will have the qualifications to work with me." Kuratsuka Mayuri looked gloomy and said disdainfully, "You mean to let me work under your command?" Although he didn't directly refuse, his gloomy face already showed everything. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke, "What if I said that the position of deputy director was originally held by me, but because of your existence, I also gave up?" Uchiha Madara stared at Kuratsuka Mayuri coldly, and the invisible aura of sunshine poured out from his body. The three were silent, and for a while, a stream of condensed air flowed continuously in the dungeon. Invisible confrontation, accompanied by changes in mentality. Finally, Kurotsuka Mayuri gave in, murmuring under his breath, "You two are really annoying guys. But, this proposal is crazy." Chapter 201. After taking Kurotsuka Mayuri out of the maggot nest, Urahara Kisuke immediately gave him a new identity. The third seat of the 12th squad. Although this decision was rejected by Rishirai, it was of no use. Intimidated by Uchiha Madara, Rishirai could only silently accept a strange man as the third seat. With Kurotsuka Mayuri as a powerful assistant, the Technology Development Bureau quietly built in full swing in the 12th squad. With the full support of Uchiha Madara, many members of the 10th Division were transferred to the 12th Division and became the initial backbone members of the Technology Development Bureau. After integrating the resources of the 10th and 12th teams, the Technology Development Bureau was established logically. Although it is only beginning to take shape, it has already been considered a successful start and has officially embarked on the right track. In the 12th Division Team Office, Urahara Kisuke, Shihoran Yuryuaki, and Urahara Kisuke sat around a luxurious wooden table. On the table is the tea that is still warm. The fragrance of the fresh air continues to fragrance every corner of the house. Shihoran Yuryuaki drank a cup of tea and spoke first. "You two are serious, so the last time I went to the maggot's nest was to rescue Kurotsuka Mayuri, isn't it just this matter? Just tell me." The corner of Urahara Kisuke's mouth twitched, and he said in embarrassment, "Miss Yuryuaki, if we hadn't played it first, I'm afraid you would not have agreed so easily, not to mention that the purpose of Madara accompanying me is to scare Kurotsuka Mayuri, otherwise he would not have agreed so easily." Yuryuaki patted him heavily on the shoulder, and snorted coldly, "Okay, now you are the captain, you know how to make decisions without authorization, don't forget that you are still the captain of the supervisory team, and still my subordinate." But Yuryuaki immediately praised, "However, your plan is really good. The Technology Development Bureau is really thriving. I believe that if a certain scientific research equipment is made, it will be accepted by Captain Yamamoto soon." Urahara Kisuke said with a sad face, "Oh, it's not that simple. The initial stage of anything is the most difficult. I just hope that I can do my best to maintain the Technical Development Bureau. But thanks to the help of the two of you, I only have one. The new captain has so many resources to mobilize." Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "Don't worry, after all, I also want to witness the future of the Technology Development Bureau." Yuryuaki didn't want to appreciate it. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Have you heard? The most outstanding genius of this year's Shenyang Academy graduated yesterday." Urahara Kisuke asked in surprise, "Is that the genius boy who graduated successfully after only 1 year?" Yuryuaki nodded and said, "That's right, that silver-haired boy. Speaking of which, Madara, you must have met him at the ceremony 3 months ago." The corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth raised a meaningful arc, and he said indifferently, "Yes, that guy is called Ichimaru-jin, and he is indeed a rare genius, and even the captain is very optimistic about his future. Time to graduate is not surprising." Yuryuaki took a deep breath, and said solemnly, "He is more than this level. It is said that he became a chief officer as soon as he graduated, just like you back then." Urahara Kisuke exclaimed, "Really? That's really rare. I remember Ichimaru-jin's age is much younger than the original Madara, he seems to be a few years younger than Byakuya Kukaki, right?" Yuryuaki nodded, "That's right, smaller than Byakuya but more talented than Byakuya, what a scary guy." Uchiha Madara pondered in a low voice, "Really? It's really rare to be evaluated by both of you at the same time. I really want to see how high Ichimaru-jin will grow in the future." On the other side, the 5th Division team will meet. Since beheading a seat officer in the morning duel, Ichimaru-jin has been recognized by everyone in the 5th Division, and in the name of a genius, he has become the 5th team seat officer. And this age also broke the Seoul Society's record, becoming the youngest chairperson in history. On the long aisle, Ichimarujin walked alone. Although his figure is thin and small, he is tenacious and unyielding, exuding a cold temperament that rejects people thousands of miles away. Whenever a member of the 5th Division passed by him, he would cast complicated eyes at Ichimarujin. There are complex emotions in this look, including envy, praise, and amazement, but more of it is jealousy. Asking for flowers. It is well known that geniuses are often envied by others, and this imagining happened to Ichimarujin intensified. Just joined Godi 13 and immediately became a figure that attracted much attention. This kind of treatment happened to a teenager, and it even caused the mentality of the veteran players who had been around for many years to burst. Facing these strange gazes, Ichimarujin ignored them. From beginning to end, his goal is only one person. In a blink of an eye, the hazy night enveloped the sky again. It was another night of tranquility, but an unusual scene happened in front of the residence of the deputy captain of the 5th Division. A corpse fell to the ground, and scarlet blood continued to flow from the wound on the chest. Although the man was dead, he did not die with peace in his eyes. Before he died, he still showed an expression of disbelief and horror, and his identity was the chairman of the 5th team. 0. Tick. The blood kept falling, breaking the tranquility of the night. Ichimarujin squinted his eyes and stood calmly beside the corpse, while the zanpakuto in his hand was stained red with blood. The glaring blood continued to drop along the tip of the sword, adding a breath of despair to this dead night. That's right, your strength is even better than what I said. In front of Ichimarujin, a tall figure suddenly stepped out of the shadows. He wears a pair of black-rimmed glasses, and there is a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. Vice Captain of Division 5, Aizen-suke. Aizen glanced at the corpse with disdain, then stepped up to Ichimarujin and smiled slightly. Can I recognize your name again? Ichimarujin raised his head and squinted like a fox and smiled. Silver, my name is Ichimarujin. Aizen smiled gently and asked, Yin, what do you think of my 3 seats? A gleam of coldness flashed in Ichimarujin's eyes, and he said disdainfully, not at all, it's too bad. Really? That would be great. The gentleness on Aizen's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an evil smile that had never appeared before. Chapter 202. With the addition of Ichimarujin to the 5th team, the sensational Soul Society this time has gradually subsided. Although Ichimarujin is recognized as a genius with an infinite future, after all, potential is not equal to strength, and it will take time to grow gradually. However, no one knew that 2 people with different ideas, Aizen and Ichimarujin, came together secretly. One is full of mystery, hiding himself under a gentle smile all the time. The other is cunning and wise, lurking in the dark like a fox. The 2 hit it off immediately, but they were secretly wary of each other. The time of Soul Society is passing by bit, smoothly without leaving any traces. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara has spent 5 years in the captain's office of the Juban team. 037. In the past 5 years, due to Shiba's single-minded existence, he has almost completely become a hands-off shopkeeper. What Uchiha Madara does every day is nothing more than occasionally handling official documents, presiding over important meetings within the team, and occasionally drinking with Jingle Jushiro Urahara and others, and his life is considered peaceful and stable. As for the rest of the time, he completely disappeared in the 10th Division. Of course, Uchiha Madara is more concerned with the thriving Technology Development Bureau and the ever-improving Hugyaku. After returning to Hueco Mundo for the first time, Uchiha Madara received a high concentration of Void Soul crystals. Subsequently, he returned to Hueco Mundo several times. With the help of Sailaporo, he continued to make new progress. And every time he returns to Soul Society, he can bring Urahara Kisuke a huge surprise. In assisting Urahara Kisuke, Uchiha Madara continuously encouraged Urahara Kisuke to conduct research. Under subtle influence, Uchiha Kisuk finally gave up the idea of destroying Hyaku and devoted himself to the research wholeheartedly. With his hard work, Hyaku finally reached the ultimate that Void Soul endured, and became blue all over. There is only one last step left, which is to merge with Shinigami's Dongpo. But this crucial step has not been successfully completed 5 years later. Although Uchiha Kisuk has faltered many times, trying to obliterate the residents of Rukanga in order to obtain their souls, but whenever he wants to do it, reason always wins out. On the other hand, while Uchiha Kisuk and Madara's plans are going on, the 5th Division seems to be plotting a mysterious plan that no one knows. Counting from the day Hirako Shinji picked him as the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Aizen has held this position for several years. Because of his gentle and humble personality, he was loved by the chief officers of the 5th team, so some things in the team that usually need to be done by the deputy team were also distributed to the chief officers below. In fact, it's not that Aizen doesn't want to do it himself, nor does it have time to deal with things, but Aizen is secretly plotting a plan. As we all know, Aizen has always been accustomed to being cautious, and has the habit of careful observation. The reason why he did this was to find a trusted confidant. Due to the shackles of the vice-captain, he needs to find a competent right-hand man. Unfortunately, after 5 years of observation, the only person he really trusts is Ichimaru Jin. In the hazy night, when the ever-growing Technology Development Bureau caught Aizen's attention, he finally chose to call Ichimaru Jin. When Ikijin Mara was summoned, in the hazy and dark night sky, the soft moonlight shone on the team building of the 5th Division, making people feel dizzy and hazy. Ichimaru Jin was thin, and he was walking on the veranda, his figure cast a long oblique shadow on the ground. When the cold wind blows through his body at night, the cold feeling spreads to the skin through the black Death Tyrant suit, making his body tremble uncontrollably. At night, the air is getting colder and colder, and there is a burst of fallen leaves hanging up. Not long after, Ichimaru Jin finally came to the house where the vice-captain belonged. Boom boom boom. Ichimaru Jin had just knocked on the door when the familiar voice came from inside. Come in, Silver. Whether it is daytime or dark, Aizen's voice always exudes a gentle feeling, which makes people feel good. Creak. The sound of the door being opened was extremely clear in the silent night. The moment Ichimaru Jin stepped into the room, he stared straight at Aizen sitting at the wooden table. In the cold night, Aizen wears a coat, his bangs are constantly floating in front of his forehead, and the black-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose add a touch of scholarly atmosphere to him. Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes and said nonchalantly, Vice-Captain Aizen, I'm here. Aizen looked up at him and smiled slightly, You're here, Yin. Ichimaru Jin closed the door with his backhand, and deliberately slandered, Tisk tisk, Aizen Vice-Captain is still putting on airs as usual. It's really cold outside, calling me here so late is not just to say hello. Although Ichimaru Jin is a once-in-a-century talent, he is a maverick within Godai 13. At a young age, he can sit in the 3rd seat of the 5th Division. No matter when he is smiling, squinting, and treacherous, everything about him is like a mystery. He always maintains a neutral attitude, neither alienating anyone nor getting close to anyone. It seems that only Aizen Suk, vice-captain of the 5th squad, can let Ichimaru Jin regain a sense of belonging. Aizen didn't answer immediately, he just stared deeply into Ichimaru Jin's eyes, as if observing his heart. After a long time, Aizen said 2.8, Silver, what do you think of Uchiha Kisuk? Ichimaru Jin snorted lightly, as if surprised by this question. He said without thinking, Captain Uchiha? Every time I pass by him, I can smell a secret dot. There was an inexplicable arc on the corner of Aizen's mouth, and he smiled, Really? I didn't expect you to think so. So, what about Uchiha Madara? Ichimaru Jin didn't change his face. He leaned against the wall and said innocently, Vice-Captain Aizen, I'm not a member of the 10th squad, but I'm not familiar with Captain Uchiha. Really? That would be great. So, can I entrust you with a mission? Silver. Chapter 203. Oh? Aizen Vice Captain actually entrusts me with a mission. Ichimaru-jin still has a frivolous look, seemingly not paying attention to anything, but in fact nothing can escape his eyes. It seems that even if the eyes are always squinted, they can still capture any information. Silver, there is no accident, you seem to have prepared for it. Aizen smiled slightly, and sometimes Aizen couldn't help thinking that if his subordinate could be more serious, maybe he would be a lot more relaxed. It's a pity that Ichimaru-jin always has this squinting and smiling look, as if he is always in a vacillating position, and hides in the dark like a lion majesty. In the past 5 years of getting along, although the two have their own thoughts, overall Aizen is quite satisfied with Ichimaru-jin. Smart, wise, talented, and promising. These are the labels attached to Ichimaru-jin, and they also represent the infinite plasticity of Ichimaru-jin. Not long after, Ichimaru-jin touched the silver hair on his head, and complained dissatisfiedly, "Let me tell you, Vice Captain Aizen, what kind of mission is it? Are you planning to let me be blown by the cold wind here?" The smile on the corner of Aizen's mouth deepened slightly, and there was a bit of sternness in the gentle smile. He said in a deep voice, "Silver, I plan to ask you to find out Urahara Kisuke's intentions." The moment Aizen's voice fell, Ichimaru-jin's finger that was fiddling with his hair stopped abruptly. He raised his head with great interest, squinted his eyes and smiled, "Sure enough, it's exactly what I thought. Vice Captain Aizen seems suspicious of Captain Urahara's actions. Yet, don't you think Urahara Kisuke is always protecting something?" Aizen gently pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, staring deeply at the light on the wooden table flickering in the cold wind, and said in a deep voice, "Maybe this has something to do with the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, and I need to understand the connection." Ichimaru-jin stretched his waist, and said lazily, "How to put it, I think, Captain Urahara always has a mysterious feeling, and his Ryutsu is so different, just like a Frankenstein madly caught up in research. However, Vice Captain Aizen, you seem to have overlooked one more person." Aizen stared at him deeply, and said solemnly, "Do you mean Uchiha Madara? He is also a person that I can't figure out." Ichimaru-jin didn't change his face, and continued, "Yes, although I have almost no contact with Captain Uchiha. But the first impression he gave me is definitely not easy." Aizen nodded, "That's right, judging from his behavior of walking with Urahara Kisuke, I'm afraid he is also involved in the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, which is why I need you." Ichimaru-jin waved his hand and complained, feigning displeasure, "Hey, Vice Captain Aizen, I can't guarantee 100% completion of the mission. Sneaking into the 12th Division secretly is a very dangerous thing." "Really? Don't worry, Silver. As far as I know, Urahara Kisuke will go to Sirati for a banquet at Chihaoran's house tomorrow night, and the best time is when he leaves the 12th Division team building. I believe with your strength, that Guy Rixalai might not even have the qualifications to discover you. In fact, although Yin is only the 3rd seat now, after 5 years of practice, his strength has already surpassed any vice captain except Aizen. This is also the biggest secret of Ichimaru-jin." Aizen's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said in a deep voice, "Yin, what will you do if your whereabouts are suddenly exposed?" Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes and said casually, "Oh, you have a lot of questions, Vice Captain Aizen. But, if you can find my whereabouts, I'm afraid that person will die." A sentence that killed life casually came out of Ichimaru-jin's mouth, which seemed to become a matter of course, and it made the whole room shrouded in a strange atmosphere. Ichimaru-jin chuckled and said, "However, Vice Captain Aizen, although I'm not sure what Urahara is researching, but judging from the activities of the members of the 12th Division that I secretly observed before, it must be a taboo research that cannot be made public. As for what kind of research it is, I'm afraid that's what the Vice Captain wants to know." Hearing what he said, Aizen smiled and nodded with satisfaction, the black-rimmed glasses flickering and flickering reflected by the shaking lights. Yin was indeed his confidant cultivated by himself, and he did not disappoint him at all. Go ahead, Silver, and remember not to reveal your whereabouts, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Workers. Before Ichimaru-jin left, Aizen, who was always cautious, reminded him a little. And Ichimaru-jin waved his back to Aizen, said bye-bye casually, and quietly left the vice-captain's room in the dark. The night is so dark and dignified, in addition to exuding a palpitating night, there is also a hint of conspiracy hidden. After 5 years of quietly watching in the dark, Aizen finally made a move. His 973 intuition is very keen, and he always feels that Urahara Kisuke is plotting something unknown. And taking this opportunity, he is eager to gain insight into the secret of Urahara Kisuke. Because, Aizen's mind is also full of crazy plans. In a blink of an eye, the night faded, and the dawn spread from the distant horizon. On the second day, Godi I-13 was just like usual, each team was still busy with their own affairs. And 12 fans are as busy as ever. Apart from dealing with team affairs, they devote more energy to the research of the Technology Development Bureau. On this day, Urahara Kisuke, who is a close friend of Uruaki, was invited by the Shihoran family to attend a banquet at Siritai. And as his right and left hand, Kuratsuka Mayuri also went together. And because Kuratsuka Mayuri stole the limelight because of dissatisfaction, under some clamor, the vice-captain Rishirai also followed Urahara Kisuke to the banquet. Aizen and Ichimaru-jin were pleasantly surprised that the potential biggest hidden danger actually left voluntarily under such circumstances. In the dead of night, a thin figure set out from the team building of the 5th team, he walked along the long aisle, and quietly approached the team building of the 12th team in the dark. Chapter 204. In the dead of night, an atmosphere of tranquility shrouded the 12th Division team building. After the captain, vice-captain, and 3 seats left, it was rare for them to enjoy a vacation, so they finally relaxed and became lazy. What's more, they didn't even know when a black shadow passed the 12th team's quarters. Oh, it's true that the 12th squad is mostly scientific researchers, and they are too insensitive to Ryutsu. Ichimaru-jin was dressed in black, because he deliberately concealed Ryutsu, and because of his thin stature, he was able to hide in the dark and shadowy corners. Da-da-da. Ichimaru-jin moved lightly, like a lion majesty, and he walked along the long walk to the captain's office quietly. After 5 years of renovation, the team room was infinitely expanded by Urahara Kisuke and turned into a laboratory with a very large area, and it also became the stronghold of the Technology Development Bureau. Although there was no one in front of him, Ichimaru-jin did not enter the room in a hurry, but chose to observe from the sidelines. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared in the night. Ichimaru-jin squinted his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "The 5th seat of the 12th squad, I didn't expect him to appear here." The 5th seat of the 12th division, named Yamanaka Tianyi, is one of Urahara Kisuke's right-hand men and several key members of the Technology Development Bureau. The reason why Yamanaka Tianyi appeared here is entirely because he left a notebook in the captain's office, and he happened to return halfway and wanted to take out this notebook, and this was exactly what Ichimaru-jin wanted. "Captain, it's true that Yuko's research has reached the most critical moment, but he still wants to attend the banquet of the Shihoran nobles. Is there anything more important than scientific research?" Yamanaka Tianyi complained dissatisfiedly as he walked towards the gate. He was not originally a member of the 12th Division, but after hearing the news of the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, he applied to be transferred from the original team and joined the Technology Development Bureau. He is not only a person who is passionate about scientific research, but also a fanatical worshipper of Urahara Kisuke. It was precisely because of this drive that he became the 5th seat within 5 years. However, the crisis has quietly spread behind him, but Yamanaka Tianyi doesn't know it. Since the gate of the Technology Development Bureau has undergone a special transformation, Uchiha Kisuk has set up an unbreakable password gate, and the gate can only be unlocked by entering the password. Therefore, Yamanaka Tianyi pressed his finger to the password screen on the gate machine, and entered the password leisurely. Diddy. Whenever Yamanaka field presses a number button, the figure will continue to ring in the dark night. At this time, Yamanaka Tianyi completely relaxed his vigilance, as if he was doing an everyday thing. After all, only a few people know the password, and the 12th squad has always been very united, and there will be no mistakes at all. However, it was his act of relaxing his vigilance that brought him a murderous opportunity. With the input of the password, the door opened with a bang. Yamanaka Tianyi glanced at the situation in the house with satisfaction, and was about to step into the house. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. Yamanaka Tianyi suddenly turned his head, but saw a figure of Ichimaru-jin quietly appearing behind him at some point. Surprised, right? But you have no chance to be surprised. Before you die, I have to thank you for helping me open this door. Before Yamanaka Tianyi could speak, Ichimaru-jin's zanpakut was aimed at his chest. Shoot him, shins. As the Shikai fell, a white light shot out suddenly, piercing the heart of the Yamanaka field in just 1 second. Well. Because his heart was broken, Yamanaka Tianyi just groaned and fell to the ground suddenly. Ichimaru-jin narrowed his eyes and slowly pulled out the zanpakut. Ironically, during this process, a few drops of blood dripped down on Yamanaka's face along the sharp tip of the knife, making his appearance even more ferocious. Oh, it's really too weak. It's far worse than the former chairman of the 5th team. Ichimaru-jin used the blade to support Yamanaka Tanino's body so that the body made no sound as it fell. Therefore, the whole process is imperceptible. Ichimaru-jin seized this opportunity precisely because of the departure of the 3 Uchiha Kisuk and the relaxation of vigilance by the members of the 12th squad. Ichimaru-jin ignored the corpse and walked into the house instead. He glanced around the room, but found nothing but exquisite Ryutsu instruments, which made Ichimaru-jin frown slightly. Sure enough, as I imagined, Captain Uchiha is a scientific weirdo. Gradually, Ichimaru-jin came to the interior of the scientific research room, but unfortunately there was still nothing here except more sophisticated instruments. Ichimaru-jin was puzzled, and pondered, impossible, according to the personality of the researchers, even if it is an ordinary experiment, they will record the data, but there is no record here. Ichimaru-jin searched patiently and finally found a notebook in one of the corners. The surface of this notebook is glowing with yellow light, and it looks a bit old. Ichimaru-jin opened his notebook and got a lot of, li-hao, information as he wished. The soul of righteousness, the skeleton of righteousness, the black cloak that can hide Ryutsu. While those are nice windfalls, they're not what Ichimaru-jin was looking for. According to Aizen's account, he needs to find out the records or. Unfortunately, after some searching, Ichimaru-jin still found nothing. Seeing that more than half of the time had passed, Ichimaru-jin had no choice but to leave after careful consideration. After all, once Uchiha Kisuk returns, he can't get away with it. But just when Ichimaru-jin was about to leave the gate, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Silver, what are you doing here? The moment he saw this figure, Ichimaru-jin, who had always been calm, changed his expression, because this was the person he was most familiar with. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 205. Silver, why are you here? Uchiha Madara's figure suddenly appeared from the darkness, and the captain's feather weaving on his body shone dazzlingly white under the cold moon. Ichimaru-jin said in surprise, Madara, Captain Uchiha, why are you here? Ichimaru-jin almost said the words Mr. Madara, but changed his words when it came to his lips. In fact, Ichimaru-jin and Uchiha Madara have hardly had any interaction in the 5 years since he joined Godi 13. They seemed to be two people who met by chance, and there was no connection between them. One is the captain of the 10th Division, the other is the third seat of the 5th division, that's all. But only the two of them know that this kind of relationship that lies beneath the surface is the most trustworthy. The identity of Uchiha Madara and the purpose of Ichimaru Jin, these are the common secrets between the two, as well as their original secret agreement. Although there was no communication, the two knew each other well. Uchiha Madara smiled lightly, I've been here since the beginning. Ichimaru Jin's expression changed, and he exclaimed in amazement, impossible, I don't think 597 showed any flaws, but how could you know my whereabouts? Besides, I have confirmed it before, and you even appeared in the 10th squad inside. Really? That's really your negligence, Silver. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, I said I have appeared here from the beginning, didn't you understand? Ichimaru Jin was stunned, then, that appeared in the Juban team. It's just a trick, don't worry about it. If I'm not mistaken, you probably infiltrated into the 12th division under the order of Aizen. The purpose is to find out some kind of secret, right? Uchiha Madara exposed Ichimaru Jin's intentions in a few words, as if he knew everything. Stared at by Uchiha Madara's eyes, Ichimaru Jin showed a little unnaturalness. The two were deadlocked like this as if there was a condensed air passing between them. Not long after, perhaps oppressed by Uchiha Madara's aura, Ichimaru Jin sighed and finally admitted, that's right, Aizen, Cat, entrusted me to find out the secrets about Urahara Kisuke. Uchiha smiled lightly, Aizen finally couldn't bear it anymore. But this is also within my plan. After hearing this sentence, Ichimaru Jin's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in shock, Mr. Madara, what do you mean? Did you know Aizen's intention from the very beginning? Uchiha Madara stared at Ichimaru Jin coldly, and said disdainfully, using Zanpakute's ability to hide in the dark, and secretly observe the daily situation of the 12th division, do you think this trick can escape my pupil power? Uchiha Madara's words fell, and his eyes flashed the eternal Manjiki that was once buried deep in Ichimaru Jin's memory. The moment I saw these eyes, Ichimaru Jin immediately gulped down his saliva with cold sweat running down his back, looking shocked. He originally thought that Aizen's plans and actions had been flawless, but he didn't expect to be in the hands of Uchiha Madara. And Madara is also pretending, the purpose is to wait for Aizen to take the lead. Uchiha Madara asked back, Silver, Aizen, he cheated Godi I-13, right? Ichimaru Jin said hesitantly, Mr. Madara, what do you mean? His Zanpakut is not a flowing water system Zanpakut as he said, and his Shikai does not use the refraction between flowing water to cause enemies to kill each other. To be precise, it is more like an illusion ability. Ichimaru Jin nodded solemnly, and said, that's right, it is an ability that can make the enemy hallucinate. It's just that there seems to be no way to crack this ability, and I have been lurking for 5 full years without seeing a single flaw. Uchiha Madara sighed, Aizen is indeed more tricky than imagined. But this time is also an opportunity. Silver, didn't you come here for the secret research of Urahara Kisuke? Then you bring this information back to Aizen Bar. Mr. Madara, what do you mean? Ichimaru Jin was in a turmoil. He didn't expect that Uchiha Madara would take the initiative to reveal information about the secret research. You must know that Aizen forgot to sleep and eat for this research. You just need to bring back the information I'm going to tell you to Aizen, and don't ask about other things. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice, Urahara Kisuke is researching an experiment about soul fusion. It's just that he has fallen into a bottleneck because of the core problem of this experiment, and this problem has troubled him for a long time. What kind of experiment is it? Ichimaru Jin's heart was shaking, he vaguely felt that something big had happened. This research is to fuse the souls of Shinigami and Rakugo residents to create a soul crystal, and this soul crystal will exert unexpected effects. And this is the problem of this research. After all, as a Shinigami, you will not really attack the residents of Rakugo. Uchiha Madara told Ichimaru Jin everything indifferently, but it was the opposite direction. Because what he and Urahara Kisuke were doing was about the soul fusion of virtual, but what he told Ichimarujin was about the soul fusion of Shinigami. Uchiha Madara's purpose is to create another Hugyaku, his long-awaited Shinigami crystal, through Aizen's hands. Although Urahara Kisuke couldn't do this murderous thing, Uchiha Madara believed that Aizen must go back and test it himself. And once Shinigami's soul is condensed to form Hugyaku is born, it is also his best time. Ichimarujin suddenly realized, but questioned, "But, Mr. Madara, why did you tell me this? Aizen is a person whose mind is not inferior to that of Urahara Kisuke. Once he conducts research, I am afraid that he will achieve unimaginable achievements." Uchiha Madara shook his head, and said softly, "This is exactly the result I want to see." "Well, it's getting late, hurry up. The words of Benru will expose your traces." Uchiha Madara didn't explain too much, he stepped out, and his figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only the hesitant Ichimarujin standing alone. Chapter 206. Ichimarujin stayed where he was, and after thinking about it for a while, he finally left the 12th squad while it was dark. When the figures of Ichimarujin and Uchiha Madara disappeared, the 12th squad returned to its previous state, as if nothing had happened. More importantly, the corpse was still lying in the aisle, and the pool of scarlet blood on the ground indicated that a tragedy had happened. The team building of the 5th squad, the residence of the vice-captain. Creak. Ichimarujin pushed open the door and stepped into the house. After leaving the 12th team, he couldn't wait to rush back here and report the situation to Aizen as soon as possible. "Silver, you are finally back, it seems that time has been delayed for a long time." Aizen put down the copywriting in his hand, and watched Ichimarujin calmly, but a cold light flashed deep in his pupils. Facing Aizen's gaze, Ichimarujin was calm, he squinted his eyes and smiled and said, "Vice-Captain Aizen, you can't look at me like this. After all, there is a password set up for the gate of the Technology Development Bureau. It took a lot of effort to get into the gate of the team building." "Really? Then how did you get in?" "Oh, Vice-Captain Aizen, I happened to meet the 5th seat of the 12th squad, and killed him the moment he was about to open the gate of the team building, that's all." Aizen nodded expressionlessly, and said, "I see, then did you have any windfalls, Silver?" Aizen ignored the fact that the chief executive was beheaded, as if it was a matter of course like trampling an ant to death. Ichimarujin frowned and complained, "Vice-Captain Aizen, you don't know how messy and boring the Technology Development Bureau server is. It's full of densely placed instruments. It's not easy to find a notebook that records information. It's an easy thing." Ichimarujin shrugged, and continued, "However, I finally found the relevant records in a notebook." The corners of Aizen's mouth turned up, as if showing a little interest, and said, "Let's listen to it." "The soul of the Shinigami." Ichimarujin just uttered these few words and immediately caught Aizen's attention. Aizen's heart, which has always been calm, finally had a slight ripple. Aizen had collected Shinigami's souls back in his days as an officer, which is how he met Matsumoto Rangiku. However, at that time, it was only for collecting souls, and no real Hugyaku was made. Although Aizen subconsciously wanted to fuse these souls, it was inconvenient to do so because of his status. But now that Ichimarujin mentioned it, Aizen suddenly realized everything. Presumably they want to fuse the souls of Shinigami? It's a pity that I have carried out half of that experiment, but I have never gained anything. I didn't expect them to carry out this research. Aizen seemed to have obtained an unexpected harvest, but he seemed to have noticed something, and then asked, "Is there no other thing mentioned in Urahara Kisuke's records, such as experimental problems?" Ichimarujin waved his hand and said helplessly, "I didn't mention it carefully, only mentioned the lack of Shinigami's soul, which made the experiment unable to proceed as scheduled." Hearing this, Aizen raised a meaningful arc at the corner of his mouth, and he smiled and said, "Really? That's really great. Yin, in the whole process, besides the 5th seat of the 12th division, you also found other people. Ichimaru-jin shook his head. Don't worry, Aizen Vice-Captain. Except for the people I beheaded, no one has found my trace. Otherwise, how could I appear here so quickly? Aizen pondered for a moment, then praised, good job, Yin. Ichimaru-jin pretended to be innocent and said, Vice-Captain Aizen, I took a big risk. Aren't you going to take me to an izakaya? Aizen returned to his usual appearance, and he smiled gently, then it's as you wish, Yin. It just so happens that we can meet Tosen there. Tosen can name? I don't like that guy very much. Ichimaru-jin leaned against the corner, putting on an indifferent appearance, but actually he was full of vigilance inside. Although he already knew that Aizen and Tosen Kaname were secretly connected with each other. But Yin was still surprised to hear Aizen say it himself. After all, he had heard Uchiha Madara mention this person back then. Asking for flowers. The crying blind man has a heart to defend justice. What's going on here? Is Tosen Kaname a pawn in Aizen's secret? But what is his relationship with Mr. Madara? Although Ichimaru-jin was thoughtful, he still felt powerless at this moment. Whether it is Aizen or Uchiha Madara, these two people make him unable to see through his heart. But the only thing Ichimaru-jin can be sure of is that Madara has the same stance as him. Silver, what are you thinking? Aizen stared into Ichimaru-jin's eyes with deep doubts. Ichimaru-jin responded indifferently, it's nothing, Vice-Captain Aizen, since it's already so late, I'll go back first, otherwise it won't be good for Captain Hirako to find out. Hirako Shinji? No matter, you go back first. I'm afraid Soul Society will make another wave tomorrow. Aizen smiled gently, but when he mentioned Captain Hirako's name, he showed a disdainful tone. After Ichimaru-jin left, Aizen fell into deep thought again, and the candle light on the wooden table shone in his eyes, giving off a somewhat chilly feeling. On the other side, Team Tien Erfen. After a night of carnival, the three of Urahara Kisuk finally left Shihauran's mansion and rushed back to the 12th Division team building. But when they came to the Technology Development Bureau, they found the dead body of Yamanaka Field. The three of them were dumbfounded, and even a little bit of drunkenness was gone. Especially when Urahara Kisuk found the open door, his face became extremely gloomy. Damn it, someone broke into Squad 12 without authorization and killed Yamanaka Gakichi, we must find this murderer. Rixalai roared angrily, feeling aggrieved in his heart. After some thought, Urahara Kisuk activated Tianting Luokong without hesitation, passing the news to Godi I-13. Ever since, there was a huge disturbance in Jingling Court. Chapter 207. 77 of Bakud, the sky is so empty. Emergency report, Yamanaka Tianyi, the 5th member of the 12th Division, was killed. Notify again, the 5th seat of the 12th Division was assassinated. With the spread of the Bakud technique, almost every member of Godi I-13 could hear the rushing sound, which immediately caused an uproar in Godi I-13. What's going on here? Why are members of the 12th squad suddenly assassinated? I heard that the captains of the 12th Division went to the banquet tonight. Could this be a premeditated murder? It's very likely so, otherwise, how could the murder be committed when Captain Urahara is not around? For a while, the sky over Godi I-13 was full of doubts, and even the 2, 3 in the air revealed a taste of conspiracy. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded one after another in the long aisle, and the members of each team moved after hearing the wind. In addition, the captains of each team also rushed to the 12th Division as soon as possible. The 12th Division team building, in front of the gate of the Technology Development Bureau. Oh my god, what the hell is going on? The Yamanaka Field guy is dead. Although she is the deputy captain, Rixalai is the one who is the least calm. She put her hands on her waist, her face was pale, and she seemed to be in shock. Although Hyri has not little impression of Yamanaka Tianyi, he thinks he is a strict and demanding person. But after all, they are members of a fan team, and they are somewhat hypocritical with each other. And she even had a meal with the Yamanaka field before heading to the Shihaoran family. Who knows? Just when Hishiri was feeling confused, Urahara Kisuk placed her broad palm on her shoulder and comforted her. Don't panic, it's more important to keep a calm mind at this time. To find clues and find the murderer is the top priority. However, Kuratsuka Mayuri, who is the third seat, was extremely calm. He ignored the flustered Hiri, and kept looking around, as if he was trying to find relevant clues. Not long after, there was a sound of breaking wind, and several figures suddenly appeared in the 12th Division team building. Anoha Naretsu, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and Uchiha Madara. The four most powerful captains appeared first, with puzzled expressions on their faces, as if they knew nothing about the murder. Kurako Shunsui quickly asked, "Captain Urahara, have you found any clues?" Urahara Kisuk shook his head. "You should all know that the three of us went to the Shihaoran family to attend a banquet earlier, and Yamanaka Tianyi was assassinated at this time, and the reason may be carefully planned." Jaishur Yukatake said solemnly, "Since there are no clues, is it really troublesome? Can't some clues be found from the corpse?" In an instant all eyes were on Captain Anoha Naretsu. As the captain of the fourth team, Anoha Naretsu has superb medical skills and a heart to save lives and heal the wounded. Before everyone could open their mouths, she took the initiative to go to the side of the corpse for a full body examination. When Anoha Naretsu saw the wound on the corpse, she couldn't help frowning, and she analyzed. The specific cause of death is that someone stabbed him from the back, and this slash directly pierced the heart. Clearly a man of experience. Hearing the cause of death, everyone was lost in thought. Able to approach the Yamanaka field silently and deliver a fatal blow without exuding ryotsu. There is no doubt that only the top 3 seats and even the vice-captain of each fan team have this kind of strength. So, who is the murderer? As one of the few insiders of this murder case, Uchiha Madara finally spoke. Those who can do this can be targeted at the 5 seats, as long as the whereabouts of the 5 seats to the vice-captain of each team are investigated, we can narrow it down. Although the rest of the people agree with Uchiha Madara's ideas, there is another problem before them. It is not easy to know everyone's whereabouts, and they may even face lying. An idea came to Kurako Shunsui's mind, and he asked, could it be a false hand? Captain Anoha Naretsu immediately refuted his point of view, and said in a deep voice, "No, that is definitely the trace produced by Zanpakuto." Soon after, the captains of the other divisions came to the 12th division one after another. When Aizen and Hirako Shinji appeared in sight, an imperceptible arc emerged from the corner of Uchiha Madara's mouth. Of course he knew that Aizen was the instigator behind the murder, but he still pretended to be nonchalant. With a person like Aizen who is unfathomable, he would not show his flaws. All the captains speculated one after another, but none of them could determine the real reason. Except for Aizen, he sneered in his heart. Of course he knew why Yamanaka Tianyi was killed. If it weren't for Yamanaka Field, the door to technology development would not be able to be opened. Having been with Ichimaru Jin for 5 years, Aizen naturally knows the cold blood of that silver-haired boy. Just like Silver himself, he is like a lion majesty, always hiding in the dark, and will take the opportunity to eat people whenever he gets the chance. Actually, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin are two very different people. Aizen feels that it is an eyesore, and maybe he will endure the slow torture for the sake of the overall situation. However, whenever Ichimaru Jin identified as obstructive and redundant, that guy was never soft on his hands, and his movements were extremely fast. 2.1, and Aizen would be amazed by his neatness. Aizen once said to Ichimaru earnestly that he felt it was an obstacle now, and he might be able to use it someday, so don't be so anxious to get rid of it. But the other party smiled back and said, "It's always my principle to cut grass and roots to prevent future troubles, Captain. Man's the principle is immutable," so he sent himself away. In the end, the murder case was temporarily submitted to the secret mobile handling of the 2nd Division. Since then, the 12th Division has stepped up its guards and is always on high alert. As the captain, Urahara Kisuke is even more inseparable, which makes Aizen never find another chance. Gradually, this murder case became a mystery, but on the other hand, the 10th squad was boiling because of the addition of a new member. Chapter 208. In the 6th year after Ichimarujin joined Godi 13, the Juban team finally ushered in a new player, and this new player also made the whole team excited. When the new player walked into the team building in the early morning, all the team members' eyes lit up, because she was a girl who couldn't put it down. She has long, soft yellow hair, and although she is not yet fully developed, she has an exquisite figure. The 2 pairs of big white rabbits are particularly eye-catching. Matsumoto Ranjaku. Although Ranjaku and Jin are children of each other, she joined Godi 13 5 years later than Ichimaru Jin, mainly because of talent. Generally speaking, each newcomer will spend 3 to 5 years in Shinoling Academy before successfully graduating, but Ichimaru Jin only spent 1 year, which also caused a huge gap between the two. Matsumoto Ranjiko looked at the players around her, a blush appeared on her delicate face, she lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "I am a new member of the 10th Division, and my name is Matsumoto Ranjaku. Please give me your advice in the future." After a period of silence, the 10th squad finally erupted in enthusiastic cheers. After all, the 10th team is a bachelor team, and the addition of a young girl seems to inject a fresh blood, making every team member full of energy. As the vice-captain in charge of team affairs, Shiba came to Matsumoto Ranjaku with a bright smile and asked, "Ranjaku, do you mind if I call you that?" Matsumoto Ranjaku lowered his head shyly, and said softly. Shiba smiled wholeheartedly, to be reasonable, every female student at Shinyang Academy first chooses the 4th team, and why did you choose the 1st team? Could it be, because of me? Shiba laughed heartily and boasted inadvertently, but found that Matsumoto Ranjaku was unmoved, obviously not because of him. The corners of Shiba Yuxin's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he suddenly felt his face was hot, with a feeling of embarrassment. Matsumoto Ranjaku seemed to see his embarrassment, and quickly raised his head, looking around, as if looking for someone. She asked a little shyly, "Excuse me, Captain Uchiha? Why didn't I see him?" Shiba Yuxin suddenly realized, and smiled, "It turns out that you are for Captain Uchiha, no wonder you choose to join the 10th squad. But this is also a matter of course, after all, Captain Uchiha is the most charismatic person in Jinglingting." Matsumoto Ranjaku nodded abruptly, seeming to agree with the words. For her, joining Godi 13 has only one purpose, and that is to follow in the footsteps of Uchiha Madara. Shiba smiled wholeheartedly, "Don't worry, any new team member will have to meet with the captain, so you just need to wait patiently." Captain Uchiha just went to the 1st team to attend the captain's meeting. Thinking of the upcoming meeting with Uchiha Madara, Matsumoto Ranjaku's heart was pounding and he seemed very nervous. After all, she and Madara hadn't seen each other for 5 years. Reunion after a long absence, it's hard for those who are excited to calm down. Next, after Matsumoto Ranjaku communicated with the team members for a while, he also seemed less restrained, and his mentality gradually returned to stability. Finally, there was a sound of footsteps outside the gate, and the figure of Uchiha Madara appeared. "Madara, Captain Uchiha." Seeing Uchiha Madara for a moment, Matsumoto Ranjaku almost blurted out, and finally forced himself to call him Captain Uchiha. "This is..." Seeing Ranjaku's figure appear, Uchiha Madara was also stunned. After all, he has been focusing on Gedo statue and Hagyaku during this period of time, and has no mind to care about other idle things at all, and the appearance of Ranjaku is beyond his expectation. Just when Uchiha Madara was stunned, Shiba came to him with all his heart, and introduced enthusiastically, "Captain, this is our new member, Matsumoto Ranjaku." She also joined the 10th squad because she admires you, Captain. Uchiha Madara returned to normal, with an arc at the corner of her mouth, and said with a smile, "Really? It's really my honor to welcome a female team member." Uchiha Madara came in front of Matsumoto Ranjaku, and since he was taller than Ranjaku, he could easily stroke her head. This scene of Shiyu's Hibo Madara showing kindness and approachability made Matsumoto Ranjaku's expression dull and his mind blurred. This is Mr. Madara's palm. It's big and warm. It still feels the same as before. Mr. Madara, it's such a great feeling to be back by your side again. Before he knew it, Matsumoto Ranjaku's eyes were filled with tears, almost bursting out. But now she has become stronger and forcibly held back. But that kind of longing filled my heart and couldn't go away for a long time. It turns out that all the waiting will eventually become unexpected encounters, as long as you are willing to wait forever. After waiting for 5 full years, the flowers finally bloomed and bear fruit. The long-awaited meeting was so exciting after all. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the annual rings turn around again unconsciously, and the years are gone, the childishness is gone, and a new transformation is ushered in. Ranjaku became more mature and worshipped Uchiha Madara more. The emotional seed buried deep in his heart when he was young finally took root and germinated. After waiting for a long time, time finally gave the answer, and I can get closer to him. Let's go, I'll show you around the 10th team building, you are the only female member of our team. Led by Uchiha Madara, Matsumoto Ranjaku followed closely in his footsteps, almost at his feet. No matter where she visits, as long as she can stay by Madara's side, she is content. The place where Mr. Madara exists will always be the warmest place. Just like the sun that never sets, also like the sublimated light, it will illuminate the deepest part of the soul forever, forever. Looking at Madara's back, Matsumoto Ranjaku had a happy smile on his lips. How she wished time would stay at this moment forever. In this way, she will always be able to stay by Madara's side and never leave her.